Hey, we back. Happy Halloween. Ready to do this. I'm excited. Saints, one of our favorite holidays. The only thing I regret more is I don't have trick-or-treaters to fuck with. Alright, welcome. The link should be pinned. Hey, Kitty, good to see you back. Come on up and get your Halloween on. I'm here all day or as long as the party keeps going. Whichever happens first. I also have my lunch. I'm going to try to eat too. Well, in the meantime, while I wait for the people to show up, let me peek in on the news. See if there's any Halloween news. Oh my God, all they're doing, every time I pull up the news, the top headline is the Harris campaign nitpicking over some little thing Trump said. It says they're neck and neck in Georgia and North Carolina. So all you people, let me say this. Hey, Daniel Barry, happy Halloween. Happy Halloween. All of you people not voting, that's fine. That's your voice. I respect whatever you decide to do with it. I just want to put this out there. If you're a male, your life is likely to be slightly better under Donald Trump than under Kamala Harris, and I think slightly worse under Kamala Harris than Donald Trump. So just keep that in mind, take that into consideration. For those that feel like your vote has no influence, it might have a little tiny edge there if you just want to go throw it in to help the rest of us. If not, totally respect that. I just want to offer that as a possibility to consider. Okay, let's see what else. Guess that's about it. Hezbollah rockets. Oh, Hezbollah shooting rockets at Israel. Killed 7. And then North Korea is joining the Ukraine fight. Okay. See if there's anything on Twitter. Oh yeah, this is interesting. I don't know if y'all seen this video. Kind of going along with what I just said. They're asking this guy why men are leaving the Democratic Party or not supporting Kamala.
Kamala Harris seems to have a problem with young men. Why do you think that is?
Because she's stupid. She's an absolute idiot. The issue with Kamala Harris is she's scripted. The reason people love Trump is he made politics entertaining. Like when he talked, he might say some wild stuff, but you could tell it's from the heart. You could tell he's speaking what's on his mind. There was a clip a couple years ago where Kamala Harris said Gen Z is stupid.
What else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid.
She didn't do anything in power for the past 3.5 years. They switched out Biden. The media and the Democrat Party, they always say Trump's a threat to democracy, but they installed Kamala Harris as the nominee. It doesn't make any sense. And I'm not out here saying that, it's all black and white, but it just comes down to common sense versus stupidity.
Indeed. This is from a young man. This is from the generation that's leaving the Democratic Party in droves, like I did. So you can listen or not. They're giving you useful information. Do with it what you will. But that's what's happening, whether you want to accept it, face it, or not. Oh, okay, here's another video. See what y'all think about this. Hey, Ricardo. The part about her being scripted and Donald Trump being more relatable to men is absolutely true. Like, at least that's what all the men are saying. Like I said, Effigy, you can listen to people and try to understand them, or you can keep substituting your version of their psychology and thinking you know better than they do about why they're doing things. But your numbers are suffering when it comes to that demographic. I'm not sure you care or not, but if you do, I don't know why you would not want to listen to why when people tell you why they're doing something that they're doing. All right, here's another video. It's an ad for, just watch.
Your turn, honey.
In the one place in America where women still have a right to choose.
Look how nervous and
You can
insecure
vote
these women are.
any way you want.
I don't think they're Southern.
and no one will ever know.
How do women feel about this?
Did you make the right
This seems
choice?
Sure did,
so
honey.
Remember, what happens in the booth stays
stereotyped
in the
and
booth.
condescending.
Vote Harris Walls. Vote Common Good is
All the
responsible
women
for
are
the content.
secretly voting differently from their oppressive husbands. Like, women have probably been doing that for years, like forever, but it seems so manipulative. Ricardo, I don't know. The only solution I had was like that, because you're on a brand account, is switching it from a brand account to some other account, and I had posted those instructions that somebody on Reddit had put up, but I don't know. I'm bad at this tech stuff. Maybe there's somebody else that can know. Oh yeah, this is my Ko-Fi link. We're also going to do super chat goals today. So if you have any, hey, Origin, if you want to support the channel and you do it at my Ko-Fi link, I get to keep more of the support. YouTube takes 30% of super chats and memberships. Jess, happy Halloween! I love your emojis. The link page. I'm not sure what that is. You talking about the Ko-Fi link? But YouTube lets me do goals now, so I can like specify a certain number of super chats within a certain time period. I think 3 hours is the max, and then once that goal is reached, it sprays confetti all over the chat, and I have to do whatever the goal is, or whatever the group decides the goal is. So if we can think of some cool Halloween goals, and if you have costumes, I love costumes. I don't have a lot myself, and let me show you this. I tried to have my satanic cultist outfit, but because of these big clunky head cans, I can't get the hood over it. So you're stuck with this part of the outfit today. I really wish I could do more. I do have perhaps I can. Let's see. I do have my little mask. Yikes. Again, the headphones. Run into a problem here. So I could do this. I think I look more like Robin from Batman than I do anything scary. But that's the option too. Hey, Leggy. You know what? I'm not kidding. I honestly thought of doing blackface. I said, what's something I could do on the stream that would really kind of push the envelope here? I know. I'm going blackface. I could pull it off too. But I don't have blackface. I don't have any kind of makeup. Zorro Jeff. So yeah, put on your cool costumes and stuff. You know, many people that are terrified of me for some reason. I don't know why. They think I'm scary. They think my emotions are scary. They think I'm intimidating. Or sometimes when I'm listening to people, like when I'm listening really intently, I'll listen and they'll think I'm staring at them. And it makes them uncomfortable. No, I'm just listening. You want me to look at the wall while I listen to you? I don't even have a letter opener. I don't have any. Have a pair of scissors. I cut you. I cut you. I don't have weapons. I'm not a violent person, believe it or not. I just use my personality. It's always worked. Till now. I've never had to escalate. They just run. They fly out of the room. And tell your friends too. This is a Halloween party. Let's get people here. Let's try to have a full panel. In fact, maybe I can make that a goal. No, I don't think there's a way to tie it to panel members. It's strictly off of super chats. So some number of super chats, and then I'll do something Halloweeny, or we can do something Halloweeny. I wish I had apples to bob for. I used to love bobbing for apples. We can tell Gen X Halloween stories, haunted house stories, whatever y'all want to do. This is an open day. Who is Zach? Where's Zach? I don't know a Zach. Do I know a Zach? Zach. I don't think I know a single person named Zach, actually, now I think about it. We had this little kid growing up. My brother used to play with. I think his name was Zach. I don't know a lot of Zachs. I like the name. I've always liked the name Zach, though. Zat. Oh yeah, Zat Doichi. Yeah, we definitely need Zat. He might be doing his own stream. Um, let's see, Hebrews Live. Maybe he's. That's the problem is I think everybody's gonna be doing Halloween streams, so it's gonna be more like open house. People are gonna just go from stream to stream, which is fine. Um, OTW is doing a Halloween stream. That's really all I see streaming right now. Maybe there'll be more of it as the day goes on. We can do costumes, stories. You can bring your food. I got my lunch right here. As soon as somebody shows up, I'm going to try to eat while they talk. I don't want to just eat by myself. It's like a mukbang. That's it. I'm here. I have nothing else today. You have me all day. Oh, let me finish looking at tweets. Wait, what is this? And why can't I hear it? Okay, let's watch this. It's a little long. It's like 3 minutes, but I haven't watched it yet, and it's about Donald Trump and the gays. It has a bunch of stuff I probably didn't even know.
I mean, Donald Trump gets a lion's share of the credit for this. To your point, he was the first president elected in American history who, when sworn in, actually supported marriage equality.
That is a gay.
Bill Clinton did not. Barack Obama did not. So
That's right,
this is
I
actually
remember.
quite monumental. Also, another first for Donald Trump is in 2020, he created the first ever official LGBT coalition on a Republican presidential
That's the
campaign.
president of Log.
That
I'm
same
part
year,
of Log
Log Cabin
Cabin. That's the
Republicans, my
president.
organization, ended up raising money and helped put on the first ever LGBT outreach campaign on behalf of a Republican presidential campaign in history. And I think that that's in part why we doubled that vote share between 2016 and 2020. But even if we
I feel
look
very
straight into
accepted, or at least
2024,
tolerated
look at just what recently happened
by the
in July at
Republicans.
the Republican
I mean,
National
they even
Convention,
accept me
where
as a
Donald
Satanist.
Trump and the campaign single-handedly ensured that the newest approved official RNC platform stripped out all of the
I think he
anti-gay
needs more
language
Snapple.
and left in place very common sense policies and some guardrails around
He's
LGBT
kind of a dry
issues.
gay.
This, I think, is part of the reason why the Democratic Party are continuing to seize on the whole Project 2025 fallacy, because the new official Donald Trump RNC platform
Right.
is so mainstream.
Right. Have you ever looked
It's
at the
so
platform?
streamlined. It's been stripped of all the pork, of all the fat, of all of
Almost
the
all the
exclusionary
religious right
language
stuff
for
has
so
been
many
stripped
different
out of it.
communities,
It's
including
basically the
mine,
same mainstream
that, this
Democratic
is all the
principles
left
from
has to grasp onto is
10 or 20 years
2025,
ago.
because the official platform of the party is so current and up to speed with the needs of all Americans, including LGBT Americans. We give complete credit to that, to the leadership of the RNC and also to Donald Trump. So again, between his historical actions, I mean, as a businessman, he instituted policies of the Trump Organization that ensured domestic policy or partnership benefits before it was law in the state of New York. As a philanthropist,
I
he
grew up with
talks
Donald
extensively
Trump.
about,
Not
in the
once did
80s,
I ever think he
losing
was
so many friends to
homophobic. But
HIV/AIDS.
he was not even on my
He was one of
radar
the
for
first
that.
people to cut a six-figure
I watched
check
him on
to
The
Elizabeth
Apprentice.
Taylor
He
AIDS
had gay
Foundation before it was popular to do
contestants.
HIV/AIDS fundraising. And then again, as president of the United States, having so many different policies,
Just not an
things like
issue.
ending
The
the
only
spread of
one making an
HIV/AIDS in
issue
10
over it
years,
is the
things
left, the
like going to the
progressive
United
left,
Nations and calling
with all the
upon the
gender
leaders
stuff,
of the world to
and
end
trying
the
to tie us to
criminalization
it.
of homosexuality, reducing the bans on sexually active gay men from giving
Okay,
blood.
anyway, he did a whole bunch of stuff for gays. I think that's the gist of this. I don't want to watch the whole thing. Okay, I think that's all. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's look at this. Women, tell me what you think about this. That Kamala ad video and this. You've been trying to conceive for 12 months with regular, unprotected intercourse, and the partner with eggs is less than 35 years old. So remember they had birthing persons? Now they have partner with eggs. Is like the new sensitive language for talking about. Why can't trans people just develop resilience like everybody else did? Gays had to do it. I think we're better off for it. Yeah, it surprises me how every now and then I get people that show up that say they found us through YouTube. They just did a search or it showed up in their feed. So I guess that is the likes at work. It didn't get shoehorned, it got hijacked. Well, not hijacked. We created the infrastructure, the marriage equality advocates. We created the infrastructure. And then once we got marriage equality and kind of didn't need it anymore, we vacated it. And this new wave of activists came in and started deploying it for their purposes. And that's the T and the Q plus. But because it kept the same names and everything that we created, it looks like it's still the same group, but it is not. Once we got gay marriage, we became part of the patriarchy. We became cis, gay, white men, or patriarchal men. I'm part of the LGB without the T alliance. It's an actual group that formed. Because in my day, that's all there was. You were either lesbian, gay, or bi. You might be a drag queen. They're very small minority of transgender, like just a few here or there. And in that day, it meant that it was the medical version. It meant that they were preparing to go to have the surgery or had the surgery. It was very rare that somebody actually had the surgery because it was very expensive. There were a lot of barriers to getting it. So you had people that socially transitioned as much as possible and lived like 24 hours as whatever gender they identified with. But very rare you encountered people like so it was mostly lesbian, gay, or bi. Those were the categories people were sorting themselves into. And even bi was stigmatized a lot by the gay community, which I never understood at all. Like gay people did not want to accept that there was such a thing as bisexuality. They thought it was gay people trying to be in the closet and have the best of both worlds and pretending to like women, but they were secretly gay. Like bisexual people were really gay. They really wanted to be with a man, but they were able to pretend to be with women to pass and get the social advantages. That was the prejudice against bi people, and that never made sense to me ever. I mean, I always wished I was bisexual because I wanted to know what I was missing. Like I only had one attraction. I wanted to people that had both attractions to me seemed like they had an extra something that I didn't have. It didn't seem like a deficit. It seemed like a strength. Oh, you're the BT. There's a lot of Bs up here. In fact, the B, they did the polling. We looked at it earlier this year, and the B category is the category that most people identify into currently. I think it was at 13%. Let me look at the numbers. Yeah, here it is. I think this is from Gallup. .2% of U.S. adults identify as bisexual, and that's by far the highest. The next highest is 1.4% identify as gay. Lesbians are at 1%, and all of the other identities are below 1%. Transgender is 0.6%. Queer is 0.1%. So see how small those numbers are compared to even the LGB, yet they dominate the discourse and the conversation and the activism. And then within the LGB community itself, 58.2%, over half, identifies bisexual. So when you look at the makeup of the rainbow community, more than half of it is the B. Gay is about 20%, lesbian about 13.4%, and all of here. Just look at the numbers yourselves. Oh, we have Dolbez in the back. Look at this. Minority of a minority of a minority. What's up?
Hello. I saw you had just done a second stream. You continued the topic from.
Yeah, you really had me thinking yesterday.
Yeah.
It was very helpful. I'm gonna work it into. Who's Dolban?
That's an interesting name. I
Sorry.
wonder who that might be.
I was doing a search for your name and it showed up. So. Is it worth subscribing to? Wait,
Maybe.
Kitty, you have me so confused. First, okay, I thought you were female for the longest time, and then you tell me no, you're male, and now you're identified. Then I thought you were gay male, because what straight man's gonna be that into cats? And then it turns out no, you're lesbian, but you're straight. Lord, child, you're more confusing than the woke. A straight male lesbian, yeah. It's why not? We got everything else these days. He's male but straight. Okay.
Interesting combo.
Do Norwegians celebrate Halloween? Are you doing anything for Halloween? Do you have Samhain or something?
I mean, when I was a kid, I did, but not
Oh, you
anymore. And I mean,
What's
the day is
happening
already
today?
over. The day is already over. It's like soon 10 p.m. So Halloween is done almost. And
Is what?
it's done basically for
Oh,
the day.
my
All
signal.
the
My
kids are
my
back.
signal's low.
Oh, that's why you froze.
My signal's cutting out.
Yeah, so I didn't
Okay, I
really
think
do
I'm back.
anything.
Y'all
I
have
hear
all
you.
of those like death metal bands and satanic groups over there. Y'all should have a good Halloween. I think. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but can you hear me?
It was cutting out for a second. My signal was going low, but I think it's
Okay,
back.
but it's fine now.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. So no, I have not done anything special for Halloween today, other than
Other than go to
Meaning-
school. Hey, I want to hear about your classes too.
I've been skipping a few of them recently, basically due to the weather. It's
Oh.
so it rains so much. Like you don't. I know I moved to like the west coast of Norway, which is famously rainy, but you don't really think about it, what it actually means that it's gonna rain all the time. But it's so. I don't want.
And it's real rain. It's like rain.
Yeah,
Not just
yeah.
a drizzle.
No. Like where your shoes will be wet for 3 days afterwards. So I have to like either pay for the bus, which isn't cheap, basically a meal a day extra.
You don't
That's
get a
the price.
student bus pass or something? Wow.
Nope. Oh well, you get a sale. It is cheaper as a student, but it's still not ideal. So yeah, no, I've been staying home for a few days, and also I overslept on 2 days. One of them was because of a stream I was with you.
I was about to say.
Yeah, that was one of them. But luckily it was for the most complicated and memorization intensive class. So I'm fine.
This is having a bad influence on your education, or maybe you're getting a better education here.
Yeah, because imagine,
knows?
like, I would have either way have been bad at paying attention in class and actually getting class and all that stuff. But at least here I have an outlet that's somewhat intellectual, rather than just watching YouTube, which is my go-to basically. Now again, what I watch on YouTube is knowledgeable. Like, you do get knowledge from it, but it's not the same as actually talking.
Yeah, same here. YouTube is not my go-to. I rarely turn on TV anymore.
Yeah. Well, okay, I do turn on the TV, but that's only to connect my phone to it so I can watch YouTube on the big screen.
Yeah, that's what I have. Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
It's
so
I'm at television. I get network. I have my few shows, my regular shows that I watch each week, but outside of that, I don't even browse for new shows anymore.
I don't think I have cable at all. Because why would I? I'm just renting this place. I don't think there's a cable station. And I mean, like, a cable box. I mean, I don't think there is. And there doesn't seem to be any connection. Like, I don't think I have cable at all. And I'm not bothered by it.
Thank you, Joe. That shows that you're a very logical, intelligent person. I don't know what other people saw in that debate, but there was even a part where Andrew was like rattling off. He's like, premise number 1, blah blah blah. Premise number 2, blah blah blah. Premise number 3, blah blah. And they were just disconnected claims and statements. There was no conclusion to it. None of that's logic. That's rhetoric. That's Andrew talking out of his head and trying to pass it like it's pseudo logic. He's casting it in the form of a logical argument, but it wasn't an actual logical argument. He was just blowing words at me. So I don't know how people missed all of that, but I'm glad you caught it. So yes, I do. I agree. I think I won that one on logic. Andrew won it on persuasion. Maybe because he could persuade his audience and his base, but all of my people run off of logic, and they could clearly see that he didn't. Not only was he not responding to my arguments, I don't even think he was comprehending them.
Yeah. You know what I've been considering? Like, if I manage to build up the willpower, I want to study like formal logic. I even have a book ready.
Wait, what? Dude, that was one of the... I took Logic 101. That was one of the first philosophy classes I took. It was easy. It was so easy. Like, you don't even have to build up to it. I can't believe that you're not already taking it.
Well, it's about willpower. I just need to actually do it. And it's much
I think
easier
you'd enjoy it. Do you like math? Do you enjoy math?
Yeah, it's fine. But not something I inherently
damn it
attracted to.
My signal. It was like really fun math. It was more fun than math, but it was very similar to like basic math. Not even.
Yeah.
In fact, they have it's Boolean algebra.
Maybe I should actually.
And you would, as a writer, it would help you because we would take passages from literature and we would translate them into Boolean algebra and then perform logical analysis on them. So it helps you see the logical structure of writing.
You know, what I'd ideally want to be able to do is just to be able to live or on the spot structure the arguments of an opponent, into its logical components and tackle them or restructure them or whatever, just to be able to view it more mathematically, and then you can you can just
wait. There's
the and change it and everything.
So you're low in earnestness. That was a big 5 facet. People low in earnestness have more of a tendency to manipulate and calculate rather than just be frank and straightforward. They have that double track. That's why it's hard for me to lie, because whatever's in my brain, I just open up and let it out. And people that are low in earnestness have this extra track that they can calculate it against and just decide what to let out and what to keep in. There's like double track processing involved. I'm horrible at
that. But I'm also lazy, and that is on every level of my being, and so often I'm just too lazy to be manipulative, even though I know it's going to be beneficial to me, and I don't want to put an effort in this or that. And so
that's some other facet of conscientiousness then. Like,
yeah.
Hang on. Like, let's see. Dutifulness or achievement striving me. Self-discipline. I bet that's what it is. To tolerate difficulties and boredom in the name of completing your task. Lower scores are less tenacious and more inclined to procrastinate. Like you have this natural baseline of like level of exertion you're willing to put into things, and
Yeah,
pushing beyond that is more difficult.
yeah, and I think that's only been exacerbated. I think that's the right word, by the fact that I just, through childhood and every single situation, I haven't really had any need to spend that much effort. That the little
That comes
effort
from
I
level of
spend is,
challenge.
yeah. And so I've never actually gotten into the habit of challenging myself. And
Yeah.
like, of course, it isn't like I'm not grappling with difficult concepts, but usually they aren't that useful in the moment. I'll gladly think up new theories of personality instead of just actually working through the the book, the personality book. Yeah, it's
That's
one
that's why, like in the gifted school, that's what they did with us. They knew how to adjust the level of challenge to the gifted to make so that make it made sure we had the right amount of stimulation and challenge, but not so much that we got so frustrated that we gave up. And
yeah,
a lot of like ordinary public schools don't know how to do that with the gifted.
I think that definitely is a part of it. And also,
But to me, like just being a freshman at college is challenging enough. But you
yeah,
know what you could do?
what?
Formal logic. Just stretch. Just stretch yourself to do. That's what we do. We call it stretch goals. You have a goal and you figure out a way to stretch it just a little bit to make it slightly more challenging. And so, a formal logic class might be a good stretch goal.
True. Um, like getting anything in class would be nice, getting anything through that medium and being forced like that. But at the same time, yeah. But
He
I'm
has a
getting,
podcast. Do you
yeah.
still do your podcast?
Oh no,
Oh.
it's been over 1 year since the final episode, but I'll still find the link because
Here, I'll drop it. I have it.
I like the quality. I'll say,
Microscopic problems.
yeah, and astronomical
And
solutions.
it was they did it. They did it live in a professional podcasting studio. It's
Yeah, we
very
built
high
like a proper
production.
studio. We bought, blackout curtains to build the wall, and we had
Signal
multiple
of mine
professional
keeps going out.
microphones. I believe so. One of my friends, they borrowed their father's camera, and it was about $4,000. We like used actual high quality stuff and a proper sound studio and proper microphones. We even had like a pelt on the table. I'm so sad we began with that in the final year because it sort of ended very early. We could have done so much more.
Are you still in touch with the guys, or did they all go their own way?
Oh yeah, I'm in touch with them. Of course, I talk to them often, but the issue is that, well, one of them is up here in Trondheim with me,
Wow.
studying psychology, but the other guy, he's back at home and he's gonna join the military. Not willingly, he's conscripted. He's gonna join in January, and so our paths just split. And it's, the guy in the military. He's the one who is the editing guy and the person who organizes it, who has that skill set, and so it's not as viable for me to do it, for example. And also, I think it's just I'm wary of publishing more under my own name because I'm afraid of sort of being so much better at a later time that I'll look back and like, oh, that was horrible. But at the same time, that I am still proud of the podcast, so I
I
certainly
mean, you're
look at
19 years
it.
old. Every creative goes through that.
Yeah.
Wow, what is going on with you?
Hi.
Hey guys.
Are you part of the bee too? What's
That's
up?
certainly a setup.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah,
Happy Halloween.
that's right. Yeah, man. Happy
Speaking
Halloween.
of productive values.
Salwayne.
Solid,
Sure.
yeah. Are you
You're
doing
gonna
anything
go
today,
hard,
or did
go all
you?
the way, brother? Nah, I'm not doing none of that. I did a Halloween stream a couple days ago with somebody who requested that I dress up, and I sweated for a solid 2 hours trying to make it happen. It's like by the time I took that unitard off, it was soaked, man. Hate it.
What were you? Let me look it up.
Freakazoid. It's what is it? TNC, the naughty corner with AJOT. It was Tuesday, I think. Yeah, Tuesday.
Was it alive? Let me see.
Yeah,
Spooktacular Halloween. Let's.
Han Eirik, når kommer du hjem?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow, you had did
Great.
other people show up?
Hva ses
You,
du da?
you do vertical. I'm seeing. Looks like
Ha
you're
det.
doing
Kos deg
vertical.
hjemme.
Yeah, that's one of my experimental shows that I do in a different format just to see what it does, and it generally does better for viewership.
People are saying it draws a different audience, though.
A totally different audience. These people are less likely to show up for like a regular live stream, but more likely to show up. See, I got to thinking, most of my subscribers come from shorts. So if I do shorts, I get statistically more views, although I don't know where that view time goes. I'm not sure where it lands.
Because these are people on their phones that just want constant stimulation.
For the most part, yes. And I can do the visual stimulation. Right?
I can see that.
Yeah.
I got more stuff I can plug in over here. I can make it absolutely downright.
Wait, plug in. So that's not just a background?
Well, it is a background, but it's things that I went and made and clipped myself. Like I went and found the smoke. Like, hold on, I'll show you.
What?
Proud Heart is one layer, right? And then the red smoke is another layer, right? Where's
is this
smoke?
OBS through OBS?
Yeah. I have a blue storm. There's some light in there for the power, you know. And if I'm feeling especially red pilled, we could go with the red storm for the power. You know?
I feel so naked.
That's because you're sexy when you're naked.
Gives me something to work up to. Wow.
There is one thing about using OBS to StreamYards like this. And I'm on a laptop, so I don't have a whole lot of power on the other end of it. And it's kind of easy sometimes to outstrip what I'm working with. But if you shut everything down in OBS when you shut it off, when you start it up, it's not running everything. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you turn everything off, go into all your little clicks, and make sure it doesn't automatically start up until you tell it to, and that kind of stuff. And that'll lower the necessities for not bandwidth, but your processor speed and whatnot, RAM and stuff.
I have OBS and I opened it up and I got way overwhelmed with it. I don't even know what I'm doing.
Yes, sir.
It is pretty cool.
Break it down into bite-sized pieces. Figure out the one thing you want to be able to do, and then bang your head against it until you figure out how to do that one thing. And once you figure out how to do that one thing, you'll realize that everything works the same way you did that.
Oh,
it's just that you have to source it properly, and that's where people run into problems. Like sometimes people will try to do a really complicated background with lots of moving stuff. And sometimes it's easier to do that and just record it as a dead copy and then just loop that edit, right? Rather than trying to do 15 overlays and a whole bunch of different things. You do all of that one time with no camera involved. Record it.
And then it saves it and you can just call it up.
You add another video to your stack and go get that recording. Well, first you take it to an editor and loop it so that it looks right. But then you bring it back to, once you've saved it, you bring it up in OBS, you set your opacity and all that stuff. And OBS is an extremely powerful program, but it's also equally complicated. So it's not for everybody.
What does it give that StreamYard doesn't? Like, what are some of the extras?
Well, I could go pick anything. Like, I'll do it on the fly right now. Hold on. We're going to look up, name something that makes a decent meme.
Satan. Well, it's Halloween. Let's pick something Halloween.
Yes, Halloween meme. We'll do that. That works.
This is already fast. I'm hypnotized already by the background.
All right. Just
Certainly
raw
fast.
balls Halloween meme. I want to find an image. Oh, this
You
guy.
just like
We're
go pull it off of Google or something.
save image as. Just snatch it right off of Google. That's right. And then I come over in my OBS, add a new feature, or what do you call it? A new source as an image. I'm going to name it Pumpkin. And I'm going to get that image directly from my download file, which is where I put all my pictures that I download, because that's the way computers work, right? Bam. And poof.
Oh, so like in StreamYard, it just shares the screen in one very specific format, but OBS,
Right.
you have more control over how you
that,
share.
and I have this ability, which is something that StreamYard really doesn't give you at all. Like I said, it is a really complicated system, and so there's a whole bunch of moving parts to it, but it's not impossible.
You can
So
also
we'll go
modulate
in
your
here.
microphone through OBS. You know.
Oh.
so-
I actually, this is actually, here, I'll show you in a second. Hold on. We're going to do it that way. Skadoosh. There we go. Now, this is actually my window shared.
Wow.
So if I wanted to go to YouTube, I could pop up a YouTube video behind me, make me a little square in the corner and all that stuff. The only reason I don't use this is when I'm in StreamYard, I have this huge name over here. That's like,
Oh, yeah. Is there a way to get rid of that? Or you have to? have
yeah,
a
you
name?
can click a button, but you don't need to. Don't bother. Because you're not doing this. It's not an issue. Like if you bring up a comment from the chat, just click a comment, random one, doesn't matter, to highlight on the screen. All of our names disappear while the comment's up there. And
Yeah, I hate that feature.
well,
like to
when the
see these
names
on the
disappear, if I'm on top layer, my name disappears. I get the full clear screen. There's a couple of other tricks you can do, like if you've got two computers, like two whole computers, not just multiple screens, you can come into your own StreamYard as a guest and you're with an extra computer, and you can use it for your screen share and your video files and all of your sharing and stuff. And it limits the amount of crap that you've got going on one computer, right? So you could feasibly come in on your phone and use your computer to share all your information and media and stuff.
Oh, yeah. I see.
Right.
It sounds like it would be useful for people that are taking their streams to the next level of production.
Well, with OBS, you can essentially accomplish anything you have ever seen on TV or YouTube. You can recreate, for the most part, and it'll. Wait a second. Do you want me to make you a sandwich, Ricardo Sunshine? That's so sweet. You're gonna buy me a drink? I should have some rub, but I don't. Still got time.
Oh, it is Halloween.
It is
Trick or
All
treat.
Hallows Eve. This is true. All Hallows Eve.
The ghost tomorrow's the date, the All Souls Day.
Yeah. Tomorrow's the one day of the year that my baby mama walks around in a fucking bikini all day. She's covered in candy skulls. Her tattoos, she's got like 100 candy skulls. Like, it's wild. People weird out when they see my baby mama because they see me and they see my wife and they see my kids. And then they look over and it looks like she's trying to be camouflaged against a tagged building. Like, I mean, they're well done. Don't misunderstand me, but you can't tell initially when you first look at it because it's over like 300 tattoos.
Oh my
from,
God.
like right here. She had a thyroid surgery. They took out part of her thyroid. She had a big scar across her neck. So she put a dotted line with a pair of scissors saying, "Cut here."
I like her already. And so she does it like in honor of All Souls Day.
No, she's just fucking nuts, dude. She's a wild one. What are you talking about, man? Like, she's a redhead from Central Georgia. She just does it because she thought it was cool, and once it became a thing, she just kept going. You know. The funniest one she's got a tattoo on her big toe, and it's like she's got tattoos everywhere, so that's not unusual. But there's this one crappy one of like a smiley face on her big toe, and it looks like some 3-year-old did it, and she has it tattooed over it. And I'm like,
That's awesome.
Does she have anywhere else to tattoo?
I haven't seen her naked in a while. I would assume so, but her back is covered with like bat wings or maybe demon wings with feathers that are poking out here and there. There's she has a rose that goes from her right breast over her shoulder up under the edge around her freaking middle and crawls down into the nether regions. Probably goes down her leg because I haven't really investigated strong. That's not my wife, bro. Like, I can't check. But if you meet her in public, this is the funniest thing. If you meet her in public, the only tattoos are visible are on the back of her left hand. That's it. She will wear like freaking Wednesday Addams sleeves and a choker, ankle length, like knee length socks and ankle length dress.
Oh my God.
And people are like, wait, that's your baby's mom? I'm like, yeah. Why not? I mean, she only stabbed me once. It's okay.
What? What?
Do we even want to know?
I know. I'm sitting on the edge. Like, how do I want to jump in?
I probably deserved it. I'm not gonna lie.
That doesn't help the case.
I'm not trying to help.
Did it bond you? Like, did the conflict keep you together?
No. We weren't together. Oh. I have a special place in that woman's heart to piss her off. Like, I can do it in 3 words flat, like from a perfectly rational creature to the, flaming devil being that she becomes when she snaps. I can do it in 3 words. I'm not going to say them. It might be like a spell. I'm not sure. That woman is I'm glad she's on my side. Yes. Because if you need a Karen, there is nothing better than somebody who is perfectly willing to stand up to a 6'7" officer while screaming in their face. That has no fear, 0 fear, none.
She's a Karen killer.
Yeah.
We are going to need more of those.
One of my favorite things about the whole situation is all right, so I had 1 kid with her. She has 3 children. The oldest dad died. The youngest one's dad is a dweeb of some sort and just kind of dipped out. I guess he found out he was gay or something. I don't know exactly what happened because it's not my life, right? I didn't ask. But it's gone. So when all that went down and suddenly she was single and had 3 kids, one of them was mine, we just adopted the other 2 kids and started taking them on vacations with us and stuff. So if you see us all together, it's really, really funny because my kid's white as the driven snow. The oldest one is kind of dark skinned and the youngest one looks like he's from like the Philippines or something.
They're all related.
It's like, who are these people? Well, that's my wife. That's my baby mama. That's my baby. That's my other baby. That's my other baby. That's her husband. That's his father. That's her father. But if something goes wrong with one of these kids in school, you get us all. You get the whole clan, bro. You get me, whoever the father was. You get the new husband. You get my wife. You get everybody, bro. You best be rolling. What's up, Broken System? Good
Kitty,
to see you,
take care. Have a good Halloween. Hopefully we'll be here for a while, so please stop back. Yeah, it sounds like there's more diversity in your whole family than I don't know why.
With the name I have, right? People assume that I've got some kind of a racism bone just because I stuck Caucasian at the front of my name, right? Everybody assumes it. I get booted out of chat because, Caucasian, you must whatever, dude. My daughter's darker than you are. Whatever. Whatever, dude. That whole trope doesn't work anymore. People, the old school racism that used to exist has gone so far underground. I'm in Georgia. I hadn't seen it. Like,
That's why they have to make up all this new racism, this invisible, implicit
yeah, they have
racism,
to
because
make
there's
it
no real racism left.
Hey,
exactly.
well, actually, on Twitter though, I have to add, like on Twitter, I've genuinely seen like proper anti-Indian racism. Like,
Okay, sure.
Full extent, but not IRL.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist.
Yeah,
I'm simply saying that there's not roving bands of white guys walking around with billy clubs bringing up strange fruit anymore. That's not a thing that happens. You know? And if you haven't read Strange Fruit, stop what you're doing immediately, run out and go read it. That's an excellent
book. I know the Billie Holiday song. Let me look at the book.
Oh, no, I don't think that's the same song.
Yeah.
There's a poem called Strange Fruit that was written by a little girl back in like the 20s, right? And it's a story. It's a wholesome tale about her waking up, talking to her mommy, walking to school, and then on the way back, she comes by a tree that has the strangest fruit she's ever seen on it. So she goes and asks her mama what it is, and they take her back over there to find out, and it's a hanging tree.
Yeah, that is the song. Billie Holiday did a song about it.
Wild.
Strange fruit hanging from southern trees.
Yeah. It's a good reference, and nobody got it, and I feel bad.
Yeah, I think the strange fruit days are far behind us. I grew up just across the border from Texas, and they had a little sundown town that was well known when I was growing up. That if you're black, don't stop there after dark. Make sure you're not in the town after dark. Even that place now has black people living. In fact, in the 90s, the government tried to move a black family in. They gave them free housing and everything, and they left like within months. They could not stay in that town.
It is hard to stand against an entire society when it appears to be the entire society. And if you convince yourself that society is against you, you will become bitter and angry and try to take vengeance on those around you that resemble that society. That's where we're at.
I want to talk to more people that, now that I'm studying this kind of stuff, like cultural capital, I want to talk to more people that feel like they're oppressed and see why they feel that way. But the last time I tried it on this stream, it was this lady that believed that white school teachers get together and meet and coordinate ways to make school harder for black people so that they don't succeed and graduate, so they get filtered out of the school system by the time they reach adulthood. You get that kind of crazy stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody. Okay. One of the first things I generally ask people once we've, had a conversation, hi, I'm Sasquatch, you're Dolbiz, how you doing? Do you believe in coincidence?
In what?
Coincidence.
Yeah, coincidences happen all the time.
Dolbiz?
That is
you have to think about it.
Special question.
It is a loaded question. He didn't catch it, but it's good that you pause. Because there's a whole bunch of stuff that leads out from the answer to this question. But do you accept the premise of coincidence, that things just happen sometimes?
Randomness.
Well, okay. I'm still so young. I don't have a philosophical position. If
this is not a gotcha,
predetermined. No. I know that. I know that there are two different positions. Is everything a predetermined? Just that everything happens for a reason or not? Like, I don't know. So I can't say a coincidence.
So people who don't believe in coincidence are difficult to conversate with because they believe everything has a reason. Everything has a purpose. There's a plan. If you can just figure it out, you can see the future.
Yeah. Like if you know the state of every atom, you can predict the entire future. The classical...
Sure, but this goes further than that. We're talking about something that's beyond a thought experiment. This actually has to do with how you personally deal with reality, right? Because if something can't be a coincidence, then it has to be on purpose, some reason for it to happen. And one of two things is the byproduct of this. Either the person believes that all these terrible things happen because they deserve it, or they start looking for the people responsible for making all these horrible things happen. When all it can be, if you believe in coincidence, is a series of bad decisions on things that you didn't have full information on. And suddenly it looks like you're oppressed because you chose wrong. You didn't get the right
So
upbringing.
it's a way of people making sense of their misfortunes or their
Sure. And a lot of people don't want to
situations
answer
they
the
find themselves
question, why do bad things happen to good people? Why would God let that happen? Right? If you add coincidence to the concept of God, then bad things can still happen without God being the direct responsor to it.
and bad things happen to bad people too. It's not just the good people.
You don't quell about that at all, though. Who is B More Busker?
Hey,
Hi.
Busker.
A good guy.
I
Happy
play
Halloween.
Cajun accordion. Hey, how's it going, man? Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. This is my holiday.
Yeah.
What's going on over there today?
Like every day I'm sitting in my bed, not doing much.
Well, you can
But I'm
hang out
not
here with
getting
us.
fat though. Thank God. I can't get fat because I don't eat a whole lot. In fact, I basically eat one meal a day
Yeah,
for health reasons.
I don't eat much either. I find my appetite slowing down. Plus, I'm streaming all the time. I don't remember to eat. I forget to eat.
Just eat on stream, like every big streamer
Yeah,
does.
that's what I'm.
Hold up
that's what I
now.
end up doing.
There's an entire niche of people willing to pay you to be on camera when eating. So my suggestion is
I don't want to be around those people. That's
hold up.
creepy.
No,
I
no,
don't
no. You
kink
don't have
shame,
to be
but
around them. You don't have to be around them. All you have to do is bring up an avatar when you're eating, right? And then when someone offers you money to drop the avatar, just take the money and drop the avatar and continue what you were doing perfectly normally.
we have super chats.
You're gonna get rich now.
Got to figure
Where's
out
Lauren?
something.
At? We need Lauren. Lauren's the one that likes to watch people eating. She's the one that pays for that.
I want to do a goal if I can think of a good one. Let me think of a small one to start.
How about world peace?
I will.
Small, easy. We can throw it right out there. No problem.
I will create world peace if I get $5 $10 super chats. Then we will have world peace. Eric Lawless. Happy Halloween. Let me send you back to hell so you can enjoy your day. I don't know how you got out. It's like Fantasia. Well, you know, like the night on Ball Mountain where he summons up all the demons from the other world. For some reason today, they're all showing up here. These people were all supposed to be banned.
Hold on. Let me spray you down with lighter fluid. Hit you with freaking holes.
Man, Eric Lawless, where's my money? You owe me. He told me he would send me a cash app if I let him on channel to debate me, and he came up and debated me, and I never saw a penny.
Hold on. I have an issue with this whole debate concept I see running around on YouTube. You're all doing it wrong. Without a moderator, without an independent moderator, it's not even actually a debate. It's two
even
guys
with the
yelling.
moderators, it's not,
Depends on the
often not a
moderator,
debate.
really.
Yeah, it depends.
And often degenerates into screaming matches. That's true.
Well,
That's
it's the blood sports more than that's like the debate with Andrew. It wasn't a debate. It was content for his audience.
You remember the Kumite? Anybody else old enough to remember? I know you don't, Egg. Don't start with me. You don't remember the Kumite. Don't give me this. The Kumite was the first blood sport. It was like, I can't remember who all it was, but it was like Ethan Ralph, Triple H, and a couple of others that are huge YouTubers or have been huge YouTubers since then. And they did this whole blood sport debate with flashy things happening when people did certain things and yada, yada, yada. There was one before that, but I can't remember what it was named. But the Kumite was, as far as I know, the first debate channel that made any headway.
I've never heard of it. I didn't even know about the Crucible until a year or so
ago. You want
ago.
some spooky stuff on screen? I can do some spooky stuff.
Real actual debates, I think, would be very boring to people. I don't think it'd have a wide YouTube audience. They get very nerdy and pedantic.
I mean,
I agree. You are correct.
Debates come from politics. You know, its structure is made so politicians can debate policies and decide.
It's rhetorical persuasion. It's deliberative oratory.
People just want a conversation that occasionally gets fiery and it's interesting. They just say debate, but they don't want, okay, you now have 3 minutes to respond, and then you have 3 minutes, and now it's a 5-minute presentation. Like, people don't want that. They want to
fight and argue.
Yeah,
and defend their values.
exactly. Or so some are good faith. It does, but most people start in a position that my values are, they are correct and they're gonna stay correct. But
I did a little bit on with Flow State last night on evolution, and I don't know if you've ever seen me take the approach of debating or any using any kind of debate tactics at all, Jeff. I don't think I've ever actually took up a debate the whole time I've been on Flow Stage, not once. Well, last night Flow State came in and was like, I want pushback on evolution. Right. He says he doesn't believe in evolution, but he couldn't really give me a good reason why. So we spent a little while asking and answering questions to determine what his issue with evolution is. Essentially, it comes down to he's not going to live long enough to prove it.
To experience it directly for himself.
Right. And I brought up a whole bunch of different examples of part meal, piece meal, or allele distribution, behavioral changes, stuff like that. But one of the other guys on the panel got hung up on horses, and horses are a bad example. Like dogs, they're so modified by human intent that even wild horses are actually 100 generations from their natural counterparts. There's no such thing as wild horses other than like the quagga. And so when you're talking donkeys and horses, you're really talking about the same species. Ultimately, they're both equus. Right.
What about zebras?
Zebras are out. They are equus, but they are they have a little bit of, it looks like somebody may have attempted to domesticate them in the past and it didn't take. Genetically speaking, they have a few double and triple tandems in their genetics that look an awful lot like people might have kept them as pets for a while. Some selective breeding got snuck in there.
Okay, let me get the spooky stuff. Do you think that's where the stripes came from?
Oh no, I think the stripes came first.
Yeah.
From camouflage.
Dude, that would be wild to see a hybrid of a zebra and like some other. What's the name of the scientist?
I think they have them, don't they?
I didn't know.
And well, where did the evolution conversation end up?
Well, you know, Flow State. I mean, he's
I
not
was about
going
to say it's called a zebroid. They do. You can cross it with any other equine to create a zebroid.
But the zebroid can't reproduce on its own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like a mule.
It's like this cat I had. It had three.
Same true for a horse and a quagga too. So. You know.
Oh wow! Look how they appear half like horizontally.
It's like a.
This is fake.
I was gonna say
some of these are fake.
That's gotta be.
But so where did the evolution conversation end up? Like, what was the finale?
Yeah, how much did Flo make off of it?
I don't even know, man. It was hit and miss all night. He kept picking up a few things. I think he did eventually open the panel, so that would have been $80 or something before I left. But Sean G got caught up on the equines, and I was just like, that's not a good basis. You know what I'm saying? That's not a good start for this. You can't start with something that has been selectively bred for 10,000 years and then went feral. That's not a wild animal, and that doesn't give you an example of natural evolutions. You know,
I mean, just look at plants. You know, just look at a potato. Like what humans have done to potato, or like the comparison between a wild potato and a. Well, actually, what was his opposition with evolution?
Primarily that he couldn't. Okay, first of all, let me back off this so I can cover the bases properly. All right. So his primary issue was autogenesis of life. There is no source from which evolution may spring, right? And I had to explain to him, evolution doesn't describe the beginning of life. It merely explains the changes life takes place through deep time, right? He's like, he doesn't believe in speciation, that one species can become separate species. And so I gave him the example of the cichlids, right, in Lake Victoria. I'm like, there's 500 species or 500 genre of cichlids in there, but there's a particular one that lives in the sandy bottoms of Lake Victoria there's a separate group of the same species that lives in the Rocky Bottoms. They do not breed. They don't breed because of different habits, that not anything genetic. There's no reason they shouldn't breed, except one group hangs out in the rocky areas, the other group hangs out in the sandy areas, and they have behavioral differences that separate them.
Yeah,
So they don't breed.
Their turf, right?
Well, it has to do with where they lay their eggs, right? The females of one group, they're the same species, like identical. They can breed and produce viable offspring. The offspring are only viable insofar as they do not try to reproduce. When they try to reproduce, they can't. They have difficulties finding a mate in the group that they are born from when they crossbreed, because the behavioral changes seem to be carried on genetic alleles. They'll go and try to be in the rocky area without the right behaviors to be chosen as a breeder. The other example I used for, and this is mainly, the tiger fish from the Zambezi River. There's like, I don't know, 60 species of those damn things, but only like 4 of them can actually breed and produce anything resembling viable offspring. But my favorite is there's a group of, I think they're howler monkeys, but I might have the type of monkey wrong. I can picture it, but I can't remember what the name of it is. Anyway, about 100 years ago, one of these groups of monkeys discovered that you can open a Brazil nut if you've got a big enough rock. So this particular monkey started opening Brazil nuts for his little clan of about 10 monkeys. Weird thing is, the only monkeys that started doing this themselves were his progeny. He would breed. The baby monkeys would learn to do that from him, but not the other baby monkeys that were born to other males. They didn't bother coming over and trying to learn, but his did. Later, when the pack breaks up, these go off. They're healthy, they're strong, they've got food all their life and can get food at the drop of a hat with very little effort. They just got to find another rock, right? So they do. Now, here we are 200 years later. These rock using monkeys are all over the Amazon, and it's really difficult to find a group that doesn't have at least one guy in there that knows how to open a Brazil nut.
Huh.
Wow.
That is a
So
stage.
it shows up that quickly?
Well, it's the genetic aspect here, right? This is the only reason I bring it up is because it shows the direct genetic, the direct effect of genetics on learned behaviors. Because not just any monkey learn. The capuchins are fucking tiny little fuckers. They're like this big. I had one on my shoulder at the zoo. It's so cute, like a little red person. Sorry. I went to a zoo many years ago. While I was walking around the zoo, I was standing there smoking a cigarette, and one of the zoo folks came over and touched me on the shoulder and was like, "Can you come with us?" And when I looked, I had a little capuchin on my shoulder, and he was sitting there just pulling at my hairs. And I was like, "She said, chill out, just come with us." And I walked through the little door over, and they put me in a cage, and then she shooed him off my shoulder and got me out, shut the cage. We've been after her for 2 weeks.
Did it go after your beard?
Well, he tugged on this part and like my hair and was picking at the edge of my shirt and stuff because I had on a tie-dyed shirt. It was cute as it could possibly be.
So is with the monkeys, is it like, it sounds like the trait of openness, like his progeny were born with some kind of openness, higher openness that predisposed them to absorbing the knowledge of how to open the nut.
Or it has to do with sort of the feral version of respect, right? Like my children don't respect you as a father, and so don't do what you do. But your children do respect you as a father, and so they do what you do. I know that's vague and not
it's
quite on point.
mimetic. They imitate what they see,
But
so they're more predisposed to imitate the father.
Monkey see, monkey do.
Yeah.
Would imply that any monkey that sees you gain food would try to imitate it to gain the food, but that's not the case.
But they weren't.
They don't do that in the wild. That's not how that works.
More intelligent ones.
They'd have to be trained.
Were you able to convince Flo in the end?
No, there's no convincing Flo. Are you just
He's still on the heliocentric. I mean what is the geocentric
Heliocentrism?
model of the universe?
Okay.
see what?
Geocentrism.
I wouldn't even try to
Geocent.
get
He doesn't
it's like-
believe in the heliocentric model.
How?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you anything.
Something about the math doesn't work out. He's a brilliant mathematician.
Brilliant. Yeah.
I personally, my theory of Flo. Hey, Flo, happy Halloween if you watch it. It's content. It's content, or it's whatever he thinks is gonna have
subject
interesting
Welcome to the
content.
show, bud. Okay, all right. So all of this kind of ties together as far as the whole reason why I work with Flo the way I do. When I see Flo's channel operating, I see a really strange creature under a rock that's never been discovered before. Because look at this. Homie, when I found him, he had 1,200 subscribers and might pull out 150 viewers per stream.
That's a lot.
I mean, it was hit and miss. It'd be the hit, it might be 40, it might be 150, but it was always over 30, like every time. So that's an amazing amount of interaction on a channel. That is well above performance level, right? So after I interviewed him, I explained to him, I was like, look, your channel is very, very strange. I don't know how to quantify it or why it is this way. I would like to observe it as long as you'll let me, right? And he sent me keys to the StreamYard, gave me a really short list of things not to do, and it's fairly simple. We're both highly freedom-minded individuals. And so I am aware that I'm abbreviating my decisions a little bit by letting him have a cap on certain things, but it's not my channel. So it doesn't matter. It has no effect on me. On the other hand, things like shorts and when he happens to plug into an algorithmic tick or something, like I noticed that stuff like right out the gate. I'll see it pointed out and be like, I'm not sure exactly what you did, but you really nailed it on that or on this or this thing, And he was like, okay. So my only purpose essentially when it comes down to it is if someone comes in doing something that is on the very edge of violating terms of service and could be utilized to strike the channel, I put an end to that and explain myself later.
I see. Because he might not always catch it. He likes to push
Right.
that edge.
Well, yeah, that's his purpose there, is to push the envelope, which is fine. But you've got to have somebody around to kind of say, hey, don't look at this over here. Let me take that down. That's no good.
I kind of do that too here. I never know where that edge is. But the numbers you talk about, we were pulling that in for a while, at least 30. We were probably averaging 50 or 60, but it was the drama. And then once I got rid of all the drama, the numbers went back down.
Sure, and I get that. And I've encountered one other channel that has similar interaction, or at least did before it got demonetized, and she kind of quit messing with it. She was pulling down around 100, 120 views. She had like 512 subscribers. Like, how are you going to get 120 people in her freaking chat? And I mean, like, actively chatting in the chat. That shit. Like, how are you going to do that with only 500 subscribers? That is crazy, but it has to do with drama. It does. Mm-hmm. So here's where you run into a problem. You start up on the drama thing. You see the numbers it can produce, and either you decide it is worth the effort to try to ride this freaking bull, or you decide it's not worth the effort and you do away with the drama and you go back to your hoity-toity, fuddy-duddy channel that's not banging and booming anymore, right? I don't do drama. I know that sounds really weird because I'm over here like producing for Flow State, which is like the drama slut. But I don't do drama. I think that's why he accepts me in the backstage, is because that's not me. But I recognize it when I see it, and I have been around YouTube for the past 10 years as multiple channels. So I've seen it.
Yeah, I had to get off that bull too. It was conflicting with my primary goals for starting this channel. I couldn't figure out how to do both at once.
If you go back in my backlog and find out when Flow State's live stream took place, when I actually interviewed him, I met him 3 days before that live stream. The first time I ever talked to him, that I remember talking to him, that he remembers talking to me. If we encountered each other in chat before that, we didn't notice.
I'm looking it up. Is that your what do you call that series?
Sasquatch Shills. The Sasquatch Shills is episodic. It's attached to a live stream. It may have been privated. I don't know. I'd have to check.
Let's see.
But I usually private my live streams after I put up the episodes. And I think it's genius myself the way I worked this out. This gave me really big headaches until I figured it out. I set up a show with 3 layers. The first part is, you've been on Sasquatch Shills, Jeff. You know how that works. You stream it to your channel. I stream it to my channel. If you want to invite people in to stream it to their channels, you can. I don't care. That's fine. It's all copyright-free material. Nobody gets harmed through the filming of this. No animals are damaged. Good. When that the first hour ends, I end all the share screens, and from there, anything I do can be copyrighted because I'm not monetized. I'm not worried about copyrights at all, really, except for takedowns and whatnot. So, it's a little bit wilder, and that allows for a layering effect. Like at one point in time, I was doing 4 shows for every live stream that I was doing. I would start off on all the different platforms and then remove the share screens and then remove YouTube and then remove Twitter and then remove Rumble and then drop Twitch when I was done. Or whatever order I decided to do it in that night. The issue is you have to remember which platforms have what TOS, and that's hard. You get boosted from one and deuced out of another one on the same night.
Yeah, to this day, I don't know what the TOS is. I mean, I can read it, and they have vague parameters, but I don't know what specifically. And I hear all kind of rumors of what gets you struck. I don't remember
whose live stream it was, bro, but I sat down with a pint of rum one night and read the whole damn thing.
On live?
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, it was like 4.5 freaking hours, and every time it said violation, I took a shot until I couldn't talk anymore.
Because part of it's like algorithm, like the bots detect it, but then some of it is people can report it.
Did you save that? I want to hear this.
It was on somebody else's channel, and I got so hammered I don't remember whose channel I was on.
We only have half retards here, Mean. The full retards don't last very long here, but we can provide half retards. So I guess we have drama light here. I allow a certain amount of drama, but not the level that draws
the kids show.
Drama watchers. Drama is a very specific genre that people seek out on YouTube, and that level of drama I don't provide enough of. Deliberately.
This stream, Jeff, it's kind of like when rappers make a song, and then they publish a second song that's just censored, a censored version of the first.
Oh yeah, for this is the radio friendly.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my God, this is already one of the best Halloweens ever.
Weird.
Satan loves all of you.
Oh my God.
The taste of your crispy souls.
Crispy now, huh? I thought it was more, soft and crispy.
I could have said crusty. I just needed the hard sounds in there for it to sound like.
I know boiled.
Boiled is kind of floppy. What are you, English? Stop it.
Yeah.
Germanics.
I know, man. I can hear the accent.
My Swedish friend.
You're offensive over here. Stop it, Jeff.
You even eat like my Swedish friend too. That's not no offense, but that's just.
How do Swedish people eat?
With their mouth.
Like this dude was eating earlier.
I didn't even notice he was eating. I was too busy eating. Like dainty?
No, it was what is wrong? A little bit loud on the mic.
You're eating very poshly, I guess.
What does that mean? Okay,
I don't
actually,
know.
it's
I'm
what
trying to
you're
figure it
correct.
out too.
Jeff, you are correct. Earlier today, we made chicken wings and homemade fries. And my friend, we had a debate. Like, he's eating the chicken wings, with his hands, paper in his hands, and I'm eating with a fork and knife because I don't want to get all the dirt and gunk on my hands. And so,
That's
that is-
perfectly
I'd be the
logical.
same way. I learned
That's
to.
fine, dude. I used to work with a crew that always went to the same wing shack every freaking day for lunch, and they had like this really, really crappy side roll that was available other than chicken wings. It was like the only other thing they had other than chicken wings. So I went and bought a pack of freaking gloves, like those nitrile.
Yeah,
And I would
that's what you do, man.
Like the medical type gloves?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? I mean,
Nitrile-
I'm used to eating crawfish and all that growing up. We're used to mess.
Yeah, I've eaten most anything that don't try to eat me first, and a few things that have.
Even eating potato chips, like you get all that seasoning on your hand and it
Sure, but it's not
develops
And
that
that's
film. You can't ever lick it off.
You got to
It
lick
never
harder,
completely
baby.
licks off.
We might have just explained an entire section of your life.
Oh no!
The-
No.
It's all funsies.
Of course, always.
Yes, I noticed it too, Busker. I just saw it. Let me see. He did he grabbed it like under. It was very delicate.
Turn it over.
What did I do?
If you try to do it, it's not going to work because you're okay.
That was horrible.
Yeah, you're like doing it with a finger, and I would just grab. I would just like. And
How
you
should
have.
how should I put this into my mouth?
What are you eating? A chip?
A bag of chips.
Okay, so. Yeah, you grab it with like fingers.
Yeah. How else would I grab it?
No.
With a bunch of fingers. Like you're trying to minimize the surface area that touches the chip.
Exactly. Why wouldn't I?
And I just reach in
You
and
should be using your
scoop out
toes.
the chip. It gets all over my
What kind of
fingers. everywhere.
madness is this? How dare you eat with your fingers? Use your toes, sir.
Actually, there was a trend among like the middle class women in Norway to have chopsticks and eat like everything that's messy. You eat candy and chips with chopsticks, which looks
I mean,
so
it's genius.
hilarious.
Don't get me wrong. You can't do that with a fork. You're not going to pull that off with a spoon.
You can eat
chopsticks is
chips with a
genius.
fork.
I always use tongs. If I know I'm going to a Japanese or Chinese restaurant, I bring me a pair of freaking tongs.
Are you serious?
It's hilarious. They laugh their asses off about it. Like I have completely unraveled an entire restaurant, like broke down the buffet. They'd walk in, start laughing, and walk back out. I ain't said a word.
It took me forever to learn how to use a fork. I will never master chopsticks. I've tried.
I went to a local Asian restaurant here, and when I walked in, there's 3 generations working at this restaurant. There's the grandmother who generally does the handles the door and seats everyone. The mother who is running back and forth, bringing stuff for the buffet and serving people, and then the daughter who's like 17 who flits back and forth between working the door, seating people, the whole nine, right? I come up one afternoon and she comes in and says, the daughter, the 17-year-old comes in and is like, how many? I said, dose. She said, okay. And she sat us down and my wife goes, you're such an asshole. Why'd you do that? I was like, I don't know. It just strikes me as funny. I find it humorous. And then this chick comes over, brings me a glass of water and whispers in my ear, you do realize we're not the ones that do that.
What'd she say?
You do realize we're not the ones who talk like that. I said, yes, ma'am.
Oh my god!
She just whispered it. It was so sweet.
Aw.
She got a $20 tip.
Is that a microaggression?
Deserved.
It's beautiful. She waves at me every time she sees me in public now. I'm pretty sure she's watching my channel and just doesn't chat. Well, every time she sees me, she points at me, and I'm not sure that's a good thing. But she points at me and says something to someone else. I'm like, oh,
You have a lot of social capital
I wouldn't go that far, man. Nobody around here actually likes me. I used to be a junkie, and so like everyone locally kind of has bad experiences with me, and I don't blame them. I mean,
Is it
I
a
was
small town?
yeah.
Oh.
Like I can't get a job anywhere in this county because everybody
What?
hates me.
I would.
Everybody hates me.
Dude.
I was evil. I was a bad person. I do not deny this. I was strung out on every drug known to man, and I did all those things that you do for that type of reason. And
Was it because like you be under the influence?
Yeah, I was under all the influences, bro.
Oh.
Do you think it brings out the real you? Like that was who you really are, or is this?
Obviously not. You do things for your fix that you would never consider doing in your normal life.
That's right.
And there's more to it than that. And a lot of people don't consider this. That comes in layers. You do things today for a fix Friday. You do things today for a fix next Tuesday that may or may not be there, may or may not pay off, but you still do some shitty shit to somebody in order to have the better opportunity for that fix to show up later. And you don't even consciously register this.
Because that becomes your number one priority is where the next fix is coming from.
Yeah, and
God,
that's
I wish I had that
it.
about money.
But that simplifies. That's essentially what you're looking for is money. That's what it comes down to. And if you can maintain a $150 a day opiate habit, you can probably get rich just about anywhere you happen to land. If you can drive that towards the what's up, AJOT? Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
That's the
yeah. Like why aren't addicts wealthier if they could transfer that skill set of finding the next fix to money?
Okay, so at least as far as opiates are concerned, benzodiazepines, things like this, the physical withdrawal levels that take place drive you to become less and less moral because it's easier and easier to get the money to acquire the fix. Now, that's not a one-for-one comparison because people who are addicted to benzos are different from people who are addicted to alcohol or people who are addicted to opiates or meth. I mean, these are all different things. The only thing they share is the addiction. And so, like, you take an alcoholic. An alcoholic, they're willing to do any number of things to maintain that access to alcohol. It's not so much the drinking as it is the access to drinking that they work for.
But that's a lot easier to do in our society.
It is. And there's a big schism in the AA community about whether or not alcoholism falls in the same pail as addiction in general. And of course it does. Any addict can tell you that. But alcoholics think that because their drug of choice is legal, they are better somehow.
What? Oh, because they didn't fall for the illegals. They didn't have to do all.
Yeah, because they don't have 5 felonies on their record. They they can still vote. They've still got their firearms, but they killed 7 people in a DUI.
Yeah, dude, I've had like friends who are alcoholics, and they really like. There's some of them just like, why are you smoking pot, man? You're gonna ruin your life. And
maybe that's their own cope. Like
as you drink a 6-pack and drive home. Yeah.
Right. You're gonna kill 6 people, but I'm gonna sit here and get dumb, eat some chips, and watch some cartoons. Like, comparison.
Yeah. I mean, I can't talk though. I've been an alcoholic all my life, but I can't be because of my disease. It holds the whipping chain.
Mm-hmm.
I had a friend of mine. He had a saying. He said the chains of addiction are so light that you don't notice you have them until they are locked.
So people don't know they're addicted?
No. At first, you take a pill because your tooth hurts, and then you take a pill because your toe hurts, and then you take a pill because your knees hurt and your back hurts, and then it gets towards the end of the day one day, and you're fucking exhausted, and you want to go out and hang out with your friends that have all planned something, and so you pop another pill, one more than usual, and ain't no big deal. Next thing you know, you're out of your script. You're standing around with 2 weeks left on it, and you're like, wait a second, what happened? But then the very next time you get them filled, the same thing happens. It happens slowly, dude. And So a lot of people say, "Oh, well, you're addicted the very first time you do opiates." If you have any level of self-conscientiousness, when you realize it's that good, you don't do it again. That's what happened to me.
I mean, yeah, I've been prescribed opiates, but I never got addicted. I took them
It's not the same.
like I was supposed to take them and never.
Exactly. That's the difference. I became an addict because I have a lack of self-control.
But people that are doing, they know they're doing it. If your doctor tells you to take 2 a day and you're rationalizing yourself into taking 4 or 5, every time, I know I'm only supposed to take 2, but my toe hurts or I've had a bad day. Let me just take this one pill. So there's some level of awareness of kind of what they're
you're fully aware, but at the same time, okay, so let's take we'll use alcohol. Alcohol is a funny one, and it's a funny one, and it's kind of the exception that proves the rule. Have you ever seen a hardcore alcoholic go cold turkey? Starts off with the shades.
I'm not sure in person. I mean, there's a lot of alcoholics where I come from, but most of them don't try to quit. I don't know if I've actually seen an alcoholic in the process of coming off of alcohol.
Alcoholism is just as dangerous as addiction to benzodiazepines.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I've
they
heard
can
that.
cause a lot of the same types of problems. When I got off benzos, see, I cold turkeyed benzos and opiates at the same time without realizing that benzos were really the hard one to get off of on that one. I didn't know that they could physically kill you for not taking them.
That's right.
Didn't know. I had read it, of course, and I'm an intelligent person, and consciously I was aware, but at the same time, I was like, well, I wasn't taking that many, and yada, yada, yada. I was wrong. I was totally wrong.
That's what happened to Stevie Nicks. That's how I know about benzos.
I've been hooked on benzos for 14, 15 years now.
But you need them medically, don't you?
Yes,
still?
I do. Very much so. I have sleep
is that addiction? If you need, if it's legitimate pain management,
Yes.
does it still count as addiction?
Yes, it is addictive.
Oh,
Even
dude,
if you
it's like if I miss it after, if I go 48 hours missing it, I'm going to end up vomiting and I'm going to be very fucking angry.
if you go 72 hours, he'll start having seizures.
Yeah,
I went through 2 of those, dude. Those seizures are horrible too. They're bad.
Dude, yeah, the reason I take it, one of the reasons I take it is because I have sleep seizures, and it's not like epilepsy. It's like a simple partial seizure. It's like
Petite mouth.
Yeah, something like that. And yeah, I can't imagine if they took this away from me, they're just signing my death warrant.
Are you able to stay within the amount that they have set for you now?
Yeah, I mean, I just whoops.
Oh, somebody's
spam.
I don't know who's ringing.
That's
I don't want to dox anybody.
It's spam. Anyway, so yeah, like those 48 hours, that was the one time I went without it, and never again did I miss my dosage for. But the reason I did is because I gave myself a pass to drink booze, because when I drink booze, I don't take benzos at the same time.
Right, you really can't. But they do a lot of the same things in the body. So.
Exactly. It's this like the same things in the brain. Like, in fact, when I was having those kind of sleep seizures, the only thing that would get rid of it was drinking, but then benzos, I thought that was the only thing that could get rid of it. So, and also the abdominal spasm that I have from MS, it's a clenching bear hug of a.
My daughter has MS, and this is a really weird thing when it comes to growing up. This struck me as very odd. My older daughter was born 45. She was born a little old lady. From the time she was a baby all the way up until she turned 18, she was reliable. She was honest. She just did anything that needed to be done just like a mama would, right? This was just her functionality. She turned 18. In 6 months, she got married, got knocked up by some other dude, got a divorce, was in the process of getting married again to the guy who knocked her up when she finally come back and talked to me, and I was like, look, throw all those guys out. They're all trash. Bring your baby home and let us raise the child like a normal person. We'll get you a house. You'll get on your feet, and you don't have to deal with any of these cheeky freaking monkeys anymore, right? Just skip the whole thing. She turned out like a 12-year-old, man. I'm telling you, the day she turned 18, she became 12, and it was really weird. My daughter, on the other hand, was one of those sparkly princesses. You know, she ran around her entire life believing she was going to be Barbie, right? She wanted to be a pixie. She wanted to be a fairy, and so that's how she acted. The day she got the diagnosis for MS, she 2 days later, a week later, she went and got a job. She hasn't missed a day. She's doing the work and everything. She grew up like overnight. She went from being a flaky little blonde to being an adult, and it crushes my heart, but at the same time makes me proud, you know, in a really weird way that I can't explain.
What made the difference in each case, do you think? Was it just spontaneous?
I'm not sure. And I don't think it's drugs in either case. I think it was freedom for my oldest. She got a little taste of freedom, and it went straight to her head. She decided she can do anything she wanted to, damn the consequences. And my young daughter, she got a solid, hardcore dose of reality heaped up on her plate suddenly, because no one else understood what MS was. You know, everybody else she was talking to was like, oh, it'll be fine. You'll go. It'll be okay. You'll get some treatment. I was like, no, man, you do not understand. This is going to be a lifetime freaking sentence. If you pop up with this particular diagnosis, it's going to suck. But I'm going to be there the whole time.
It'll fuck you in the ass 10 ways to Sunday.
But I will be there to help every step of the way. Right? I can't do anything else. I can't fix it. All I can do is help in any way she can ask me to. That's it. And she went from being a floaty little pixie to getting the job and punching a clock the next day, basically. It was really weird. Wow. Like
that's a good way to deal with trauma of sorts, I guess, because that's better than turning to the bottle.
Right.
You know, so that's like she had probably that kind of feeling of wanting to turn to something because of that reality.
Part of it had to do with like I said, everyone was bullshitting her except me, and everybody was getting pissy with me, going, you know, you can't tell her that, you can't say that. I'm like, listen, it's the truth, and it does no good to honeycoat it for her to find out otherwise later, right?
Yeah.
So she wants to have a life. She wants to do the things. So I'm going to help her do the things she needs help doing. And she's kind of standoffish at the point where I don't need help. You know what I mean? Like, don't help me unless I need help. I'll ask for help if I need it, that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, when time goes by, she's probably going to definitely need help eventually.
Oh, yeah. And like I said, the only thing I can really do is be there for when that time comes. That's it.
Yeah.
And I think it's not just circumstance. We all face circumstances, but we all respond to those circumstances in individual ways. And we have, to me, we have the ability to choose how we respond. I don't think we're completely at the mercy of our circumstances.
Well, there's some circumstances you are at the mercy of. You have to live your life from within those circumstances. And there are other things that you can buckle down in your life and make a determined effort to change. If you are an addict and you don't want to be an addict, I don't know if I believe the rock bottom stuff.
Though that you have to hit rock bottom.
That. Something like that is accurate. In my case, it wasn't that type of rock bottom. In my case, and this is going to sound like stupid, but you can judge me if you want. I was passed out on the couch one afternoon around 3 because I was on every drug known to man. And apparently my daughter come by at some point in time, wanted to talk to me, but I was asleep, so she didn't wake me up. But right before she left, she whispered in my ear while I was asleep, "I love you, Father, and I don't want you to die," and left. That shit stuck in my head. That was the first thing I heard when I woke up. The last thing in my head when I went to bed for like a week straight. I could not shake it. And there came a point where I would rather die now then live one more day like the junkie I was.
So that was the catalyst to start
Well,
turning it around.
Yes.
that's amazing. Yeah, dude.
Now I haven't even
Dolbez, we were talking the other day about the nature nurture. What's the current estimation of how much? Was it like 60 or 70% nature?
Yeah, like most traits, basically all human traits that have a variance have some genetic component, and on average between like 40 and 60%. Some traits more, some traits less. But to boil it all down to genetics is like, of course,
academic.
yeah, it's no, it doesn't seem likely, unless it's stuff like, oh yeah, just the fact of having an heir. Yeah, that trait is 100% genetic.
Having a what?
Basically, a heart, having a lung, having an
Oh, yeah.
arm. That's 100% genetic, of course. But the length of the femur in your leg, or the size of your pupils, like all of that is variance, and it might, there's still a big genetic component. But to say it's all genetics.
I got one for you.
Yeah, I don't think it's all, but I think it's more genetics than not. I think they're
When I was younger,
saying it.
we
The
bred
genes
and
express
trained.
themselves in response to different environmental pressures.
Sure. When I was younger, we bred and trained dogs, specifically Alabama Red Beagles for search and rescue dogs and coon hunting dogs and whatnot.
Coon hunting.
I learned, raccoons. I learned that 20% of dogs will become alcoholics if given the opportunity to drink alcohol.
Yeah,
that's nuts.
Cats probably too.
But then you have a 3 or 4% stack in there that will absolutely not only become alcoholic, but will abuse it every chance they get. And I can't help but think that there's an analogy there for humans.
I mean, I'd say it's pretty easily tied to personality. How self-disciplined are you? Because that is something that varies naturally.
That was a trait. That was one of the
Yeah.
traits I covered today.
Exactly.
The Big Five.
And so, for sure, alcoholism and the propensity for addiction is definitely part of that. What's that sound, by the way? Am I the only one hearing that buzzing sound?
That might be my laptop. Let me mute real quick.
I'm not hearing it, but see if it goes away.
Yeah, okay, so it was.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to mute all the time. Just unmute when you speak. I don't know actually if any of the audience here heard it, but I heard a buzzing.
That's what he calls it. His dildo.
Dude, it's a dildo.
Your frogs are heroin addicts.
I had a rabbit.
The frog's gay.
Yeah, I had a rabbit when I was younger, and it would just keep eating. Like, we had to be careful to be careful with giving it food, because it wouldn't stop. Like, there was no mechanism to stop eating, because it just wouldn't. And so we had to purposefully not give it food from time to time, because it had already eaten that day. But it could eat like multiple bowls a day, and it just would keep on going. And that's you have to restrict it, and that's
then they start getting human problems after years of that.
Yeah, they get fat and immobile,
cancer
and then they get even
kidney-
fatter.
Yeah, all kinds of diabetes, all kinds of shit.
Yeah. Luckily, she was healthy though, at least until the end. But that doesn't really count when you get up in the years. It's sure you're unhealthy when you have heart diseases as a 70-year-old, but it isn't abnormal. You don't consider it as something that's strange or you're super unhealthy. That's just how life is. You get problems when you are old. Now, if you get heart problems as a 30-year-old, now there's something to worry about.
Then you're an American.
Oh, then it's an easier way of explaining. Although Europe faces similar issues, our obesity rates are higher. Not higher, but they are high, just not to the same level. Which I'm very thankful for, and either way, I would have been fine. I don't think I'll get fat. At least not until I'm like 30, 40. When the knees start hurting and you can't run anymore, and it's, then I'll definitely get fat.
Well, that buzzing's probably my fan in my window. Hold it on. I went on vacation a couple of weeks ago. We ended up staying longer than we expected. And when I got back, right before we went on vacation, the Hurricane Helene came through and trashed all kinds of stuff. So we were like, screw this place, we're leaving. We went elsewhere. Somehow, every fan with a capacitor in my house, all the capacitors are dead. My attic fan, my AC fan, the same fan runs the heater. And I don't understand exactly how that happened, but I'm sitting around right now waiting for, because it ain't like this place is not a disaster area. It is. And so you kind of put in work order to get something done, and they get to it when they get to it, because there's other people out there having their houses rewired because a tree fell through it, So you wait patiently for things to happen. And,
we got our mulatto activist in the back. I don't know if I.
Oh no!
Hey, in the back, if you have anything to say other than how mulatto everybody is, I might bring you up. Otherwise, I kind of like the conversation where it's at. Oh, yeah, Sasquatch. Blizzy's invited you to his show.
I have this story that I have this experience that I had. And I've broken it down to a fairly decent story. It took me a little while to figure out how to do that because it's very boring. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I call it a hobo in a fur coat. On the other days, it's a Bigfoot story. I seen it with my own eyes, but I'm not 100% certain what I saw. He was naked, he was furry, and he was there. So, hobo in a fur coat? I don't know. I leave that part to other people. You make your own decision.
The funny thing is that you can begin thinking of this, like, if you accept the premise that these cryptids, there's some truth to them, you can begin mapping out, like, there's no talks about Sasquatch and Bigfoot in Europe. But there's a lot of talk about trolls, so maybe there's they are similar.
Jeff, may I?
Yeah, sure. Continue.
Take about 3 minutes of straight talk on this one, and you don't have to give me the big stream. It's just
go ahead. And in the back, I'll let you up after Sasquatch's straight talk. We'll give Sasquatch his moment.
Okay. After 1929, there's very little chance of an upright hominid walking around the eastern seacoast without there being evidence, right? I have a reason for choosing that date. Previous to the 1920s, there was a species of tree on the East Coast called the American chestnut. They accounted for every fourth tree in the eastern seaboard. So when you look at a picture of the Appalachians, that is not a natural environment. That is a byproduct of the American chestnut blight having killed not only the biggest, but tallest and most prolific food producers in the eastern seaboard. You remember the stories of people who landed talking about it being a veritable paradise where food was just laying around on the ground and there were animals and plants everywhere, right? It's a paradise, man. It's not that anymore. And a large portion of the reason is the American chestnut doesn't exist. One tree would produce several 100 pounds of nuts. Back in the olden days, during colonial times, you could walk from New York City almost all the way to Miami without carrying food, because if you got hungry enough and couldn't find somewhere to stop and get some food, you could just stop and roast chestnuts. You could just pick them up out of the ditch. They were everywhere. With the Chinese chestnut blight striking the American chestnut trees, it killed off the fruit production and the actual wood production. Previous to 1920, Hominids could have lived here without us even knowing about it because they would have had no reason to interact with us. There's plenty of caves around here. There's plenty of deep hollows and stuff. Plenty of food. After the American chestnuts are gone, the squirrel population drops, your other shade-loving plant populations drop, all of your fruiting trees populations drop. It had a negative effect on the germination of beech tree seeds, beech nut seeds. They don't germinate properly anymore. Most of the beech nuts that are around today were around 150 years ago, and very few of them have grown since because they need deep shade in order to germinate properly. Beech trees don't grow tall enough to create the shade they need. Neither do palm trees or oak trees or any number of other nut-producing trees. Black walnuts, they don't get tall. The American chestnut got 300 feet tall. Some of them might be 60, 70, 80 feet in diameter. No. Yes, in diameter, not circumference, diameter. We're talking bigger than some major schoolhouses. As far as the West Coast is concerned, a lot of the food processes over there are still available. You've got your salmon, your various hey, lawyer chick, welcome in, girl.
Yeah, happy Halloween.
So
no, Blizzy, I'm here all day, so come up if you want. And I don't know, Sasquatch, do you have a way for Blizzy to contact you about going on a show?
CaucasianSasquatch@gmail.com, bro. Simple as I can make it.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Previous to 1920, there could have been many families of hominid on the East Coast. Now, West Coast is a little different. I can't speak first person on that one.
All right, I'm going to bring on our mulatto friend and see if there's anything new to say. Welcome. Happy Halloween. If he's there, he might have stepped away.
Happy Halloween.
What are you dressed as today?
That's a homosexual question, respectfully.
Well, what's your answer? All my questions are homosexual questions.
But actually,
I'm a homosexual mulatto.
You're
Is there room for gay mulattoes in the movement?
You're a gay mulatto? There's no place for any. Let me just say for the record, there's no place for any LGBTQ plus IA, any of that in this particular mulatto movement.
How would you know, though?
Well, you just expressed your homosexual
I did, but
desires.
if other people don't express, how would you even know?
Well, once we find out, you are literally banished from our society.
That's an odd way to build a movement, but
well, there are enough heterosexual mulattoes. That's why we're the fastest growing demographic. But I will say this. This is to the Caucasian Sasquatch, because he was saying a lot of things that motivated me to come up. I have a question with all due respect. What is your thoughts on the Caucasian population decline in the U.S. and Caucasians being on the brink of being a minority in the U.S.?
I was right. He didn't have anything new to say.
Well, man, literally, I'm asking you all about your genetic survival. See, the host is a mulatto, so he doesn't care if Caucasians are being bred out. But I'm asking the Caucasian Sasquatch, what are your thoughts on Caucasians being bred out in the U.S. and in Europe and in Canada, Australia, etc.?
Bro. Asian women are beautiful. Mexican women are beautiful. It is an inevitable byproduct of a limited number of Caucasians walking around and looking at our flat-bootied women going, I could upgrade it anyway. Plus, if you want a genetic survival question, it doesn't change the genetics at all. It only changes the survival quotient at all. It only changes the source of those genetic survivals, right? I don't care. My daughter is all right. I have a blended family, right? So it's not a race question for me. I couldn't care less. If you love it, fuck it. If that's what you want to do, bro.
Yes, and to be honest with you, I agree with you, and I respect the fact that you have accepted the genetic annihilation of the Caucasian race.
Dude, I'm trying to help. I need some help. I'm looking for women
Yes.
Listen, I want an entire like Rainbow League of Daughters soccer team, right? I just one big bus so we can take them all to practice at the same time. I just need enough women to agree to work with me on this. We can make this happen.
And look, listen, and I'll say this in closing. I respect your input, and I also respect that you acknowledge that race mixing is a part of evolution. Thanks for having me back up, and peace to the panel. Much respect.
You have a good Halloween. Take care.
I can go a step further on that statement about race mixing being part of evolution. I don't know this is part of evolution per se, but if you take a black woman and a white man and their children will have a certain look about them, and you take a white woman and a black man and their children will have a slightly different look about them, this is merely the carrying of the alleles and the way they express in relation to one another. Some of our characteristics are carried on the Y chromosome. Some characteristics are carried on the X chromosome. And so there are certain differences. In almost every case, however, a mulatto or a mixed breeding results in a stronger offspring in almost every case. And that is because the Caucasians have been breeding amongst themselves for so long, it's become a layer of inbreeding. The Asians, well, I don't know about the fragility part. That's more of an emotional thing from the book. But the Asians have been breeding amongst Asians for so long, they've actually lost some distinguishing features between themselves, right? You get the same thing. If you use this and the same thing and you reproduce with it, it becomes the same thing. There's not a whole lot of genetic variance there. When you start mixing genetics, you start getting sport outpops that are much stronger in individual physics, right? So take sickle cell anemia. If a white person and a black person reproduce, there is no chance of sickle cell anemia on those children. No chance, because that's carried in one of the melanin associated gene groups, because we have less expression of that. When they breed, they produce healthy, viable offspring that are healthier than the children that would have been produced with sickle cell, which sickle cell is not exactly a great analogy here, but it's the easiest one that I can throw on top like a cherry. I'm telling you, my mixed soccer team would absolutely dominate women's sports.
Are there any trans in your group? You have to have gender and gender diversity too.
I mean, I'm not going to tell them what to do, except for playing soccer.
As long as they can kick a ball.
Who am I to tell you can't love something?
Right. Or be something.
Or love a person. One of the funny things when I was growing up, you remember Jay and Silent Bob?
Yeah.
There was always the huge thing going on in the background, everybody grumbling and rumbling about whether they were gay lovers or what. But in the very first movie, Jay explains it perfectly. This is my hetero life mate, Bob. And it's a single line in that movie that explains the whole situation. These two people are a whole person together. You know those people who aren't a whole person. One day they'll find the person that makes them a whole person, and whether it's a man, a woman, a freaking the Dalai Lama, whoever it is, whatever it is, they will cleave unto it as though it's a union, you know, mutual respect, mutual advancement, and mutual working together. And it's a beautiful thing, regardless of where that happens or how.
Yeah, I agree. And it's not anybody else's business.
Well,
I think some of it comes from like the concern with, how do I want to say this? Like making, like society has an interest in how the next generation comes out, or giving the next generation the best chances or opportunities. So sometimes people get involved in people's procreation for larger societal reasons, at least in their minds.
This might upset you. It might offend you. I don't mean for it to, but it's a statement of
Probably
fact.
Won't.
I don't mean for it to. I don't mean.
It's okay if you do. You have the right to offend. That's the satanic value.
Here's what it comes down to. Once you break it down to the simplest possible terms, there are two sides to virtually every argument that most people can either agree with one side or the other. When it comes down to the reproduction value of homosexuality, LGBT, and all of that, only one side of that conversation actually reproduces naturally. The other side has to expend a whole bunch of energy and resources and find people to go along with it and stuff like that. So in a single generation, if there is no social engineering to create more, it will fix itself.
But you don't think it just happens on its own? Like, do you
Sure,
have to socially engineer?
I just don't think it happens to the proportions that we're seeing today. Today, we have a lot of people who are not gay, who are running around pretending to be gay because they got offended by a chick and they're accepted by homosexuals, and so they fit in. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying that doesn't lead to a wholesome adulthood. That leads to people believing that the system is built against them and choosing the victim narrative.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's healthy. So I don't have anything against it. It's just like, if you're going to be in this sphere, you should do it with your eyes open instead of listening to the gobbledygook and freaking propaganda that's put out there.
But even the ones doing that, I don't think it's like it's nothing to do with gay people. Like they're not doing it because I'm gay. They're doing it because part of the reason I think they're doing it is because categories like whiteness, heterosexuality, maleness, etc. are so stigmatized that they're trying to identify into another category to get the social clout that comes from not being in that
And
negative. It's that cultural capital we talked about.
That, sir, is social engineering at its point. That is exactly what you're talking about. The ability to split people into little identifiable cubby holes and then disregard them because they're in there. That's social engineering.
I guess I think of engineering as something more certain. That's social influence. Like, people are trying to influence people.
Well, influence is immediate. Engineering takes place over time. All right, so you use a social influencer who is typically, let's take Mr. Mrs. Dylan Mulvaney, right? However you want to look at this one.
The little gay boy.
Have you ever seen his early videos back when he was Dylan?
I saw him on The Price is Right. He didn't seem much different.
That
He
was
was a
right
theater
before he
kid.
took that step. Yeah. But even before that, he would do the most outlandish things to get attention. It was obvious. It was built in. You could see it that he is going to be famous if it kills him. He knew it. You could see it on his face. He knew it. You knew it. Everybody knew it. Just get out of the way and let it happen. That it happened to be transgendering that brought him to the forefront, I think reinforced that transition in his own mind. It made it a valuable commodity, something that was sellable, and it made him money.
Like audience capture.
That's not a good metric by which to judge the health or lack of health of a mentality or anything. That's a single case, right? How many people have tried to imitate that art?
Yeah, I agree. And I think there is an element of social contagion, particularly on the female side. We looked at that graph the other day, and the rates of female to male transgender is the highest rate. It eclipses all the other categories combined of women identifying into this because of the tendency for female. Maybe that's part of the genetics of females, of this
Let me ask you this.
social contagion, this tendency to conform.
How do you feel about the extermination of transvestites?
Extermination of?
Yeah, transvestites don't exist anymore.
Well, I mean, they
now,
do. There are men that
they
dress
don't.
in women's clothes. You talking about the linguistic category?
I hear you, but now when someone says tranny, they mean a transitioning person. Used to, when they said tranny, they were either talking about a car part or they were talking about a man who wears women's clothing. Now, if you want to wear women's, I've got a friend of mine, straight as an arrow, straight as the day is long. For whatever reason, he dresses up as Marilyn Monroe on weekends and goes to Atlanta to some clubs.
As a fetish? Like that's just his kink?
I guess. I've never asked. He's never explained it, but it happens, right? He is a transvestite. He has no intention of transitioning. He's a drag queen, as it were. For some reason, in the past few years, the concept of a transvestite has been conflated with the idea of transitioning, that every person who puts on women's clothing wants to be a woman. And that's not necessarily the case.
Yeah.
I had a really good friend of mine named Will. He was the only son of a fairly wealthy guy around here, had a whole bunch of land. He pulls his son to the side, says, "Son, I don't care what you do with your life or how you go about living it, but I really, really, really want a grandson." So he goes, finds a woman, seduces her, whatever, gets married. They're married 5 years. They have four kids. The fourth kid was a grandson. He turns in his resignation like it was a job. Literally took this kid to his dad and said, "Here," and then went to Florida to go join in one of these pride marches, right? 2 months later, he comes back, fabulous as you could possibly imagine. You know, one of the coolest guys I ever met. He's standing there in the middle of a bunch of like really hard-nosed conservative red-wing guys. You know what I mean? Like, they don't accept this whole concept at all. And yet he doesn't care. He rolls in because he grew up with these guys. They know how he is. They know who he is. And we all immediately get over it because that's just Will. He's fabulous. He's always been fabulous. He hid it for a little while. He was fabulous as a child. He's fabulous now, you know. This is the weird part of that man's life was when he decided to have kids. That whole 4-year period was a complete mystery to everyone who knew him. We never.
And he was doing it just out of duty for his grandfather.
Apparently,
that seems extreme, but I guess
it does seem extreme. And I actually talked to his wife later, after he left, and she was like, "No, you don't understand. Like, I was getting out of a really horrible relationship. He gave me the opportunity of basically having a minimalist marriage." And I was like, "What do you mean by minimalist marriage?" She's like, "Well, he never checked my phone. He never asked where I was at. He never asked who I was with. He did not care in the least, provided I wasn't spending money that was meant for the children. He couldn't care less. As long as I was healthy enough to bear healthy children and do my part of the bargain, he footed the bills." I was like, "Okay. All right."
So it worked for the two of them.
Yeah, no, it worked out ultimately. I mean, of course, you know, he died of a fentanyl overdose later, but it's the way that is. He accomplished his goals and moved on with his life. And I got no hate for him. And there are some people around here who want to try to like talk bad about him. And it's real funny to me because you catch one of those real hardcore conservative red wing bastards and you say something about Will in front of them, they're liable to pop you right in the damn chops.
Really? Still to this day?
If you say something negative about him, yes.
Oh, negative about us.
Yeah, no, we all loved him. He was a great person as an individual. Like, he'd literally give you the shirt off of his back if he thought you were cold. He'd also drop his pants and give them to you just, you know, as a joke. But not in public. He wouldn't do no stuff like that in public, though. He hated the concept of drag story hour. He's like, there's no point in doing this stuff in front of children because they're children. Let them be children. Don't try to force any major decisions on them before their age of consent, you know? Because
if they could keep it as Snow White and Disney princesses, but they can't seem to do that. It's adult burlesque.
Exactly. Those are not the people who are interested in cavorting in front of children. It is the people who are doing the full hardcore.
Yeah, and they're ruining for all the other ones that are well intentioned. Like, I don't even want to take the risk now because of all the stuff I see them pushing.
Well, if it was let's say if it was a perfectly ordinary transvestite who showed up, or how about this? Do you remember back in the 50s and 60s, you used to see those people who would dress up as a woman on one side and as a man?
And they would turn. They had them on Star Search,
do both sides of a duet. You know?
They had one that did Michael Jackson, and I forgot who the woman was. Yeah, they'd be half woman, half man.
Almost certainly Liza Minnelli.
They'd be in a bridal veil on one side and a tuxedo on the other.
Right. Okay, so when was the last time you saw something like that?
80s.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the
So
80s.
what happened to those people?
I don't know.
Is that no longer entertaining?
Is that
Do
non-binary?
people choose not to do it?
That seems very binary.
That is. I would make the argument that those individuals were probably the first public expression in the West of a non-binary concept of that
But
type.
Isn't non-binary just androgyny? We've had that forever.
I agree to certain
I mean, in the
extent.
60s, you had Andy Warhol and all the people at his little factory.
Sure.
You had the Rocky Horror Picture Show. You had Ziggy
Absolutely.
Stardust,
TikTok
David
is a
Bowie.
god.
Androgyny is nothing new to our. You had the New York Dolls, the glam bands.
Sure.
Flip Wilson.
But the difference here is while those people present as androgynous to some extent or another, I don't believe any of those sex addicted people that you just mentioned would be wanting to cut their junk out and tuck it inside, or vice versa.
Not sure.
Maybe not. We'll never know. I mean, Tim Curry seems to more or less be a man.
That was just a role.
Is there anything wrong with being a gay man?
And even the character Frankenfurter didn't have the surgery. Like he was never trying to have the surgery.
Yeah, he was a transsexual transvestite from Transsexual Transylvania. Says so right in the song. So,
and I don't mind if people want to have the surgery. That's their business. But do it as an adult. Like I don't.
You know where I draw the line when it comes down to it. You can do whatever you want. I have 2 points at which I just stop engaging with people. One, if you make a decision in the privacy of your own home, and then you show up the next day expecting everybody to call you by another name because you made a private decision and you haven't told anyone, you cannot compel my speech. I'm still going to call you Dave. I remember I remember when you were like falling in the freaking campfire, Dave. You're still Dave. You're just Dave with a blonde wig and a bit more sachet in your pocket. Dave.
You can't control how somebody sees you.
That's the other side of this coin. You do not get to identify yourself. You may identify yourself to yourself, and that is where that ends. Everyone else, after meeting you, gets to know you and identifies you as a Karen, as a activist, as a Republican, a Democrat, as you know what I'm saying. You are only trying to promote your best self. Ultimately, that's all you can do. Like I am identified by others as an asshole. I myself try to promote and project as nice a front as I can without being a total pushover. And that's a fine line there.
I think you do. Asshole was not. You're not even in the asshole quadrant to me.
Well, let me run this about you. I met Harry Nuts. There's a channel on YouTube called Harry Nuts, @HarryNuts, one word. And he does shorts and old cars, and he goes places and does things. And I met him in person. We went fishing together on a little charter boat. After 2 days of running around with him on the island over there, he looks at me and he goes, Sasquatch, I got to tell you something. I said, what's that, man? Here we go. Hit me with it. Give it to me. He's everything on YouTube is Sasquatch like. That shit hit me. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, there's a lot of stuff you say and do in person that you won't say or do or even acknowledge exist on YouTube. And I'm like, no, you don't say. I'm actually projecting a better version of myself for YouTube than I actually live. And I try to be a better person, but we all fail somewhere.
You're doing it intentionally?
That's not what I mean. He's like, your jokes are more pointed in person because there's no witnesses but me. Your allusions are more specific. When you make a reference, you reference the specific event and not just a vague reference in that direction. I had to get him to explain it to me like 3 times because I kept kind of losing the plot. Like I didn't get it. And what he's saying is this: in person, I will burn you down because I like you. I know that sounds counterintuitive. We're friends, right? We're friends. And if I'm friendly with you, I can tell you that shoe looks like shit and you need to change them.
Yeah.
You need
Your
to go
true friends will tell you if you're ugly.
Right. So he said he was utterly shocked by how abrupt I was in public, like in person. And I'm like, what do you mean abrupt? He's like, your jokes. Like, the whole time we're out there with Captain Jimmy, you're telling jokes. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, Captain Jimmy can barely drive the damn boat because he's over there laughing. I was like, no, dude, it wasn't that bad. He's like, no, dude, it was that bad. He's like, let me tell you what he told me after he dropped us off. Because he paid the whole thing. He invited me on the trip, paid the whole thing, and was like, come on, let's go do this thing. I was like, okay. Captain Jimmy shows up. He's mad. Little bitty dude, mad, very mad, angry, obviously angry. When he drops us off, Harry's like, you go to the truck. I'll be there in a minute. I'm going to pay this man. I said, okay. He comes and sits down in the truck next to me after he gets done. He looks at me. He goes, that man just told me he did not want to charge me for this. What do you mean? He offered me half off. But he said he woke up this morning and everything went wrong. And come noon, he had to go to work. And he was pissed and angry. And he was upset with everything. He said after an hour on that boat, he couldn't even remember what he was angry about. He'd been laughing so hard, he had tears coming out of his eyes. I paid him more. I was like, that's the man. You're the man, Harry. You're the dude.
Was all that intentional? Like, were you aware? Were you deliberately trying to present differently on YouTube?
No, not really. I do present a little differently on YouTube in a couple of factors. One, I brush my hair, I brush my beard, put on a black t-shirt, and I don't attack people. If like you say something stupid to me in person, I'm going to let you know that's stupid. That's stupid. Here's why it's stupid.
Why don't we get to see that on YouTube? Like, because put it behind a paywall.
YouTube has terms of service, and most people are fairly intelligent until they get into personal decisions, and personal decisions are especially touchy online.
Oh.
It also doesn't carry well.
I guess I don't have that ability that a lot of people have.
It's not something I do consciously. It's really just on YouTube.
But are you aware you're holding back because of terms of certain, like, I really want to tell this person this.
Oh. And then I just move on with my day. That's when that's part of me doesn't come out. Yeah, I've got the yes, sir.
I mean, I guess that's pro-social, but at the expense of your genuine self.
Not so much. The thing is my genuine self isn't available on for social media in general. And it's not a matter of being disingenuous. It's a matter of catering to the platforms on which I'm performing. What you're doing and what I'm doing right now, regardless of whether you like it or not, is a performance. You can be here to educate people. You can be here to tell people whatever you like. If you're not entertaining them when you're doing it, it will fail. No matter how valuable the information is. But it is entertaining. People are entertained by the way you approach problems. I'm entertained by it.
I hope they are. I'm not consciously trying to. Like, I don't have a persona. Like, in fact, my boss came on the stream. Christmas Day, I did all day stream, and she stopped by to wish Merry Christmas. And she told everybody, she said, Jeff is exactly in person the way he is on this stream. There's no difference. I don't know how to have a different personality in one situation and change it for another situation.
Let me give you another example. Recently, we had a hurricane blow through over here, and I have the bougiest hurricane survival story you've ever heard. I'm talking smoked flounder, smoked salmon, hamburgers, hot dogs all day long, hot chocolate and coffee. Like, it's ridiculous. Everyone else has trees to their house, and they're trying to find their loved ones over here drinking hot chocolate with fucking marshmallows. It's not a good look. I'm aware. It's still funny, though. That being said, I've had some insurance issues with my vehicle. I go to my insurance carrier to go talk to them about what's the problem. Why did you drop my insurance? He explains to me that there was an accident involving a vehicle claimed on my insurance. And I said, no, sir, that accident A did happen, but wasn't claimed. And B, you never actually insured that vehicle. And he was like, oh, yeah, well, no, we didn't insure that vehicle, but it was claimed on your insurance. I look around, try to talk to everybody, try to figure out who claimed some kind of accident on that vehicle, and can't find anybody. It was never claimed. We called and tried to remove it from our insurance. They filed a claim themselves. I left, made some phone calls, figured out what had happened, went back in and sat down with him and said, all right, this seems to be the situation. And I explained it to him. And for some reason, he starts laughing because I am funny. He gets to laugh and he pulls his glasses off, starts wiping his eyes. And I said, hold on, you calm down. I'm not trying to put on a show right now. And he's over there starting to, like, you know, slap his leg and go, no, you know. And I'm like, I'm going to go grab a cup of coffee from your secretary. And I want you to get yourself together because I really want to resolve this. I don't want you to just call people and tell them to subscribe. Listen. So I left for a minute and I come back. He's sitting there. He's like, okay, let's take it from the top. I said, no, you can't do that because you'll be laughing again by the time we get to the point that matters. Here's the point that matters. No one claimed an accident on that vehicle. The vehicle got totaled with no insurance on it. It is no longer extant. It's been crushed. It doesn't exist anymore. Can we remove it from the insurance so that I can get my insurance back working right? He said, let me tell you, son, if you had a tree in that car, if it was blown into a power line, if it happened during the hurricane, I could fix it today. We'd sign off on it. It'd be done. It doesn't involve a hurricane. I can't touch it. Why is that? Because everyone that works here is trapped in their house currently and can't actually come in to deal with it. Okay. 48 hours later, he calls me up. We got it fixed. We got it removed. Everything's straight. Your insurance is good. Just swing by and drop us a check. We'll be good. Great. Great. But at that moment that I was trying to get that done, it was funny to him because if I had a $2 million jet that had a tree fall on it, he could insure that and cover it. But my truck that was covered all the way up until right before the storm couldn't be covered because a totally different vehicle didn't exist anymore. Yeah, no, it makes no sense. And that's what got him laughing, is the absurdity and the fact that I am stating things very plainly. Oh, cool. We got a meme law.
Yeah, that sounds like a you problem, Mean. I have no problem listening to them. So if there's some kind of barrier for you, then just go. There's other panels you can go listen to.
Oh, no.
I don't know what you're. I understand you're trying to give me feedback, but I don't understand what you expect me to do. Like stop having guests on, or have you approve my guest before I have them on? You're trying to manipulate my content.
You are the owner to this channel.
Yeah, I'm enjoying our conversations. If he thinks it's boring, he needs to go.
It'll work.
I heard. Y'all forget I'm Cajun. We have multiple conversations going at once. He was talking about this insurance guy and that the plane could get insured for dropping a tree, but he couldn't get his truck insured because this other vehicle didn't exist. I heard all of that, and I can keep up with the chat at the same time.
So the issue here is he doesn't agree with the guest you bring on, but more specifically, people on your panel, but no one's allowed to start shit with them. That's the part where you're going wrong, starting shit with people. Jeff's not going to permit that because he wants people to come up here and talk. I'm not going to permit it because I have control over my channel and I don't like shitheads. So
yeah,
go to
I don't know. He's
State,
trying to complain his way into different content when he can just go find his own content that's
just
more
be
than
nice.
his liking.
That's all you got to do. Be nice. Just show up, say hi, how you doing? Let everybody have their say. Take your time. But if your point is to be annoying and to be a thorn in someone's side, you're not going to be invited back or you're not going to be let up again.
Yeah, is that what you want, to talk shit to people on the panel? That's kind of not what we do here. We're trying to build community.
There is no freedom of speech on YouTube. If you think
I've said over and over, this is not a free speech channel.
Well, beyond whether it's a free speech channel or not, there's no such thing as freedom of speech on YouTube. There's no First Amendment on YouTube. You have the absolute law when it comes to what is permitted and what is not. It's your channel.
And I honestly think this person is trying to give legitimate criticism. I just don't know what their message is. Like,
Right. Well, the
what
message
is it
is
that you want from me ultimately? What solution are you suggesting here? Because I'm not going to let you pick my guest just based on your taste. It's not always going to be exciting here, but this is a long-term project. It
in
builds
fact, it's
community.
less
It's like
likely.
snow accumulating. So it's not always going to be exciting snow, but eventually it's going to build something.
It is less likely to be exciting based on the nature of the programming here, right? You're not
I
close to it.
personally I
Get into the
prefer
drama
what
and it
happens
might.
on here more than most other panels, because these are the type of conversations I personally enjoy having. I enjoyed everything we talked about all day for hours. That was I geeked out on all that stuff. If the viewers didn't like it, there's plenty of other panels. They can go find their content. I don't know why they harp on this one channel and their content.
Some people just got to have a hornet's nest to kick.
Maybe so.
They just want to watch the world burn,
So
which is okay because I'm going to laugh at you while that world burns. That's what I do.
which means they probably don't like your channel either, because I imagine your your content's
I
not.
don't
It's
care.
this is you.
I didn't show up at their house banging on their door trying to get them to subscribe. I'm not handing out flyers on the fucking street. I don't give a damn if he likes it or not. Let me tell you, bro, my aunt found my channel. I'm sitting at the Waffle House over here. She's 82 or something. I don't remember. I'm sitting on the Waffle House drinking me a cup of coffee. Poof, my aunt pops up next to me and I'm like, hey. She's like, I found your YouTube channel. I don't appreciate it. Well, with all due respect, it's not made for little old ladies. And she started laughing because I reminded her immediately of my uncle who never took her shit. Just couldn't even see it.
I don't know what a full spectrum baby is, so I don't even know how that's fact. If you're going to make a fact claim, have it be something that's actually a fact. That seems like an opinion. I don't even know what a full spectrum baby is to even evaluate the fact. So you're not
It's
a
a
very effective
misnomer,
communicator.
misreference.
Keep trying.
Or
come on panel if you want.
Being on a spectrum is means that you're either one way or the other. It's by definition just defining that, hey, this can be any of these things, but an individual is in a particular spot on that spectrum for that particular behavior. By making the statement of a full spectrum baby implies you don't understand the way this whole concept works.
Yeah, I think he does it. I think he's bored and he's whining instead of turning the channel. But let me tell you something about midlife bro logic or whatever. He has like almost 300,000 viewers now, and he has like over 200 or 300 views on each stream. He's doing pretty well. He's way outgrown what we're doing here. So for somebody that thinks he's boring, he has enough people that thinks he's not to keep doing his thing.
Yeah, no, midlife is one of those people.
No, I don't. I don't have to babysit your brain and force you to listen to things that bore you. I'm not going to do that. If you're bored, I'd like for you to go somewhere else and be stimulated. If this is not your cup of tea, but it's my why would you interfere with our conversation when we're enjoying it just because you're bored? You seem like the full spectrum baby.
First of all, you can't make anyone listen at all. Oh yeah, no, he has 3,000 subscribers. He's picked up 1,000 in the past 5 days, bro.
Right, because he's doing vertical, and his view counts are like 200 or 300.
It's not just vertical; it's also his title, the way he does the specific topics that he's doing, the way he approaches them. There's a lot there. We talked a lot after our interview about.
Oh, he did a Sasquatch Seals.
Yes, sir.
And
actually,
he did. His goal was to grow and become as big as he could. So that was a goal he set for himself, and then he figured out what he had to do to his channel to achieve that goal. And so I consider that a great success.
Well, yeah, I've warned him about.
I'm not about numbers here, dude. It's quality over quality. I don't care what my numbers do. I'm enjoying the conversation. I'm enjoying hanging out with the people that I hang out with. That's what I'm here for, and I am getting what I want out of this. I think you're just trolling.
Yeah. He's all right. So
Bye.
you remember when I
Yes,
told
bye.
you about
Good. Go.
the bull with the ring in his nose?
Which one?
Do you know how to control a bull?
Oh, no.
A 3,000-pound piece of beef on the hoof. You want to make him go somewhere. What do? When that bull is young, you put a ring in his nose and you tie a loop on the end of that ring. Later, when you want to lead him around, you go to feed him and you hang the leash that you're going to lead him with on the fence in front of the feeder. When the bull comes up, starts eating, you reach down and hook it to the loop. When he goes to walk away, he can't walk away because you've got him on a string hooked through a very sensitive part of the nose. This type of activity is utilizing a content creator's time and driving them around, much like that ring through the bull's nose. They pull one way and you react. They pull the other way and you react. That's all that is.
Should I just ignore it? I'm trying to respond to feedback, but I do think I'm being trolled. I don't think this is...
Respond to it until you feel like you're being trolled by it, at which point in time you can either just give a final synopsis of how you feel about it and never mention it again, or my personal method is once I let them bullshit long enough to convince me they're trolling, and then I just never mention it again.
Okay. Well, he did say bye, so hopefully he'll wander off.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably not a bad person. He's just frustrated with you.
He just has no internal locus of control. He wants to whine and whine and whine until people change the environment for him instead of changing it himself, which is the easier solution and the more adult solution.
The potato tot telling you what to do. That's the thing is I never told Midlife Bro Logic what to do at all. Like, that's not how you grow a channel. See, first of all, we're not in competition. And a lot of people mistake that when you start a YouTube channel, you're in competition with other YouTube channels. That is not true. People watch the same person, the same individual can watch multiple channels. If you happen to be live at the same time, you may be in competition for that specific viewer time, but you're not in competition for that subscriber because they can subscribe to whoever they want to. Mm-hmm. If you're not producing content they like, they will unsubscribe. Don't sweat that. That's fine. They're not for you. You're not for them. It's okay. Losing
the only people I'm in competition with, other than myself, is people that are doing the kind of channel I'm trying to do, which I don't even know another channel out there trying to create what I'm trying to create here. So I really feel like I have no. I wish I had competition because I'm looking for channels similar to this, but I can't find them. That's why I keep doing it here. So if there's competition, please let me know where it is, because so far I don't feel like I even have any. Nobody's doing the kind of streams I'm doing. All they can do is the drama streams or the trash content, whatever they're doing. If there are people doing mental health support, community building, autism, neurodivergence, and all that stuff, let me know where those channels are, because that's my competition. That's what I'm trying to measure myself against and improve and become good
Provo
at.
makes a good point. When it comes to midlife successful streams, most of them are political based, and midlife is a very unique channel in that he's doing it from a position of someone who doesn't understand what it is he's trying to do.
Somebody say he's a liberal. He's a leftist.
I'm not going to say anything out loud, but go Team Purple. I'm 100%.
Well, as long as Tiffany Hinyard's around, he'll have content. As long as there's drama in Baltimore, he'll have content.
He's good. No, I don't think he's going to fall off the way you're expecting him to. I mean, I have warned him against the fall off, that like when you pick up 500 subscribers from a single stream and you turn around a week later and lose 50, that's nothing.
Yeah.
That's not even a thing. Those people didn't come back because they weren't for you in the first place. But if you continue your normal everyday stuff, you do your shorts, you do your posts, you do your uploads, you will continue to pick up your normal accruement of subscribers that you get while losing those. And you will look at it and say, oh no, I lost 25 subscribers, when in reality, you picked up 25 subscribers more than the 50 that you lost.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'm trying to pick up the type of subscribers I want in the first place. And so
you can curate that to an extent, but there's a limit to how much control you can exert over that.
Well, that's I grew very slowly because I wanted to be organic and I wanted to get to know my audience as it grew, and that's how I ended up with the audience I have. And I think it's one of the most amazing audiences on YouTube. I
Right.
absolutely love my audience, and I don't think it would have happened if I had done it a different way.
I grew ridiculously fast because I started during the whole shorts fiasco when all of that stuff started up, and I was doing shorts right out the box. I went from like 2 subscribers to 50 subscribers to 100 subscribers to 1,000 to 2,000 to 3,000 before I said, whoa, 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 hold on.
Wow.
Who are these people? What are you doing here? Why are you watching me? We're going to have to put the brakes on some of this stuff. And that was around the same time I started getting strikes for different stuff and whatnot. So it all worked out together.
I haven't done a single short yet at all. Probably won't do. I don't even know how to make a short that captures what I'm trying to do here.
In your case, due to the nature of your content and channel, you kind of have 2 choices. One that I would suggest and one that would be there for like when you don't have something like this to do. The easiest way is to look back over your own live streams and find some interesting thing that someone said in less than a minute. You can just clip that out and make it a short. No problem. Do that to your heart's content, however you like it. There's no negative effect on it. There's not a whole lot of positive behind it because it's a short sourced from your own channel. It's only going to go to the people that are already subscribed for the most part, but occasionally they do blow up. On the other hand, if you will take a few minutes out of your day after a stream, before a stream, while you're getting a taco down at the Taco Bell or whatever, and you have that thought that, man, I wish I was on camera so I could get this out or whatever, just turn and look at and put it in vertical, look at your phone and do in less than a minute the synopsis of that thought. You would be surprised how much traction that kind of stuff gets because it's an original content on an original short. It doesn't source from anything else. It's your own.
So like when I go get my McDonald's fries, just whip the phone out for a few minutes.
If you have a thought that you think is poignant or pertinent or useful to mental health or your channel or your life, or you just found a cool flower.
That's a great idea. Like
yes.
Like people used to carry those little recorders, like writers carry those little recorders when they have an idea. I could just whip out the phone, record on video. Yes, Sasquatch, I like that. I could start doing that. And Joe made a clip of me the other day. I think I might try to upload that into a short. It's just a little humorous clip of me.
Yeah.
Spurging out.
Hey, whatever works, man. I mean, once you're going to be doing it publicly, there's no point in trying to hide it. In fact, we are specifically here to try to promote our own version of madness, if you will.
Yeah, I'm trying to live openly.
One of the funny things that gets me is how many people assume you must have a negative backstory just because you're on YouTube. Like all YouTubers are PDFs or all YouTubers are, those people.
I do notice there's like a higher rate of mugshots in this crowd than I'm used to.
So it really breaks them down when you have some of these hardcore trolls that come along and they're like, hey, blah, 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 blah. I don't like you. I'm like, okay. And I'm going to find out what's wrong. And I'm like, oh, okay. Dude, I'm an open book. I've got my channel linked to my fucking Facebook. Like, go ahead. Find what you can, bro. The worst thing you're going to find in my life is that I had a child out of wedlock and then adopted her sister and her brother. Good luck. I was a junkie. I admit that. That shit happens. I mean, what do you want me to do? Go, oh, no, you're going to find out I used to take pills. Bitch, please. I'm over that shit. Go shame someone else. I'm not ashamed.
I might try to find a way to upload some shorts because people tell me all the time, and people are free to clip. If anybody sees something cool, they want to clip.
Well, you got to turn that on in your shorts stuff. You've got some customization things back there on the shorts. I don't know exactly.
There's a separate short section.
I think it says it might
I
be.
do have it set to allow clips.
Okay, if you're allowing clips, it probably counts for remixes too. But it's called remixes on shorts. Remixes, duets, and something else. Green screen. And I have no idea where that would be. I did that when, like, back when I started my channel, I set up.
Yeah, I don't mind throwing a few shorts up there. I like your idea of making original content than more than going back and trying to find stuff from old streams, because a lot of times things happen in the moment. And StreamYard had this feature supposedly where you can mark clips while you're going live and then go back and clip them later, but I haven't figured out how to use that.
It's one of the F buttons. I can't remember which one. It's like F6.
So there's been moments where I'm like, oh, this would make a good clip, but I never go back and actually clip.
Do you keep notes?
No, I keep them in here.
I don't either.
I watch patterns. That's
you want to know why I stopped taking notes? It happened one night on a Sasquatch Shields. I was covering 007, Richie, the internet busker. Anyway, we were sitting back. I invited him on. He just lost his other channel, like 3,000 subscribers up in smoke. Had a new channel. I was like, okay, let's get this one off to the right kind of start. And he was like, all right, fine, I'll be there. Great. We scheduled it. Everything went wrong, bro. Everything. We got our dates wrong because he's on the other side of the international date line. And so we were exactly 24 hours off on when it was supposed to have both of us in the opposite directions. Right. Also, when we first started the live stream, this is before there were any of the share features or any of that stuff that you can like stream this to your audience, that type of stuff. He wanted a copy of the show. I had to figure out how to make that happen before he would agree to come on. Finally, we get all that settled. When we go to start, as soon as I hit the go live button, my computer crashed. It was just long enough for me to do the intro thing and click his thing to put him up behind the intro, and then my computer clashed. And so the intro played and it left him just sitting there alone going. So I come back in and he's gotten into this story. He's like, well, Sasquatch isn't here, so we're going to go ahead and start something to make this be less than, dead air. And he starts telling a story about how in 2000 he was in a car accident. The chick he was with died. The other guy was injured, and he was horribly injured. Okay, so before the stream, we're laughing, we're joking, we're having us a good old time. The stream starts. Suddenly, he's doing all this stuff. I have a long list of jokes I had written out based on the stuff we had talked about backstage. I come in, he's telling this truly heartfelt, poignant story about a series of bad decisions he made that ended up ruining his life in a location. And it was obvious this was therapeutic to him. He didn't intend on doing it. This wasn't the plan. He thought I was trolling him. I thought he was trolling me. We get to the end of the show and he goes, dude, I feel so much better now. I didn't even know I could feel this much better about that. I was like, wow, that's cool. But at one point in time during the show, when I realized we weren't getting off this topic, right, that he was stuck here, we're going to have to do this, I realized I can't do comedy on this.
Yeah.
Right? This is not a comedy situation. I can't be that guy. And I had 2 pages of material written up over here off camera. And you could see me on that stream. I'm like,
how long did it go for?
I think it was 2 hours total. I think I ended up editing it down to like an hour and 20 minutes or something like that. That was early. He was like the second or third person I interviewed ever. And we're still friends. We're still really good friends. He's the one who tipped me off to Flow State, actually. I ran into Flow State on his live stream.
What's his name?
007.
Oh.
He's been running around for years, dude. He's a old YouTube fogey, to be honest. I can get you the link if you want.
Yeah, it's not coming up.
Yeah,
it's so hard to find channels on YouTube.
He's a bit of a truther, so.
Is it Tommy? Tommy 7?
No, Richie. I got you right here. He's a really cool dude, although he's a professional skeptic, would be the way I describe it. It's not that he's a truther. It's not that he has a particular way he thinks the universe works and we're all wrong. It's that he doesn't believe what people tell him, just out of the box. Like, he does not believe authoritative sources. He does not trust people in positions of authority or people who look to benefit from a given narrative. So there's a lot of stuff he just won't accept on the surface just because he doesn't trust people.
So where does he get his? How does he filter for his information, for like information that he trusts?
Personality, he likes some people and not others. I'm not sure. I never asked that question. It's bothered me for a while. I've always wondered it, but I've never put it like that. That's an excellent way to put it. Yeah.
I don't go so much by sources as by the content, and if it makes sense to me, and then I can fact check and follow from there. So I'm pretty good at evaluating, does this sound credible, and then knowing how to check it and where to go to reference it against other information.
Yeah. My previous job as an internet troll left me uniquely poised to be able to separate the chaff from the rye, so to speak. When I decide to do an interview, usually I'll do some amount of a background check on them just to make sure they're not a total fucking, a terrible person just in general. And I really don't care if they are. Ultimately, I don't care what genre, what niche of YouTube. I don't care what they do as far as their content. But people who have been to jail for 25 years for PDF, I'm not gonna get involved with those people. I just ghost them, and it's nothing personal. It's very personal. I personally choose not to platform that.
That's one of my lines too.
Right. Yeah. I just don't play that game. That is not something we're going to do. So it strikes me as funny when somebody calls me up and is like, hey, is your wife still on that server, that Minecraft server with those guys that built the big ass pyramid? And I'm like, yeah. Can you get me some footage of that for a video? I'm doing a video about Mesoamerica and I need some good pyramids. And I think that would be real funny to put in there. And I'm like, okay, I can do it. And I was sitting here live one night and I'm like, oh, I'm going to go and do that thing. I got the invite, went over there and was just running around doing a tour of the joint. And I wasn't talking about it, was the funny thing. I wasn't like, oh, well, this is the atrium and they built it for. No, I was talking about my usual content and just making the visuals for this other guy's video because he needed some cool Minecraft stuff, or he wanted some cool Minecraft stuff. So I recorded him an hour or two of it. Smith, 60, 73, 60, 25 Smith. You know the guy. You know who I'm talking about.
I love Smith.
He shows up in my chat, and I had the StreamYard link pinned. He pops up on my panel, starts screaming at me about being a PDF and how I was streaming to 6-year-olds. I'm like, dude, it's midnight. I have an 18+ channel. What the hell are you talking about? Okay, you do you. And I just put him down and went back to what I was doing.
Do they do that for? I know there's the PDF patrol that goes around trying to expose PDFs on YouTube. Is it?
But this guy isn't one of those. I think there's a mental illness there, right? There is an obsessive compulsive issue where if you don't like him or you don't agree with him immediately, then there must be something clinically wrong with you. His hubris won't allow him to consider the fact that he might be wrong. Because, he believes in God and God's got him and he knows everything because God told him. But I want to know, what color are God's eyes? And he can't answer that. And so I don't have any respect for it.
Well, hello there.
Oh, Jeff. How's it going, brothers?
Doing good. How are you?
I think this is the first time I've been on panel with him. We're going to test your mantle on being an assisting YouTuber and go through the ritualistic axis purge of benzos. Not opioids this time, and I am in a nightmarish hell. And,
right now?
Withdrawing severely from benzosine. Yeah.
How many days?
This is my third. So it's completely out of my system, and it's just purely toxic shock right now.
Are you you have medical people on your team?
Yeah, I had them here today. I lost my afternoon person, but I had my morning person, and they were running errands all morning. And my main case manager, he came in and got me some Tylenol PM, but that that was just to try and get my nerves settled.
All
My
right.
son
So
goes to trial.
Axis, hold on.
Yeah,
We can't give you medical advice on YouTube. They will take this channel down for us doing it. I can type in advice in the backstage
Oh
chat.
yeah, I'm not
I'm
giving
not
medical.
asking for
I'm
medical
just
advice.
listening to the story.
That's it.
But you do
He's
have
lending
people
an ear.
monitoring this for you,
Right.
at least.
But you offer a service, so you say
Yeah.
that you assist with mental issues and such forth, which is what
Yeah.
I've
No.
seen from
Keep
your
keep
show.
talking. I want to listen.
I've got
I
a
don't have
good
it. I'm
history.
just making sure that you have medical people around if you
Yes,
need them. Okay.
yeah. It's just going through the withdrawals, man. I used to go to Cage's when I would purge, and Cage he's dealt with probably about a year or two worth of my purging, and I lost Cage as a resource,
Is that
and
you talking about the panel verse, the guy that shows up on panels?
yeah,
Cage.
Cage reality, yeah,
Hmm.
it kind of reached its peak as far as our compatibility went. So I don't have anywhere to exfoliate my disgusting hell except here.
Well, I guess you're in the right place.
Well, I was hoping so, Jeff, because I'm in a dark fucking place, man. Really dark.
What helps you? Like, what do you need? What would help?
Sleep would help. I took about 4 or 5 of those Tylenol PMs. I don't know if they'll kick in. I
Oh,
hate that much.
yikes.
Acetaminophen. Yeah, acetaminophen. Yeah, it's liver damage. I probably drank that motherfucker to death years
Yeah.
ago.
I'm scared to
Probably,
even take regular Tylenol too much.
yeah. Well, I'm on the oxycodone uh, IRs, so it doesn't have Tylenol in it,
Oh,
and I'm able to take the Tylenol PM with the instant release. But the benzos, there's nothing to alleviate this nightmare except time.
Nope.
there's no shortcut to.
No,
You will are you planning on quitting them permanently, or is this a
no,
situation where you're out temporarily?
yeah, I had an in-home service that had sticky fingers because they like to send strangers to my home for my medical health care, and I should have had a camera on them, but I didn't. My bad. So it comes down
So
to my
you're
word
just having the
against theirs.
trouble until you get your script refilled.
Yeah, tomorrow,
Okay.
and this being the
Hydrate.
third day. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely, man, absolutely. This is just a matter of endurance,
Hmm.
the
Yes.
endurance
And,
challenge of will,
and
and
understanding that you don't have a choice in it and that you're just going to have to man up through it, as crappy as that is. It sucks, dude. It really sucks.
yes, it does. But a little bit of a support system helps, or at least it seems to help because it occupies my mind and it keeps me from dwelling on not over the
Yeah.
overwhelming circumstances around me, but the condition that I've allowed myself to get into, and to remember this point so I don't ever do it again. But
Yeah.
I had
Well,
no control
you
of the
can hang
sticky
out here
fingers.
if it helps you to just stay on panel for a while.
Just
Do
know
you
it can
think
be
the
done.
sleep will eventually come?
That's what I'm hoping. I'm because I'll be honest with you, Jeff. My son's trial starts Monday for murder
Oh,
one. Yeah, and I'm getting new healthcare staff. My morning and my afternoons are going to be replaced, and I got a new case manager through the state for my physical health and my assistant, and she's converging from the state to make sure everybody's doing their job correctly, which they're not. at all. So I had to document all that, and then as well deal with withdrawals, and know that Monday and by Wednesday my son could be doing 80 years or walking free. There is no in between. They offered him 10 years as a something homicide. It wasn't murder. It was something homicide, and he would get 10 years, and that's what the state finally offered after offering him 44 years. Sorry, it comes in waves, man. But he it was last year, October 12th is when this happened, the day before the 13th. So it's just been a few days over a year now. And all they ever offered him was 44 years. The judge wants to give him 80. His lawyer managed to get it down to 10, and it's something homicide instead of murder one, which I guess reflects better on someone you've taken out, if you took them out. And I had no idea that my home care was when I had sticky fingers and I was going to be left out in the fucking wind, withdrawing like this.
And then you have the extra stress of the trial coming up on top of it.
Yeah. Plus health. Health is a big concern because I don't think. Well, I know in this condition, I couldn't even make it out of the front door without help. I barely make it to the bathroom. That's why they keep so much home assistance on me.
So you just like in bed or lay on the couch or something right now?
Yeah, they've got me bed down. They've had me bed down for almost 6 months or more. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I get a nurse in the morning and a nurse in the evening. But my
So you
evening
have
nurse,
someone this evening coming back to check?
no.
That's
My
it for the
case
day?
manager, yeah, my case manager just left, and I
Okay.
started feeling really funky. And I seen you were live, man, and I was like, okay, let's see if he's worth his nano.
Will
Here it is.
you call the ER if you feel like it gets too bad?
When the blood pressure drops so low that I start palpitating, yeah.
Okay. And
Yeah,
you're
that's
able to
when I
manage
call the
that
ER.
yourself?
Yeah, that you can feel your blood pressure. You
Okay.
start getting cold and your heart starts fluttering, and that's
Okay.
when you call the 911, and you get to spend some happy time with the doctors. Can't stand it.
Would it
But
help for you to do that anyway?
go ahead. No. All they're going to do is they're going to give me a non-benzo sedative and charge my insurance probably $10,000 for the ambulance ride, the hospital, and the treatment. And they just get me sleepy and stable and send me home for 24 hours and tell me if the symptoms persist to come back. Like for another 10,000, fuck you. Healthcare is nothing but it's about money, man. You'll get good healthcare if you can pay
You're
for
correct. Yes, sir. You're absolutely right.
it. And I've got great insurance, so I get pretty good healthcare. But even at that, man, if they can slack, shortcut, or somehow manage to weasel out of their job, that's the first thing on their mind. You come second. And I found that out really hard.
You're a commodity, sir.
Yeah,
They
I'm a number.
utilize you like chattel.
Mm-hmm. And they don't realize that, there's still a bit of a human left in me. Not much, little. And it just tears another little chunk of that away whenever you hit these situations. And like I said, usually it's opioids because I'm on such a high regimen. But this time it's benzos, and this is all psychological, completely, totally psychological. I can't tune in to even go live myself. So, and my mother is playing the blame game. I'm dumping on you, Jeff. Thank you for allowing me this. I'm
That's
airing my
okay. I'm good
laundry,
at
and
that.
I don't. Yeah, well, I'm good at airing my laundry. And fuck them, you know. I have nothing to hide. You know, I'm a big boy now. But my mother plays the blame game, and she's found every sub reason for me to be responsible for my son being in jail for murder, one, and up on charges. Everything from the way I raised him to the lifestyle I led to me not allowing her access to him when he was locked up in a boys' prison. I mean, just anything she can throw at me with the kitchen sink. And it's my fucking fault, which sends my blood pressure really high. So I have to avoid her completely,
I
which
was
is
about to
super
say,
hard.
hopefully you're staying away from her right now.
Yeah, she's generally a halfway decent support, but at this point, she's spent herself broke on lawyers and commissary for my son to the point where she's damaged her own financial future. And man, she's coming at me like a screaming banshee saying it was my responsibility and she took responsibility for my son. I got my son's 30 fucking years old. When does he take responsibility for himself? You
Yeah.
know, I didn't put him in that situation. He put himself there.
Hmm.
But she's no support. And my daughter, she's on tour, so can't really bother her with anything. She owes her ass to music.
So you just need to ride out the night
Yeah,
and get some
yeah.
sleep.
Someone to reflect on, some maybe a good conversation to
Well,
get
I
the.
think Sasquatch and I were having some, despite what some people out there think. I was enjoying the conversation today.
What's the topic?
Oh, we were talking
Hold
all over
on.
the place.
Hold on, Jeff.
A
Let
lot
me
about
finish this right
YouTube and
quick. Let
do
me
it.
speak to his point right quick. The situation he's in. You're within enough time that it's gonna suck, but you know it's not gonna kill you. You are aware that it's not gonna be any fun, and you have the awareness to prepare for that.
Oh yeah, I've been through
That's
this
excellent. All of
many
these
times.
things are excellent, and it'll be okay. I'm happy about that. It
Yeah.
sucks. I know it does. I've been there, bro. It's no good. I broke my back and my pelvis and ended up bedridden for 7 months or so. And for the longest time, I couldn't get things to sit back right in order for them to heal. And so I ended up on crutches and canes and opiates and benzos and everything else you can imagine.
No, fuck, brother. I'm telling you, they'll dope you up, man, but they won't help you come down.
Truth.
You know, high and
And
dry.
until you deal with the reason for the problems, you can't pretend that the problem doesn't exist.
No, I've got massive brain damage
I'm
from.
saying this because other people would just tell you, man, get over it. Like, things happen.
Oh,
Just
right. I
fuck
understand.
up
Yeah,
and be a
no.
man
Having a
or whatever.
fellow,
That's not the case.
connoisseur of benzos and opioids, I'm sure you went through a time or two that they weren't quite available as fast enough, and you start to get that twitch and that twinge, and then there's a layer of frost on your back, and next thing you're dancing around like every day's Halloween, and you're the
Yeah.
ghoul. Yeah, that's
Or
where
the
I'm at.
dancing monkey step into their tune. You are correct.
Yeah,
Addiction and injury can both limit freedom, and they do it differently.
yeah. I had massive head trauma when I was 14, man, and it was a blessing and a curse. Um, I can't. I couldn't do simple
I'll be
things.
right back. Somebody just showed
I
up.
could do.
Okay.
I could do complex things, and I had to work off of that, being able to only do complex things. I'm sorry, man. I'm probably bringing the energy
No, no, no. Don't
to
worry about it.
the
That's we.
showdown.
This is a space for this kind of stuff. It doesn't always have to be content, content, content.
But there's just really. I mean, Jeff, I've always felt comfortable being able to just swing by your channel and shit, man. And you kind of know a little bit about who and what I am. You lived it. You were there. Maybe not in the same way, but you were there.
I remember our conversations.
Yeah, and it's kind of like when I got off of the morphine, and it was a choice, but I don't think that I'm psychologically capable of handling society, more or less my condition, without some type of psychotropic, which I take a serotonin booster and some type of benzosine to the nervous system, because I have so much nerve damage that it actually allows me to rest. Yeah, I'm on a myriad of shit, Jeff, and I can't say that I want to give them up. All I can say is that I've been here before. I don't know if you've ever had see, I was an alcoholic too. That was a real bummer to get off of. That took me getting some serious injuries to stop that. And that's
You did it
always
cold
something.
turkey.
Oh yeah. I took 9 stab wounds, man.
Wow.
Yeah, I exited over the Ohio River in that flight, and they brought me back on the helipad, and that tore my nerves. The wound in the back of the neck was the one that did most of the nerve damage. The other one, well, they took out both lungs and the back of the neck, and they sliced me up real good. It hit me 9 times, 9 major times. But that's besides what I'm going through. It's just a part of what got me here, and how I have to stay somewhat mentally stable. At least I become a vicious rat and start gnawing hose and shit. But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it, Jeff.
Well, thank you.
You had to ever deal with somebody that's coming off of heavy benzos or opioids?
I've worked in environments where that happened, but there were usually other people around with more, because my experience is more with the mental health side. So I usually have to refer out or bring in somebody with the substance use side. And so usually there were other people around that were more experienced with that than me that could take it from there.
Right, but you've seen enough to know the familiarity of what it
And
is.
most of the friends I had, they died more often than they tried to get off of it or withdraw. So I've lost more to overdose than I have through having to see them go through withdrawals.
Well, I'm one of the unfortunate few. I didn't get to ride the big train out, and
Well, you have a lot of strength. I know that.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. It's just keeping the mind occupied with something that's not destructive.
Mm-hmm.
Something to focus on, something to alleviate attention to my own carcass at this point.
Well, it is Halloween today. Do you have any cool Halloween stories?
I am a Halloween story.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, I imagine you must.
Yeah, yeah. When when they when they released me, I was in a healthcare facility. Um, when they released me, I got to spend a couple years until the nerve damage in my lungs finally gave out to the point where they wouldn't allow me. They said, you know, your fun days are over. Quit walking, and that led me to having a community interaction with people in the metaverse, man. YouTube.
Mm.
This is where most of my social interaction is, and I kind of developed a networking system of keeping myself stable with or without the withdrawal.
That's impressive that the opportunity is there for people to do that now.
Yeah, yeah, technology is, you know, overnight, brother, and it's still going. You know, we're talking Moore's law here, and it's on a on a vertical up, telling you. But it's good though in some respect because being being confined, I wouldn't have had the community or the outreach that I have, or the network that I have, and I wouldn't have met some of the coolest people that you know that I know is on the metaverse.
That's peer support, dude. And it also like frees you up, gives you some independence from relying on the system itself. You have the ability to go outside of it and create your own support system.
Yeah, but it takes willing people like you, Jeff, to do that. You know, you know the panel verse.
I'd like to think we're out there.
You are you got something good going here, man, and I really appreciate it. And I don't want to I don't want to cause any static or bumps in the roads with you, but like I said, usually Cage was the one that
What's up with Cage? What's he up? I don't know him that well. I see him on panels. Is he not been around lately?
um he's a government grower, and he's into some heavy esoteric and mystery school teaching and all his mind. So his approach to my condition is good when it's opioids, but when it's benzos and we're playing mind games, it don't work.
Mm.
And that's his trip is mystery school, sacred teachings, Masonic order, Albert Pike, um, and that's just not where benzos take you when they're coming out of your system.
Mm.
Um, your your visual reality becomes skewed. I've got bad audio audibles going on in my ears. It sounds like a fucking radio playing in the other room, but you can't
From just the
distinguish.
withdrawals, like brain
Yeah,
noise.
yeah, yeah. But you can't distinguish what the sound of what the song is. But it keeps playing. It's a different song. Sounds like the radio. There ain't no fucking radio on here,
Maybe it's ministry.
brother Al,
I've been listening
Uncle
to. We're
Al.
doing Leggy and I are doing our album reviews next week, and I picked Ministry's "Land of Rape and Honey" as my album.
Oh,
It's gonna go up against Guns N' Roses' "Appetite for Destruction."
Uncle Al gets it. I'm sorry, because
He went woke, dude. Have you seen his new album?
no,
Oh my
no.
God! It's all about toxic masculinity and how everyone's being oppressed. It's like the wokesters wrote the lyrics for him.
Oh
He
no,
went he
man.
went hella woke. They
Damn,
just put
and
out a new
see,
album.
his last tour, they were doing stuff off of For Sympathy. which had Every Day is Halloween, and they were doing stuff off of Twitch live. And he did a couple songs from Land of Rape and Honey, and I thought that was really odd that they would tour on those songs. And he had a sexual uh, stage show that was, kept your eyes filled with candy. And I thought this is kind of strange, but now I'm going to have to listen to his new album and find out what the hell got to him.
I mean, right? Like I can't even pay attention to the music because the lyrics are so. I can't get past the lyrics.
Well,
Toxic
when you get
massage, big dick energy, toxic misogyny, violence, violence, horny little boys full of hormones and hate, waging war on women because they can't get a date, manosphere, manosphere, controlling women's bodies, that type of shit.
wow, that's wild, man. Because back in the days, the Wax Track days when Al was around all the way up till Dark Side of the Spoon, and it was leading up to Dark Side of the Spoon is whenever even Revolting Cock stopped touring because Al was gone. And if anybody I thought would have went out first, it would have been Al, but he didn't. It was all of us, and that motherfucker's still going and got woke. And he's been to some of the serious ceremonies too, peyote ceremonies, ayahuasca. He's went on shaman journeys. That just blows me away, Jeff.
I know a lot of them are a lot of the people from that era are woke now, and the whole that like a lot of that music was against. I mean, that's when the PMRC were trying to sticker everything, and they were all against that, and now they've kind of become those people. Even
blows me
Eminem,
away.
his new album is very anti-woke, but people tell me that he's still a Kamala supporter.
See, I don't put faith in either party. I put faith in me because I figure it's all an agenda and they got to keep this country rolling or sink it, and we'll either sink or swim, no matter who's in there. Because they're just to me a showman, a front, for the people who actually are making the shows happen. The ones that are actually moving big dollars behind the scenes, while you stand out and entertain the crowd, and in the end, you're just another washed up 4-year face.
Well, as long as they keep putting out good music, I guess.
Right? But if he went woke, man, that I can't back that.
It's I'm the same way. I was all, it's called Hopium for the Masses, the name of it, and I was all excited about it. But I started hearing the lyrics, and I can't even enjoy the music because the lyrics are so
See, I remember
awful and woke.
the impact that Land of Rape and Honey had was a division of some really industrial minded Rust Belt people that even the punk scene, I noticed, and from where we were at and what we were developing as TKK at that time, and touring strong on that one, the Ecstasy Ball tour. And you had your industrial punk, which were more dark, gothic, spike wearing, 60 eyes, knee high docs. And you could always tell, Skinny Puppy. That dude was a Skinny Puppy, and they'd always have ministry or something written on the trench or the back of the leather jacket with the misfits, or and I thought he's really making waves. And then I jumped on that wagon after, because the metal scene had give way to grunge, and then grunge gave way to rap, and we all took a sub direction and went Rust Belt Industrial, and that paved my way to life. Music paid for me.
So you were around and performing even back then, like late '80s, early '90s.
Yeah, I was in a
Wow.
metal
And what was your
band,
band called?
Mystic Witness.
Mystic Witness.
Yeah.
I saw a clip, interview of Al Jorgensen on the Phil Donahue show from like 1982 or 3. I had no idea he was in the public spotlight even that early.
Yeah, he was living above the alley there off of Park and Belmont in Chicago, and he had the apartment upstairs and a studio in there. And I'm not going to, disclose anything, but it was a wild, fucking wild time. I mean, we were really growing with that digital and keyboard synth sound with a grind, you know? And shit, that was from New York to Chicago, even through Toledo, and then you had Trent Reznor, asshole, fall out, and he commercialized the whole scene. And now that Al's doing it, I'm thinking, do I really want to listen to and support that artist? I stood by my guns. Sorry, Jeff. I was stuck by my guns and kept the dark ideal of what that goth type presence is, and I haven't ever let go of that. It's almost childlike.
Does
Adults
the
see it.
original stuff still like inspire you or recharge you?
Yeah, yeah. I face my songs now as more. They're not as harmful as they used to be, but they're more intuitive and informative type of songs now with geometry and mystery culture things, Hinduism, and occasionally I'll attack somebody, but I get my fuel from Netzareb,
Oh yeah, I remember them.
yeah, lightning, yeah, ministry, naturally skinny puppy, flood, ogre, but then the last album I had of theirs that I even purchased that I thought was awesome was The Greater Right of the Wrong, or The Greater Wrong of the Right. Either way. And also goes on and get that feel for that 94, 94, 93, 94, 95 type. But still, I've got so much Serial Kill Cult influence in me and my music that I have to limit what I listen to as far as TKK goes.
Were they
Especially,
wax tracks too? Through Kill?
yeah. Jorgensen was the one that actually inspired and helped put Serial Kill Cult together. And I was just out of Louisville, and I got to do the Ecstasy Ball tour. But they were out of Detroit, and we all converged in Chicago. And man, my doctor, my pain management doctor, I gave him my VIPs for the 25-year Wax Tracks anniversary. Man, Al was there, Buzz, Groove, Beat Mistress. I mean, you had everybody of the who's
Did you
who
ever
in the
meet Bill
industrial.
Riflin? Because he worked with
No,
Swans.
no, I don't recall. I don't
He
recall
was one
that.
of the percussionists that
Oh,
worked on some of
what
their
about?
earlier albums.
I'm sorry. What did you call a guy that hangs out with the band?
A
Drummer.
groupie?
Sorry, man. Sorry, bad joke. Bad joke.
Yeah.
But yeah, I still use a lot of that influence because I never, whenever people in the hair metal said that rock would never die, and I watched rock die, that's whenever
You
I
think it
thought,
died, or did it just go back underground where it started?
that's something that I ponder because I imagine the younger generation has their style of what we, you know, it's not going to be glam rock and spandex or long hair type rock like the '80s were. That was
It's all that death metal. It's like that cyber death metal.
yeah, yeah. See, my daughter, she does contemporary, and it's kind of a Seattle alternative with a bit of grunge and topped off with a flute.
Oh,
She's a professional flutist, and she does lead singing. Casually Committed is the band, and she she actually got to ride out, you know, and she got to she got to throw my name around,
oh,
and it was pretty cool. I thought that was neat. Fed my ego real good. But yeah, they just did a national release, and it's on Spotify.
oh.
Yeah, they just got out of the studio, and now they're doing venue touring.
TML, happy Halloween. How's it going with you?
Oh, TML. Hey,
Yeah, okay.
right.
The gang's all here.
Give me my wrench. I want my wrench. Damn it! Give me my wrench.
I'll give you a
You know
wrench.
what?
You can have a wrench.
I don't. It don't matter to me either way. I mean, you can take me or leave me, and what I have to say is either of importance or not. You know, I just enjoy right now the comfort of being able to conversate and have an outlet. And I thank you for that, Jeff. And I thank the cat for being patient with me and understanding.
Well, I think we're having a
That,
good conversation. I'm definitely enjoying talking about all this rock. Leggy and I
yeah,
are
it
going to
was
be doing it next week, so it helps me get my mind ready for that.
well. I'll tell you, and you picked one of the best industrial albums that ever was
That was
created.
really like the first great. I went back and listened to Swan's first album from 1983, and that was the closest I could find to anything like the Sound Ministry was doing back in '88.
Right, but you got to consider where some of Al Jorgensen's roots from. Gary Newman, Psychic TV.
Yeah,
Um, uh, what was oh, they were a noise band, and they were actually had a transgender before transgender was cool. They were from Europe. I can't think of
was it Cindy Talk?
Throbbing Gristle.
Oh,
Throbbing
because
Gristle.
Genesis himself turned into some gendered something.
Yeah, yeah, Genesis QA. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, Throbbing Gristle. What a trip, man! But that's where all that came from. Especially Gary Newman when he released, Electric and he, Cars was a poppy thing. But if you get into his
He
music,
did
you'll be
Pleasure
like,
Principle and
that's the one with Cars.
Replicas.
Yeah, his
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
stuff now sounds just like Trent Reznor. The last
I love
five
it. It's that
albums he's
early
done.
synth pop. I love that stuff.
Yes, yeah. But that's what um, inspired most of us was because noise bands and that deep synthesizer sound and the fact that you could do, loop just absolutely set off a whole new genre of music. But it was inspired by noise bands and Gary Newman was one of my biggest inspirations. And it was Down in the Park and My Friend Electric, just
Yeah.
amazing,
I love
amazing.
those first two albums.
Yes,
That's some
yeah,
of the probably the best synth pop until OMD took it
yeah.
over.
He
They
used
were all trying to like find a way to translate Kraftwerk into British
that.
pop.
Yeah, Audubon. That was man. I used to play that over and over
I
when I
love
was
this
really
song and
young.
the Cometon melody.
Yeah, Are
The
the
Faint.
noise?
I have not heard of The Faint. Have you heard of The Faint?
No, no. Do you remember Are the Noise?
Yeah. Oh my God! I posted one of their videos in Discord a few days ago.
Close to the edit.
Yes,
I
close to the end
love
with that
that
little punk
song.
girl. That video
Yeah,
has stuck with me like ever since childhood. Where they're chopping
absolutely,
up all the
man.
instruments.
Yeah, yeah. Man, those days were so inspiring, and there was so much new frontier of sound to be developed, and we were in a smorgasbord of synthesizers. You know, Gary Newman used 5 Moogs to do cars.
Yeah, the Moog.
Yeah,
Moog.
see, I've got my I got my mini Roland, which has an entire Moog set of variables to it.
I got to
And
Oh,
bounce. Axis, good to meet you.
hey,
Good luck with
man,
what you're
yeah,
going through. Jeff,
thank you, brother.
Sasquatch.
appreciate you giving me the time. Much
It's
love. I
been a
got to go.
pleasure. This is what was truly one of the best Halloweens ever. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man. I hope we can talk sometime, brother. It sounds like we've been down the same road somewhere along the way.
Something similar, yes, sir. There's
Yeah,
light at the other end of the tunnel, but you've got to have faith, brother. Faith in yourself and nothing else.
I hear you on that. I hear you on that. That's
I
what
got
I'm
to bounce.
trying, man.
Much love.
Okay.
Take
Take
care,
care.
man.
Cool, cool. And
Yeah,
it's
just
still open panel. I plan to keep this going as long as as long as I can. So hop on up. So anybody else, if you want to join the conversation.
yeah. Don't let me discourage you. You know, I'm just hanging out over here in the corner. You know, good place for me over in the
Yeah,
corner.
we're just chatting. I love rock history.
Oh yeah.
I'm a geek.
Well, my first major show was at Louisville Gardens, and that was
Wood
with Mystic
Gardens.
Witness. Louisville Gardens.
Is that in
Uh,
Chicago?
no, it's in Louisville, Kentucky.
Oh,
Uh,
Louisville Garden. Okay.
yeah, Louisville Gardens, and that was the first time I ever played in front of a crowd. I think they had 3,000 people there. 2,000. It was intense.
What did you play again?
Lead guitar, lead vocals,
Oh, wow. Okay.
and I still have some cuts from those tracks that we monkeyed around with back in the hair metal days. And I had the spandex, you know, with the zips up the side. I had the black knee high boots and the poet shirt, you know,
The poet
and
shirt.
yeah. So, you know, the eyeliner on so fucking thick, I look like Alice Cooper, you know. Spandex so tight, you can see everything that I stuffed in
Oh,
my
funny.
spandex. Is, yeah,
You could have been Adam and the Ants.
there you go. There you go. That's another one. That's you know,
Strip for
he's
you,
got some
strip for
heritage,
me.
right? Yeah. I'm trying to think. He had another awesome tune that he did that was pretty inspiring. I just there's so many names and so much juice for that time and that period, and I do get to see it reflected at least you know somewhat in like my daughter because at least she's you know promoting something that has substance to it
Hmm.
rather
Did
than
she grow up listening to your music, like all your
yeah
albums?
yeah yeah she grew up totally around guitars and synthesizers and band members and
Oh man.
you know yeah she got to experience and she was very young and wow you know what an incredible person she turned out to be. I'm in awe. I'm just completely blown away and honored you know to say hey my daughter man she's doing daddy's old shit. So that was pretty cool.
Oh,
But I'm hoping that that burst of inspiration that we had back in the 90s in music kind of reproduces itself under the turmoil of the political and social situations of today. And I would like to hear the voice of the generation that is being swamped by the engineering that's taking place. And I would like to hear it done with synthesizers and heavily distorted guitars, you know?
Well, the right, they say the right is the new counterculture. Like that's all the punks were from the left in our day, but now that same culture is the right. And I guess we do. Where is their art?
Right. Well, what killed me was the 808. I don't remember, or I don't know if you remember, but
808 State.
no, the 808 is a drum machine. That's what made rap.
Oh, okay. What year was that?
That was probably 88, 87.
Okay.
And we were watching the break dancers and listening to White Lines and Jam on It and
Electric Boogaloo. Oh, Nucleus. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Jam on
And
it.
we were kind
Jam
of
on it.
we were grooving and we didn't think that was going to be a massive influence. We just kind of that's cool, but we were still long-haired metalheads. And that's the direction we went. We didn't realize that at that time, not only the record companies were preparing for a change, but all the venues were starting to change. And then you had that Seattle sound that came in, and they kept edging more of the rap. And MTV went, it went to almost, what was it, MTV Rap or something like that.
Yeah, when did that start? Let me look. Leggy and I planned to talk about that on our episode, MTV Raps. There was a shift in the music industry. 88 it started.
Yeah.
And alternative, 120 Minutes started in 86. That was the alternative music show.
Oh, yeah, man. That's the first time I seen the Sugar Cubes live.
Oh my god, their first two the Sugar Cube albums, that was some of my favorite punk. Even their earlier stuff when they were Pilker Per Pilker. But they were doing Einer Orn was doing punk back in 81, 82.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Perker
Planet.
Pilchik.
I love Planet. And the first time I heard it was on 120
That
Minutes.
album, oh my, that album changed my life. Here Today, Tomorrow, Next Week.
Yeah.
I had their videos and everything. The concert.
Yeah, I went on a little side binge, some Love and Rockets, some Sugar Cubes, some Depeche Mode in there. Had to. Sorry.
I love Einer. He might be one of my favorite punks.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you think of Robert Smith? And have you seen?
Oh, The Cure. I love. They're coming out with a new album.
No, I didn't.
Next month. They have a few songs out of it already.
Awesome, Jeff. I didn't know you
It
kept
kind
up
of
with
sounds like Disintegration era. I think it's going to be good.
Because Disintegration was awesome.
It really was.
Whenever Personal Jesus got commercialized, that's when we felt that our long-haired spandex just wasn't cut it anymore, and it didn't. And everything changed on us. Everybody got
the world left you behind.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. And everybody was doing reality TV and MTV Raps and
Real World.
Real World, Jersey Shore, and then MTV wasn't even playing music anymore after it went to the rap phase. And we hit out in the Rust Belt doing tours nationally out of Chicago. And we didn't even interact with those artists at all. That was completely taboo. And we became our own subculture.
Right. That's the cool thing about our generation. There were all these cool musical subcultures. There were just so many. They were like channels on YouTube. You could find your own little niche with your own little music and your own people.
Yeah, it was really happening, man. And there wasn't no conflict really between any of the cliques. I mean, it was nothing to go to an after party, man, and there'd be goths and there'd be skate punks and there'd be gutter punks and there'd be a glam punk, and then naturally you got your witchy, metaphysical that kind of blends in with them. And now we went to shows that were relevant to us, and we went to shows that weren't relevant to us, just because it was cool, and everybody was like hip on the scene. We were more into the personal experience of things, and the experience is what we were into,
Yeah.
not the ideal of it. We were actually physically and audibly expressing, our resistance to, I guess, structured society at the time.
Wow. I can't I love Generation X, so I feel so blessed to be part of that. That is Gen X culture was the best culture.
Oh my God, yeah. And there you go, Billy Idol. He stuck to his.
Oh my God! Oh, Billy, he's my satanic daddy. Susie was my satanic goddess, and Billy Idol was my satanic daddy.
There you go. There you go. Because he was with Gen X, punk
Yeah, that was his first
until he
band.
became. Yeah, and after he did Cyberpunk, and then he done one album that had new songs on it, that they were kind of songs from the sound of each album. On the last album I remember he did.
Well, he's put out a couple of music in the last few years that it's some of the best stuff he's ever done. Like he's still got it. It's almost better than his '80s stuff.
Right, he still got the look too, man.
Yeah, he has videos out and everything. He's like, what happened to him? He's still kicking.
I don't. He went on a reclusive stage, back in late '90s or late '80s, early '90s, and he went a direction that most artists find themselves going in, and he stayed there, and then suddenly he come out with Cyberpunk, which had a rendition of Heroin on it, and that's when everybody found out that Billy Idol was, he's fucking junkie, man.
Oh, I didn't know about his heroin cover.
Yeah.
It was Cyberpunk.
Well,
Let me look it up.
yeah, it was. He was he was doing speedballs, crack.
I'll be darned.
Yeah, it was nasty, and he Cyberpunk video, the one that was the band one, actually it shows him with some of his doubts and the needle,
Oh wow, I'm watching it right now. I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
listen to it after this.
Yeah, Heroin. It's the one that
The
was
Velvet
banned.
Underground song.
Yeah, and that's when everybody, kind of swayed away. But Billy Idol come out with one of the best, what I consider cyberpunk albums that were ever made, and that's what it was.
Which
called,
album was that?
Cyberpunk.
It's called Cyberpunk.
Yeah, Shock to the System, Heroin. There's a couple other songs on there. Neuromancer.
Oh, from '93. Yeah, that's when I had stopped listening to him.
Yeah, everybody did. But that's when he come out of, his home, and that was the release that he gave us after his bout with, his personal issues. And to me, that was a highly impressive statement for an album of where the direction of technology was headed.
I think I'm going to listen to it today.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. And to see him still, looking the part and coming on strong.
Mm-hmm.
I got the look. I got to come on strong, but I just don't have the physical ability to do that anymore.
When's the last time you made music or played or toured?
Let me look here. It was 2016.
Oh, that's not bad.
Big Monsters. Yep. E-Movie Monsters. I was a hired gun. And after that was my que sera, sera.
Well, you have all the memories. Like nothing's gonna replace that.
No. it's not, and that was such a
Are they from Fort
defiant.
Wayne, Indiana?
Yeah, B movie
I'm looking
monster.
at them now.
Yep.
Oh, they did a cover of Joy Division.
Yeah, I was with them on the 2016 is what the All Access is, so it had to have been around 2016.
There's 1313 from the Cradle to the Grave, Theater to the Grave.
And if you notice, the members are constantly changing. I wound up the bassist works in movies now, and he does set design for movies. And
Oh,
yeah, they replaced him. They replaced me. It went through member after member there, just before the 2016 tour and just after it. But it's managed to evolve. But that was heavy punk. You know, that was actual, you know, grinding, more guitar punk. And
were you on any of the albums, or did you just play
no,
live?
no, I was
Oh my
behind the
God, they're
gun.
kids. I'm looking at them now.
Hold on, have they changed?
They just look very young.
You need to look up 2016.
Let me see. Oh, these are from 2010, 2013.
Yeah, because B Movie Monsters was sponsored by Guitar Center, man. They were put together and produced and designed by Guitar Center.
Are you? Wow. They were like a manufactured band.
Oh yeah, but man, do not think that your product is not going to be manufactured unless it's done on an independent label or you pay for it. Which you pay for it even with the label. You know,
Well,
it's
a
done
lot of people are going to Bandcamp now for that reason. They can just put out their own shit.
right. This one time in Bandcamp.
Oh yeah, they have.
Man.
I have their Facebook page. They have a lot of photos.
Yeah, members in and out, man. You'll see drastic changes. It was kind of a stage humor thing, man. Somebody had to take on the Ace Frehley look. I don't know if you see those pictures or not. Starman from Kiss.
No, not so far. There's some guy dressed like a monster,
Yeah. Yep.
and the drummer's a bald-headed guy with kind of gothic makeup,
That must
like
be
Marilyn Manson looking.
Yeah, that's a different drummer. Yeah. Because me and the bass player and the old drummer got along great. There should be trying to remember his name.
They all look very young.
Oh, it's 2016, man. It's what, in 2024. We were riding the edge, the end of anything that would remotely resemble.
Gigi Allen. I was in a bar in Austin, gay bar in Austin, Texas, and at some point in the middle of the night or something, they closed the bar and they had everybody go outside, and there was all this like smoke pouring out, and the club next to it, it shared a wall with the gay bar. Gigi Allen was in there doing a punk show, and he had set off some kind of smoke device or something, and they had to call out the fire department, and they shut the gay bar down and the punk bar down that night because of that damn Gigi Allen show. And that's the first time I learned about Gigi Allen.
Oh shit, man. It's developed completely more visual stimulation from like trying to think of some of the visual influencers. KMFDM, they were heavy visual influencers, and on stage they were kind of like skinny puppies. They gave you heavy visuals. So is that what was going on there?
He was always pushing the limit. He was like, He'd shit on stage. He'd set off
Yeah.
bombs. Like he took punk to the extreme. And I
Well,
had some
the
friends
music.
back home that were Gigi Allen fans, and they were the same way. Like you couldn't even take them out in public. They would like start smashing things and breaking things. Like they were
Kind of like,
hardcore punk. They lived way out in the country in a trailer house, and we left them there. Like we had to go visit them there. Nobody wanted them in public with us.
yeah, that sounds like gutter punk, man.
They were the country version of gutter punks.
Oh, punkabilly's even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, good old boys.
I had a friend in Vegas, or an acquaintance in Vegas that I met off of AOL. Like this girl, we hung out for a while, and apparently she had dated the guy from Skinny Puppy at some point, or he had wanted to date her, and he sent her these albums, and he signed them and everything.
Oh shit.
Oh, hey, Kane. Yeah, I did. For people that can follow logic and follow an argument, I think I did fine. Plus, I didn't realize it at the time, but going back and watching it last night, I was amazingly calm. Like, Andrew was the one spurring out and getting worked up the whole time. Like, the things people normally accuse me of, Andrew was the one doing that. So I don't know why he keeps telling me to stop spurging. Maybe it's projection. But I was fine, mainly because I didn't understand 90% of what he was saying, because he would never answer the questions I was trying to get answered.
What was the debate about?
I debated Andrew Wilson on gay marriage like a year and a half ago, and Speakeasy
Really?
reviewed it on his stream last night, and so I got to rewatch it again and like notice things I hadn't noticed before, and break the arguments down even further. And that was like my first. Outside of P.F. Jung, who's my panel daddy, that was like my first introduction to the panelverse. Like I didn't know what any of that was. And I'd have never met Andrew. P.F. Jung wanted to set it up, and he just like, here, show up at this link at this time. And I showed up, and we chit-chatted on Discord for a few minutes, like that the day before or something, just to pin down a topic, and that's it. I didn't know what I was getting into. And after that, I went and hung out in the Crucible that night for like hours and hours afterwards. And I met Machine Lies. I met Neurojack through the Crucible. And so the little Crucible community became my community for a while. And from there, I discovered the Panelverse. So Andrew Wilson and the Crucible was my gateway into the Panelverse. And it all came from that initial debate.
Awesome.
He doesn't intimidate me. I find him amusing. This was what, after the debate was over, this was his feedback to P.F. Jung. He found me belligerent, if you can believe that. The projection is so strong.
What stance was he taking? I don't think I have to ask, but
It was weird because he has this idea that America is not a secular nation. Like, it's a Christian nation, and it's just factually not. We have no established religion. You can get married with the justice of the peace or through the courts. You don't even have to have a religious marriage. So his whole argument rested on the fact that America is a Christian nation, therefore marriage is specifically Christian, and he had nothing to back it up at all, other than his saying that it was true. So Kane, you discovered it was like Crucible to Speakeasy to the Panelverse. That was your path in. I'll be damned. The Crucible is the Crucible was the nexus that all of us came through. That's where I found Machine Lies, and then I hopped up on Machine Lies panel one day because he and Neurojack kept inviting me, and that was my first like real Panelverse channel. And Toilet Bowl Earth and I got into it, and that caused a whole bunch of drama with Toilet Bowl and Machine Lies. Like, it went on for weeks and weeks and weeks. Talk about drama.
oh man, did you get memed? It's kind of like your baptism.
Not as mean as Toilet Bowl. Like, Toilet Bowl was spurring out, and so I let Toilet Bowl. He's like, "You have a Satanist on your panel. How could you let a Satanist on your panel?" And I just let him spurg. And then me and TCPS, Traditional Culture Preservation Society, ended up having this deep philosophical conversation for an hour or so, and I thought it was cool. and I just let Tolabo Spurg, and eventually he dropped off the panel. But that was like, I had never been on that side of YouTube before at all, so that was my introduction to all of this.
Well, you
From the
got
Whatever
broken
podcast,
heart.
right? Yeah, he goes on there a lot. Oh, so you came through Machine Lives too. Look at that. The same little network of panels. It went from Crucible to TML, and then I think somewhere along the way I found Jack Talcott, and I found Flow State through Bex because I used to watch Bex's channel, and those were like my main channels for a while. Was Flow. I would watch Talcott, TML, and then Chris and I started doing our channel, and we kind of hooked ourselves up to that little network, and we all shared the same audience.
Yeah, I still have a decent uh, decent relationship with Beck.
With what? With who?
Beck, I still stay in touch with her.
Yeah, we do. We do. Bex and I watch stuff in the Discord all the time, and
I didn't know
anyone's
that.
welcome
That's
to join.
cool. Yeah, she'd come to cages whenever I'd be spewing, and she's never caused any bother to me. I know some people, are kind of touchy when it comes to Beck. No, man, she's been cool to me.
And let me tell you about Flow State. I don't know how many people know this, but Renaissance Rogue from Oklahoma. I mean, I'm sorry, New Mexico, where you are, Zephyr. She comes up on this panel. She and Flo were part of this YouTube group, like, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 years ago. They were the original Panelverse. Like, they had this little group that had a way to do YouTube panels even before the technology was out there to do it. It was her and Flow State and this other group, and she showed me some of the videos one day. They're still on YouTube. I wish I could figure out how to find them. And it is like a very proto version of the Panelverse. So Flow has been involved in this medium for way, way longer than probably any of us realize. And it was a personality group. They did personality typing. It was a group full of nerds and geeks that were there that had this interest in personality types. And they kind of had these open panels to talk about personality typing. And this was going on years before any of this Panelverse stuff.
Yeah, Flo's still into the Jones thing, real heavy. As far as I know, Flo and me, I met Flo through We Are Awake.
Through where?
We Are Awake, Ian.
Oh yeah, I remember. I watched him sometimes.
Yeah, that's where.
Forgot all about him.
I
get him confused with OTW.
Oh shit! No, 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 no. I'm sorry, but yeah, they come through We Are Awake, and I was still a nomad at that time, and I met Flo, and then when OTW came, and then suddenly there was Aesthetic Warrior, Paul, and Jack Talcott, and the Cult of Personality hit We Are Awake and just absolutely diminished what we were doing there. And
I don't know him that well. I would watch his panels a few times, but I didn't really have a sense of what he was about. That's why it's the Panelverse. Like, we're all part of the same galaxy, really.
Yeah. By proxy, man, all these Panelverses, in some way or another, were involved vicariously with each other, or passing through.
Yeah. Some of them, I think, they have roots in the truther movement. Some is the true crime. There's a little bit of QAnon, I'm told. And then the Dramaverse, where all the drama crowd came from recently, even has connections through, some of them were through Paul Enslaved and stuff. So there's even a connection with this other galaxy of drama out there.
Paul's still the godfather at me. He's like the god of all media, and Paul Enslaved, and his
Because that's where
I know there's
Talcott came from, Moose came from there, Lumatami came from there. There's a whole bunch of other people that came out of Paul.
I don't know if Ian still got him up, but you should go back and watch some of the first appearances of Paul on We Are Awake and how all that transpired, man.
Oh, so Paul started on Ian, like Ian came before even Paul.
Yeah, Ian was doing his thing, and I guess Paul was on the other side of the metaverse, and Ian started taking hot shots at people, and he was a truther, heavy truther, and it wound up turning into conflict when Paul showed up, and he had his
Imagine that.
legion of chatting, I guess, minion, and completely devastated. But I occasionally I'll hover over Paul for a second and see who he's trying to intimidate, and I'll be.
Yeah, I wasn't too familiar with Paul. I didn't really watch his shows or go on his panel, but I've been on other panels that he was on, and we're fine. Like we have decent conversations, and he we do very similar stuff. Like in a way, he's trying to do men's support in his own way, and so I kind of have a little appreciation for his way. It's not my style, but I kind of see what he's trying to do. And as far as I'm concerned, me and Paul are cool. Hey, Kitty. How was your Halloween? I forgot it was even Halloween today.
Right? This would be one to remember.
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect. I thought we'd maybe do games and activities and fun stuff, and we still can. I don't plan to end anytime soon, but
Yeah, I can drop back anytime, man. I'm feeling a lot better now that.
do you feel like you're gonna get some sleep at some point?
Not really, no.
Oh.
I'm still having light visuals and audibles, but they're subsided pretty good whenever I focus concentration on the conversation, and it takes my attention away. But I can drop back at the time, man.
No, I mean nobody else up here. I would just end up here by myself. So.
No, I don't want to discourage anybody from coming up here either. I mean.
Well, hopefully, I don't think you are. Hopefully not. If anybody's not coming up because Axis is on, don't let that stop you. Feel free to join in. We're basically talking Gen X stuff and reminiscing. So.
Yeah.
She Zephyr, she came into the Discord and threatened my channel and said she's gonna if I don't stop going after her mommy, she's gonna come for me, she said. And I just laughed and I kicked her out and blocked her. Like, come on, little girl.
Who is it?
Noelle. Oh, your mic? Okay. Well, if you want later, I don't know if Bex is around or not, but we could always watch something in the Discord too. That's an option. Yeah, Noelle is a grown person. And I think like it doesn't help to overly infantilize grown adults, even if they are neurodivergent. I mean, I certainly don't like it when people do it to me, but I think some neurodivergent people get a comfort out of that dependency. It's the complete opposite of what I'm trying to do here. So.
See, there's so many new platforms coming up with new names, and like there's one. I'm trying to think, but he's really drawing attention too. He just got monetized actually about a week or two after you did. I can't think of his name right.
Oh, what kind of channel?
It's they do everything from reviews on serial killers to what stars doing what and who's doing who. But in the chat, I see familiar faces, many, and her base is starting to grow real heavy, and she's got a personality that would back a drag queen off.
Now I'm really curious who it is.
Yeah, I've got
Is
her.
it male Pandora?
Male Pandora, yes.
Oh, look at it.
Yeah. Been there several times and seen familiar faces. See, I can't keep up with this shit, man. I'm getting old. I'm like, fuck it.
Yeah, Mel's. I've been on. I went on her panel once or twice, and I've watched it. She does. Every now and then she'll do a men's mental health panel, and usually starts some good conversation about men.
Yeah, she's pretty consistent too. She's got her persona down. She's got a pretty good following going on, and
And I think she streams pretty frequently too, like almost every day.
Yeah, like she's got the home front going on. But see, these channels that are starting to come up and evolve now, like Mel, I'll go there and observe and see familiar faces, but to me, they're kind of new to the older crowd that was combating each other on the panel. I guess will be I can't even say it, eternalized on the internet. This panel verse character versus this panel verse character, and here's the legacy. Do the searching.
Well, apparently we have social capital now from being part of this.
I just enjoy your channel, Jeff. I have since I first started hanging out. You are a fellow connoisseur of something that very few of us got to enjoy.
Well, I enjoy it too. This is the kind of stuff I like to do. And if we all lived in the same city in real life, this is the kind of people I'd be hanging out with and the kind of conversation I'd be having. So people that come here and are looking for something else, you'll have to go find it somewhere else, because this is what I like doing here. So weaving spiders. Well, wait, what? Oh, is that a YouTuber, or it was a panel about weaving spider webs? I think there's great potential for this. It doesn't have to be all drama and conflict. I think the more the world discovers this medium, I think the more potential is for so many people to bring so many unique things to it.
Well, I can testify to the fact that being able to come on here and being able to express my difficulties and situations, and there was no shaming, bashing, and there's a sense of you're okay. Without that, man, what do I got? So I think that this medium offers a lot, and you do.
Yeah, that's what it's the kind of work I used to do in person, and during COVID, I figured out how to do it online, and I've never looked back since. Like, this is definitely my vocation. This is what I feel called to do.
I ran across it when I was a nomad and wound up becoming consumed by it whenever I lost a lot of my mobility and capacity to function properly. Everything became cerebral, like cyber.
Oh, like kind of disembodied.
Yeah, it's you're not dealing with the physical aspect of a person. You're dealing completely with the cerebral state of a person. You kind of get the measure of a person by those limitations and their conversation.
We have a few obnoxious Vikings around here. They know who they are. I'm just kidding. I like our Vikings. I think it's good to have a few Vikings on your team.
It does keep the excitement up. It makes for as long as you don't abuse it, you know, it can be a enjoyable situation. Letting off a little steam.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but then there's, you know, like this right here. You know, I'm willing to step back for anybody to come up. You know, I'm pretty content, and
Well, it's definitely open to anybody that wants to come on. It looks like Zephyr's mic's giving her trouble. She usually comes on. So.
Yeah, let me share you, man. Try and get some the way Sovereign Soul put it. These Axis people. Yeah, it looks like Ian's going strong.
Who is?
Ian, we are awake.
Oh, is he doing Halloween?
I guess he was on yesterday for 12 hours, man. I couldn't hang, not the full 12. And he's got a guest that's coming on. I'm not sure when the date on it is. I didn't expect.
Oh, he does the Soul Trap stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, my people are the energy worker type people, you know. Frequencies, sounds, energy, metaphysics in a way.
Oh yeah, Zephyr's into that too. Zephyr, have you met Axis? I think you would enjoy each other's conversations. Axis has done some very interesting and intense exploration, like inner exploration.
Yeah, I was there for a while. I was pushing it, that's for damn sure. Damn, Jeff, I just scaring everybody out. There you are.
I don't think so. The numbers have been about the same throughout the day. There's a natural ebb and flow to this.
Well.
Oh, this is okay. The first time. Well, here I'll drop his channel. And you do streams with Dominic, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Dominic Cage. There's trying to think of her name. She's such a wonderful guest. Dawn, and she was in. We did a panel together and resolved some issues that we were having in our personal lives on. I think it was the last or the second to the last live stream. Pretty good. She's got a wonderful energy to her.
There was a guy on here a week or so ago. I gave him your channel. What was his name? Welfare Monkey, maybe. And he reminded me of you. I'm like, you got to talk to Axis Red Blood. I think you two would have a lot to say to each other. But he kind of goes through cycles himself, so like he may come back once he gets out of his thing.
Right? Yeah. It looks like Ian's going. I can't tell. Yeah. You got shit rolling. I don't know why this thing. There we go. Oh, I want to see that.
Are you starting to get rested?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, sleep is when you're withdrawing from like benzos or opioids. Uh,
Forget about it.
your body reacts. Yeah, there's no sleep is not a commodity that comes easy. And sometimes I've been up for 2.5 days dealing with just the
Wow.
anatomy problems. Yeah, not being able to get to sleep, insomnia, and just having to lay in my own inability to. And then eventually I black out, pass out, and wake up, and I'm like, I needed that.
But you
But
said this is just temporary. Like if you make it to tomorrow, you should be okay.
yeah, it'd be tomorrow morning. I should be fine. My first nurse goes up at 7 o'clock in the morning,
Oh, okay.
and yeah, and they should have my benzos ready by around 11. That's what I was. Was in a real dark place when I got on here, Jeff.
Yeah,
I
it seemed
appreciate
like
it.
it. I'm glad Squatch was here too.
Yeah, yeah. He seemed to emphasize on that. It's cool. But from the time I got on here to now, we're talking 80%. But sleep, it's not going to come.
Hmm.
Uh, trying to get a post for your channel out and stuff. I'm having problems here. Maybe I'm not able
Oh,
to
like to
focus.
share it somewhere?
Yeah, I'm having problems focusing, man. I'm all over the place, touching buttons I shouldn't be touching, clicking. All kinds of crazy things are happening. This is a wow. All right, I need to stop and slow down. Get
I
together.
tell you what, do do that and focus on that and take your time. I'm gonna go get a refill and I'll come back. So I guess we'll do a little intermission for a minute or two. If you want to keep talking and entertain the audience with something. If not, that's perfectly okay. I think they'll be okay for a little bit, but I'll come right back.
Rock and roll. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. There we go. All right. Got his post out, so we might have some philosophical movement. And I do thank everyone here in the chat, especially for allowing me to interlope and express certain physical aspects of torment that I seem to stumble in, sometimes purposely, sometimes accidentally. And for those of you that don't know, yes, my entire social life is in the metaverse. So between the metaverse and my case managers and nurses, that's the extent of my world. And you guys make it happen.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, I got your post out.
The
And,
what? Oh, okay. Maybe that'll bring some more people. I posted it on all of my socials. Hey, if any of you want to share it with your friends or your social media, maybe some more people will show up and we can get the party going.
Yeah, I don't mind a little cross contamination.
Because this is Halloween. This is one of the big satanic holidays. I feel like I'd be wasting it if I didn't maximize the opportunity.
Right. I got the Illumitami special for the and that was on the Aesthetic Warrior when he was doing his gig with the Z show, and it was the first time that I was on panel with Tommy, and the debate was Christianity against Satanism, and it was a disaster all over the place. But that's where Illumitami started coming at me about being a Satanist and my son's a murderer and all these dark, evil, twisted things.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I've got some pretty good samples that I put to songs of. I've got Illumitami. I got Cage Reality. I got Charles Was. I even got Dom in the latest song. Yeah, Dominique. I got him in the latest song that I released, and I have Pathetic Warrior. I even have Nakakita from back in the day.
Yeah, I hear he's doing really well. Like his channel's taking off.
Yes, it absolutely. And since he come back from India, he cut his hair, and he looks all clean cut, and your traditional good guy look. He's got a fascinating channel because he stays very intellectual and direct in his approach. I think him and Pathetic Warrior actually teamed up with Throw 777 and Rose, and they kind of doing their thing about the whole flat Earth issue.
And the soul traps too, it looks like. Oh, Tommy's live now.
Yeah, see, Tommy's the Tommy. Well, you got London that back whenever he first started, he come on to We Are Awake.
Is that London McLovin?
Yes, London Man, and he's got something that's called the like some social experiment where he takes samples from, I guess, some of the most appealing times and puts them together as a clip and kind of spooks everybody for their ridiculousness. And Tommy's taken it to the extreme on several times, but that's what London's about, the crater Earth. He's about the Earth possibly being reflected from the moon. He goes in depth on some of his idealism, but he has has that social experiment. You want to check that out, man. I mean, he's pinned some big people on there. I'm talking in our neck of the woods. I don't
Welcome,
think too,
Joe. And hey, Puffy,
Jeff.
hey,
where's your costume? What are you dressed as?
Oh, I'm not in costume.
Oh, how
Yeah, I
was your
just got
day?
out of the shower.
Did you do anything for Halloween?
Nope, I didn't do anything for Halloween.
Hmm.
Yeah, I actually was gonna be here maybe about an hour earlier, but I got a unexpected phone call from an old friend and chatted with him.
Oh,
Other than that, I spent most of the day doing my usual stuff. I wrote a stock article. This time on request from Seeking Alpha about something I had covered before. It had a crazy price movement today, so it was interesting. Otherwise, a pretty uneventful day.
I haven't got to meet you yet, man. I've seen you up here almost co-hosting for quite a while, man.
Yeah, I've seen you in panel before and in chat sometimes. It's good to meet you.
Yeah, I'm kind of eccentric, and we have our own little neck of the woods where we.
he's very Gen X.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's one of us.
Yeah, and
He comes from the same kind of rock culture that I do.
oh, absolutely, man. We could probably talk for
Literally,
hours.
like he was in a rock band. He had a band.
Oh wow.
Yeah, my biggest tour, whenever I was able to go on the road as a hired gun, was Still So Cold, and that was the Ecstasy Ball tour, man, and that was probably the pinnacle of
Yeah, they
my.
were big back in the early '90s. At least
Yeah.
in my little subgroup of freaks and punks, misfits.
Well, leather, sex, and Satanism, serial killers and murder. Couldn't ask for anything better, especially when it's put to beat. Drew, Buzz, they're doing a tour this year. They did a small venue tour, and it went so well that they're doing a national tour.
It amazes how many of our bands are still together and still putting out music. Pretty much all of the ones I grew up listening to are still putting out albums.
Which ones?
I can't.
Pixies, Sonic Youth, Dinosaur Jr., Swans. Cure's coming out with a new album. Thurston Moore just
What
put out a
label?
new solo album. Ministry, we're just talking about it, put out an album. Billy Idol's
Yeah.
put out new music.
Yeah, I don't know about that woke thing. I'm gonna have to check into that.
I know, I don't either. Well, if it gets too bad, there's at least Eminem. His new
Oh,
album
shit.
is the best anti-woke antidote. Because you know him, he's going to deliberately say all the things that he knows people don't want him to say. So it's directed at all the woke skulls and the Karens.
Figure rap. Yeah, he kind of defined that.
Well, Joe,
is
if
it-
we get enough people, depending on how this party shapes up, we can maybe do some games or activities or something.
Hopefully, I was wondering if there might be something ready to go. When I hopped in.
I'm trying to think what would be good. Like, even some of those games you mentioned.
Which games did I mention?
The ones what is it, Wits and Wagers and
Oh
the
yeah.
other one?
Herd mentality.
Yeah. And code names. There's also Avalon if we get enough players. It's like Werewolf or Mafia.
Okay. Yeah,
How
it
do you
used to
guys
be.
interact? I'm sorry. It's okay.
I was
just
going
curious
to
how you-
say it used to be that you could play like Town of Salem for free online, and that was basically Mafia.
Oh. Let me look at that. Can you still play?
I think you could only play free if you had a legacy account, which I could. And I think that everyone does Town of Salem too now, which I'm pretty sure is completely, you have to pay to play it now.
Black Media Games. Play now. A game of murder, deception, lying, and mob hysteria. Okay,
Town
let's
of
see.
Salem is a great game if you're good at it.
It's downloading now. Let's see what it
I
looks
remember I
like.
would stream myself playing it in the IDW Discord during COVID, and I would give myself a nickname, and then I would like be in character. So like sometimes I would call myself Joe Biden or President Trump or Bernie Sanders, and I would talk like they do. So like I was Trump, and I was like, I'd say we need to build a wall around the town and make the mafia pay for it, and stuff like that.
Oh, I have to do an account, I guess. New
How
use.
you
This
guys
would be
in this
perfect
place?
for Halloween. How do I turn off
On
this damn music? God damn it. Music off. Thank you. Whew.
so you guys
Yeah,
tend
it's a
to do
great.
the
It's very
Call of
Halloween themed. I'm gonna
tend to the
register, see what happens.
Call of Duty thing type of with YouTube, or how you guys interface with
It looks like it's browser based. I don't know much about it, but it's like monsters and creatures. We could do one where we have to take on different personas from the Panelverse and play in character. Virtual costumes. All right, I'm going to attempt to register. Let's see what name. I'll just put in next Jeff. So, or should you? Does it let you change your name, or are you stuck with the name you register with?
When you play the games, you take on it like a different nickname. I wonder if I could
Okay.
still like maybe do it.
So I can just register under Gen X Jeff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still got
Drop
my
the link for
DVD.
everybody in the chat.
Just so everybody knows that I'm a bona fide fucking geek. I'm looking at my miniatures that I was working on, and my entire setup is on my kitchen table from my RPG with D&D. Let me turn this cam
We were looking for D&D players.
around.
We were going to stream a game.
Yep, if this will let me. There we go. Now I gotta turn the camera around. Oh, come on. How do I get to
That was kind of spooky.
Here we go.
You doing it from a phone?
Yeah, it's I got 2 laptops and 3 phones running, generally all the time. I live in blue light, but my kitchen does have a natural lighting. I gotta get this turned around so you guys can see the settings. Settings, yeah, camera.
Or sometimes you could just turn the phone around.
Yeah, if I do that, I can't see, and
then
you guys don't get the full effect. I've had these nurses coming in, and they've done some damage to this board here, so I'm going to have to repair.
Okay, let's see. Oh, I guess it knocked him off.
I'm actually trying to log into my old account now.
Is it? Hey, Mossad. Not laws. Is it that Barrow Trauma game? We can even like use super chats and make game goals and stuff. Figure out a way to exploit that. All right. What's the password?
God damn it! Email. Oh shit! I gotta check my Seeking Alpha. I gotta make sure my Microsoft article got through. Oh man, they're still reviewing it for feedback. God. Okay.
Let's see. Submit. Wait, it's not taking my password. Here we go. Submit. Okay,
oh my god, I'm in.
The server.
I am
You guys,
in.
I bet you were calling bullshit on me.
Oh, Town of Salem
There's
2 is free now?
there's
Interesting.
Wow.
Do all my work here, and
Damn. Look,
this is
dang, you were not kidding.
no. I play. When I play, I play.
Dude.
Yeah. This is the latest campaign that I was on. So, and it was
You play online like with other people?
I have, but
Oh shit.
it gets once you get an argument started, it won't stop, and it ruins everything.
Masad, I'm in costume. In fact, hang on, I have my horns. I had my horns on earlier. But we're thinking of like playing some games, and we're gonna take on the different personas of Panelverse people and act out characters. I don't know who I would take on, but I'll find somebody.
We gotta do this correct, Jeff. Let me see if I can.
Let me see if I can get these back on. It took forever.
Okay. I'm going to invite
I will
somebody
never
up,
figure out how
Jeff,
to get these back on.
if
Do
you
what?
don't mind.
Yeah, you will.
I said I'm going to invite somebody up, if you don't mind.
Sure. Bring. It's Halloween party.
Cool.
Bring your friends.
So do you have Town of Salem up?
I just registered. Let me see what it's telling me. Town of Salem 2 now free.
Maybe
That's what it's
that.
telling me. Play. I see a screen that says free, but when I click something, it doesn't take me anywhere. Oh, play. Here we go. Buy now, $4, $9.99, or enter a code. But it says Sound of Taylor free is 2 is free, but it doesn't tell me how to get to Town of Salem 2.
Oh, it looks like it's on Steam.
Oh. Okay. Hey, Abe. Okay, Axis is in the back trying to come up under his other account, but it's not quite connecting.
Yeah, I'm inviting a guest.
It's Oh, okay. Oh, I know who's coming. I know what
Halloween.
Town of Salem
Yeah.
is a perfect Halloween game. So
Yeah,
I
it's
want to
Halloween.
play. What's the like how much people make a good game?
well, it can pair so as to we join a party.
I think either you're cutting out or I'm cutting out.
I don't know.
All right, now you're on.
Okay, let me set this up. Sorry.
We're being invaded by rats.
Halloween.
Mm-hmm. We just need Michael Jackson.
There ain't no echo, is there?
Come on, it's almost done installing. 96%.
Oh, is it something you have to download? I still. Oh, Steam. All right, let me go there.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the problem
click the play now,
is.
if you click the play now, it'll take you to the Steam page, and then there'll be a button there to add it to your library, and then you can install it.
Okay, let's see. Town of Salem. Town of Salem 2, free.
Mm-hmm.
Free to play, add to library.
Mm-hmm.
Has been added to your account. It is available in your Steam library. So I have to open Steam. Someone told me. Oh, I think I have my. Okay, never mind. I think I can pull Steam up without it stealing my screen. Let me try that. The problem's going to be. It's going to be very resource heavy.
Yeah, I think we're bogging on you, but I got it set up, Jeff, if you can see it.
Yeah, Jeff, if you want to share your screen, I'll just have my.
No, I've got another account coming up for.
Well, I have you on, but the camera's off, so all we see is the avatar.
Really? Because I'm in the back, and
We see it's two rat pictures.
Look in the back, yeah.
Oh, in the back.
Okay.
Okay. In the private chat. Oh, okay. All right. Yes, let's welcome our new guest.
Yes.
Who that?
Where is he?
He's a rat. Ooh.
Oh, there he is. Hey, what's his name?
Rat.
Rat. Hey, Rat. Does he know
Yeah.
he's on stream? Look at that. This
There
is the
we
coolest
go.
Halloween ever.
Here. Yeah, she's pretty awesome, man. It takes her a minute to wake up. Then she gets awake and she has fun with me. We do all kinds of interesting things together.
Does she ever get lonely for other rats? I guess you wouldn't
You
know.
know, we keep each other pretty good company. I mean, I'm always, oh, sorry, baby. I'm always right here. So, oh, good treat. Nope. Oh,
All right, let's see. Opening
Pat
Steam
Riser.
now. We'll see what happens. Which account are you on now?
I don't know. I'm going to drop back so that your resources can regain. I don't know if you need to refresh. I can see everything clearly here, though.
I see you. I just got to figure out which one. Nope, it's the other one. Here we go.
Looks like I
Is
need to
that
make a
you?
new username for this. Oh my god, that music was loud.
I know I heard it. All the way over here.
Man.
Oh, hell. I'm all over.
Access,
like we
do I
can
have the
refer
right?
friends.
Yeah, there you are. Okay.
Yeah, I'm all over the place. Yeah.
Well,
I'm Gen
I
X.
might as well.
No, go ahead, brother. I'm Gen X here. I'm an old timer. Outdated.
I'm opening Steam and it's already freezing up my StreamYard. So if I get lost or disconnect, I will be back. Hopefully we could pull this off. Waiting for network.
I had the front screen to whatever you were doing there on a couple of devices.
Oh, so Zephyr, does that mean you're with us for the night? Welcome to the party. This is... I hate this.
Looks like they've changed some of the names.
Look at what it's advertising. Dragon Age, the Veilguard, now available. No, thank you. I get enough of that online. All right, where's my library? See if it has Salem in there. Town of Salem 2. I have to install it. I hope it lets me install. I think I'm running low on storage.
What the hell?
Okay, there's Rat. And how many players again? What's the minimum and then what's the optimal number?
So it'll fill us in a party. It will fill all the roles. There's like a set amount. So we would get as many people as we could into a lobby, and then it would just match us with people who are playing online as well. We would want
we would want people from the panelverse, right? Because strangers might not want to play if we're broadcasting live.
I mean, I don't think they're gonna know. And they're not going to be chatting. Like it's going to be text based.
Oh, you
Like
don't
the
get
game
to
is
chat?
main,
I think it'd be more fun with
it's mainly text based
us.
from what I know. So like I mean
Oh.
we would not have enough if we're gonna play. We have to be ready to make matches with other players like that aren't going to be in the panel.
It's taken forever to download.
Mm. Well, I can at least try it out in the meantime. I can share my screen so you can see what it's like.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
let me
How
refresh.
big is it,
Taking
Jeff?
alpha. Oh my god. All right, so close this. Close this. Close this. Close this. Close this. Please
It's at
taking alpha.
25%.
All right. Close this. Close this. Okay, and then so there's not going to be sound since I'm in Firefox, but I don't think that's really important.
Oh, is that important?
I mean, not for I think people watching. Okay, there we
We
go.
can do our own sound effects, I guess.
Okay, so there's that. Put this here, I guess, and I can walk around. Wow. That's new. This was not something you could do before. But I can use my arrows. Okay.
Okay,
I don't see
and then
anything
that's
else
the
to do.
code that I use.
Okay, so classic.
Do you have to hang? You get to hang people? These are.
Yeah. Okay. All right, it's putting me somewhere. Ah. Apparently, they're having a hard time getting a full lobby.
Because it's. Oh, really? Even on Halloween?
Maybe that's why. Maybe people are out doing actual Halloween things and not playing this.
Are these real players?
Uh-huh.
Lady Bumpkin?
Mm-hmm.
So you could actually run a game just yourself with these players that we could watch?
Yeah. Yeah. That's basically what I'm doing.
Okay. Well, that's one way to get content, I guess.
Well, you got a full house.
But yeah, come on, Panelverse people. Like, we need to fill a lobby here.
Right.
It's free to play.
How many? What's the minute? How many do you need to start a game?
I think like 10.
And how many we got?
Looks like
I'll
there's
be
4,
there as soon
including
as
me.
it downloads. It's like 80%. Do I get a little house? Oh, cool.
Looks like we do. I don't remember this being a thing. I guess this is my house. I guess they let you do microtransactions to customize your house even. Trying to see what buttons do what.
Could I? You think it would let me get away with satanic faggot as a name?
No. No.
Let me look at some of these names. Oh, Lady Bumpkin, Dalgadex, Delegolas, Xenos. All right, so I have to pick some fantasy type name. Oh, Beak! Happy Halloween to you too. Thank you so much. We're trying to figure out how to play this Salem Town game. But thank you. This is it's turned out to be a great Halloween. You just made it even better. Oh, okay. It's updating.
Oh, look, I typed Donald Trump and it removed the capitalization for some reason, but not for Bernie Sanders.
How about some Latin, Jeff? Throw the name out there. Satanic Overus.
Oh, play. All right, I'm going to open it up. See what happens.
Satanic Exdeus Mortis.
What name did you end up using?
I haven't even gotten to the game yet.
Okay.
It's taken forever to open. Now it has to initialize. It's another percent. It's 8%. Fuck.
Initialize.
That's on your laptop?
Yeah. It's very resource heavy. There's some little pilgrim walking around with a pitchfork.
I'm walking
Let me
around
get
with
this
pitchfork.
music off immediately. Okay.
I'm walking around with a pitchfork, Jeff. Did you join my lobby?
How do I get out of the settings? There we go. Are you sure you want? No, no, no. Okay, how do I get out of the settings? What the? Oh, here it is. All right, log in. Or link an existing Salem 2 account from another platform. Let me see if I remember my link code. What the hell is that?
That's if it's a referral or connecting it to like another account.
And you know what else? It took my full screen. I can't see the stream. It's eating up my whole screen. So I think I have to go to settings. And where's the settings? I need the setting that does not make it full screen. If I don't have that setting, I can't play because I have to have StreamYard controls. Damn it. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it.
What a shame.
Unless I can figure out how to get my screen back. It looks cool though. I'm seeing it from the first person now.
Wait, first person, really?
Yeah. Like on yours, we're seeing it from above, but now I'm seeing it from first person. Like I can see the doors to the houses. I can see the little rope hanging with the lever. I just wish that I could figure out how to get my screen back. Is there like a F11 maybe?
Maybe try Alt Tab? I don't know.
Alt tab, nope. Escape, nope. Oh, I can exit. Wait, no, let's see. Well, I just hit exit and it brought me back to fuck. You know what? I'm reaching my frustration tolerance with this thing. I'm about to have a meltdown over it. It keeps. Oh, it brought me to classic mode. Now I'm in your mode. So classic mode is what you were in.
Yeah.
I'm in a lobby with Thrillbilly, and it used Gen X Jeff. It won't let me choose a different name. How do I get the hell out of here? I'm just exiting. The other option I have is to put it on the other monitor, but that's also going to be a little bit of a pain.
All right, I went back to my home screen. Let's see. Create party.
Oh wow! Yeah, I remember that one. With the Captain Kirk mask. I mean, I could try that. I could try putting it on the other monitor. Ow. Let's see what we get.
Okay, I have my own party now. I have to try all any and get into one of those dumb versions of it. Yeah, I don't like all any, but this might be my best chance to get a game. Yep, I have a game. I guess we're gonna see what this is like.
Okay. And in the meantime, I'll try to figure out how to. I can't even drag it to my other monitor. What's going on?
All right, what do I do? Oh, I need to pick a name.
God damn it. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I can't. I gotta stop.
Okay, I can't think of a
I'm reaching
name.
my frustration tolerance. This.
Oh, I'm a plague bearer. I'm a bad guy. I'm starting out bad. Apparently, I infect people with the plague. Oh yeah, and this, I don't know who Mafia necessarily is. Man, I can't coordinate with my fellow mafiosis.
I'm getting out of Steam. We might have to find some other version of the game or some substitute game
I could try the original Town of Salem. That might actually be easier. Who knows?
in the browser.
Yeah.
And if anybody else wants to come up and join, we're trying to find enough players to play this Halloween game. I think we kill each other, kill people.
See, the problem is, I don't really know what my object is because, Like, who are my allies? Who are my enemies?
Yeah, it wants me to pay. It says I have to upgrade to a premium account.
Oh yeah,
But it
original
also
town
says
of Salem.
Town of Salem 2 is free. Oh, wait, it took me to another. Oh, it took me to Steam. God damn it. I hate technology. None of this is fun. This is nothing but frustration.
I agree. They have overcomplicated this. Jesus Christ, there are a lot of roles here.
Okay. Well, I guess we can just watch you play until we get enough players to do something on our own.
I guess.
So, walk us through what's happening.
Because this person has been put up on trial for like being an enemy, but again, this is a random makeup, so I don't know how many people are necessarily town. There's this other faction called Coven. I think they might be evil as well. It's not the simple town versus mafia breakdown. So I don't know. I really don't know what the object of my game
Because
is
to
here.
me, part of these games is interacting with the people and like kind of reading them. I can't do that if it's just text. I don't. You're just randomly guessing. You have no idea who the traders are. That's why to me it would have to be panel people and played live on a stream so that we could all interact with each other and kind of figure out who's lying. Nothing even happened. There was no. They're just randomly picking people to hang.
Yep.
And there's no like night phase where somebody
There
gets
was
killed and powers get used. Yeah, I'm just lost. I don't know what's going on. They're killing
Okay,
Cotton Mather.
That's me. This is me. I was put up.
Oh, you're dying. Okay. It's probably for the best. Look at Joe. That's violent. Am I going to lose my stream over this? That was
No, people
traumatizing.
people stream Town of Salem all the time. This is like a big YouTube content thing.
We just watched Joe get hung.
Yeah, so this is my ghost.
I'm used to playing these games with real people. That's the fun of it. The desocialized version is very foreign to me. I don't know even how to follow it.
It's like this guy was bad. I guess I'm Mafia. Let me look at the roles here.
I have we've played Among Us before. We've managed to stream that successfully. But that takes more people too.
Tiger is part of the Apocalypse faction. Why are there so many goddamn factions? What are all these factions? What's wrong with the 2v2?
That's the most worked up I've seen you ever. The most excitable you've ever gotten.
A Doomsayer faction? What the fuck?
Oh my god. Joe showed emotion. That
Wait,
stoicism is cracking.
Is Apocalypse what Mafia is called now? Is that... Good God. Okay.
I don't know.
Well, I've already died, so... I think I will leave. Where's the exit?
Mine was at the bottom, lower right corner. Yeah.
Okay, I'm out. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn it off. Okay, so let me try and do Old Town of Salem. and see if that will. Um,
I mean, I could do a super chat goal and maybe get it paid for with a super chat. It's $4.99 or $9.99. They wanted me to give them money.
yeah, I don't have to pay because I made the account while it was still free, so I have like a legacy account. I'm like grandfathered in.
Because it says free, but then the free version.
Oh wow, I'm
is
having a much
Steam.
easier time getting a game here. Holy shit!
Do you have the power to give referral codes? Because it says I can play 5 games without upgrading if I have a referral code.
Maybe. Let me.
Or
see
maybe I
if
can find one online.
Hold on, I've got a game going. Let me stream this. I want to do. Shit. Okay, here we go.
Oh, there's something called the Coven expansion with the Coven faction. That's what you were playing. That's probably Town of Salem too. And that version is $9.99. But the basic version, including the Webby Pet, is $4.99. And so that's probably the one if I paid for. Well, let me watch you play it, and then I'll figure out if I want to spring for it. But I don't like this text-based approach. I wanted to play something more live action.
I've given myself the nickname Freddie Mercury.
Okay.
Now I'm going to get my roll.
Look at her go. Girl power.
Oh, I'm the medium.
If that's a girl. What's your power?
I can talk to the people who've been killed at night. It's not a good roll.
What can you ask them?
Anything that they can, if they learn something that they weren't able to reveal before they died, it can be helpful. But it's usually only helpful late in the game.
Okay, so these are all the players. They're going to the middle of the square. And what's going to happen? I see a ghost. Baby comeback. Granny Fister. The first night will now begin. So everybody goes to their house. What's that crystal? What's that glowing brain?
Let me find my. Where's my will? Where's my will? Where's my will? Where's my will? Fuck. Where's the damn will button? Shit. Oh, here it is.
What are you writing?
There we go.
What did it say?
I wrote nuttin'. S slang for nothing. Because I can't do anything until somebody dies.
So then one of the villagers is going to get killed?
Yeah, one of the townsfolk is going to get killed by the mafia. Vanilla Sugar died. Okay, here we go. Ooh.
Not Vanilla Sugar.
That's a name that really. So there's a serial killer player that's like independent.
They're killing all the white people. That sounds
Killian.
pretty white to
Killian,
me.
I think, is what it auto censors to shit.
We found a death note. That flummery was tight. What's
Flummery is probably what it censors for pussy.
Oh, and it put as
Okay, so Mafia did not get a kill. That 9 was confirmed. Serial killer was jailed.
When did all this happen? We didn't see anything. Who the hell lives in a crystal? I'm so fat. It's a dog that lives in a crystal? These Salem people are weird. Vanilla was a fat-bottomed girl. They have information. Weird. You want to be hanged for no reason? Didn't say so. Then again, I don't do anything. Yeah, I don't understand. I have no clue what's going on. I don't know how to read this
So
game.
they confirmed that 9 was a serial killer. So
How
we
did
want to
they
get rid of the
confirm that?
I'm trying to look at that.
Kind of
And then they
reminds me
vote
of
to
the
send
old.
someone to trial. DeCall
So
McGonis.
that's 9. So they will often just say the number of the players rather than type out the full name. So 9 is Decon.
What is your defense?
I'm finna just say that Flummery was tight. He was probably a serial killer. So, or he's the jester and he wants to get killed. The jester's goal is to be hanged.
Looks like the old DOS-based games we used to play, but with better graphics,
Okay,
not monochrome.
Do what?
let me check this
I
out.
said it looks like the old DOS-based games we used to
still-
play,
oh my God.
but with
Oh,
better
yeah.
graphics.
Oh man, overwhelming. All right, so he's getting hanged.
But he wanted to on purpose.
Maybe.
Yeah, look how happy he is.
That's his death animation. He has a custom death animation. That's what that
Oh,
is.
Man, people are way into this game. I think Granny Fister is the culprit.
Serial killer, he was right.
I still don't understand what they're basing it on. They're just randomly picking people to accuse.
They were able to look at things at the night and determine that it was
Oh, because they have powers.
yeah. So my power is I can talk to the dead, so I can talk to Vanilla. So I'm gonna note
Ask
here.
her about her flummery. Well, while you delve into that, I'm gonna go grab a refill. I'll be back.
Hmm. Hmm. What does the stream think? Okay. I don't know how the Tavern Keeper works. It's a new role since I played. James was the jester. He was executed by the jailer. Pretty good. Okay, so the Vanilla told me that there's 2 mediums. I don't know how Vanilla knew that, but Vanilla's ghost told me there was 2. So Vanilla has it left because if Town wins, she gets a win.
Oh, that was part of her power.
Well, she's just Town. So Town, everyone in Town wins if Mafia is ultimately defeated, even if they die. So
Oh, okay.
this is why the medium can talk to the ghost, because Town remains in the game.
And how many townspeople versus killers are there? Mafias.
Like there's 3 Mafia, and then 1 serial killer, and then there's an executioner and a jester. So all Town has to do is kill these 4. These 2, give or take, they're considered neutral because Town doesn't have to kill them. Yeah, they confirmed the serial killer. Okay, so I'm a little out of character now because I'm really trying to pin things down. So he talked to 3. He didn't really seem to learn anything. I don't know what the
Was
Tavern
Granny
Keeper...
Fister the killer?
No, Granny. They're green. They're Town. Mafia killed them. I'm looking at Lookout. Up SK, 4 inode SK. Oh man, we didn't get any leads.
Well, just
Okay, I better put that in my
statistically,
will.
just Paul Enslaved and We Are Awake are getting the highest views at the moment.
Or are they streaming now? That's where the Halloween is.
Paul has got 295 and his
What?
count. Ian's got
295 people tune in to watch him scream and holler at people. He's vertical. See, that's how Barney does it. Every time he's vertical, his view goes in the hundreds.
Tommy's got 12 watching, and
Tommy is We Are Awake. No, that's
no.
You talking about Illuma Tommy?
33. Illuma Tommy, yeah. And you're holding steady at 9 so far.
Because a lot of these vertical viewers are just watching. They're not really chatting. Because his chat's going very slow.
Oh, Jailer got killed. Damn.
Yeah, I'm not impressed with this vertical thing. I don't think I'm going to try it too much. I could have maybe done my topic from earlier in vertical. When I'm just trying to get my thoughts out. And it's not really a panel.
Sovereign Soul just went live a bit ago. He's got 44 watching.
Is he vertical?
Will. Damn.
No, Sovereign Soul is not vertical. Ian did a vertical the other day, and I couldn't interface with it very well. It looks like Flo just went live. Yeah, he's
right.
Yep, I noticed. Flo. Yeah. Let's see Ian.
He's still holding it about 49.
48. But that's just like normal YouTube viewers, so that makes...
All right, 12 isn't talking, so I'm leading the charge against him. I don't know if we have enough town to vote him out now because we've taken a lot of hits. But we got to move now.
Yeah, it looks like Paul's trying to pull some political content. He's got 300 from my view.
Oh yeah, we're fucked. I think Mafia's got us.
All I'm trying to do is pull in people that want to party.
Right.
And we can't find any. We got 6. 3 of them are probably us.
Well, let me
Oh yeah, our vigilante's dead, our jailer's dead. I don't think we can defeat Mafia.
I don't even know what's going on. I can't follow it or tell anything going on.
It'd probably be a bit easier if you were playing too, but yeah, basically there's 3 Mafia left, and I think they've got us divide and conquer. Oh yeah, so unless there was a town roll to... Okay, this was an executioner who died. Mafia... Okay, so Mafia... The executioner became Jester because their target got murdered before they could be lynched. Then Mafia killed this Jester. Serial killer is dead, so that is one good thing.
Flow State is... He's been like streaming a lot of... What's her name? Cherry Tomato stuff. It's her and Andrew Wilson. Oh, no, that's Flow State. Is he partnered with Sarah now?
He gets hung up with people.
Oh, God.
And,
we lost our sheriff. We got to take out Mafia now. We got to move now. 2 Jesters are dead. Once Serial Killer's out, we can potentially outvote the Mafia now.
Part of it, Axis, is we're nerds playing games, and they have boobs. So people are to tune in for that kind of stuff. Sarah Tomatoes on there.
I'd call up my harem, but they're all dead.
Well, we'll see if something grows over the next few hours.
Yeah, I'm gonna I'm gonna throw you out there, man. Beat you to the wolves and see who comes.
That sounds exciting.
Right.
God damn it.
See here.
Well, if we get any more players, we can always find a game that everybody can play and interact.
God damn it. Oh, I know what the problem is. The town is AFK. That's the fucking problem. We're outvoted. God damn it. The last town is AFK. So Mafia is gonna kill us. Mm.
I hope they make it entertaining.
They're probably gonna kill me tonight. Probably 12, 8, and 2 are Moth. I don't know. Yep, there I am. I'm dead. Stupid fucking town. Stupid, stupid, stupid fucking town. We had that. We had that. We could have done it. We got the serial killer the first night. We could have fucking won that. What a lot of people do when they're medium is they would quit right away and give up. Yeah, what Mafia will probably do now is vote to lynch the last town member.
Because all the rest of them are Mafia.
Yeah.
And the Mafias know who each other are.
Yeah, they know each other are. That was the weird thing about the game I was playing in too, is that it wasn't showing who your allies were or anything.
It had some coven mechanic it looked like they were using.
I know. It was fucking annoying. I didn't like that town mode. The whole point is the bad guys, at least, the villains, know who their allies are, so that they have the knowledge of knowing who each other are to balance against the fact that, they're outnumbered. That's the whole appeal of the game.
Sanity
Traveling
machines are
Fools is
fun.
doing some live Halloween call-in show in an hour.
Yeah. Everybody's kicking it live tonight. Surprised
Yeah, Juicy's gonna get lynched.
He hasn't fired it. He made some mean threats today about bring the noise to him. I haven't seen anything else.
Who did?
Post. London Man.
Oh.
KJV. Yeah. He's kind of like Becky's nemesis.
They're just gonna kill her. Okay, well, the game is over. Jeff, if you want, I can switch to Chrome, and there can be some sound, maybe. Then
I don't know. I'm so lost in this game because I don't know how to.
do you want me to invite you to this so you can get some free games?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know anything about the game. I'm not picking it up from just observing it.
I ended in character.
Because the way I play Mafia, it's that interactive element. I don't know how to play it in 2 dimensions. It's just completely thrown. I'm completely lost.
Okay. Yeah, because I understand how the roles work, so I was able to narrow things down.
But I don't think I think people that don't know the game are not. It's just we don't know what we're looking at, so it's not meaning anything to us.
To me, it's like a DOS-based game with good graphics.
There's very much like inside baseball component to it.
Mafia had a perfect win there. They didn't lose a single person. It was a good game for them. Okay, I'll just quit. So do you want me to like? I'll stop sharing for right now. They're still fucking reviewing my article. Damn. I can try and do the whole like referral thing. Okay, let me try logging in again. Or go to Chrome first. Actually, I would need to, let me switch to that in StreamYard too.
Did you lose connection?
He must have. I think he's. Oh, he's switching browsers.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, just for the knowledge of it, as many people are going live tonight, there should be some good drama talk tomorrow.
That's true. this
Fuck the drama.
This has been a pretty mellow Halloween, actually.
Right?
Fuck the drama. We've got games.
We just don't have
As real
players.
RPG or
All right, I'm gonna try and share this in Chrome. Holy shit!
damn, Congress.
Right, settings.
Hold on, Jeff. You're trying to compete with Wizards guys.
Okay, so
Wiz Wizard. That's not
Lizard
competition.
people, man.
Oh, lizard.
Yeah, he's doing the shapeshifter lizard thing. So,
okay.
Oh, you talking about Tommy?
No, Ian, we are awake. He's kind of.
Wait, what? Let me see.
Oh, do you want me to try and give you a referral, Jeff?
Christ.
You can try. I'll see what happens. But I'm really very lost about this game. If we get enough players, we could try something like Among Us.
Oh wow, my old friends from way back in the day. These are, I think some of these are people like I played with in like the like back when I was on the asexual forums, man.
Oh, I didn't know you spent time there.
I did because I used to count myself among the asexuals.
Oh, what happened?
I don't know. I kind of grew out of it.
You got the cheat code to make everybody nude.
Let's see. Trying to see how I might.
Nah, Jeff, we got problems, man. Sanity
Oh, friend
Machine
referrals.
has
Here we
more
go.
people.
Do what, Rhett?
We got problems, man. Sanity Machine has more people watching.
Oh no! Well, that's my ghost audience anyway. He used to stream me.
I think I need to upgrade before I can do referrals. So I'm just gonna hop into another game.
Joe, our numbers are dropping. We're down to 3. I don't think this is drawing viewers.
What were we at before?
7 or 8. Now we're down to 2.
Jeez.
Yeah, nobody gets the game. I don't think, and it's not content that's keeping people around. We need energy. We need party.
Okay.
We'll have to figure it out on the back end, and then once we know what we're doing, we could stream an actual game. Hey, Laws. Look, we have not Laws and probably one of us.
Yeah.
Loyal to the end.
Ah, I see why Chloe's bringing her on now. Okay, I got it.
I'll give it another hour or two, and then we'll see if people show up. Maybe the evening we'll bring in a
Yeah,
crowd.
I just threw out 2 posts.
You were handing out real candy to real people, and they actually came to you, like approached you. But seriously, because that was my favorite part of Halloween is handing out the candy, and nobody trick or treats anymore, so I don't get to do that.
All right, what's my role?
You roll.
Yeah, my town role. I'm the sheriff. I am a sheriff.
Axis, do you have any of your music we could play that's non-copyrighted? Maybe that'll get the party going. You had 96, so they still trick or treat in Canada. How quaint. You're like a lovable old Halloween Santa. I can see it now.
I live in the 808, man. They hand out bullets here.
Oh.
Which was candy years ago. They just ask, what size you want? 9, 22, 44, what?
You said you were. I'm going off of what you said. You were the one saying you were old. I mean, you're old enough to know all the sitcoms from the 80s. You're at least Gen X.
Yeah, don't stoop to restreaming at all, Jeff. Hold your ground on that. That's a desperation move. You don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is Satan's one of his favorite holidays, so I'm here. I committed when I woke up this morning to spending my day here.
To the Lords of Sam Hain.
Now we're on two viewers.
All right, this is going well. I made myself good guy, and I got made the sheriff. It's perfect.
Well, Axis, if we ever do get enough people for a actual D&D game, you're welcome to join, be part of the party.
Yeah,
it's for some reason it's really hard recruiting people for games. I don't know how all these channels that stream games are finding their players.
I would say a lot of them come from the base of the game, like Call of Duty people stick with Call of Duty type people.
That's what I need to do, because they have game channel. Like, they have entire Cosmic Encounter channels, and I know on Twitch they stream the game. So I need to go hang out there, try not to get kicked out, and then start making connections and recruiting from there.
Yeah, take notes.
Well, Mike, he's not as much of a panel killer as that game Joe was trying to play, because our numbers dropped almost to 0.
They don't like me, Jeff.
I think it's the game itself. It's just too... like I said, you either know the game or you don't, and if you don't, there's nothing to see. You don't know what you're watching. It's just a bunch of stuff on the screen.
Oh, Axis is a panel killer. Okay. I got you. I'm going to step down, Jeff.
No, Axis, you're being trolled. Don't let the trolls win.
I'm dealing with my son coming up on murder one, and I'm going through benzo withdrawals. So, you know, if I'm the best that you can target, you're getting low hanging fruit.
Right. And happy Halloween to you too, Mike. You're welcome to come up too. Um, oh, Mike, oh my God, that was an accident. Let me unban you. Fuck. I don't even know how that happened. All right, I think what I have to do is time you out for a few seconds and then it brings you back. So here. See if you come back in 10 seconds. I don't know how I'll know if you do or not. But try to type something in the next like 15 seconds or so and I'll see if it brought you back. Otherwise, I'll go into the YouTube guts and pull you off of the ban list.
Oh, the bodyguard got killed.
But Axis, you know what? Despite all that, I think we had a great conversation today. We talked about all kind of music stuff and Gen X stuff. There were people in the chat that were getting involved. So I consider it a success. And definitely not a killed panel.
Well, it kept me stable. It served a purpose that goes beyond the general social media. You kept me from having to deal with what I was going through in an extreme. Now my attention is completely diverted.
Right, it was peer support, and that's what this channel's here for. So
yeah, and
other people don't have to be entertained by it.
You know, two Satanists. You know, one propping the other. You know, it's all good. But I don't think Mike. I don't think Mike should play in the devil's backyard with that foul mouth. He might. I think that was.
Okay, Mike, if you're out there, can you type again and see if I got you unbanned? Otherwise, I have something else I could try. Apparently, there's. Man, there's so many mics that are on the ban list because they come in under fake names. All right, that should have unbanned you too. You should be able to type now. Okay, cool. Well, happy Halloween. What did you do anything?
There he is. So what is it, Mike? My lure or just my present? Am I too real for you? Is that the problem?
How can this be a panel killer? Come on, look at this. We got a rat up here.
A hairless rat.
A hairless rat.
Oh, she's eating. She's oh, yeah, she's
Look
she's out for it.
Oh, rat.
Yeah.
I love those glowing bottles in the back.
Yeah, she
That's what I wanted to do. That's the most fun part. Oh man, I love handing out candy. I haven't got to do that in like 15, 20 years maybe. I think Vegas was the last time I did it. I might have done it in New Orleans. I don't remember. I think I did it once in New Orleans.
This game's going a bit
right.
better.
You were a desert rat. Forgot about that, Jeff. You were a desert rat for a while.
I was what?
You were a desert rat for a while. I forgot about
I sure was. I love the desert.
Yeah. Rare breed.
A desert rat and a swamp rat. And now I don't know what you call it up here.
A swamp rat.
A forest rat. Something.
A neutrina?
The people up here think I'm a swamp rat.
Well,
It's just something swamp. I give off swamp vibes. There's something swampy about me. It's that negative cultural capital. That's my swampiness, and there's no way to overcome it unless I like go to finishing school and change myself into something I'm not. So I'm stuck with the swamp capital, and I have to figure out how to take all the other cultural and social capital that I have and turn it into economic capital despite the swamp capital that I'm saddled with, that I'm very proud of. So the two factors I've figured out so far that work against me is my swampiness, probably a little bit of the spurg, and then that on the big five it was called irritability. I was higher in irritability, and on the neuroticism trait, that was the only trait that I'm actually high in. That's what we're trying to figure out. It looks like they're coming back though. We're up to 9, so let's get the party started. Starburst is your favorite, really? Oh, I would give you all my Starburst. That was my least favorite. I don't like fruity candy. I would give you my candy corn. I would give you all my Starburst, and I would give you the not the Smarties. I like some of the Smarties. There's another sugar candy that I didn't like. It was just like pure sugar. Oh, those little. It's the same stuff they make the candy hearts out of. That candy. I would give you that. And then you can give me all your Reese's. And I would give you anything with the razor blades in it. You could have those. Or the cyanide. But I would keep the stuff with the LSD. So if any of it's laced with LSD, I would hang on to that. Look at them. Yeah, I knew you were weird. Bursting with fruit flavor. Let me see if I remember the flavor. Strawberry, lemon, cherry, orange. There's another one. Is passion fruit or tropical fruit? The pink is the strawberry, right? Was there a grape? There wasn't a grape, huh?
No, it's a lime one that nobody wanted.
Was there a lime Starburst? I don't remember the lime. Was it key lime or just lime?
It's just lime. They come out with a fruity version of it, but I remember the original was just a lime.
Pineapple. I think, didn't they have pineapple Starburst? Oh my God! You know what candies I'm remembering? We used to get them on Halloween, and somehow only on Halloween they ended up in our pumpkins. It was the little candy. It was a hard candy, and it had baking soda in it. It would fizz after you sucked on it enough. It was called Puff Puff Effervescence candy, and they had a pineapple flavor. I think they had a strawberry flavor. I used to love that baking soda candy. Better than Snickers. And they had those like wax straws with the juice in them, and you could bite the wax open, and then it had this liquid. They had like green and orange and pink and red. Those were good too. Whatever juice was in there had a really nice flavor.
Faygo. Those were always traditional with a Faygo.
Faygo.
Faygo Red Pop and those little wax things filled with that juice, yeah. Man, that brings back memories.
I do know that Snickers, like when you need to, like we would take them camping and hiking and stuff, because when you need a recharge, it was good to have, like we'd take potato chips for the salt, the electrolytes, and then a little bit of sugar for like when you're sweating or dehydrating or something, and the Snickers or some kind of candy would give that sugar, and then the peanuts would give the fuel. I did see something, not Luz. Let me check it out. I think I already have you on my friends list. Do I not? Let's see. I thought I had friended you. Invitation to connect. You followed a friend, right? But you are already friends with this player. Yeah, I already had you as a friend. Esteemed friend. Hi, Coco. White. We used to get the white chocolate bunnies for Easter. I liked the white chocolate, but I hated their little eyeballs. They were too sugary. Those little sugar eyes. Here, I see you on mine. Seder Punk. It has the little satanic rainbow pentagram. That's me. Yeah, you're on mine. It shows you online right now. Not Laws. Same picture. Ah, okay. Well, if there's any games you want to play on Steam, we could try it. Oh yeah, I remember freezing the candies. I never liked because it was so hard. The only one that I really liked frozen was the Three Musketeers, which was never one of my favorites to begin with, because of that fluffy nougat. It kind of hardened that a little bit and made it more candy bar like. And they started putting like the candy bars in ice cream. Oh my God, Butterfingers! I totally forgot about that. This was my favorite candy bar growing up. And they have Butterfinger ice cream with the little Butterfinger balls in it. No, I've never had deep fried candy bar. I can only imagine. Ugh. Man, I almost want a Butterfinger now. I totally forgot about those. Did you did you have a costume on when you were handing out candy? And did you play spooky music? I used to play spooky music for Halloween, and my friends would come over, we'd hand out candy, and they would comment on the music. And the music was so spooky that some of the kids were even scared to come to the house because of the music that was playing. And people thought it was like special Halloween music, and I'm like, no, that's like my normal music that I listen to all year round. It's dark ambient and satanic ambient, that kind of stuff. I have really good Halloween music because it's my normal, one of my normal genres.
Oh, yeah, it's year-round festival.
Yeah.
Always
Most of my music's probably appropriate for Halloween.
All right, well, that was a good game. We won that time.
Y'all got the Mafia?
Yep, Smart Town. They're still reviewing the article. Damn, how long have they been reviewing it?
It's Halloween. Maybe they're taking a day off.
They've been reviewing it for like an hour, and it's been in the queue for a day.
Oh,
I want to get
Lord.
some earnings from this before the month is out, because whatever it earns between now and midnight will be what's in my next check.
And midnight is like in a few hours from you.
Less than 2 hours, yeah.
So they pay you immediately once it's approved. You don't have to wait for views and clicks and stuff like that.
So it'll start earning, and then whatever earning occurs in this for this and my other articles that happened this month, will count toward my next check. But it depends on what happens before midnight, because this is the last day of October, and I'd hope it would have published by now today.
Out of your control. Look, this is emotion. Where's that stoicism? Look at the Joe coming out, the real Joe buried under there.
It's not like I never react to things, right?
It is kind of like you never react to things. Today's the most I've seen you react to anything.
Well, there was that one time when I was talking about people drinking and complaining about, like, drinking responsibly is a stupid phrase and going off about that. You always get delighted when I do that.
I don't know if delight's the word. Bemused.
bemused. That just sounds like another way to say delighted that you learned from those people up in Seattle, Jeff.
I don't learn anything from people up here.
You refuse to learn, is that it?
No, I just don't. They have. What do they have to teach me? I'm trying to think of a single thing I learned
Want to know what
from
they
the
can teach
people
you?
in Seattle. I have way more to teach them than they have to teach me.
You know what you can learn from
The
them,
only
Jeff?
thing I have to learn from them is misanthropy and hostility and
What you can learn from
introversion.
them is how to be more accepting of people who are, of other backgrounds than yourself.
How would they teach me that? They're so provincial up here. They're horrible at that. This is the least diverse place. It's such groupthink and conformity. I don't know how they would teach me to be open and accepting of other people when they
Oh,
can't even.
what did you get the $10 super chat? I just noticed that now.
That was from Beak.
Oh, okay.
And I offered earlier, like we have the ability to do goals now. So if y'all could come up with some fun, creative Halloween goals, I'm willing to create a chat goal. And then when I get enough super chats, I can do that thing, or we can
Wait,
make the
so
group do the thing.
why is it 9 watching now? When we stop streaming the games, that's when it goes to 9.
I told you the game was like creating a nerd vortex that was driving out.
Fuck all y'all.
I said that you were you were so absorbed in the game you didn't even hear my
No,
criticisms of it the
heard
whole
that.
time you were.
I heard that. I heard it the whole time. But
It was like watching.
I even saw how the viewers.
It was
felt
like watching golf on TV or something. If you're not into golf.
It'd definitely be more fun if at least 2 or 3 people in panel were playing.
But here's the
together.
thing: it's not interactive enough. It's just watching a screen, and nobody that knows how the game is played can tell what's going on. So the people playing the game know what's happening, but it's very hard for viewers to get into the game because from the viewer point of view distance, there's no way to tell what's happening. It's just people walking around. They come in a circle. Somebody's hanging from the rope. Like there's no way to follow the internal dynamics of the game from outside of the game. Like with a game like Among Us, you can actually see the people running around being chased, so you kind of know what you can follow what's going on. In this game, it's harder to tell what's going on from the outside.
It's definitely easier if you know how the game works. You can pick up on the clues. Thank you, Mike. I'll try to be nice.
Yeah, it was nothing about his affability. It was just more the nerdiness, and this is coming from a nerd.
That's cold, Jeff.
But you got to remember, I had I had a few co-hosts in the past that were super nerdy, and when they got together and started talking about video games, they could do it for hours and hours, and I would watch my numbers drop. They would get so deep level nerdy with video games, it was almost another language. They weren't even speaking English anymore, and I would watch my numbers do this, and I would watch the energy flatten, and I learned to redirect it or cut the stream short or whatever when they got into video game mode. And we said that this is mostly a third place like a coffee shop, but we have a little back room where people do their gaming and their D&D and stuff. And sometimes it becomes a back room at a comic shop space instead of a coffee shop. And they're the ones that brought that energy.
We need something with more flair, like the Monopoly game.
Yeah, or Cosmic Encounter, or Among Us. Or
I will say one thing that the one I was playing had going for it is it was very visually engaging for the audience, right? You could like see the stuff on the board very well.
Yeah. Definitely games like that. Even like with the blackjack game, at least it was something visually immersive.
Exactly. What's funny is, Mike, I obviously just shaved, so I'm gonna experiment with how I look if I just keep myself moderately scruffy for a while.
And he won't take my advice about the hat, but so he cuts into his ability to whine and complain about not meeting women by not taking my hat advice, and people that don't vote this year cut into their ability to whine and complain about how men are treated in society, because you had your chance to improve it slightly.
By wearing my hat?
Well, no, by voting for the right person. That would, because I think if you're a male, your life is going to get slightly better under Trump than Kamala and slightly worse under Kamala than Trump. And so I don't want to hear any men bitching about society and government and this and that didn't vote.
Fair point.
Zip
sir.
it.
Fair point.
Zip it. What do you mean that's not politics? Well, not Laz. I know you're going to complain either way. You don't even live here. You're going to
I
complain
think
the
he means
most.
me wearing the hat is not politics, right? Or
Oh.
having a beard is not politics, or whatever.
No, that part, yeah, that was completely separate. The not wearing the hat is you reduce your ability to complain about not meeting girls because you have an advantage that you're not using. So you are not maximizing your own chances. And so until you do everything you can do on your end,
I look cooler with a hat that I should wear it to get girls. Is that what you're saying?
I thought that was the whole point of. Did you wash it yet?
It doesn't really need to be washed. It was just more that my head was getting a bit warm for it. I mean, I could put it on now. I didn't because I had just gotten out of the shower.
I don't even know if we have any girls here. We have the rat.
Hey, where the fuck is Shameless? I only got to talk to her today because she was in Kane's stream, and I hopped in there for a bit.
They're probably out doing real stuff like Halloween parties.
Probably.
Shameless, if you're out there.
Or Kane, or even Puffy, even though I don't know her as well.
Puffy's cool. She's been doing some cool streams lately. Let's see. Megs is doing a Halloween thing.
I don't know who she is. There's a few women here.
I discovered her at Blizzy's. She does her own stream. She's kind of cool.
What are they taking their time on with this? I've never seen it be in like in the process of being reviewed this long.
Well, we're up to 10.
Yeah, I think they liked it more when I was actively talking again. They like that stuff.
Yeah, they come for the conversation and the interaction instead of if they wanted to just passively watch something, they would go back to television.
It certainly would have been better if you could see it too and understand, and then we could have had some mutual commentary about it. But with that not being possible either.
Well, we'll tweak it and figure out some way to.
If you got to play and you understood how the game worked, it would certainly be easier for you to at least chip in and sort of help explain things to the audience as well. Right?
Because I'm used to having a pool of hardcore gamers to try. I've never had to work so hard to find players before. And if I had a little pool of gamer geeks, we could hang out in Discord and workshop the games and perfect them. And then once we mastered them, we could stream them. But it takes that level of investment that gamer geeks bring. I think ordinary people, they're just not going to have the motivation to do that.
I'm surprised at how hard it is to get folks together for gaming nights and stuff. I would think people want to have more fun.
Even a D&D game. I think it's the investment. It's like not the learning curve, but the preparation curve that they're just not. Moose and I did it for a little while, but we need more people and.
We do. I need to go ahead and start organizing my own shit for my channel. I need to get on that tomorrow. Start planting the seeds.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about it for 2 or 3 days now. It's time to start doing.
Yeah.
This is my rune.
What is it?
It's a rune stone.
Well, I know that. What's the rune? It's the rune itself.
I don't remember what it's called exactly.
It looks Christian.
It's apparently it means joy. It's like a symbol for joy, and it's analogous to the P sound. So.
Pero. Nope, that's a different one. Let's see. An in-depth look. Origins of the Elder Futhark. No, that's not. The one they're showing is not the one you have in your hand. I don't know. Let me look at the list of runes and figure out which one it is.
Looks like it's Wunjo. It means bliss in Proto-Germanic.
Joy. Wunjo. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
It looks like
and
it can be
is
used
called
for
the Wind.
Okay.
And it's the, let's see, it's connected to the letter W. It's W in Old English or Saxon or whatever.
Interesting. It looks like a P then.
Yeah, I got the Nordic alphabet tattooed on the thigh right here, and the
Oh, we can.
protection symbol of Odin. I'll show it to you. I'm really deep esoteric, man, and that's probably why people are a little leery, because I have I don't know if you can see that or not.
I saw something. I saw a circle.
Oh, yeah, that's the runes are in the circle right here.
Oh, cool.
And that's
A little lower. We're looking at your ceiling or your wall.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, there it is. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm covered with esoteric tattoos. In the entire runic language, I speak and write it.
I think that's pretty cool.
I need to see if I can get Moose to join in on the Monopoly thing I want to do on my channel then.
Yeah. The thing with Moose is his life is a real life, and he fits in time where he can find it. So I don't know if it's. He did say that if we have a firm plan, he could maybe do it.
Cool, man.
But I don't know why more people are not into. I just don't understand why people don't enjoy gaming and having fun.
What did you think of Trump doing the garbage truck thing?
Loved it. He just keeps going up, like he keeps killing it, just over and over and over. Every time he turns the page, he's topping his last. He did first of all, he really made the fist. That was the first big one. And then the French fry station. And now the garbage truck.
Okay, I've got one for you. What about, I think it was, ABC News airing that Camilla had won the election, and they gave the final votes and statistics by accident.
I saw something like that. What was that? I didn't fully understand the story. They were releasing early vote results before they even came in or something?
No, they declared her a winner. But they said it was a test and an accident, so I don't know.
I don't trust legacy media one bit at all. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe it was a glitch. TV station accidentally declares Kamala Harris has won the election in Pennsylvania. They mistakenly aired election results declaring her the winner in a swing state.
Yeah, we got in this city.
They call her
here,
Ms. Harris, MS.
And when my case manager came today, he said you could feel the tension out there from the left and the right. So, for what that's worth. And I live in a pretty good sized city.
People are going to be scrutinizing this election like crazy. You got the paranoia, the mistrust, I think on both sides. That's why part of Trump's messages is swamp the vote. Like, get out there in enough numbers where it's beyond a doubt. I think it's going to be black men and maybe younger white men if we can get them to vote. That's why I'm saying, like, if you're a male, this is your chance to swing things in our direction. Otherwise, you lose your ability to complain the next 4 years. This is where you can step up and make a difference. And men, they like to get shit done. They like results, and this is the chance to use your manpower.
Yeah, man, this is your chance to vote for Kamala.
Trump. Kamala's not going to make. Kamala's, unless you're a soy boy. If you're a beta or a soy, then yeah. But you're probably already voting for Kamala. But men are under attack. It's becoming harder and harder to be our masculinity is under attack, and it's becoming harder and harder to be traditionally masculine male in today's society. And so,
And
if you want to try to
impossible.
turn that around just a bit or push back on it, you can do it with this one vote. We have a candidate. We have two, because J.D. Vance.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can tell you in the medical field that I have to deal with, the females that come in here and give me nursing treatment are much more emboldened than the males. That's for that's for interacting with them.
What do they
Seems like
think
the
about you?
males- It takes them generally about 6 weeks before they can adjust to the house and who I am and the eccentricity of my
Wow.
character.
Do they make
Yeah.
little comments?
Oh yeah, I'm the Satanist guy, the rock devil guy, the occult dude. Um, yeah, yeah.
So it's not even about being male. You give them even more than that.
Oh, the male part comes when it comes to my sexuality and my presentation of, my riding crop on the wall, my harness, my leather hanging around, and stage clothes, and I've got cod pieces hanging. So yeah,
Oh, all your
that's
cake
really
stuff.
yeah,
I
yeah.
love it.
So
So
there's
they're
a
saying your microphone's a little muffled.
probably it was away from my face. It
Oh, okay,
probably
there it
was,
is.
and then
That's better.
they try and distract themselves. The only thing they really got is snakes. Rat stays by me because I don't want people interacting with her, but they try to gravitate towards either the miniatures because I've got two D&D tables going, and the snake, unless they're asking about music because I have a studio in here. But
What
keep
kind of
recording.
snake? Is it a python?
Just a python, yeah. But what it is it's them deflecting so that they don't have to interact with me. And
Oh,
I've
right.
actually watched them come
So
in.
they're more scared of the snake, you than the snake. Speaking of snakes, what's up? I'm just kidding. Happy Halloween.
What an intro
My
that
God.
was. What's up? What's going on? That was good. That was really good.
All right, now the views are going to shoot up.
Oh yeah, let's go. I came up to bring it up. Let's go. But yeah, damn, Axis, you're a freak, dude. I didn't even know, like in a good way. Like,
I'm just
you want to hear?
Oh,
You want to hear a
man.
funny story?
Yeah.
Want to hear
Yeah.
a funny interesting story? Check this out. So I'm probably in my early 30s, right? This is a while ago, and I'm dating a girl, and beautiful, gorgeous, and met her mom. Her mom looked totally normal, and we're dating, and she goes, you know that my mom, she's a dom. I was like, what does that mean? I didn't know. I didn't know what that meant. She goes, well, let me show you something, and she took me to a dungeon room, and I was like, now she didn't do any of that stuff, but her mom was a professional dom, like. And it was a room with all this shit on the walls and like a swing. And I'm like,
Oh,
yo.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like, yo. And
I used to
yes,
own
it's
a
stuff.
dungeon. I
Yeah.
owned
In
a
your
dungeon
house
on
or
Main
like
Street in
a
Louisville.
public one?
No, we were connected to the paddle and pleasure chest, and we were a sister club on Main Street, Louisville, underneath the Spark.
And I'm a young, good-looking guy at the time. Her mom just kept looking at me, and I'm like, yeah, I gotta go. I gotta get out of here. Like, yeah, I can't know, But no,
Neither
it was
money,
never
man.
crossed the line. Never crossed the line.
Neither
But no,
money.
I'm not into that.
Mike,
Yeah, I'm not into
which
Yeah.
channel is yours? Is it the one with the one after it or the one without the one?
Which one? What are you talking about?
Your YouTube channel. I'm trying to make sure I have the right mic and not the fake one.
I'm not typing.
No, I mean do you have how many subscribers you got?
It should be like 30 or something like
All right,
that.
I found it.
I don't have any content. Zero.
Because
I
there's
don't
a
make
troll that's impersonating you, and they put a 1 after the name, and people mistake it for you. So I was trying to figure out which one.
there's a bunch of them. There's like 4 or 5 of them, and they go to other channels, and then they will type like really nasty stuff, and it's not me. Like
Yeah.
I'm not. That's just not me. So
Yeah, I saw him one day. And
Yeah,
I'm the one
and
that
then
said, I'm like, that's not Mike. That's not Mike. I
Yeah.
know his handle because he comes on mine, and this one has a
Yeah.
1 after it. And the
Yeah, there was
subscriber
a
count's different.
fake Mike. He came in. He said bonds are better than stocks, and he thought he was messing with me. But I'm like, the real Mike would never say something like that.
No, I would never say that. No, actually, I think
But
the
I'm
best
curious.
thing. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm curious about you not having much freak in you, man. This is concerning to me.
I just I mean, I am much more traditional. Do I, I never had a problem, in that area ever. But I'm just not into the whole restraints, and that's just like I said, that's just not
It's
what I'm
not for
into.
it's definitely a
Yeah.
subculture, a
And like I said,
subsexuality.
I think it's more of some people are more submissive, some people are more dominant, and some people are right in the middle, so they don't like to lean either way. I don't know what everyone's provocation is, but I like to have fun. I like to, go there, but I just don't go into a lot of that's higher end stuff. Maybe it's not fear, it's just not what I'm attracted to. That's all. It's nothing disrespectful. Anybody who wants to do what they want to do, hey, that's up to them. But I just never felt the need to go there.
It's not it's not for I think it's like another form of sexuality. You either have it or you don't. And if you don't,
But I
it's not your thing.
A lot of voyeurism.
Yeah, I've dated
Voyeurism
women that
and
were extremely freaky. Extremely. I mean, I dated a girl who took me to a party, and it was, what kind of party? Where people
I can imagine.
intermingle.
I've probably been to some of them. Was it like Eyes Wide
Yeah,
Shut?
and I'm like, what's going on here? Like, I don't know. I can't figure out. Like, I was kind of like a babe in the woods. Even though I'm very astute and very well spoken, and I'm a very strong spirit, I just don't get into the depravity. If it's the best word to say. But I'm also not
I'll take
boring.
it.
I'm not like some dude wearing khakis, in the middle of Oregon.
well, that's why
I'm not. Yeah,
No offense to all you dudes wearing khakis out there.
yeah.
Yeah, 'cause-
All I'm trying to say is that I'm kind of right in the middle. I mean, I'm a little of this and a little of that, but some people take it overboard. And let me ask you guys this. This is what I really think about sexuality, and this is a good topic. I think we get desensitized. In other words, we're always chasing that next endorphin high. In other words, we do something salacious, right? Then we have to do something even more salacious, and then even more salacious. And I think that's how our brain works when we're exposed to too much craziness. We're always looking for the next craziness. And that's how skydivers are. That's how divers are. That's how extreme sports
Video
people
gamers.
are. Yeah.
I think that there's a little bit of that. Yeah. And people have to find their boundaries and limits and the lines that they just won't cross.
Yeah. And it's funny because, like I said, I dated girls that were extremely freaky. And it's not that we didn't have fun, but I didn't want to go to that level. When it's I don't want to get too graphic on the panel, but I mean, girls are like, let's
my whole life was based around, well, it was the music industry, but it was hedonism and debauchery. I mean, drugs, sex, nothing like a cod piece to wrap around your nuts and a strap up your ass and a few titties running around,
I didn't want to say. I didn't want to
so
say
much
that.
for.
I didn't want to say that what you just said, Axis, but yes, there are people that like to do that, yeah. So
Hey, Untrackable. They have a whole nonprofit here called in Seattle, like a whole. It's the Center for Sex Positive Culture. It's a kink BDSM nonprofit, and they do sex parties, classes, workshops.
I had a coworker, and she was covered in tattoos, and she's super cool, and she's like, you ever go on these? What is the Fem Life or what is it called?
Fet Life.
FetLife. You ever
Yeah,
go on? I'm
FetLife.
on FetLife.
Hardly this is so
You know,
hardly anybody uses FetLife anymore.
I'm thinking like, you know, I'm
Well,
thinking like maybe it's like a farming website. What's FetLife? What we're talking about, like, you talking about like, fertilizer? What are we talking about? And she's like, I'm on.
FetLife.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you talking about? And she's like, well, hey, she goes, I can't show you. If we went outside, she threw her phone up. I'm like, and I saw the picture. I'm like, God damn, like this is some crazy stuff. Yeah, and she's like, yeah, me and my husband go. I'm like, and yeah, people just open up to me. It's the weirdest thing. Like, people think I'm a real a-hole. I'm actually not. I'm actually, in real life, off of this, I'm actually super cool to hang out with. Like, I'm not judgmental. I'm not. And people just start
Yeah,
talking.
I'd believe that. I could see that. I would hang
Yeah.
out.
When I come into a room, people are like, hey, what's up? And I hear them out, and then I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Like, damn.
So Mike, does the Panelverse experience sort of bring out a specific side of you?
Well, the problem is this. This is the problem with me. And the problem with me psychologically is that I am extremely nice to people who are nice to me. All right? And I'm loyal to people who are loyal to me. But if someone attacks me, I can't hold back or attack back. Now,
Mike is very reactive, and his stuff comes in response to provocation, and they leave that part out. But if he's not being provoked, he's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, he'll instigate now and then, but again, that's part of circular trolling that was already initiated in the past.
Exactly, Jeff. When I instigate, it's someone that's messing with me before,
right?
So like, but I'm trying to cut that out. I'm trying the best I can, but I get sucked into these drama panels, and I'm like, oh, here we go.
Is Sicilian culture an honor culture? Is it considered an honor culture?
No, it's a vendetta culture.
Yeah.
Is that is that
a bit
different from an honor culture?
It is. We kind of talked about this before, but like an honor culture, you settle your scores with like a gentleman's agreement. In the vendetta culture, you can play dirty. You can get someone while they're not looking.
Oh, so like it's like a dirty version of an honor culture.
Yeah, like in honor culture, you challenge someone to a duel, right? You wouldn't sneak attack them. In vendetta culture, you will sneak attack, and you will sneak attack to kill.
Yeah,
because I honor culture to me is it's like you take slights and insults and like reputational damage seriously. It's not something you just let go. In fact, I'm reading Wikipedia right now. Honor cultures perceive interpersonal threats more readily than men from other cultures, and it increases cortisol and testosterone after the insults happen.
Similar to an honor culture, but honor culture also, so there's the revenge aspect or sort of a getting even aspect, but the honor part is also important in that you get even, but you do so in a socially acceptable way. So if you jump someone while they're not looking, you dishonor yourself, right? You have to restore your status by proving that you're the bigger man, right? So you have to overcome them in something like a duel, fair fight, and you won because you're better and you've restored your honor in the process.
I think, Joe, I think the honor culture, and tell me if I'm wrong, I think the honor culture basically came from the British, the duel, or the French, like the dueling pistols, I challenge you to a duel. You smack the guy with the glove.
Well, it's associated with the South, the Southern United States, and that's that Anglo-Irish lower class culture from England that came over.
Yeah, a lot of dueling culture came from the sort of Northern European traditions, and what ended up happening is in the kingdoms that formed in Europe, once the Germanic kings actually had like large organized states for the first time, because before that they were tribes, they instituted something called Wehrgild, which literally means a man gold, like a man's worth in gold. And basically, because so many people would resort to duels to settle disputes due to some sort of injury, the kings realized that their subjects were just offing each other in the course of these duels, even fairly fought ones. And the Wehrgild was this legal thing to say everyone has like a certain value in gold. If you kill, even accidentally, like sometimes this would result in duel. If you accidentally kill someone, or you intentionally kill someone, you have to pay their family the Wehrgild of the person that you killed to repair the damage, and that stopped the killing. But so there was like this, a way of organizing it that was always built into it. And like in Mediterranean cultures, they don't do that. They have a vendetta. If not only if you wrong the individual, but the family member, you go after them. And like when they're walking in the street, you sneak up on them and you shank them and you fuck them up.
Yeah. And the reason and the whole reason behind that whole theology is that so they can't come back after you.
And do they know, like, is it like silent, like they have no idea what they did and they never see it coming, or do you let them know this is for what you did or said to me?
So what happens
because
is
it seems kind of stealth.
Yeah, no, in Sicilian culture, basically and this is the old culture, well, sometimes new and sometimes old, in other words, if you had a vendetta against somebody and you took somebody out, you'd have to basically deal with the adult children of that person. Now, you don't harm children. You don't do that or harm females, but you have to worry about, the big firstborn because that person's going to have a vendetta against you. So it's like you just create a little war within the family. It's referenced in The Godfather, to where it's the vendetta culture, and it's a really vicious circle. You should, and it's crazy because being Roman Catholic, or I'm a Christian, or I was baptized Roman Catholic, you're supposed to forgive. So we are super Catholic, but we're K-wording each other. It doesn't even make sense. It's like, it's like contradicting your own belief. You're walking around with a cross on, shanking somebody.
Does that trace back to Rome? Like, does it go all the way back to Roman culture?
It goes back to. Go ahead. You take it.
The islands in the Mediterranean, while we associate them with Italian, like Sicily and Sardinia and Corsica, yes, technically the Italian language came to dominate, but they're really more of a distinct culture from the Italians. And, the Italians themselves split between the Northern Italians and the Southern Italians. Some of that's because the Northern Italy is where the Germans conquered. And so ethnically, they are actually sort of a more German type of culture compared to Southern Italy. But even before that, the Northern Italians were actually like Italic, like they spoke an Italic language, and the Southern Italians were actually Greeks, and a lot of like what they speak is still like the language or version of Italian they speak there is still more heavily influenced with Greek elements. So that was so when you think about like the Neapolitan Italians, basically. And the islands, even during the times of the empire, they're these like isolated parts of the European world, and in many ways they still are to this day. And so because they're on these islands, they have to form their like own rules and norms for doing things. When the Romans ruled them, all they wanted to make sure is that they were getting taxes and the islands weren't being used as bases for pirates. And that was about as much as they cared. And otherwise the islands kind of had to figure their own shit out. And so this is the kind of culture when you're in an isolated like island that's not easy to develop because it's not connected to the mainland. This is what ends up happening. Whereas the honor cultures, they're in these more developed societies, and when feuds happen, they need rules for settling them to sort of help people save face and maintain their image without it spiraling into like what can happen in a vendetta culture. So that's why they do that.
In Italy, I'm sorry, I don't cut you off.
Real quick, I have an announcement to make. Not Laws just sent me and I think maybe even Joe a copy of this Barotrauma game that he's been wanting us to play. It's a co-op game. So Not Lost, first of all, thank you very, very much. I'm excited to look into it. And second of all, what's your guidance on how to do this? Because we want to stream it live, and I know you want to. Oh, so you recommend like practicing a little bit in the Discord before we try to stream it? So yeah, just let me know. Like message me on Discord, and I'm willing to try it. He wants to see us play, so I'll do it. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you're good. No, you're right. And the thing is like and this is sacrilegious to say, but Italy is a very unique country. Very unique. So are the islands. And it's like almost like when you say that you're Italian, I don't think anyone's 100% Italian. Either you're mixed with something else. Like Italy is a melting pot. With all different kinds of things. And some of us look like me, dark, dark hair and stuff like that, and some look very light, blonde hair. My mom has blonde hair, blue eyes. She had blonde hair, blue eyes. My father had short, curly hair like wool. Like, he was dark skinned. Really, like he looked like he had a tan, and he didn't. He just looked dark. And it's just weird. The mix is just weird. It's a weird place. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we got a pretty good Greek Orthodox community here. I ran in that in the upper echelon of having to deal with murder trial lawyers.
Do you go to the Greek festival? They put on the Greek Orthodox Church put on the best festivals with the best food.
No, I had to deal with them on a professional level, and a lot of them here in Fort Wayne are professionals, and they deal with murder and trials, murder cases, and it seems like they were either, Masonic oriented, or they stuck to a cultural base, and there was several Greek Orthodox murder trial lawyers.
Oh wow!
But they stick together real heavy. Because if you fuck up with one of the lawyers, you might as well just call it quit right there with all of them, as far as their community goes.
Damn. Joe, if you're talking, you're on mute.
Yeah, I just realized. I think I cracked the case. I think they're intentionally waiting until tomorrow to publish my article about Microsoft, because it'll just be a new, fresh day.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
Well, that's income for next month then.
Yeah, it's going to be an extra month before it'll be December when I get it.
Do you have to meet a certain benchmark before they send out for that month? Like on YouTube?
No, it's everything that's starting midnight of day 1, ending midnight of day 38 or 31.
No matter what amount?
Yeah, whatever that amount is, I get a single check for that, usually 20 to 22 days into the next month. So around, let's say, the 22nd this month, I will get a check for October's earnings. And basically whatever's on that check could be slightly more if the Microsoft article would publish.
Right. YouTube does similar, except you have to meet a certain threshold. And if you don't, then they hold your check until you meet it, and they don't send it out that month.
I think you might need to get at least $100, but I mean, I go over that so easily that it's never been a consideration for me.
Yeah, I think it's 100 on YouTube too.
I think the first time when I was just experimenting, I got over 200, and that was from 3 articles.
Who publishes the articles?
It's a platform called Seeking Alpha. I was talking to my buddy about that. So, Jeff, I got this interesting phone call this evening. I mentioned an old buddy of mine, I think, but I didn't really explain much. The number comes up in my phone. I don't recognize the number. And the reason is I hadn't heard from him in years, so I actually deleted him from my contact list because I just figured, well, he's probably just moved on. Because the last time I talked to him on the phone was 2020, right before the election, just a few days before it. And we haven't seen each other in person since maybe just after college. And it wouldn't have been long after we finished, and that was in 2014. Now, he was one of the best friends I made in college. It's a guy named Juan. He was in the Army ROTC program with me. So I spent a lot of time with him. And I would say, of all the cadets there, he was the only one that ever took a liking to me. And he actively, even though I did not fit in well with the other cadets, I did not just have the right temperament for the Army.
The right cultural capital.
Right. He liked what I brought to the table, and he would go out of his way to hang out with me. He would plan exercises with me, nudge and bully me into exercising with him. I did some crazy exercises I would have never done because he kept haranguing me to do it. Really tried to do what he could to set me up for success. He was a great friend, and funny as hell. He was someone like me who was came into the university as more of a liberal, or at least feeling like a liberal, from a more conservative background. And then we get there, and this is around the time wokeness began. Like wokeness began in like the academic year of 2013, 2014, which was our senior year on that campus, and we saw how the campus culture radically began changing that year. And even before then, we just started noticing a lot of like annoying hypocrisies from liberals, like in favor of like restricting free speech and things like that, and
I think
sort of commiserating
Obama
about that
kind
stuff
of with
together.
I noticed it in the '90s in my college. It's older than people think.
Yeah, and
When you
so
say
yeah, but like at the 2013, 2014 academic year is when you started having like these big protests like sweep
Yeah.
over campus, close
Was,
to
was
like
that around the time of that Christakis incident with the Halloween costume and all
yes,
that?
that was
Yeah.
the same academic year. Like I remember that happening while I was in school, and so and that's back when people were saying, oh, you can do this on college, but you can't do this in the real world. And then in 2 or 3 years, it's happening outside of college in the real world. Like workplaces are completely changing their work culture to placate crybaby millennials, and, which shocked me, right? And so he was like a friend of mine. So like we're talking in 2020, and he was telling me like, dude, I can't believe I'm actually going to vote for Trump. What has the world come to? Because the idea that he would have ever voted not only for the Republican, but someone like Trump was crazy. Now, I remember in 2017, he had complained to me about the very fine people thing that Trump said. Like,
Oh yeah, Charlottesville.
like he just was. He did not like Trump at first, but then he was like, in 2020, he's like, I have to vote for Trump because they've gone crazy. The left has gone crazy. There's nothing that we can do to stop them except vote for Trump. And then I didn't hear from him for 4 years. He calls me again, almost like on time for like when he called me right before the 2020 election. And he caught up with me. We talked for about an hour. And he voted like a straight Republican ticket. And it's just
Wait, is he in a swing state?
yeah, he's from North Carolina like me.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm in Virginia. It's another.
Is that a swing?
Yeah. Well, it's not a swing state, but it's usually Democratic. But hopefully, we can go Republican.
Joe, if North Carolina ends up being the swing state and they lose, they goes to Kamala, and your one vote could have made a difference.
Not
Yeah.
lost. We'll do a dance. Not lost.
You want to hear something? You want to hear something real quick? So I voted when the last election. I went to vote, right? And we vote in elementary schools usually. That's where my voting place is.
Oh,
in
yeah.
a school. And I go in and and they say, are you Republican or Democrat? And I'm like, first of all, that's none of your business. But
Yeah.
I guess I'm like Republican. And she goes, are you sure? I swear to God. She goes, are you sure? And it's 4 older ladies there. I'm like, yeah. And they looked at me like I was a piece of trash.
I would have sure said something.
And this is when Trump lost, which he didn't lose. It was all rigged. But and then when I was going to put the ballot in, the guy stands by the machine, right? And it was like it wasn't working. I'm like, it wasn't like do you see the video where you try to press Trump and it goes to Kamala? Did you see the video that was just on YouTube?
No.
No, you got to see it.
One of these I saw it on YouTube's. Let me look.
No, they filmed the whole thing, but I can't remember what state it was. But the machine could have been acting up, but it was whether you push the button. You don't actually put the ballot in. When I vote, I put the ballot in the machine, where it's secure. But then when the machine wouldn't work, I went to put the ballot in the other machine. He goes, "Oh, let's try this one." And he looks at my ballot and he just shakes his head at me. I'm like, what the? I'm sorry. I'm voting for Trump. I mean, that's what it is. And he ended up losing, the last election. But like, people will shame you. They'll try to shame you for voting for who you want to vote for.
Yeah, they're not supposed to do that shit at the polling stations.
Inside.
Yeah.
The people outside are not supposed to approach you. There was a
I
lady
don't even know why they're asking you what party you are. Like, do they have to hand you a separate ballot if you're one party or the other?
No, they don't. Because they're all on there. You know, so it's like, why are you even asking me? It's
Yeah, I
like,
don't know. That's weird that they're even
yeah.
asking.
And I'm like, you know, I don't give a shit. You know, I'm a big guy. I don't care. You ain't gonna stop me from voting. You know, I'm standing over these people. You know, they're like, you're looking down at me. You know, looking up at me. But I mean, I'm like, they make you feel uncomfortable. You know, and
Well, they call it the battle box.
I think the whole point of what I'm trying to say is, because I'm talking in circles like I always do. I I think the whole point is they try to intimidate you to their narrative. You know, they want to fit their narrative into what you're thinking. And that split second may change your mind of hitting that little box. You know, so I think that's what the whole push is with the protesters. I can't stand the people outside handing you shit when you're trying to go vote. And who are you voting for? It's none of your business. So I'm not going to tell you, but you know, the people that stand outside and they try to hand you the pamphlets and stuff, they try to engage you in conversation. I'm like, just leave me alone.
That's like outside the perimeter. Like there's a certain perimeter
Yeah.
where they're not allowed, so they stand outside of that and try to.
But they're going closer now. They're supposed to be 25 feet away from people. But when 25 feet away from the polling section, but the line gets long so they can engage people in line. You get it? Because it's 25 feet away. And they start harassing people.
Oh, and there's nothing to stop that?
No, there's nothing.
Damn.
Because they're still 25 feet away from the polling station. And the polling station, usually in an elementary school, is when you drop your kids off, it's a good walk. So they can get people sitting right at that L. And they can just be like, oh, they start, you know, propaganda bullshit and start talking to you. And, well, why do you think this? And why do you think that? And it's like, it's none of your business. You know?
Well, that's some pretty aggressive politicking, but I guess if it's within the legal limits.
But they're being paid to do it. These are paid protesters. These aren't like people that just go out. Like the people that go and they canvass, like the people that knock on your door and say, hey, you voting for this person or this person, right? You ever see those people?
Yeah, they went to Joe's house the other day.
Okay, they're being paid. They're not doing it for free. It's not like someone going around saying, hey, I really feel something in my heart for this candidate, so I'm going to go out
I got
and...
paid to do that before.
Yeah.
I got paid by the Sierra Club to do it.
But they try to demean you for having a different view. It's kind of like, you know what it's like? It's like Mormons. I hate Mormons. And I'm a Christian. I hate Mormons. Do you believe in Jesus Christ? And Jeff's like, no. No, but like they try to indoctrinate you into what they think you're supposed to believe. And I don't like that in this society. I think with media, with everything going on, I think that people are trying to get other people to think the way they want to. So what I'm trying to say is the whole point is I think free thinking is going away. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think you should charge for your thinking, like for free.
Yeah.
I think the minute that metadata became a commerce tradable, I won't call it an entity, but a commodity.
An egregore.
That's when.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're making money off of our algorithms and, you know, just our interactions and what we have to conjecture with each other, and that became valuable. So you got to control that because it's like a gold mine.
Mm-hmm. And Axis, I'm really afraid of, and I'm not sure what Joe thinks. I know Joe does a lot of financial stuff. I'm really afraid of this digital currency. It worries me. What do you guys think?
It didn't bother me. I mean, I've rarely touched paper money as it is. Most of my transactions are digital.
I'm not bothered by it not existing. Would I put money into it? No, unless I were going to use digital currency to actually accomplish a transaction that would not be done as well with traditional currency.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it.
You know, the one thing about me is like, I was really lucky to have a smart dad, you know, and he got me into 401k when I was 19 years old, you know, so that's over 30 years of 401k, you know, and probably about 10 years ago, no, 10 or 15, we flipped it in two different places, but we put it into physical gold. We put it into physical gold. And, you know, in other words, you have a promissory gold amount, and it's done really well because I mean, gold was, what was it like $1,000 when we flipped it, $1,200, and now it's like what, $2,800. You know,
Well,
so
because
look
the
into
dollar isn't recognized much
yeah,
anymore as a stable investment. You know, it goes
look
to
into precious
petro.
metals. Yep.
Yeah.
Precious metals are the way to go. People do silver, but silver is only what, like 20, $30 an ounce. I mean, if you can get ounces of gold for, that's where the money is. And that's where people are retiring because they're taking they took their 401ks, flipped them into physical gold, and then now they're retiring as a millionaire, so. But gold has shot up. I remember I used to buy gold when I was in my 20s, and it was like $600 an ounce, like $600 an ounce for an ounce of gold, and
Let me ask you a question, Mike. Do you think it's that precious metals have went up, or is it that the dollar is no longer as valuable as it was against precious metals?
the
And that
dollar
kind
is
of
no more. The dollar is no
it,
more relevant. It's gone. The dollar's gone. It's
What
gone.
do you
see,
mean? It's gone.
I don't think gold and precious metals actually rose. I think it was the decline of the dollar that got them to the point where they're at. And whenever you're sitting on a commodity like that, that's capital gain there, and that's against the dollar.
Well, the dollar is a promissory note. It's a promissory note on gold bullion. So if we're buying gold, then the dollar's worth nothing. But the thing is, with gold, if you have a dollar, an American dollar, and the dollar crashes, in other words, there's no gold to back it, you have a piece of paper you can just wipe your ass with and throw it away. But gold, you can trade to any country in the world because of. It's not so much jewelry, because people always, gold jewelry, but it's like when the computers, it's the conductive stuff, with the gold.
Oh yeah.
It's always worth money. Make it in the chips and everything. But gold is the way to go. And silver's great, but gold is now platinum. Platinum used to be the top. Now palladium is. Palladium is the top conductive metal, palladium. Then you have platinum. Then you have gold, and then you have platinum, and you have silver. But I remember when platinum used to be really expensive. I think platinum at one time, Joe, was like $2,200, $2,300 an ounce at one time.
So do you think
And
that
now
maybe they're going to apply the lithium market that they just now got a handle on completely into that arena?
with the lithium, because lithium is basically what powers the batteries,
Yeah.
and
We're going electric, man.
yeah, powers the batteries. And I think at one point they can't recycle lithium. I'm trying to remember. I don't know too much about the hybrid cars, but I think at one point the lithium can't be recycled. I don't.
Right.
I'm not exactly sure. You can't quote me on that, but the
Yeah, the
lithium.
petrodollar. Why are people
Yeah,
not
that's-
buying oil and storing it in their backyards?
Well, oil, because you have to
I know it went
refine it.
real cheap there in 2020.
Yeah. You have to refine it. You have to refine it. You have to
Oh.
keep it.
Well, I have a question for Joe because I'm looking at a investing site. It says precious metals are one way to diversify an investor's portfolio and can act as a hedge against inflation. So is that one of the things? Like you looked at the stocks the other day and how that gives you an edge on inflation. Is that the same way that these precious metals work?
No, the precious metals don't work like that. What Kane said is basically true. The price of gold, in a sense, stays the same. The dollar just gets devalued. So what happens is that over time, it's just an ounce of gold doesn't change in its supply.
So it stays flat. So when the inflation dips, the gold still stays where it is, but it doesn't
Yeah, it's not really
increase like the Walmart stock was
it's not
doing.
really it's not really increasing in value. So to me, I don't like the idea of hedge against inflation because there's already a great way to hedge against inflation, which is invest in something that naturally compounds, right? If it's compounding, it will not only do inflation but better, like with some excess over that. So the average return of the market over the long run, if you usually quote any decade over the last century, you get about a 10% total return. So that's with dividends reinvested, not taking into account the effects of taxation, right? So in theory, if you did it in a non-taxable account like a 401k, which you can do an S&P 500 fund in most 401ks or something very similar, and gold is just kind of basically, you could say it appreciates somewhere between 2 or 3% on average. And even then, this isn't super consistent. There are periods of the history of the price of gold you can quote where gold definitely goes down. If you look at where gold went from like the 80s up until like the Great Recession, it was ugly for gold investors. And I would not call them gold investors. I'd call them gold savers. They're just saving their money there. And that's
So you
essentially
get better appreciation with investing in actual businesses.
yeah, because businesses and even bonds are better because the interest is a form of compounding, right? You reinvest the interest from your bonds, you can grow your interest yielding asset there. And but the problem with bonds is their upside is limited to the interest. Once the bond is repaid, right? It's a debt. When you have repaid a debt to somebody, you're not obligated to pay any more than that. So that lender can't make any more off of you. But when you own a business, the upside is whatever the business makes. So it's potentially limitless. And this is why historically stocks have that better performance than bonds and certainly precious metals. Precious metals or other commodities.
Do you think in this economy that investing into manufacturing and industry is worth it? And in the States here to prop the dollar? I don't see it.
I would say as you're getting a good price for a profitable business, whatever the industry might be, that's better than investing in precious metals. And if there's something about precious metals that you see like future long-term opportunity, you could just invest in a miner, invest in a company that mines gold, invest in a company that mines silver, and just make sure that they're profitable and they don't have any debt issues. Like there's one gold miner I was watching, they're up like 50% from their low this year. And once the price of gold started going up. And so, that's more than the amount of gold reached. And the reason why miners are great is because not only do they compound, like they can take their profits, reinvest in the mine, maybe move into other mines and increase their production. So that they can have earnings growth over time.
I'm sorry.
You get more upside from them too because of margin expansion when the price of gold goes up.
I thought they were going to do that with the lithium, because it's now become a commodity. And because they have found deposits of it and its resourcefulness to the electric kingdom, we'll call it, I could see that as an investment opportunity at the beginning. Now, in the long run, I know that disposal is going to be a problem. And not only disposal, but selling the ideal without pushing it of everything going electric, which they're trying to, which is a battery-powered world at that point. So in the front, do you see that as being a possible gain there?
So I've looked at some lithium miners. The issue with them right now is that no miner has really developed an operating model to mine lithium profitably, and it doesn't look like that's going to be the case for the foreseeable future.
So you don't.
This is a problem with miners in general, whatever the mineral they're trying to get. A lot of them, because it's always specific to whatever the hurdles are in that specific area at that specific mine, right? So the geology of that area and what it takes to dig a hole there is one thing. Its proximity to other things in just the general national infrastructure. Like, are they near a good electrical grid or not? If they're not, how do they satisfy their electrical needs? Are they going to be exposed to other commodity costs? So like if they have to use a bunch of diesel engines, what do they do when there are fuel shortages and price of diesel goes up, things like that. And then of course, because it's underground, you also don't know sometimes if there's really anything there until you dig enough and spend enough money trying. And
well, see, they've got a load of it in your backyard.
Yeah. So there's that. So there's a huge lithium area in North Carolina, closer to Charlotte, than not that close to me, But yeah, I actually looked into such a company not too long ago. I don't remember their name. They're trying to like become like one of the largest lithium producers in the country, and the issue is that lithium itself is still very difficult to mine profitably. So there are people who know how to mine gold profitably and silver profitably and iron profitably, you know, the traditional metals. Lithium is just something that hasn't quite been figured out yet. And some of that is because I think that with the amount of lithium they get and what the value of like, you know, an ounce or a ton of lithium is, like what they can do on spot markets,
Right.
you know, to dig a hole of the same size and intensity, you would be able to recover more of that cost if you're getting gold and silver out of it than lithium. And I think there's not enough demand for lithium yet that the cost for the miners can be satisfied. And so if you're in a lithium, the thing with gold miners is they can often start out unprofitable for a few years until they finally reach enough gold that they can just start boosting production, and then they take off and the stock goes off and you get dividends and it's great. But we don't know if that's going to happen with some of these lithium miners. And the real problem is, what do they do to finance their operations for the next 5 to 10 years before they actually could hope to be profitable?
Well, see, that's the thing is why I'm poking you is because you got the petrodollar and the oil market. Now, whenever they start introducing electric vehicles instead of hybrids, they go full electric. If they do, which they're pushing for, at that point in time, I'm looking at the safety net here. Is it better to reserve myself on because I don't see that we're going to be able to restabilize the dollar against the petro. I think that we've got too much opposition because of conflict.
It could be the case.
War.
Instead of like worrying about like, I think that stuff, you know, really the way to grow one's wealth is to put it in a business, find one that makes money, that isn't maybe exposed to particular geopolitical risks like that. So a good example is, I mean, if it's a company that even if it just operates purely in the United States, it protects itself from things like that, for example.
Right.
But as long as you're not like paying like a huge price, and by a huge price I mean the price for the market cap would be, you know, it could be 30 years earnings, it could be 5 years earnings. Between two such companies, one is much more likely to be overpriced than the other. You can probably guess which one just based on what I said.
Kind of like the Coke and Pepsi wars whenever that was becoming easy stock trade.
Yeah. And if you do that, and you kind of just let the businesses do their thing over time, in general, they just tend to compound at a rate that's higher than inflation, right? So if you just control the price at which you buy and make sure you're getting a decent business, they tend to do that.
You want to pick a business that's a need, not a want, right? Like a need, like a business that is in need, like, you know, like someone needs those services. You don't want to pick a business that's a want, you know, like, because people get turned off, like a retail or something like that. But
I would say there are some wants that are still very successful and have probably established themselves so well they're not going anywhere. And Coca-Cola is one such thing. Coca-Cola is 100% a want. Nobody needs that. And yet, even during the Great Depression, I'm talking the Great Depression, the scarcity that was the 1930s, they increased their revenues in volume year over year, uninterrupted every single year of the Great Depression, right?
Well, they had great marketing.
That's how strong they were even then, right? And the thing about it today, like, Coca-Cola is like a defensive stock. People put it in the same category as fucking insurance. Insurance you need. You're not allowed to drive if you don't have your car insurance. And it's like it moves like it's Aflac or Progressive on the market. It's crazy.
Yeah, in Virginia you can drive without insurance. You just have to pay a $500 fee. It's uninsured motors, but you can actually drive without insurance. Yeah, but you're liable, you know. But no, you're right. But I think Coca-Cola, has always had the best marketing. Like they're the marketing masters.
Yeah, the polar bears, the Santas, this shit. And
remember, they took a little. You got to admit though, they took a little hit with the woke stuff.
What happened with the woke?
Well,
Coca-Cola went woke.
Coke,
Waka Wola.
yeah,
Coca-Cola.
yeah,
Wasn't too bad.
and
Let me look
Bud,
a
it
lot
up.
of
Bud,
devout Coke
yeah,
drinkers immediately switched to Pepsi, which
yeah.
Pepsi just
Bud
had a
Light,
division go under.
Oh, it
They
looks
went
like
under
it
Bud,
last
backed
night.
down. I'm reading an article now where they started to
So
go woke
Pepsi
and
is,
then they changed course.
See, I'm torn
yeah.
between Coca-Cola and Pepsi because I grew up in North Carolina, but I was born in Georgia, and so I have mixed loyalties.
So it's crazy because I like Coca-Cola. I drink very little soda, very little soda. Like I mean, once in a blue moon. I love a cold Coca-Cola. Sprite is my favorite. I love Sprite, but you can't beat cherry Pepsi. It is so good. I mean, cherry Pepsi is the best if you're drinking soda. Like if you want to have a soda. And the only time I ever drink soda is like if I'm barbecuing and having like hot dogs or hamburgers. You know, you drink like a cold soda. Um, and sometimes if you have pizza, you want a soda. But if I'm having dinner, like turkey or chicken or beef or whatever steaks, I don't want soda. I just don't. I drink lemon water with lemon in it. That's it.
See,
Because I want to taste.
I'm devout. I'm totally devout to my diabetes, at least a 2 liter a day.
Mm. But I
And so
mean,
I'm
I got.
on a.
Go ahead. Sorry.
That's no, man. You're cool. It's just I used to play whenever I had strip clubs. I used to play around a little bit
Yeah.
in the market area, and Coke and Pepsi were always a safe investment. I mean, especially Coke,
Yeah.
you always get a minor return or dividend. And when I watched them take a hit, and then you had the division of Pepsi go down last night, I was looking at the investment status of those and kind of sketchy.
Did you
looking.
see?
But yet
Did you
stable.
see? Yeah, it balanced out. Did you see that they're closing like 1,000 Walgreens and
Right?
Oh yeah,
Oh, they did that with
like
Rite Aid too. And
like
Safeway just
yeah.
got bought
Walgreens.
out and they're closing some of the
check
Krogers
this
or
out.
Yeah,
Check
merging
this
them or
out.
Walgreens
something.
has two problems. They have two problems: shoplifting and heavy debt. And
Yeah.
you can't repay your debt if your merchandise is getting stolen and you can't make money off of it.
When I had my last knee surgery, this is a couple of years ago. I had my knee surgery. I'd get to go get medication. Go get the pharmacist, and I'd say, hey, let me pick up a couple things while I'm here. The prices 2.5, 3 years ago were ridiculous. Like you want to buy something, it's like what the hell? It's like no, like because they gouged you on prices, and mixed with the shoplifting, yeah, they're like 1,000 stores, and then did you see their clothes at like it's like 600 and something 7-Elevens?
Right.
Look at it.
I think that Walgreens depended on a lot of the pharmaceutical shoppers.
Hmm?
But the whole pharmaceutical aspect has changed directions now. I know
It is.
because I'm directly involved.
Remember, you remember growing up? You guys remember growing up and just going to a pharmacy, like the little
With
mom and pop
Eckerd's. Yeah,
pharmacies, right?
yeah, yeah.
Like the little, like we had one in Alaskan Road, like we had like a little, like a pharmacy,
I had
and
friends whose parents were pharmacists and they were like the friendly neighborhood little
yeah,
pharmacists.
they would have
Yeah.
like they have a little cooler with maybe some drinks and maybe some peanuts. Maybe they always have hang the peanuts on the little things. But they weren't like a full blown store where they're selling DiGiorno pizzas and food and makeup and all this other shit. They're not selling all that.
Eckerd
They're yeah,
CVS now, by the way. They got bought out by CVS.
Who did?
yeah.
Eckerd. I remember them, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah, so
Who
they
took
got tucked
over?
into the.
Purple and white.
Who took
Okay,
over?
that was K and B. They have a shade of
Who took
purple
over
called
Boots?
K and B
Are you
Purple from
asking?
the chain of drugstores.
Are you asking who took over Boots, Mike?
Who took over? I think Walgreens and everybody else, CVS and I can't remember the other one. I think is Walmart. Walmart's their pharmacy just is
Oh
like
yeah, they have
taking
their own
over.
pharmacy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So CVS got Eckerd's, so that's why you don't see Eckerd's anymore. And then Walgreens got Boots, and in fact, the company is called Walgreen Boots Alliance, and the ticker symbol for the stock is WBA.
Mhm.
And those are the two main pharmacies now.
Yeah.
And I think CVS is the slightly better of the two.
What happened to Rite Aid? Did it get absorbed?
Uh,
Well,
right.
And they have a
the
chain
two
here called Bartels that got bought.
the two Rite Aids that I used to go to back in the day, they're both gone. They're both gone. So I'm not sure about anyone else's city. But yeah, these pharmacies are going away because they try to retail other products and they're so overly priced, and people just go to Walmart instead. And what's the other? Is it Costco has a pharmacy?
Walgreens got Rite Aid, and then you said
Yeah.
the Walgreen Boots. So it's still Walgreen. It just partnered with this
Rite
Boots.
Aid is it's still a separate company. It's not part of Walgreens.
Oh, because Wikipedia said it was acquired by Walgreens, but they kept it as a separate company.
But the biggest thing is that for 7-Elevens to be closed, that's crazy because
There was an
7-Eleven.
attempted acquisition. That's what happened.
What happened?
Attempted acquisition. Walgreens did not ultimately acquire it.
Oh, attempted. I see.
Yeah.
So they're
I went
still
down-
just Rite Aid, but they're just bankruptcy.
Yep.
I mean, I go by every Chick-fil-A and they are freaking slam busy. I mean, I'm talking about
privately
around
held
the
company.
corner.
They are
Around
popping.
the corner.
Cane's chicken fingers. I'm telling y'all.
Never had 'em.
I wish Chick-fil-A had a stock. I wish Cookout had a stock. Oh God.
So I know my stepdad personally knows the owner of the Chick-fil-A down here, and he owns 2 other Chick-fil-A's. He owns 3 Chick-fil-A's, okay, because they're franchisees. The guy, I mean, he's wealthy, but he comes to work every single day and like oversees his stores. But when I tell you the line around the corner, they block. So this one Chick-fil-A is in a strip mall, and people are blocking people getting in and out of the strip mall. That's how people are trying to get to the Chick-fil-A. This guy is just cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Like, and I eat Chick-fil-A once in a while. I don't see the draw. I mean, it's okay, but it's like, it's not like, where your head's blowing up. And it's just weird to me that people just love Chick-fil-A. And I think it's because the people are so nice that work there. They're the coolest, nicest, most professional people you've ever met. They're like family members. And I think it draws you in. And the chicken's good. But then you go to Popeyes, right? There's a Popeyes across the street. And the Popeyes chicken, I think, is better. I think the Popeyes chicken is the best. But the people are like ratchet. They're like,
well, Raising Cane's is giving them a run for their money. The guy, it's a Louisiana chain, and I think he's the richest person in Louisiana now.
Mm-hmm.
He's like a billionaire.
You should marry
you
him,
go
Jess.
you go in that Popeyes. The chicken is so good, but the place is filthy. The people are rude. So you go to Chick-fil-A, right? You're in and out in like 2 minutes with your food, 3 minutes with your food, with a long line. They have the little freaking laptops out there, as you're going through the checkout. You go to Popeyes, you're there for 30 minutes waiting for your food. So I think the difference is, I guess, the speed of the service and, the niceness of the people. And if you look at that movie, The Founder, which was the beginning of the McDonald's.
Yeah, Ray Kroc.
They were the ones who built that quick, friendly service, and that's, I think, why they blew up. So
now it's a screen. You talk to a person,
dude. So I went. I don't know why. I know you had fries the other day for what, $6 for fries?
5 something. Yeah.
They used to be like $2.50. Or
I know. The little small ones were like 99 cents, less than that, I think.
I had a craving. I was driving home. I had a craving for Taco Bell. I like Taco Bell, right? I used to like Taco Bell.
Because y'all don't have Del Taco over there.
We do not. I got some soft tacos. Dude, there was about this much meat in there. I'm like, what the fuck? And it was cold.
I don't like Taco Bell's nasty.
It was like $8 for like 2 tacos. I'm like, 3 tacos. It was $8.
Highway robbery.
I'm like, what the fuck is this? I go home. I can cook with $10 and make food for 2 nights.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I don't know why people eat Taco Bell.
I scored a turkey. I found a frozen turkey over at Aldi and I made it. It was $13. 14-pound turkey. I've been eating turkey all week. It's great.
Oh,
You gotta
you people
spice it
that
up.
can cook.
Yeah. Oh, I made that turkey. Oh, it was so good, man. Yeah, I can cook my tail off. I'm gonna make pasta tomorrow. I'm gonna make spaghetti and meatballs tomorrow. But yeah, I never had. Yeah. So what Spike just said. So Taco Bell back in the day, with $10, you could feed like 3 people, and that's the honest to God truth.
Yeah, I remember
You
we'd
know?
feed my mom and then would feed their whole family on Taco Bell.
Yeah. And I remember one of the things that we loved actually, it's kind of like sacrilege, but we loved Long John Silver's with the fried fish.
Oh my God! And the little crusties, you could get a whole little order of the batter, just the batter
Hush
flakes.
puppies.
I love
Hush
that
puppies,
shit.
yeah. So,
I forgot
and I
about
would
Long Johns.
say throw some extra on there, and they were like,
I don't
okay,
even like
baby,
fish.
whatever you want, but we would get.
Here you go, baby.
Here you go, baby. If we throw it on there, some nice old lady. But we would get so much food for like
And their
$25.
fries were so good too. It's that
Oh my God.
that whatever that oil they use.
That fish was so good. And those are all going out of business now. All of them, they shut the 2 down in this area. It was so good. But like KFC, like you go to KFC, they had the $20 big box, and you get like 8 pieces of chicken and 2 sides and like 5 biscuits are like $20. Good luck with that now. So the whole thing is I'm trying to say is that everybody listening, learn how to cook, because it's only going to go higher. It's going to go up and
Well,
up.
I'm screwed then. I mean, I better make enough of that economic capital to compensate.
That's it.
I have a Taco Bell story. We did scavenger hunts growing up for fun, like me and all my little punk friends. And sometimes the items that you had to acquire were dares. And we divide into groups, and there was this group of little punk girls that were one of the groups. And the dare they had to do as part of their scavenger hunt was they had to go to Taco Bell, and they had to order from the menu and point at the menu while they were ordering with condoms on their fingers. And so we all went to all the other groups went to the taco, because this is before internet where you could take pictures. So you all had to be there to verify they were doing it. So all these little punks were at Taco Bell, and the girls go up and start ordering and pointing with these condoms hanging off their fingers. They called the cops, y'all. The cops came, and they had to like talk to the girls and ask them why they were doing it, and they had to explain it was a scavenger hunt, and they kicked us out of the Taco Bell that night. All the punk kids for pointing at the menu with condoms.
Oh, that's too good. Oh man.
Taco Bell, in my 20s, we're talking about 30 years ago, in my Taco Bell was the truth. I mean, you would go and get some tacos, you get a quesadilla. I mean, it was so good. And it was heavy, but I swear to God, when I got those, because I like soft tacos, I like the tortillas. There was like this much meat. It was like there was nothing even in the taco, and then the cheese wasn't melted, and it's like it sucked. It was terrible. But I remember when Taco Bell at 2-3 o'clock in the morning was like like meeting Jesus Christ. You know, Taco Bell.
Yes, I remember.
It was like a light came down, right? On your taco.
They had the Mexi melts, the Mexican pizzas, the soft tacos, the hard taco. Oh God, but you're right. That's back when taco was good until I discovered Del Taco.
The chicken quesadilla. Oh
yeah,
goodness. Yeah, we're talking food.
Speaking of, I gotta go grab my food right now. I'll be right back.
No problem. No problem. Yeah. So the whole point is that what I'm trying to get at is that shrinkflation is real. Like portions have gone way down, and then the price has doubled, sometimes tripled. And I like watching some of the videos where people will go out to eat. They'll go out to eat, and the price is outrageous. I like watching Mr. Chime Time. And what he is, he's just a food blogger. He goes out and he just goes to random restaurants and he tries the food and he tells you the price. And he'll get like 4 things and it's like $120. I'm like, what the fuck? Holy shit. You know, and you can make it at the house for like $40, you know, and then he'll rate the food. I just like food channels, but one of our biggest moves was we loved Outback Steakhouse, loved it, and then we would go there sometimes 2-3 times a week because we just loved Outback, and it's a total shit show now. Tiny portions, triple the prices. It's just like it's not worth it. You know, you can get a steak and make it yourself, but yeah, it's just one of those things. You know, what are you going to do?
What it's happened with food inflation. I mean,
yeah,
you know, and like, in fact, when we look back to like the first stream Jeff and I did officially,
and I can hear you. I'm just going to step away, but I can hear you.
Yeah, like, you know, we were talking about inflation then, and it got me to talk about, because like you guys were talking about it in the context of McDonald's with Jeff, and so, you know, it got me to talk about it actually as like, you know, how to think about it from the point of view of investing, and like, you know, like why inflation over time like creeps up on us, and suddenly it's just like when we really realize how bad it is over time, that it's like it bites us in the ass, and we think, oh shit, we used to be able to get McDonald's for this and this, and now it's crazy how much McDonald's prices have gone up in the last decade ahead of the rate of inflation, and a lot of things in general have.
When I was Joe, when I was in high school, I remember this avidly. McDonald's had a special. They had $1 Whoppers. $1 Whoppers.
Whoppers is Burger King.
Big Macs. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, $9 Big Macs.
$1 Big Macs. And it was like a rage. And people would buy a bunch of them and they would freeze them.
Freeze Big Macs?
You could get like 10 of them for $10. I mean, I didn't do that. But I mean, people would buy a bunch of them.
That
you know, you can't
eat. Who wants a frozen Big Mac? They're not even good like the next hours later.
But they would take them. They would put them. Maybe you know what? Not
hey,
freeze
Sean,
them.
welcome.
Maybe they put them in the fridge. But they said they would preserve them in the refrigerator. I'm just thinking. Yeah. But
they get all soggy and sloppy.
Well, you can reheat them if you know how to work a microwave. You can put it on 50% and do it on like 20-second interludes. It doesn't make it soggy. You can reheat something without making it funky if you know how to work it. But I remember when they were $1. Big Macs now are what, like more than $10, something like that.
What? Hang on. Well, if the fries were $5, you might be right.
How much are they
let me
now?
see. McDonald's prices. I'm curious.
We used to freeze White Castles, and we could keep those for 2 or 3 days. They were decent.
Axis, White Castle. My goodness, I grew up on White Castle. Oh my God.
Maybe the Big Mac meal is more than $10. I think the individual sandwich would still be less.
No, if a fry is $5, Joe, the Big Mac's got to be more than that.
Let's see.
If a fry is
$3.99. That doesn't seem too bad, and the meal is $5.99. This is from realmenuprices.com, so they probably.
Oh God, I can't look at this picture of McDonald's. It makes me want to eat it. God
no
damn.
way. There's no way it's $5. Jeff, there's no. How did you pay $5 something for fries and the whole meal is $6? There's no way.
Yeah, you're right. That is suspicious. You know what? Next, I'm gonna go get some more fries next week, and I'm gonna check the Big Mac because I still have to ask about Mr. P's ice cream. I forgot last time because it was a menu and not a person, so I forgot to ask the lady behind the counter.
I have a guess.
So the lady, the videos online are someone got a Big Mac combo, and everything was like $15. I'm just telling you that's what.
That's more believable. I didn't look at any of the other prices, but that's more believable because the fries themselves were over $5.
Yeah, and a Big Mac meal used to be about $6. That's it.
For a Big Mac, $5.29, or the meal?
No, back in the day, the meal was like $6, $7, you know, depending on what state you're in. So what I'm trying to say is that the prices have doubled. They have doubled in price. That's the whole thing.
Oh, I forgot about their bean burritos. That was one of the few good things they had.
Yeah, I think
I love Taco Bell bean
possible
burritos.
the franchise stores could
Just
have
the
more
burger is
pepperoni.
$5.29. So it like, I think the fries were about the same price or more.
And then you have the drink. Then you have the drink for probably like $2 or $3.
Oh, Spike, I bought 4 DiGiorno pizzas at my local Walgreens earlier today because they were like marked down for like two for $10. So I bought 4. And I'm like, I gotta get
Yo,
this now.
did you get the Supreme? What kind of pizza did you get?
They only had pepperonis.
Oh, the Supreme is the
My
best.
Walgreens is the same way. You get 2 pieces for $5. That's what this is.
And then what I do, Joe, with the move is you put a little garlic powder on top, and you have to add more toppings to it. You got to add some more. You got to add some more mushrooms.
Yeah,
You got
I
to
guess
add.
I could do that. I could easily add toppings to it when I cook it. That would be not hard at all.
Got to add some more toppings to it.
I used to
The
add
DiGiorno
olives
is good.
or mushrooms, little canned
Olives are
mushrooms.
good.
Yeah. The Supreme
I like the
has
green
olives.
olives.
Yeah. But you
What's
can.
crazy to me is I like more toppings now than I did as a kid. Like I used to be so picky, but now like there's so much flavor that comes with like olives and mushroom, even though they are kind of weird foods.
I never ate mushrooms. My ex-wife, she's like a mushroom fanatic, and I was never into them. But I like them on pizza. I do like. I don't eat them like I wouldn't eat them in a salad, but I like them on pizza. If
I
they're
hate
cooked,
fresh mushrooms. I can only eat the little slimy canned mushrooms. I cannot eat fresh.
they're cooked. But she would eat them like just, and then they would eat the portobello where they would actually make it like a burger. But I guess a portobello tastes like beef. I don't know, but a mushroom is fungus. That's what it is. And I'm like, ugh. But I mean, they taste good on pizza. They do. Now, if you're Italian, have you guys ever had anchovies on pizza?
I've not had anchovies.
I'm eating, please. A pizza, in fact.
You never had anchovies? What about sardines? You ever had sardines?
No, I don't
Oh
care
God!
I'll be back.
Oh my God, that was more traumatizing than Mike for Jeff. The other Mike, his mic.
Well,
like oh my
Yeah,
God,
see, oysters. I won't do oysters. I won't.
you could probably taste it in his mouth when you said it.
well, they're good. It's just a salty little fish. That's all. It's like a little salt.
I'm putting a slice of pizza in my mouth while he's talking about anchovies and sardines.
What's wrong with that?
Well,
Is it triggering
I'm
your
an
memory?
empath, remember?
Is
Well,
it
You
all
made
right.
me drop my meat.
You that.
Wow. We still on the right subject?
Broccoli's
The
not
best-
bad on a
Whoa.
pizza. Not
The
like
best
big,
pizza-
thick chunks, but the little like flowers.
The best pizza
Yeah,
I've ever
veggie
had in my life. The best pizza I've ever had in my life was a clam pie. It was a white clam pie. It was the best I've ever had, and it was from Staten Island. It was New York, and
Really?
yeah, really, really good. It's a white pie. There's
Never-
no red sauce in it. It's like a white pie, and they put the clam on it. It's good, so good.
Oh,
But I can't eat it anymore.
You are gross.
It's
I got
delicious.
The Chicago, New York Rust Belt scene. There was the Chicago cut pizza and style, and then there was the New York style. And we from Chicago expected a big pie, thick.
Mhm.
And New York was thin, and we always hated it whenever we took off past Ohio towards New York, man, because pizza joints changed. And we were used to this big, thick, huge hunk of pizza. And we get towards New York, man, it's just little thin slices. And I wound up in those wars, but never anything like clam or any of that. Was that fast food or dine-in? Or how'd you encounter such a thing?
Yeah, it's an Italian thing. It really is. It's a white pizza with the fish on it. It's an Italian thing. It's rare to find because it's expensive pie too. It's like $30, but if you can find it, it's amazing. I tell you one thing: if economical and really good food, and I could eat, but if you can find a really good Little Caesars, and they have that Detroit style, that Detroit style pizza and Little Caesars, woof! I mean, I'm talking about good, just a good
Right.
crispy crust, a lot of
Remember
cheese,
when
but
Little Caesars actually
yeah,
gave you 2 pizzas and 2 crazy breads?
yeah, I
Or is
do,
that just
I
me?
do.
Yeah, I remember that because when they stopped, man, they were
Yeah.
about to starve half the punker nation out. We lived on crazy bread.
I have one. I have one down the street from me, and it's hit and miss. Like sometimes it's just completely horrible, and then sometimes it's delicious. So it's hit and miss who's making the pizza. But yeah, Little Caesars, you can get the lunch special, which is the little square deep dish pepperoni and a drink for $5. It was $5, and I'm telling
They
you,
still got they got the
I think
$5
it's more. I
pizza
think
here.
it's like more than that now. But the quality of the pizza, it sucks. It's like very little cheese. It's like it's not like it used to be, to where you know it's more like just like focaccia bread. It's just like bread and a little bit of sauce on it. It's like focaccia. But no, I'm just telling you. But back in
Damn, it
not a couple of years.
completely kicked me out of StreamYard. Is Mike still talking about gross food?
No, I'm talking about
Not so bad. No.
talking about the awesome Detroit style from Little Caesars.
What's
The
Detroit style?
Pepperoni, the real thick,
Oh, like the
square
real
pizza.
thick bready
Yeah,
pizza.
it's like Sicilian. So being Sicilian, so Sicilian pizza is the square. It's the square thick pizza.
Like
And
Little
you always want,
Caesars.
yeah, you want the corner. And so Little
Yeah,
Caesars make
yeah, I
the
do
small
want
ones.
the corner.
Yeah, but at Little Caesars you get
Do
all
they
four
fight
corners.
over the corner and have vendetta duels?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
do. Give me the corner.
That was my
We go. So
corner.
we go in. Right? We go in. We go. Hey, what's up? What's up? Hey, let me get 2 corners. And the guy's like, I want that corner. And I want this corner. And you have to. And you ever go in and point at what you want to eat? Like when you buy pizza, I want that slice because it has more bubbles on it, or it has a little bit more cheese on it. It's like pizza
Man,
wars.
you really are Italian.
But you would
Gyros,
go,
yes, I love gyros.
you would go into the pizza parlor, right? There'd be 2 people. Let me get this piece and that piece, and you're pointing at the pieces that you want.
No wonder
It's
y'all
like,
have vendettas.
yeah, and you get those pieces, and you're like, yes, yeah. No, but you pick your slice. You pick what slice you want. It's funny.
Look at
No,
how
you're
pizza.
rare
accustomed
the
to
views are
shave.
now. They're 17. They really shut up.
What's that?
The
Maybe it
views
was all
are
the food
17.
talk. People love to talk about food, I guess, and listen to other people talk about food.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good. And
Even
then we get into
clam pizza.
pastas. I'm gonna make pasta tomorrow. Oh, it's gonna be so good. And what I do, I get canned tomatoes. I get actual crushed tomatoes, and I crush them with my hand. And I put gloves on because I don't like it all over my oven.
Wait, okay, you mean you they're already crushed in the can and you pour them out and then you take your hands and you crush them more?
Crush them some more, so they're more fluid. So the crushed, as in they're like chunks. They're like
Yeah.
chunks of tomato. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I make sure that they're really kind of fluid.
That sounds fun, actually.
Yeah, I put fresh garlic,
Like
basil,
stomping on grapes.
rosemary, everything. You crush them down, you put them in there, and then you let them cook. You let it cook. Salt, pepper. A whole bunch of different. I can go into like whatever you want me to put in there, but it's like
That does sound quite mouthwatering, actually.
All right,
Yeah.
guys. I need to go for the night. There's a couple things I just remember I need to do before I go to sleep, and it's late anyway. But this was
Happy
fun.
Halloween. I hope you
Happy
have some
Halloween.
good nightmares.
Yeah, I hope I have some good
Yes.
nightmares
Hope
too.
we've given you plenty.
All right.
Good
All right.
roll, brother.
See y'all later.
Take care, Joe.
Sure.
So, Mike, you're pretty accustomed to shaved lamb, then, right?
What's that?
You're pretty accustomed to shaved lamb, then, right?
Shaved lamb? You talking about euros?
Well, some of it's euros. I mean, we have a Greek restaurant here, and they keep a leg of lamb. And,
Oh, and they like
probably
cut off of it? Yeah. I love
Yeah,
that.
Yeah, you're pretty
Mr.
accustomed.
P,
See, I get
the crushing it with your hand sounds way more fun.
Yeah, we crush them. We just crush them out and then put them in the pot. More flavor. You get the hand juices.
I think that's something I could actually do in the kitchen.
I'm telling you, it's awesome, man. You crush them out. You have to leave it a little bit chunky. You have to leave it a little chunky. You don't make it too smooth.
Oh,
Now,
Puffy's here. Hey, Puffy.
if you put it in a blender, so Jeff, so it depends on how people like their sauce or their gravy. People call it gravy. People call it sauce. They call it gravy in Italy, but we call it sauce over here, right? But if you put it in the blender or you use the mix, the thing, the thing that spins. I
Oh,
can't
like the
remember
little food processor thing.
Yeah, it makes it too smooth. I like it a little chunky, just a little chunky. You know, so that's why when you squeeze it, it's still a little chunky. But
well, you showed us one day you were cooking something on the stove, and it looked delicious.
Yeah. I can cook, man. I told you, Jeff, when you hit it big, you're gonna hire me as your private chef. When you hit it big,
you think I'll hit it that big?
There you go.
You will.
Let me. Hey, I want to get a look at Puffy. Is that for Halloween or is that your normal look? I love it. Oh, it looks like she's frozen up.
Right.
Are you out and about, or is that your house?
No, I went trick or treating. I just got out.
Oh my God! Did you stream it?
Yeah, I streamed it. I was.
Okay.
He was almost. He got chased by a dog. He got taken pictures of and everything. Carmen was with me. It was funny.
Damn! Let me go check it out.
I'm a Mega Minion Harley. No, look. I'm a Mega Minion Harley Quinn. See? Mega Minion Harley Quinn. Thank you. Igualmente. So yeah. That part.
Here, let me drop. Oh wow, this is so cool. Okay, let me drop the link. Oh, you're still out. Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna go home already. I just came to get something to eat.
I love the glasses.
Mega Minion Harley
God, if I've met Puffy out in public, we have so much fun. She's so cool. That's the kind of people I like to hang with. Oh wow, I'm watching some of this trick or treat video. Good, we got one costume at least tonight. You win the costume contest.
Yeah, I got in the car. I'm I saw you guys had a mouse or a rat earlier. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, this is Rat. This is Axis's rat. She's kind of hard to see. I think she's sleeping right now.
Yeah,
he brought her out earlier. She brings a good energy. We've had like panel fights, and he brings his rat out, and for some reason everybody calms down in the panel energy. There's a movie called Sitcom about this. It's a French movie, and this father brings home a white rat to his family, and all the drama the rat causes. It's a great movie.
The rat of love. The love rat.
Probably the opposite of love, but it's actually the thing is it like brings out people's id or all the stuff they're repressing, and so each family member plays with the rat, and then different sides of them start to come out.
I got a great movie for you. If you've never seen it, you have to see it. Have you ever seen the movie Angel Heart?
Oh yeah, I saw it at the theater. That was filmed in New Orleans with Mickey Rourke and Lisa Bonet.
And Robert De Niro.
Mm-hmm.
He played Satan.
It was a mystery.
Yeah.
Are you thinking of The Devil's Advocate?
No. No, The Devil's Advocate was Pacino.
Oh, right.
No, Angel Heart, De Niro was Satan. And then he was Mr. Cypher.
Yeah.
Backwards, And he had the little cane with the fingernails, and it was. And then the whole time, that movie was wild. It was if anybody listening, it's a really good horror movie, like really good.
Yeah, and it's set in New Orleans.
It is.
Exotic scenery. It's very dark.
It's a Cajun movie. Yep. It's good. I didn't know if you saw it or not because it's like one of my favorite movies. I love it.
Me and my friend went and saw it when it came out at the theater. I think it was 87, 88. Yeah. And then So I had the big screen experience, but I haven't seen it since.
I watch it. I have it. I have it on DVD. I watch it and I love it. It's just cool. Like the whole ideology of it, like the whole trickery and, he thinks he's one person the whole time, then he's not at the end. It's like that whole switch, Mickey Rourke, he played a great role. I think he's a really good actor. I
He
do.
is. He was. I
But he
saw him in
got
something recently. I don't remember what it was, and I was
I
surprised
think
it was Mickey.
I think his best movie ever, though. I know people say Diner, but The Wrestler. When he maybe you see the movie The Wrestler.
I
Yeah,
didn't see
kind of
that
the
one.
movie documentary type thing.
The
If I'm not.
Wrestler is when he played a washed-up wrestler, and he was going through like the backstages, and it's supposed to be
Right.
played. It's supposed to be based after Jake the Snake Roberts. His dude. He won. I think he won an Academy Award for it. I think you could look it up.
I
I think
know
he did.
it scored pretty good at the box office when it was
Yeah,
released.
yeah. The Wrestler. It had Marissa
Yeah.
Tomei in it. She's gorgeous. Oof. But yeah,
Yeah.
sorry. I know we switched topics. Yeah,
Well,
No, that's
that
all right.
happens sometimes.
yeah.
No, it's
Oh,
all
really,
good.
Spike? That was like your introduction. It does a good job of kind of portraying that mythical, spooky New Orleans.
Do you think it's real? Do you think it's actually real?
Well, I tell you what, I'm a Satanist and an omniist, hardcore, and when I hit 10, I kept on moving till I hit Florida.
Really, I lived in. I mean, it has a little bit of gothic subculture stuff, but I don't. To me, it didn't have a lot of the spookiness.
But do you believe that you can conjure things like that, like
I've done. I
voodoo?
had a friend that worked. He was a tour guide. He gave the graveyard tours, and they would tour Marie Laveau's grave, and they do night tours.
Yep.
So I've done all of that. I've done the Voodoo Museum. They took you in the little back room with the big snake where you could see some of the voodoo. I've done all of that, but I didn't get any kind of creepy or spooky feeling from any of it. It was like a fun tourist thing.
Yeah, that's the
I,
commercial
I've
side of it.
yeah,
Yeah, kind of
exactly.
the commercialized side.
I've felt it. I've actually felt the evil. I've felt the presence. I mean, I'm just telling you, in my lifetime, I'm not on anybody else's lifetime, but I've actually felt it. I've been in a real haunted house, like where
Yeah,
things would
something.
levitate. Yeah.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm telling you,
It's a, no,
I didn't
really.
see it. I didn't see it, but like people would say,
They might have been
this.
trolling.
No,
Or they
when
could have
you're
been
in there.
plants.
Okay, how about this? How about this? You're in there, and it's hot, and you feel cold breezes behind your head. You hear things upstairs, and there's no one up there. I'm just saying there's got to be something out there. There's got to be something that is in the
Yeah, the
different
human
realm.
imagination.
It could be. Could be.
I think the energy that Santeria brought to New Orleans was the stifling factor because of the nature of the beast.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got Catholicism, African voodoo mixed in
Mm-hmm.
with a Haitian culture. You know, blood sacrifice, blood spells, blood magic. I mean, you know, when you start playing with blood and ceremony, that gets a little personal there, and I don't want your energy not stuck with me. And you
Yeah,
can
I didn't
feel
fuck
that
with
when
any of
you hit
that.
10. Yeah, well, that's kind of my profession.
Yeah.
Freak.
And
Weirdo.
I told you, like,
Oh, you're good,
I
Mike.
told.
I
You don't mean to cut you off.
no, go.
I told the story. I told this story a few years ago, and this is a true story. And on everything holy, this is a true story. I had a good friend of mine. His name was Elias, and they were from the Dominican Republic. They were Dominican, and I went to sleep over his house, and we're in high school. Actually, no, yeah, I was like a freshman. I was like 15, 16, something like that. And we went, and they had a room off to the side, and he goes, "Don't go in there." And there was a curtain there. I mean, this is a true story. And I told this story once before on another stream. And you're sleeping over somewhere, and you get up to go take a pee or whatever. You just get curious, and I opened the curtain. It was a Santeria room. They had the idols, and they had the little bowl,
Mm-hmm.
and they had everything. But I guess his mom did Santeria, and when I opened it, it was warm in the house. When I opened the curtain, it was freezing cold inside that room. Freezing cold.
So
I'm
they
just
play with
telling
the
you.
gods of death, man. I don't, you know,
Yeah,
I have a little
that's
respect for demons and devils and gods
yeah.
of death. I don't
hmm
play with them well.
But and I talked to him about it. I actually said, what's up with, he's like, I told you not to go in there, and he's like, yeah, that's what, but I'm just telling you, that was my experience. I think I want to say I was like 16, 15 or I think I was 15. I was 15 years old.
Did it scare you?
It scared the shit out of me. Yeah, it scared it because I mean, like, what the fuck? Like I opened I'm like, whoa, it's like the little doll and fucking, and there was like a bowl there and it had like shit in it. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I guess it was her altar. But people do Santeria. They do worship other gods. And I think
I
I got
can't eat
scared.
on the streams with Mike.
Oh, you're fine. But no, it really scared me. And I just remember it being warm in the apartment. And then when you open the curtain, it was like cold air that came out. So and there's no AC on. And they always say when a spirit approaches, it's always very cold. Like the room gets very, very cold. So I don't know. All I know is I remember that one thing, and I'm like, I'm not sleeping here again. Like, I'm good. You can come over to my house if you want, but we're Christians. We're Catholics at the time. You can come over here, but I'm not coming back there. And it was wild. That was shit. What was that? 15, I'm 50. That was a long time ago. It's but and I think it was real because I remember it like it was yesterday. Like I still remember everything like it was yesterday. It's like imprinted, in my mind.
I have that too.
Yeah.
All my memories are very vivid, like they were
When
yesterday.
I think a really scary or tragic occurrence, you never forget. You'll remember it till you're 100 years old. But I was really shook up. Really shook up about it. I was like, whoa. But I opened that curtain. I was like, what am I looking at? Because I've never seen an altar before. I'm like, whoa.
I would have been cool. They would have been, get out of that room. Leave that alone. I would have been playing with all that stuff.
You were like breaking the law,
We used to like find abandoned houses to break into and explore. And we would go in cemeteries at night. And we'd take our Mad Dog 2020 or our Boone's Forum Strawberry Hill wine.
Strawberry Hill?
And we'd go to the graveyards and we'd like make out on top of the graves and hang out and play our gothic music, and we loved it. Was so peaceful being out there. And the graveyards in Louisiana, they have some out in the country in the middle of nowhere, so it's like all the stars, dark sky, no light pollution. You see all the stars. It's this spiritual peace almost.
But so in the Mad Dog, did you get the banana strawberry?
Oh my God, I hated all of that. I hated it all. And the the Thunderbird?
Do you remember Cisco? Remember Cisco?
Yeah, I think we were like one layer up for Cisco was the black wine, but so was the Thunderbird and the Ripple.
Black boys, they would drink the Cisco and they would drink the
and the Old English 40 ounces.
Old E, yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
That's all right. I just remember Cisco coming in a 2-liter bottle, man. And we got.
My favorite was it Carlo Rossi? You get the big gallon jugs from the Rite Aid, the pharmacies would sell them.
Right.
You remember
table wine? It was so good.
You remember the fancy bottle with the rope around it? You remember that one?
Crown?
No, Carlo Rossi. It was like a big bottle with like rope.
Oh no, that was probably too fancy for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember that. Irish Rose.
Yeah. The first time I got drunk, it was on a gallon of that Carlo Rossi.
The first time I ever got drunk was on Bacardi rum.
I forgot about Bacardi. They had that was it the coconut Bacardi? I used to love that.
It was the white Bacardi white, and I was just like, I think I was like 21 or 20, something like that. Because I didn't drink.
You were a late bloomer.
Yeah, I know. I didn't have alcohol till then. I never drank it. I never drank alcohol. Even in college, I never drank. So like I got in. I was like, whoa, like this was like, and it was like 3 or 4 shots. Like not even like I think it was like 3 shots. I was like such a like a rookie, you know. But was I 21? I think I was 22. I was 20. Let me remember.
So I keep a bottle
I
of
was
Makers
22.
because that's
I
my
was
drink
22.
beside my bed.
22 years
Man.
old.
A bottle of what?
Makers.
One more time.
That was my poison.
Oh, let me see. Oh yeah,
That's
I
my
remember Makers.
Makers is my favorite. Have you
Yeah,
tried the 46? Have you tried the Makers
absolutely.
46? Yeah. You got to try the Makers 46. It's a little bit more expensive, but it's really good. It's really refined.
Right, right. Makers. I don't care for Jack Daniels. I don't really care for 7-7 or Seagrams. But man,
Mhm.
I got a bad spot for Makers, man.
Yeah,
Turned me into a
Makers is
quick
good.
alcoholic.
The best bourbon I've ever had in my life it's called Booker's. It's Booker's, and it's a little pricey. It's like $115 a bottle, but it's really really good, and it's really strong. So you have to be careful. You have to be real careful. I was drinking, and you would drink it, and you're like, you don't think it's really hitting you, and it's 127 proof, 127 proof, and you're like, but it's smooth, so you don't really feel it. So yeah, you're like, whoa, But yeah, whenever anybody drinks, just drink at home. Don't leave. Don't drive. Just stay home. Hang on the couch. Hang on the bed, and just feel good.
Yeah, I got 10
Nothing
years
wrong with it.
sobriety, so
Yeah.
but I keep that beside the bed and a couple shots that my son left me before he wound up in his shit. And that temptation's always there,
Yeah.
but I never cracked the bottle. Not in
Well,
10 years.
that's good because you know how to trick your brain into that. How to say, this is not good, but it's there if you want to make the mistake, but you're headstrong enough not to make that mistake. So it's almost like you're training yourself, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not going to go there.
Self-discipline.
Right.
That's a personality trait I talked about today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I came
Exactly.
to
So in other
Jeff
words,
instead.
you're teaching
I'm sorry.
yourself how to be stronger. I think that's the best way to say it. What do you think, Jeff? Like he's teaching himself to be a stronger, more strong-willed person. Because
If
temptation
it
is
works.
yeah. If it works, you're right. You're right. But if you're having a really bad day, or if you're feeling the temptation, then get that bottle and throw it in the trash can. Just get rid of it because you don't want to break
No,
that.
I wound up coming here to Jeff. I'm going through really bad benzo withdrawals right now.
Which
and
one?
as long as benzos,
Benzo?
my
Benzoprine?
yeah,
Okay.
and this is days free, so I'm still feeling a lot of the neuro effects of it. But I had to distract my attention because I was considering cracking, and I found Jeff was online.
Are you getting like hot and cold flashes and stuff? Are you sweating a lot?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
normal.
You're detoxing out, and it may take 7 to 14 days.
It's
but
just temporary though. He's just waiting on his nurse for tomorrow.
You'll get it out of there. You'll get it out of your system. When I
So he's just riding out the night.
When I detoxed, it took me about 10 days. It was hell. And then once that last day, I was like, wow, I just felt amazing. After it gets out of your body, it just, once that poison leaves your body, you feel great. You really do. And you'll get there. You're on the way. Just got to hang in there. The best thing to do is drink a lot of water. Stay hydrated. Drink a lot of water. You may vomit a lot because your body's going to let the water back out again. But just keep doing it. Just keep going. Keep doing your thing, man.
Vomiting stopped.
Yeah, you have to stay hydrated. You have to drink a lot of water. It's constant water.
But I was given, alternatives, and I think I made a good choice. I was taking Jeff's Mantle.
Yeah, benzoprine's bad.
Yeah,
did you have an Did you have an injury or anything? Did you have an injury?
No, man, I'm bedfast.
Okay.
I've got teams of nurses that come in and take care of me, case management.
Gotcha.
It's days.
So you have home care? Home care
Oh,
that
hell
comes
yeah.
in? Okay.
Yeah. Morning shift
good.
and then evening shift.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
And did you say that you're in Carolina as well?
No, I'm just below Michigan in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Oh, you were in Louisiana. Okay.
No,
Awesome.
Indiana.
Oh, Indiana. I thought you said
The
Louisiana.
other
Sorry.
Louisiana. The one without the swamp.
The other Louisiana. Y'all have a Lafayette there too.
Hey,
Yeah.
go Hoosiers. Go Hoosiers.
Right.
I spent a summer in Bloomington.
Really? That's a nice town.
Yeah, it was. I went with a friend. She was taking a summer course, and she taught me into riding up there with her. But I didn't. It was. I felt like out of place there, so I ended up only staying a few weeks and then coming back home.
Yeah.
Well, Bloomington still has that hillbilly feel to it, all the way down to the Ohio Valley.
Some people, it's weird because you go to some places and like you feel welcome like right away, and then some places you don't. I think it's like a vibe or an energy.
I didn't realize it at the time, but now that I think about it, it was probably my first time around like white culture, like just plain American culture, like some of the same stuff I encounter here. It was like my first taste of it. The people were friendly, but we just weren't connecting. There was something that was just not connecting.
Yeah. When I first moved here, this is a long time ago. This is, back in the late 90s, actually mid 90s. When I first moved here, being from New York, Queens, and Virginia back then was kind of country. It was, hey man, you talk like this, and then people would stare at you. They would like look at you. And then in New York, you don't stare at nobody. Like in like New York,
Oh,
Chicago,
really? I'd probably get in trouble then.
You don't stare at people, and I was always like, got a problem? And I was a young guy, in my 20s, big young guy. And I was always like, but it's like, he's like, nah, chill, relax. It's all good. But so at first I didn't really acclimate to the situation, to this. But then after some years, I became more country. My accent goes back and forth. But like when I
wait, what's your accent? What? You have a New York accent?
So this is my normal nice voice, right? If you want to hear my real voice, this is actually how I really talk. I talk like this. This is actually how I really talk. So the thing is that, and I talk fast, right? So I talk real fast and blah, 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 yeah. But then if you slow it down, if you slow your verbiage down, you slow your tone scale down.
Yeah, what's that called? What's the name for it? The tone
tone
scale?
scale.
Yeah.
Tone scale. So if you notice, sometimes if you hear me talk, even in arguments, I'll start talking really fast and I'll start talking like this, right? But then if I'm normally not upset, I start talking like this. So
I have noticed.
Yeah,
I have noticed when you slow
you slow it down, and when you talk this way, it's more comforting for people. When you talk the other way, it's more aggravating and more apprehend. It gets
Oh, really? Like, because that's the calm down thing. Like when people tell me to calm down, it's because I'm talking more the way you're saying that aggravates people, and they're trying to get me to tone scale like you're talking about.
Yeah, the tone scale is important, and that's like right now.
Why?
You hear me talking, right? And I sound very chill and very relaxed, and but when I get really mad, I sound completely different. People are talking about, so as soon as I think about it, I get mad. Oh, he has a fake New York accent. I grew up in New York for 20-something years. Like, come on, man, But coming down here, you learn. When I got into sales, so Jeff, when I got into sales, I was taught to slow down, to change your tone, because people don't want to talk to some fast talking charlatan. They want to talk to someone more like, I'm just telling you, they want me to sound like this, But
did it work? You were successful.
Fantastic! Oh yeah. I killed it. Yeah, I killed it, man.
I would be horrible at sales. I'd be like, "This is the product you want. This is what it does. You want it or not."
So you see me when I come into a room, right, where I come into a stream, I kind of I over talk, and I don't mean to, but like imagine me 5 times that. Like I can capture, but I have to learn how to slow down and just chill, but in the sales world, you have to get them and you have to close them on the spot because they're not going to come back. So you have
Did
to
you have
kind
to
of
manipulate? Like you learn little tricks to manipulate people and make sure
me.
they, yeah,
I
like
was
make sure that they buy that day.
I was very rare in sales because I didn't manipulate, but I was encapsulating people. Like in other words, encapsulation basically is you get them in a bubble and you don't let them go. You don't let them out the bubble.
What? that's that's
Yeah.
manipulative too.
No, because but every deal was a good deal for them. It was a fair deal. It wasn't, everything was taken care of and they left happy, So,
I bought
it's
my
just
first car, my only car really, because the salesman. I went. I was just driving by one day. I just was stopping to look at used. I wanted like a program model, and I was just gonna stop and look because down the road I was gonna buy, and he convinced me to buy that day. He was so good of a salesman. Like it
yeah.
was hard to say no. I'm sure he was using those techniques on me.
Yeah, yeah. It's trickery, but
I
at the
drove
same
off the lot
time,
with a car that night. I had
yeah,
no plan to do that at any point
yeah,
that day.
yeah. It's trickery. But at the same token, though, if you drove off the lot with a good deal, then you both win. He gets a
I
sale,
did.
then
I
you
got
get
a
a,
really good deal on it.
there you go. So
It
you
was one of
both
their like demo models that they sell after a
it's a
while.
demo. Yeah.
So I
So
had
demo is basically
very low miles on it, almost
a
new.
manager. A manager drives it, and then you get a reduced price on it.
Hmm.
Yep. And I had a demo. I had a demo. So I sold cars, what, 6 years, 5 years, 5 years, five and a
Oh,
half years. I had a demo 3 of those years because if you win Salesman of the Year, you get a demo. So yeah, and it's basically just a car you do whatever you want with, basically, but you have to return it before 7,000 miles because after 7,000 miles in Virginia, it becomes a used car. You have to,
oh right. That's
yeah,
and it didn't depreciate. Like when I drove it off the lot, it doesn't depreciate like a new car does.
as long as it's under the
Yeah.
miles allowed. Yeah. No, I did sell cars. I really did, and I was very successful. I was. I'm sure you
Yeah,
could tell my personality. I was I can engage anybody, you know,
I can see
and
that.
yeah, it was good. It was good, and I'm different now. I used to be more aggressive. I used to be
Oh, this
younger.
is just the mellowed out version.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm much more mellow. But I used to always say this to people, like I said before, but I didn't say it. Like like it's like positive reinforcement. Like I said before, and that, but I didn't say
Oh, but you
it.
didn't
I don't
actually
know.
say it before?
Yeah. I didn't
That's
say
kind of
it before.
sneaky. I wonder if I would catch that.
No, but
Be like, wait,
your,
he didn't say that
your
before.
mind is going, your mind is moving and moving and moving. And then you would close somebody and get them to the box, get them to F&I, which is finance. And then you'd take another up. You would pick up another person and sell them a car. And then you have to
So once you
juggle
got him
both
in the
people.
box, your job was done?
No, I'm supposed to wait.
Oh, because I
Supposed
was
to
going to
sit
say,
and
what if
wait
they get
for
in the
the.
box and change their mind because of the financing terms? Does the
They
finance
don't.
guy take it from
Oh,
there?
they're the finance guy. Basically, the F&I guy is basically an excellent sales guy who's now promoted to a manager. So
Oh, okay. So they catch him
they'll
at every point.
they'll close them. They'll close them out. But I'm balancing. I remember having 3 people at the same, and I'm jumping around. It was a Saturday. It was busy, and I'm like jumping around but hey, everybody got delivered. Everybody was happy, and they were all happy. They were all happy. Good surveys. Like there was no problem. But I literally had to run. I had to run back to detail, make sure the car was clean, pull it up, check on F&I, run back to the desk, make sure everything's going good there, go over here, pick up another up. Like dude, the car business back in, now we're talking about like 06, 07, 08, 09. We're talking about back in the day. It was wild. Like people were just like all over the place,
Did you do points?
Points is what? What's points?
That's what I was going to ask.
I don't know what points is. No, but I was the top salesman every year, the top one every single year, in the Toyota store. Every year I was the top one. There were some months I didn't win salesman of the month, but I would win every year. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I'm not lying. I mean, I was good at
No,
it.
I mean I believe, but
Yeah,
you
I
are
was
so
good at it.
like yeah, I believe a salesman's not like.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not lying to you. And the reason why I left the business is because they went to something called Pure Price. And Pure Price is where people would come in with the USAA or
Oh yeah, they had those you could download online those that would tell
yeah,
you like the dealer's price and how much they
what's
mark it
exactly.
up, and consumers went in more educated.
So once they came in and they started doing that, it was every single person. And then you went from making gross, which is the front end gross, that's how you made your money, to making a flat. A flat was 150. Some dealerships pay 100. So you'd have to spend 2 or 3 hours with somebody for $100. And you're trying to make money. But before Pure Price, you could make anywhere from 300 to 700 and something dollars per car you sold. Per car.
And did you get like hourly on top of that?
No, you
Or
don't
you
get
strictly
hourly.
commission?
You get a draw. If you don't sell, you get a draw, but the draw comes out of your commissions.
Oh.
I never had a problem with that. But you get a unit bonus. So the unit bonus is if you sell a certain amount of cars, 15, I think 15 was $1,000. 20, 15 was it? 15 was it? 15 was $1,500, and then over 20 was $2,000 on top of your commission for the month. So you get an extra $2,000 on top of whatever you made for the month. It's another $500 a week. So if you're already making $1,500 a week. Now you're making $2,000 a week.
I
That's
wonder
how
if
it's a
I could
unit.
sell cars. Can anybody get that job, or you have to go through some kind of training?
No, they'll train you. They'll train you.
I could wear my antlers. I
Yeah,
could
you
afford to buy new
should.
antlers.
You should. They'll train you. But I went in, dude, I can't even change oil. And I'm selling 22, 23 cars a month. I can't even change oil. You know, I'm just spitballing everything. But then I started learning the cars, the one thing that I did is I learned all the details of the car, all the, you know, the accoutrements, you know, all the accessories. And I would explain that why this car is better than this car, why the Camry is better than the Accord, you know, why the Tacoma is better than the Dodge, you know, and I started explaining, and I was educated in the product, you know, but
Well,
I
they
was
got like
enthusiastic.
3 car dealerships within blocks of me.
Yeah, but I was enthusiastic, but I was never rude. I was
They're all
never rude.
used.
It's like some guys are rude. You're wasting my time. You know, never. I was never like that. I was always
Oh yeah,
upbeat.
no, I wouldn't imagine. I would never go
Yeah.
back to somebody that talked like
Some
that.
guys are like that. Oh, you're not buying
Is
today? All right,
is
bro.
used car dealerships the same thing, or is that a different type of sales?
Totally different.
Oh,
Completely
because
different.
the
You
only
know,
ones around me are used car
yeah, I
dealerships.
would never. We call them dirt lots. It's called a
Oh,
dirt lot. We would never. I would never work at one. But remember, a new car dealer does sell used cars.
right.
So the most money you're going to make is on a used car dealership, but you're not going to get the volume of people coming in on a dirt lot. The
Right.
people coming in are for a new
I,
car
I only
dealership.
need something part time to like
Yeah,
supplement this, really.
try it. Try it. I'll
So if I
recommend
sell
it.
like a few cars
Yeah, you
a
make money.
week,
Yeah, you'll make money.
come
I'm
buy
telling
a
you,
car. I can even go stand and spin a side. I can get them to
it's a
come
good
in. I can
business.
wear my antlers, spin the sign.
I talked to my friend. Like last month. And he said he's still doing it, and he's like, yeah, I'm doing great. I'm killing it. You know, and it's hard because he's a manager now, so he's in the higher echelon. But it's hard being on the floor. It's called the floor, and
But I would want to be where the people. Like I love interfacing with customer. Every job I've had, the customer service is my favorite part. Where I could get to talk to the people, just like here on the Petaverse. Just put me where the people are.
if the people fall in love with you, they're going to buy from you. They're going to buy from you, but you have to have a good product. So you have to pick like I work for Toyota, right? Toyota is the best car there is, best truck there is. That's just in my opinion. I don't own one, but I have really good cars. But Toyota was a great car to sell because it's so reliable and great resale value and stuff like that. but it's hard to sell things, like Kias and shit like that. It's like
Cybertrucks.
Yeah, it's like, but if you sell a good product, you can talk about the quality of it and the history of it and stuff.
Yeah, I would have to believe in it for me to sell it because it would show. Like, I don't think I could sell a Cybertruck because I think they're so ugly.
They moved me, right? So they took me and because at Toyota they moved me to a Hyundai, and I was selling Hyundais, and almost every single one was breaking down, like new ones. Now this remember, this is back in like 06, 07, 08, 09. This is way back. But like we would sell new Hyundais, like the Sonatas and stuff like that, and the Elantras, and they would break down. They were always in the shop. Because that's when Hyundai was trying to like really kind of redo.
So that seems like it would be hard to sell.
It was terrible. And then I left that organization and went to another organization to sell Toyotas again. So I left the one company.
Oh no, I would not want to work. You talking about in-person phone sales? Yeah, I wouldn't want to work any kind of phone sales at all.
I dated a girl who worked for what was it? I don't think it was T-Mobile. It was a blue thing. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, she made decent money, but they don't make a lot of money. Like they only get like $50 or $75 every time they sell a contract. So you're lucky to get 2 in a day.
Because this is some good ideas. You really have me thinking. I only need something part-time, like a small income stream to supplement this until it turns into something. So
sure.
I like a sales job, very low volume, low pressure. I think just to bring in a little part-time income, I think could be an option.
The whole point of sales is that if you have an agmatic personality, if you have an addictive personality, like people who are addicted to you, they like you, then yeah.
What's the opposite of that? I think I have. But I've done customer service. Like about half of my jobs were customer service, and I did really well. I was really good at customer service. I was the person, if the customer had a problem or they were pissed off and angry, I was the person they sent it to, and I could always turn it around and then have them leaving the business feeling good about us and thanking us and wanting to come back. I love that kind of customer service, the problem-solving kind.
That was me in the carpet cleaning and restoration business. When I did that for a while, I was the senior sales manager. So people keep saying I clean carpets. I did in my early 20s, but like I was a high up manager. But whenever there was a problem, I would come in and I would fix the problem. I would fix it. I would talk to the people. These are not like some guy like in an apartment. These are like hotels. These are like bigwigs, and I would schmooze them and guarantee I'm going to fix it and stuff like that. And I would be on the site sometimes all night. When you're doing a hotel, you're doing it after hours. And you could be out there all night long. Just watching the guys I would take the wand sometimes. I would clean, and so in other words, I was always very approachable. So if you're approachable and you can speak and you'd be punctual, you'd be good in sales. You have the personality to do that. It's funny because I would talk like this to people and they'd say, "Oh, look, it's Tony Robbins," because I'm always very positive.
Yeah, I see it now.
Yeah, when I talk about it, I have my YouTube personality, and then this is actually really me. You're talking to the real me right now, and I'm actually a nice guy. It's just like I just have the propensity to attack back, and I should not. I should like ignore it, but unfortunately, that's the Sicilian in me comes out.
I'll be fine as long as they don't tell me to calm down.
I think you'd be good. I think if you approach people the way that you approach people on YouTube, I can't see you not being successful.
I didn't even consider this type of work. I was like, what's something I'm there because my barrier here is being a right-wing person, Trump supporter. I can't walk into almost 90% of the places here and get a job. It's so taboo here. And so I'm thinking, what jobs can somebody like me do up here? And I didn't even think about those type of sales jobs. But I think that would be a lot easier to go and show up and say, hey, do you need a person to help you do sales or customer service?
I got hired because, and it's rare to get hired on the spot. Every place I've ever went to, Jeff, I swear to God, every place I've ever went to, I've got hired on the spot because this is how I talk. This is how I project. to people. They're like, wow, you know.
Seattle was the first place where I didn't get. I'm used to applying for a job, doing an interview, and getting hired. Seattle was the first place where that didn't happen.
So the guy asked me, he goes, so what motivates you in life? And I said, money. And he goes, you're hired. I mean, it may not work now, but that's the question he asked me. He's waiting for me to say, well, to take care of the customer and, you know, make a difference. I just went money, because they're all about making money. That's all they're about, is making a profit. And he goes, you're hired. So you may have to reevaluate that now, but that's what I said to get hired on the spot. And I worked there like 6 years.
I'm going to say helping people.
I think the best thing to say is that, you know, to get gratification about helping customers, you know, giving
It's
someone
true. I really do. Like,
you know, giving someone a good deal, but also succeeding, also showing you what I can do for the company, and showing myself what I can do.
Man, you already make me want to hire you, and I don't even have a job.
Yeah, dude, Jeff, I'm good, dude. I'm good. Imagine me with women. Woof.
I don't have the personality. I'm too friendly. The problem with the DMV is I'd have the problem I have everywhere else. I would set a higher standard than everybody else's, and they would all hate me. Because if you're the only friendly person at the DMV, you're going to show everybody else up. Everybody's going to want your line. Everybody's going to be complaining about why can't everybody else be like this guy. They're going to have me out of there in like a week, if not less.
When I sold cars, and when I did the carpet cleaning or restoration, I was the most hated person in the company, because I was the most successful, and I was the most well-spoken. So people are going to hate that about you, but you have to just let it roll off. Let it roll off, like my grandfather said, like water off a duck's feathers. That's a good analogy. Just let it roll off. Goodbye.
Until they're handing you that pink slip.
That's it. You know. And I remember when I left the one company, which I was very successful at, because they put me at Hyundai, and I'm like, I can't stand this. I want to go back to Toyota. They're like, no, we need you to stay here, because they wanted me to bolster the Hyundai sales. No, I don't like the car. The car sucks. You know, and this, like I said, this is back then. They're probably a lot better now, a lot better car now. We're talking about 07, 08, you know, where this is a long time ago. It was 09. It was 09. That's years and years ago. It's 24. You know, I mean, that's a long time ago. I was like, I just don't like the car, you know, and they're like, well, no, we want you to stay here. I'm like, okay, well, fuck it. And I was like, well, I'm leaving. And I went to another organization, to a big Toyota store. And I was selling like 20 cars a month there. I was fucking killing it. And then they went to the pure price, to the little fucking sheets and shit. And I'm like, I went from making, I don't mind telling you, I went from making like $8,000 a month to making like $4,000.
Doing what? Wait, what were you doing for $8,000?
I was selling cars.
And then what was for?
I went from making like 8 to making like less than 4, or around 4. But you're working 7 days a week, 60 hours a week. And I got pissed. I got really pissed. And I had an opportunity to go into the restoration business, and that's what I did. I moved into that. So I never got fired. I always just moved I switched.
Did you have the sense to when you were going to get fired, to move before you got fired, or you left for reasons on your own?
I didn't get fired. Were you
in danger of it?
No, not at all.
Okay.
They would have loved me to stay.
I can never sense when I'm about to get fired. Like, it's always a game to see if they get you before you get them. And my sensors are off, and they always manage to fire me quicker than I can detect that I'm about to get fired, so I could quit before it happens.
He's telling me, the owner's telling me, the owner. See, the owner of a dealership doesn't really ever meet with people. But if you're the top guy, he's going to come meet with you. And he's like, I'm like, it's like, and I even called him sir. I was like, sir, I'm not going to work 7 days a week, 6 days a week, 60 hours a week for $1,000 a week, which is after taxes, what, $750? And it doesn't even make sense. It's like McDonald's pay. you know, and I'm a high echelon salesperson. And he goes, well, you know, there's really nothing I can do for you. You know, it's pure price and blah, 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 and, you know, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, well, you know, let me think
Sorry,
about
you're
it.
too poor. It's
Yeah.
not the store for you.
No. I mean, when you come from making more than $2,000 a week into making, you know, half of that, but you're working the same and you're expected to produce the same. Imagine if someone took your paycheck and cut it by 50% and said,
We'd
just
be having a talk.
and said, just deal with it. And when I brought it up, he's like, there's nothing I can do for you. This is just the business now. It's a pure price business. See, but this is the thing. Even with pure price, they make money on the processing fee. That's like $6.99, $5.99. They make money on the financing that you don't get paid for. They make money on the F&I. They make money on the clear coat and shit they spray on there. You don't get paid for. So in other words, all the money that you were making is gone. But I felt offended. And then I had an opportunity to go to a company where I actually made really good money. I made more money there, you know, but it was labor, it was hard work, really, really hard work. But the car business, it crumbled. But listen, if you can go there and if you can make $500, $600, $700 a week part-time, go for it.
Yeah, that's all I need.
Go for it. Yeah. But in retrospect, I probably should have stayed because I was financially secure to where I probably could have stayed and then maybe worked my way up to like a management position. But the problem is when you are too valuable on the floor, you're selling too many cars, they're not going to want to put you behind a desk because you're out there fighting the good fight. It's like taking the best soldier you have and putting them in an office. That's the catch-22.
That's what my boss told me one day when I wanted to move from my job to something else. He's like, this is like a football team, and I need you in this position because you're the best person. And I'm like, but I don't want to do this position. He's like, but that's what you're good at, and that's where I need you.
That's it. And that's the truth. That's the truth, you know. And I saw guys, I was selling, you know, 20-something cars a month. And then there were guys who were selling 8 cars, 9 cars, and they're being promoted to managers. I'm like, the fuck? I'm like more than twice better than them because the
people that get promoted to manager are the ones that are less good at selling cars than the salespeople?
Good communication, good communicators, good negotiators, but aren't as aggressive. Not as aggressive on the floor.
Yeah, so that's what Mike said. They went to this other, like, consumers can look up the prices now. Like, they know what cars are being marked up as, and they cut into their profit.
I remember I went to a Grant Cardone conference. Grant Cardone's a very, very, very famous, like a Tony Robbins guy.
Never heard.
And I remember going to a seminar, right? And I was so jacked up. And we came back. It was all the way in Richmond. We come back on a bus, and we can all go home for the night. I'm like, nah, fuck that. I'm gonna sell a car. And I ended up selling a used Tundra that we got for a steal, and I made like a $900 commission, $900 commission on a Tundra. And I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. And it was only my second year. And then it went from that to making $150 a car. It's like, it's not worth it. It's just not. Yeah. So
it's always those other skills.
Yeah, the car business it's tricky. It's a tricky business, but if you know how to work it, you can work it. But I left because of the pure price. That's why I left, because I wasn't making the money I was making before. And I had an opportunity to go into another profession that I used to do back in my 20s that I know I could make more at. That's why. It was a calculated position. It wasn't like me going, fuck this, I'm out of here. You know, I'm just like, I'm going to move into something else, you know?
You really have me inspired after talking today. Yeah. I wasn't thinking down this line at all.
Yeah. I'll get you hyped up. I used to talk in sales meetings. I wasn't even a manager.
Yeah, you sold me on sales.
Yeah. I wasn't even a sales manager. So you have the GSM, which is the general sales. So you have the GM, which is the general manager. And you have the GSM, general sales manager. And then you have the desk managers. And then here I am. I'm just a sales guy, but I'm a top sales guy, the top guy. And then every time I'd win Salesman of the Month, they'd say, you want to say something? And I would stand up and I would like get the room going. let's go. You know, I would get the room
Oh my
going.
God.
It worked. It really worked. But yeah, it was great. Sales was something else, man. Jeff, you had to see me in my 30s, man. Oh my God. It was, dude, I was fire, bro. Like I'm in there, you know, let's go. But then like when I got with the customer, I was the nicest, sweetest guy ever, you know. But yeah, you'll figure it out. You'll figure if you get into it, you'll figure it out for yourself. You talk to me, you talk to Mike, you can talk to people like that do it.
Oh
You know.
yeah, Mike does it too.
Yeah. I don't do it anymore, but I did it for years and I was very successful. You know, now I'm in contracting, but yeah, it's a niche business, but it's good because it's not a lot of labor. It's more just your
It's people.
personality.
I'm good at the people stuff. It's people
It's
skills.
it's personality.
Yeah.
It's your personality. It's your infectiousness. It's how you're going to make them feel about the whole process.
Yeah, I think I could infect.
I remember one time someone said to me, "You should have been a motivational speaker." I'm like, "No, I'm good."
Yeah, I can't even motivate people to play a
Yeah.
game.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. You'll figure it out. You know, the best thing for you to do is to sit and just kind of ponder about, you know, what's going to be best for your.
I'm horrible at that. I get an analysis paralysis, and I without actually being out there hands on. I get in my head, and it doesn't map on to how reality actually works. I need to see the
Well,
on the ground conditions.
yeah, if you
Because
want
if
my
I rely
opinion,
just on my introspection and my head, I'm not gonna calibrate accurately.
yeah. Well, if you want my opinion, you should be in customer service. You working with people would be the best thing
I'm
because
really good at it. I just have this complex about they hate white men from the South up here that vote for Trump. And so like everyone's going to shut me out of the market just based on that. And
now,
that is true in most places. It's just
well,
finding the places that won't.
I don't think so. Just don't talk about politics. Don't get into that. That's not really the realm to talk about at
They
work
have a
because
way, two things. They have a way of pulling you into it, and I have a way of not being able to shut my mouth about it. You
sure.
see me on this stream when it comes up.
Well, when I was selling, I was a raging. How do you say it? Big swinging dick on the floor. Like I was just like, yeah, look at me. I had the big ring because you get a salesman of the year ring, and I would take pictures of it on the copier, and I would hand it to the desk. I'd say, approve this deal. Like I was like that cocky. Like I would talk back to the GM. Like we're not talking about a little dealership. We're talking about like a 500 car dealership. We're talking about like a huge dealership. But I earned the right to be cocky, and they loved it because the more cocky you are, you know, the more confidence you have. You have confidence, and you're gonna close this deal today. But you can't go overboard. You can't treat the customer like shit. But you can like mess back and forth. So in car sales, there's a lot of hazing. There's a lot of hazing. It's like playing football. You haze each other. You mess with each other. But once you earn their respect, they got your back completely. So it's very much like joining a sports team. That's one thing. I remember, and when you sell your first car, they cut your tie. They cut your tie when you sell
Oh,
your
I have to
first
get a
car.
tie.
Well,
I forgot about all that.
I think, well, when I sold my first car, I didn't wear a suit. Some guys wear suits, but I wore, you know, I have really nice, you know, button-up shirts, tie. You know, you can't wear a hat. You know, nice shoes and slacks. But when you sell your first car, they cut your tie. But I was leaning over the desk like this, and they cut my tie, and it was a really nice polo tie, like a nice tie. I'm like it was like my favorite tie, and now it's cut in half. And you can't get mad. It's like when you get hazed in football. Like when I would get hazed in football, you can't really get mad, you know. But there's, you know, and then if you're at the tower, right, and you're doing a deal, they'll come behind you and they'll paperclip a balloon on the back of your pants.
I'm the target for all that shit. Because I'm so gullible. If anybody's gonna fuck with somebody, I'm that person.
They did it to me. They did it to me, but I felt it, so I turned around and I pulled it off. But like guys would go to the tower, right? The tower is inside where they do the deals, and he would go. They put the balloon on you, right? And then you get the deal. You get the Foursquare. You get the deal. You turn around. You'd walk out to the customer, and you have a balloon.
I'm used to being fucked with. I could roll
I'm
with it.
telling you, it was the funniest shit ever. And when they would pull those pranks, like the people would buy because they'd start cracking up laughing. They'd start laugh their tail off. It's like, this is the funniest place ever. But the customer, the sale, when he cut my tie, I got pissed. I was like, yo, like,
Oh, look,
my
Sean even knows.
yeah, they cut my tie. I was like, what the? Yeah, and it was a
So
really
don't wear your best tie on the day you sell your
my first car.
first
I
car.
remember.
Wait to roll it out.
I sold the Camry, and I think it was like 3 or 4 days in. It was a couple days where I was training, and then I sold the Camry, and he goes, here, check this out. He goes, check this out. He's like looking at the screen. So I go like that. He goes, Tch. I'm like, yeah. It was my favorite, dude. It was a silk polo tie. It was like a $50 tie back then. It's like, yeah, it was a silk polo.
Oh my
tie.
god! I was thinking like a $5 tie from the thrift
No,
store.
I had cheap, dude. I have super. Well, you can get a $5 tie, but there are ties that you can get for $10, $20.
Yeah, those.
But this was a really nice polo tie, and I was like, what? Yeah. But it's the game you got to play. They cut your tie. Yeah. So next
Well,
time,
I look
don't
forward
wear,
to get my tie cut. I can't wait.
But now they don't wear ties. You just wear polos. You know, you don't wear ties.
What? Oh, okay. I can
Yeah.
do polos.
But you got to wear a tie.
I don't like
and
dressing up anyway. But I
nice
think
dress.
I make a better presentation when I have a button down and a tie.
We spend so much
For
I
sales
spend-
purposes, I would come across to the customers better.
I spent so much money on clothes, man. We would get because everything I wore was polo or what do you call it? Freaking what is that?
Izod?
Not Izod. Shit.
I probably wouldn't know.
Bill Blass. I'd wear really I would because I didn't wear a suit coat because some guys wear suit coats. I didn't wear a suit coat, but I wore just a really nice button up shirt and a tie, and I would wear and the one thing I was known for, I always had really nice shoes. Like I always wore I'm like a shoe guy. I like really nice like leather shoes. But when you're in the car business, you wear them out because you're on your feet all day and you're walking. And I think now they let you wear like the Skechers, like the sneakers that look like dress shoes. But we would look nice. We looked nice when we sold back in the day. We were fancy. I think at one time I had like 50 ties. I gave a bunch of ties to my dad because he still wears ties. But yeah. And we had the guy would come in, Jeff, the guy would come in and he would sell ties. He would come in, he was a tie salesman, right? And then we had the guy that would come in when he would shine your shoes. We had a shoe shine guy that would come in.
They had those in New Orleans.
He would shine your shoes and stuff, and and your shoes looked amazing. Then we had a guy that would come in with snacks. People with like jerky and like chips and stuff. It's like they would just come in to sell to us. We're selling to people, and they're selling to us.
They'd sell the snacks to you?
Yeah, because you're hungry. You're working. You don't have, you can't leave. You can't leave if you have people. If you have people in the box. If you have people in the
Capitalism
box,
is blowing my mind.
but if you have people in F&I, you can't leave to go get something to eat, and you're hungry as hell. So
And there's people that know that, so there's an entire market of, hey, let's go sell these snacks to the car people that can't leave.
Now we would always have we'd have like waters and stuff. So a lot of guys started, and I did it, and my other buddy Josh did it. He would start bringing snacks like Slim Jims and chips and stuff like that, and we'd leave them in our desk because we had our own pods. We'd have our own desks, and then you could lock it. You can actually lock your desk. Because any information with anyone's social on it, you have to lock it. You can't leave it out. So you have to lock it inside your little cabinet. So we'd leave our snacks in there. But yeah, the guys would come in and sell snacks and stuff like that. And then you have the food truck. The food truck would come up the front. You know, and people would come out and the food truck would come up and you go out and get like, you know, whatever, hot dogs or whatever. Yeah. So
Y'all, Easy is doing his Halloween costume contest, and look at this.
what is that? Is that Chucky?
That's Speakeasy. That's his costume. He was doing this little gay thing earlier. Now he's just sitting there. But anyway, if y'all have a costume, I think there's $100 prize or something.
Mm.
I tried to do one here today, but nobody showed up with costumes except for Puffy.
I brought a nightmare.
You did. Yeah. Well, I think Rat might get the prize. There is no.
Right.
She gets.
Yeah. So think about it, Jeff. Think about if you want to go into that.
Mike, you had me so you had me so excited. I was really kind of despondent about my future prospects if I can't make something happen online. But I think you've given me hope and optimism.
You have to use what God gives you. If God gives you acceptance and a personality, you have to use it. You have to use that.
What the devil gave me.
There you go. Well, that's your God. So, but you know, if you have
Satan,
that's
just
don't tell the customers that.
Yeah, I guess
Hi,
I could sell to Satanists. They buy cars.
Yeah. Hi, Jeff. Hi, I'm Jeff. I'm a Satanist. If you don't buy this car, I'm going to murder you. There you go. No, just keep.
I'm good at keeping things out of conversations as long as they don't come up. It's if they come up somehow that my mouth has a hard time.
I had a lot of people, and this is when I'm younger, so I was a lot more attractive when I was younger. And I had a lot of people like, you know, proposition you and stuff, me, and, you know, and it's like, you just keep your personal life out of work. You don't shit where you eat, you know, you just don't do that. You know, I did date 2 workers there, you know, and this was a couple of years apart. It wasn't like at the same time, and it was a mistake because it makes it odd when you're dating someone you're working with. And these were both managers, and they were one was the internet manager and one was the F&I manager, and they were both hot.
I'm pulling up Indeed right now and seeing what sales jobs are around me.
Yeah, they were hot, man. But it muddies the waters. It really does.
Appointment setter. Sales recruiting specialist. They want me to sell solar sales. See, these are all those generic bullshit jobs. None of them are real jobs. Media sales executive. Window sales. Insurance sales.
The best way to do it is I've never ever did an internet appointment. I've always went right to the place and sold myself.
That's what I need to do. Just show up and sell myself.
Yeah, that's it. You sell yourself and that's it. And I remember when I won Salesman of the Year, and because you go up on stage and the whole company's there, and the GM is talking because they bring you up, and he goes, when I hired Mike, you know, I said if he just stops talking, he's hired, because I wouldn't stop talking. I just kept talking and talking and talking. You know, even though I was hired, I wouldn't stop yapping. You know,
I can see that.
And, yeah.
Well, another advantage is it's mostly like a male-dominated environment. I wouldn't have all that female office politic bullshit that trips me up in all these other places.
The women, they're not good. They're
it's
not,
like male-coded.
There was one female salesperson like that. So the female managers are really good. They're really
Wait,
good.
what? Shameless is saying no, don't do that. Don't just show up.
That's what I do. That's what I did, and that's what I do. I do to my day. I just
because that's sales, right? If you show up and convince them to hire you, that demonstrates your sales ability. Why would they not respect that?
That you're not just a goldfish in a bowl. You're
I would almost not trust a place that didn't let me show up and hire me.
Your real life, can I speak to the manager? And you get the manager. Can I have a few
Like a
seconds,
Karen.
2 minutes of your time? And then
I
you
need
just
to
start
see
you
the
start
manager.
talking. You just start talking, and then you just start talking, and then you win them over. And I'm just saying that's how I did it. That's just how I don't know how you want to do it, but the digital world. Whenever you do the online apps and shit like that, you're just basically one of 50 people. When you show up, you're one of one. Does that make sense? You're one of one. You're you. So it's just different. It's just a different thing. It's just like when the people would put online applications in, but if they show up, it's completely different. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Axis, you
get
still there?
wound up, right? Yeah, I'm spiraling and kind of in bed.
Yeah, I am. I'm not even tired now after this conversation. I'm planning out
Right?
my my sales my job strategy. What kind of sales and where to go. Yeah, I don't even fool with HR and all that stuff anymore. I looked for jobs early this year, and I was on Indeed, and they sent me to this website to apply, and oh my God, the hoops I had to jump through, and the information I had to fill out on this app. I just closed it. I said, "Fuck it. This application process is a barrier in and of itself. I don't even want the job anymore if I have to write a whole life history essay just to get on." I could tell. They could see all that in person. I could go in person. I could tell them all that in person. No one ever gets an accurate picture of me through text, through an application or resume or anything like that. That's why the interviews are almost always what gets me hired. I interview very well. And so if I can get past the application filter, I can usually land a job with an interview or get a second interview, except up here, because white Southern male. I might as well be a Confederate soldier.
Well, listen, use that to your advantage. Use it to your advantage. Sorry, Axis, I'm going to cut you off, brother. Use it to your advantage.
Just a giggle.
Go in person, show who you are, because like you said, there's two ways of doing this. There's that blase computer shit, which is where the world's going to, but someone wants to meet someone in person and actually have a interaction with them. I'm just saying, what I'm trying to say is, I think with your personality and with your people skills, that I think you could win someone over. I think
Especially
you could.
here, because they have none.
You could. Now, some people can't. I'm not going to name any names.
Hopefully
but I'm
they don't
saying
watch
that
this stream. Sorry, Washington State, hire me.
But there are people that are not agmatic, that don't have that capturing personality. I'm just saying. And those are the people that go through, well, I did this back in 72 and this in 88. And those are the people that are hoping for a prayer and a dream. You know? Well, every place
Do you
I've
think
ever
they
been,
were telling you the truth, shameless, or were they not going to hire you anyway, and that was an excuse? Or like if you had shown up with the right personality or charisma or whatever, they would have said, "Oh, hi, yeah, come sit down, let's talk." I'm always suspicious when people make out like
you
it's
got to
some
know
kind
how
of
to.
policy they can't bend, because I know they bend it all the time for the right people.
You got to know how
Really,
to
the
approach.
biggest car dealership I could find, I think that's the Chevrolet dealership. That's the closest one anyway.
Mhm.
Maybe I could sell airplanes. Like, think bigger than cars. Sell yachts or planes. I could sell to rich people. Yeah, me. uh, uh,
Just give it a
I
shot.
could tweak it a bit, probably, and pull it off.
Don't get discouraged. You know, like I said, just give it a shot. Just go,
Yeah,
just go.
it's at least opened up new options that I wasn't looking at before.
I can tell you
Because
one
I
thing.
had pretty much reached the dead end.
I can tell you this. If I was looking to buy something, I would buy something from someone like you. And someone like you as being someone with a good personality that would, if I needed something, I could call you
And
and you would
here's
take
the
it.
thing, I'm not going to lie to you. Like, if I tell you, I'm not going to bullshit. I'm not going to pretend it's one thing when I know it's another. I'm going to be very transparent about the thing. And I respect that when other salespeople are doing this to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
Like,
if
in other
there's a
words,
problem, I'm gonna take care of and help solve it.
that's it. But you need to stress that, and that's what they're looking for, that dedication.
I don't even know what this is. A Steenweiss?
I don't know. But just give it a shot, man. You know, you obviously have the energy for it, and that's what it takes. It takes a lot of energy.
I definitely have the energy
to be in sales. A lot of energy.
Yeah,
you know,
I
and it
have
takes
a ton of energy.
Yeah,
That's
there
one of
you
my
go.
strengths, except it gets on everybody's nerves in every workplace up here I've been in.
Well, that's like me. Like, imagine me. Like, you see me on panels. Imagine me on a sales floor. I'm all over the place. All over the place. I'm just running around and, blah, 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 like just whatever I got to do, to get this done. My job now, I don't have to do that. It's more laid back. But, in my youth, I had so much energy.
What does close mean? Like actually make the sale?
How many cars did I sell a month? I had the highest in the company. I had 22 car average, 22 cars a month average.
Hey, freak, by the way, happy Halloween.
Yeah, that was my average. So some months 20, some months 24, 25. But remember, I worked at a very, very high volume Toyota store. But you had
I've never done the type of sales where it was like this long process and there was like a close. It was mostly retail.
Yeah, no, you're selling, you're selling 25. Well, the smaller cars like Corollas, when I was selling them like 15, 16 grand, you don't make any money on that. You're making 150 flat. But if you're selling,
that's what I just looked at was all the ghost postings.
Yeah,
I ignored
but if
those.
you're
I hate
selling
those.
Tacomas and Tundras and Priuses at full sticker, you're
Yeah,
making
I've never
400.
really had jobs where I had to
Yeah.
get signatures from people. Oh, Kane's
Yeah.
here. Hey, Kane.
Yeah.
Happy
You
Halloween.
can make some good money selling cars. You can. You really can. You can do it.
You know what? Like in restaurants and service industry, I'm really good in the front, like the host or the front of the house or the person that greets when they come in, like that first point of contact, because I can set the tone for the whole rest of the shopping or dining experience.
Okay, so you want limit. So that's more of a greeting, but the thing is that you have to learn how to carry through and close. If you can learn how to close, then
I could probably learn that.
Well, you have half of the battle right there. So in other words, you already have half of what you need. The other half is just, who's that?
Oh, Kane, you there?
I think I have a bad connection.
He might be
you
at
guys hear
work.
me now?
Are you at work?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at work. Can you hear me?
Yeah, there's some background noise or something, but
yeah, the other half is closing.
Give me a second. I'll try to find a better spot. 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, I see. Shameless. I love that stuff. I love hospitality. I love making. I'm Cajun. That's what we do. We make people feel at home and have a good time.
Well, the problem is just if you're front of house, if you're a greeter, or if you're just working behind the front desk, you're not going to make but $15 an hour. I'm just giving you that. You're going to be
a little bit more than that.
No, I'm just telling you. But if you're in sales, you're going to make 3 times that. If you're good, if you're really, really good, you're going to make anywhere from $30 to $45 an hour. Jeff, I've broken 6 figures multiple years. Multiple years. That's back in before 2010. That's back then. I'm just telling you. But that's when the car business was much different. It's much different back then. It was much easier to close.
And it doesn't even have to be cars. Like I could sell stereos or furniture or TV, like any. I could. It did like whatever. I need to look at the options around me.
If you can make half of that, then you're good. You're good. And I remember every single year I always put 10% into my 401k every single year.
That's what that investing to keep ahead of inflation.
You got to put it away.
Yeah.
But I don't live a
That's
rich
something
life.
to think about. I was looking at like for environments that wouldn't be female dominated or Karen dominated, and I didn't even think about these kind of sales.
So there are women. So women salesmen excel in things like furniture sales or clothing sales. I'm just giving you example.
Yeah, I need to find the man stuff.
Yeah, that's what they excel in. But the car business, boats, things like that, but you have to know the boat business is not good. I mean, or RV business, you're lucky to sell one or two a month. It's, and if you do, you may make a couple grand and that's it. I'm just saying, but like,
and I mean, I'm really looking for just part-time income, so it's not going to be a whole career because I'm still invested in this in my actual business.
I think the car business would be good for you. Just go talk to them. Hey, listen, if they want to put you up front and make $20 an hour, why not? Fuck it. If you can do that, just greeting people and saying hello and maybe putting people's appointments in.
Yeah,
or if you want to,
easy.
You want to work your way up into the sales business, then you can do that too. I just remember saying, I want to go behind. I want to be F&I. We can't afford to put you back there because I was selling too many cars. And it's like, I couldn't slow down. Like I would say to myself, all right, if I stop trying as hard, then maybe they will. But I couldn't stop. Like I was like picking people, like it was like you become like a busy bee. You just can't stop. You get wound up. Yeah. But yeah, it's all good. Well, give it a shot, man. Think about it. And the one thing in life that you have to understand, I tell my son this all the time, tell my other kids this, you got nothing to lose. What's the worst thing you can hear is no. That's the worst thing you can hear. But you just keep going. That's it. That's all. I'm not trying to get
any better.
I think so. What's up?
Oh, okay. Happy Halloween. How's it going?
Happy Halloween.
Hey.
Yo, Mike, I like that white outfit you got on there. Are you dressed up like a ghost for Halloween?
He did earlier. He said he put a sheet.
Yeah.
You cut holes in a sheet for the trick or treaters.
I didn't cut holes in it. I just put it over my head and I went, ooh.
Did you say boo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you was a ghost because I haven't seen you for a minute.
Well, I don't come on all the time.
Well, I just wanted to holler at you since I seen you up here. I thought me and you was having some decent conversations when I first came on, but everybody told me, watch out for Mike. He's gonna hang around, pretend to be your friend, and then the slightest little thing you do, he's gonna run off and start talking shit about you on other streams. I was like, nah, man, he ain't gonna do that shit. He ain't gonna do that. And then
I didn't talk shit about you.
And then one day, I was I had a topic. I was covering that Kaylee video, and you came up, and you just kept talking about yourself. You wouldn't stay on the video. And I asked you like 3 times.
I don't have to be at your channel, dude. That's okay. It's all right. It's YouTube. I don't have to be at your channel. Enjoy.
And I was like, let's just talk about the topic, and you wouldn't stick on topic. And then Silly Rabbit came up.
So I don't have to be there. Enjoy your channel.
Why you keep interrupting me? Why you keep interrupting me?
I feel like this is drama court.
Yeah, I don't need to hear this. We're having a great conversation. Go away.
Well, no, he's not going to go away. But what?
No, I'm just trying to settle this with you like men do. I don't run away from shit.
I don't want to be on your panel, and that's it. That's all.
All right, then. Well, let me say my piece. If you don't want to come around, that's fine. I'm not asking you to come back. Okay. I'm just saying men settle shit between each other. And Silly Rabbit came up, and you guys were arguing like little girls, so I booted you both off the panel. I didn't let either one of you back on, and you couldn't handle that. You go off to other streams, start calling my stream garbage, saying it's boring, you ain't never coming back. You started doing exactly what everybody warned me you would do, even though I gave you the benefit of the doubt for months.
Right. You let someone curse at me and call me all kinds of names and booted me.
You were doing the same shit.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, you were. I've watched it over several times.
Listen, enjoy your panel. Enjoy your panel.
I'll repost the stream tomorrow, and everybody can see exactly. You were talking shit just like he was.
You booted both people, you said? You booted everybody?
I booted them both. Yeah, I booted him and Mike.
I don't care. Kane, I don't care. Enjoy your panel.
I booted Mike and Silly Rabbit, and Silly Rabbit was fine with it. He didn't go off running his mouth about me.
Right. You are
so
boring.
it's more the fact that Mike went around talking about you.
No, I didn't go around.
Well, it's more the fact Yeah, he did. He knows he did. It's on Ham
I
Banana
went,
stream.
Oh
I'll
my
show
God!
you.
Well,
hold on. I went to Hand Bananas,
this
and you were talking shit in the chat, and I responded.
Nah, that was later.
You were
You went on
talking
that
shit.
same
You
night.
were
Nah,
talking
dude.
shit because you got butthurt because I'm not going to support your channel. I'm not going to bring your
Dude,
numbers
nah,
up.
that ain't it.
That's it.
See, he's trying to twist
That's all
it
it
up and
is.
lie about shit. He's trying to
You
lie
well, I'm
about
lost
sure
shit.
me.
I'm
You
sure
lost
it's all
me.
on stream. It's
Yeah,
hard to lie
I've got
about
the
things that
receipts.
are
I
live.
got the receipts, and I'll make a video about it if that's
Okay, let's make
necessary.
a
But I
video
don't
of it.
really care that much. But
Okay, well, it
he was
sounds
on
like you do.
the
It sounds like
same
you care
night.
a
Can I
lot.
speak? Can I speak? The
Sounds
same
like you care
night
a lot.
that,
Sounds like you care a lot, bro.
dude. Can I speak? Can I speak?
Speak on what?
The same
You're
the
talking
same
the
night that
same
Just
thing
let
see
him
how
over
he's
say
and
doing.
let
He
him
won't
over
let
say
and
me
his
over
fucking
again.
piece.
talk.
Let him say his
Okay,
piece.
you don't like me. I don't like you, and that's it. We're done. That's all. It's
No, see,
YouTube.
Okay.
I never said I
That's
don't like
it.
you, dude. You're
That's
the one
it.
doing all that shit. You know, what I'm trying to say is the same day I booted you off the stream, later that night you were on Ham Bananas talking shit about me. I wasn't even in the stream. I saw it the next day. So you started talking shit before I said a word. And
You were.
I would even
You
let
were.
that let me finish. I would even let that go because I don't hold grudges like that, but you won't be a man about it and admit what you did. You just run
Dude,
from it
I'm
and
sitting
act
there
like
talking.
you're
I'm sitting
saying
there talking. I'm sitting there
you're
talking to
saying you
bananas,
don't
and
like
you're typing all kinds of shit in the chat. You're too chicken to come on my panel. You're a pussy.
dude, that was the other night. This is like a week later, dude. You're the one
No,
that started.
dude. No, that was the same night, dude. You're full of shit. You're just mad because I'm not coming back to your panel. That's why you're mad. That's why you're mad. That's all. That's
Yeah,
why
that's just
you're
what I
angry.
wanted to say. You know, I'm
Right.
not angry.
I'm not,
I was just
dude,
giving
I'm
you.
not
I
coming
was
back
just
to your
giving you the.
panel. That's
I was
it.
just giving you the. I was just giving you the chance to be a man about it, but you ain't a man.
Dude, I'm more of a man than you'll ever be. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween.
You know,
Go get some
men
go get
settle
some
shit.
go
And
get some
I
tissue.
also,
Get some tissues.
I never said I don't like you. You said that shit. You said you don't like me, but I never said I don't
I
like
didn't say
you.
that. I didn't say that. I said that you're
You just
boring
fucking
and
said it.
you let someone disrespect me so badly and then you kick me off the panel. Then you said I don't know about
I'm
that
not your
guy, man.
daddy. See, he won't
Dude,
go. He won't go to
what do you
streams where
mean?
he has
Dude,
to
I'm not,
carry his
dude,
own. He only wants.
Kate, I'm not
He's got to
coming
be
back to the panel.
protected.
I'm
He's got to
not
be
coming back to the
protected from the.
panel.
That's fine, dude. Nobody cares. But he has to be
I think
protected from
you
the
care.
public, or he
I
won't go
think you
around.
care.
Well,
Public.
I don't know what protected means, but I don't go on
What,
streams either where
what
people are
am I
attacking
scared
me all
of?
the time.
What am I scared of? You
Yeah, I
think I'm
hear that.
scared of
That's
anybody?
fine. That's fine.
You think I'm scared of anybody? I'm not
I
scared of
don't care
anybody.
what you're scared of, dude.
Anybody can
All
come in
I'm
my
saying
home and we
is,
can talk about it.
all I'm saying is, I don't have no. I don't care if you ever come on again. That don't matter to me. All I'm
Well,
saying is,
that's good. That's good. Well, thanks for ruining the stream. We were having a good conversation. Thank you. Appreciate it. We actually having a
you
really
can continue.
awesome
You're welcome.
conversation. Yeah,
You're
we were
welcome.
having a really good conversation.
Did you get
Anyway, I'm. Go ahead.
what?
You're just you're
Did
just
you get what you were wanting to know?
yeah.
It sounds like you kicked him off the stream, and then that was the reason he's not coming back and said all that stuff.
No. So Jeff, Silly
Yeah,
Rabbit
yeah.
comes
He
up and
started
starts
talking shit.
hold on. Silly Rabbit comes up and starts cursing me
Yeah, he
out,
started
calling
talking
me
all this
all
shit.
kinds of nasty names, and he let it go on and on and on, and then I tried to rebuttal, and he kicks us off. That's a bitch move. If you're my friend and you like me, you wouldn't kick me off for someone coming up and cursing at me. You wouldn't do that. Jeff wouldn't allow that. Jeff would not allow someone to come up cursing at their panel guest. He wouldn't allow that.
You were
It's okay.
cursing. You were
Kane.
cursing at him. Nah.
Kane,
You were
no.
cursing at him too, and also
Kane.
you were.
Well, it's all on
Stop
stream,
fucking
whatever.
talking
And
over
I
me.
didn't see any of it, so I have no idea what
Kane.
happened. But I'm sure it's all on
Yeah.
stream if
All
people
right, let me
Enjoy,
tell you
want to
what
dude.
see.
happened. Let me tell you what happened.
It doesn't
Silly
matter.
Rabbit
It
did.
doesn't
Silly Rabbit.
matter.
But
Silly
hang
Rabbit
on
did
though, I
come
have
up
a
talking
question. I
shit.
have a question.
No, this doesn't matter.
Why is this on my channel? Like, why is this the
It
place?
doesn't matter. Kane, go away. It
Oh, well,
doesn't
I asked you
matter.
if I could come up and address him about it.
Well, it seems like drama. I don't know if there's anything to address because I don't know if he's interested in a resolution.
No, I'm not. Kane, I don't want to speak
That's
to you.
fine.
Enjoy
I
your
just hey,
Yeah.
I just wanted to give him a chance to be a real person and to be a man about it. That's
Kenny,
all. And we can see he's not going to do that because he
Yeah,
has
right.
zero moral character. So that's fine.
Right. Well, thank you, because you know me. You know me personally, right?
Well, Shameless is saying
It's pretty
Rabbit did
clear.
come up and start shit, and Mike swing back. Which, if there's one thing I know about
Exactly.
Mike, he does react when other people are starting shit.
Well, he kept
excuse me, Jeff,
Mike.
So
excuse me, Jeff,
it
Mike
sounds like
kept implying.
Rabbit might have been the person that instigated, and Mike was
Jeff.
reacting
Yeah.
to that.
Jeff,
Yeah,
excuse
I'm
me.
not
I'm gonna
claiming
interrupt that.
otherwise.
Okay.
But
Kane, you did it. Kane, you did a shitty job on that panel, and I'm done with it.
whatever.
He came up
I was
saying
already
nasty.
aggravated with Mike that
I
day
don't give
because he
a-
kept
I don't
talking
give a
about himself
fuck. I don't
and
give a
wouldn't
fuck
stay
if
on
you're hungry
topic.
subscribers. I
Oh,
don't
okay.
He just
So
wants
there's
to talk
more
about.
subtext to it.
So yeah, I
He
was
might have got
already
kicked off
aggravated.
anyway.
Yeah, I
He
was
came
already
up-
aggravated with him because he was disrespecting the topic and just wanted to talk about himself.
Well, it sounds
But
like
when
that you'll have a good solution of just staying
That's
away
a
from each
panel.
other's
It's called a
panels.
panel. I have to, Kane,
hey,
I
that's
have
fine.
to.
I just wanted to be a man about it and extend my hand.
Right,
I just
Kane,
wanted to
I
be a
have to
man
tell
and
you.
extend my hand. And also
Right.
about that silly rabbit talking shit, Mike kept insinuating that he was a homosexual. So I
No,
don't.
I didn't.
I
No, I
don't.
didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Well, when
And
he
so I
kept
don't
bringing
see
in
that
his
they was going
can you
at it.
see
So I don't
something,
see like
man?
one of them was right or whatever. Shameless can think
Goodbye,
that, but
Kane.
that's fine.
Well,
Kane,
it is your
yeah,
panel.
yeah.
You made a judgment call,
Yeah,
and
whatever, Kane.
Yeah.
there
Whatever.
were.
But the point is, he
That's
ran
the
off running
fallout.
his mouth, and I ain't gonna hold a grudge about that. Like I said, I just wanted to be man about it and extend my hand, and he
All right.
just smacks it away. So that's fine. He don't have any moral character.
Well, you said it 9
Anyway,
times already. So
that's
when
all
you're
I had to
done,
say.
you're done over and over
Okay.
again. Kane, you are so irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
Well,
it doesn't matter. The guy came up saying the most disgusting things to me, and I swung back. Shameless even said, that's what happened. That's what happened. And then you boot me and don't even have my back as your friend? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get out of here.
Brooke, no, it's over right now. Stick around. You want to come
That's
up?
fine.
Happy Halloween.
Yeah, I'm out. Thanks for letting me say my piece, Jeff.
All right. All right. Take care, Kate.
Later, goats.
Good seeing you.
Watch this. Switch subjects. I'm good, Jeff. It doesn't bother me. But like I said, that's what happened.
Man, you know how long it's been since we had drop mode here? Like I was like, man, I haven't experienced this in like a whole month.
I didn't go crazy, but no, I did. Do you want me to rebuttal or you want me to just drop it?
No, it's like you said, it's move on. It's
okay, no problem.
He said his piece. He at least wanted the opportunity to speak his piece. So,
but I got backup. People are even saying that I wasn't in the wrong.
Well, everyone's going to see what they want to see. The stream's out there, and people are going to see whatever they want to see. But I don't think there's a resolution to this. You don't want to go back on this panel, and he's irritated with you, and you were talking about him and all that. So I think this is just a wash, and shake hands and move on. That's it. It's over. That's it. People are dying for me to come on their panels, man. It's the craziest thing. I leave a panel and they get pissed. They're like, and then if I go back, they're like all nice to me again. It's like, what the fuck? Like it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Yeah. Here, Brooke, if you want to come up, here's the link. Come up. It's no more drama. It's all gone. No, there hasn't been drama all day, actually. That was the first, that little bit you saw was the only drama we've had all day. And I let Kane on to say his piece, so I didn't know what it was about or anything.
Yeah, and Jeff, I wasn't going to try to overtalk you or anything. It's just, I had to get at him. That's all, That was me getting back at him. But I didn't curse. I didn't go crazy or anything like that. But I'm not going to be accused of something I didn't do.
The rebuttal
Jeff,
bar.
I love Jeff, why do people get so upset over this? I don't get it. Do you?
I think people are very invested in this world, this medium, this YouTube.
Yeah.
And so they get passionate about it.
Yeah,
if people go around talking about me all the time, so it doesn't bother me as much when I hear people talk about me on panels, but it's when it's somebody that I think I'm cool with and I hear them talking about me. That's when it bothers me.
Well, but I don't want to say too much, but
He can think it's boring. He's here, isn't he? So if he thinks it's boring and he's here, that means he's willing to
It's
come and
boring.
tolerate boredom.
Yeah,
I
it's
can't control what
boring.
people think about my panel.
Well, it's boring without me. No, look how fun it is with us. It's fun. Yeah. Sometimes I'll say things on other panels to get a reaction out of them. So
Well,
it's
it
kind of
worked. He
it
got
does
one.
work. It does work. Yeah. It's that's the whole trolling thing. Like I said, sometimes I'll troll, sometimes I won't. We just had an hour and a half conversation about really relevant stuff.
Mm-hmm.
No trolling going on. Really cool
It
conversation.
was the conversation I think I needed to hear.
Yeah. So, but I'm saying like sometimes I'll turn it up, sometimes I won't. But like, I'll go on a panel if someone comes up and starts cursing at me, like just disgustingly cursing at me, I'm gonna attack back. That's it. I'm just giving you but like if we're up there, we're talking like normal, then there's no problem. I would never let him on I would say it's up to you, but don't let that guy on your panel. He's gonna derail it. So talking about the Wabbit guy. Yeah, he comes up
Oh,
cursing.
I don't even know who he is. I don't
Oh
think
my
he
god,
comes here.
he's calling me a sea sucker and a cum
Oh, yeah, I know,
guzzler.
but everybody calls you stuff.
No, but this guy is like he's like out of control. Like he's and he's drunk. He's drunk all the time. So that's the problem. Yeah.
I just let that stuff roll off, especially if it's somebody I'm not invested in.
Well, no, I was up there. We were having a conversation, and someone comes up and starts screaming and cursing. I'm like, what the fuck? Like I would expect the person to kick that person off. Hey, listen, I don't want this on my panel. Gone. That's what I would expect. That's all. Because I know you wouldn't put up with that.
Everybody moderates differently.
Yeah,
I've had experiences on panels with moderation I didn't agree with, and I just don't go back.
And that's why some people will leave panels and just not go back. Some people just don't want to be a part of that.
I've left. There's very few panels I still go on. I've left most panels.
And I'm having a hard time on some of the other ones. I'm like, because I'm cringing a little bit. I'm like, do I really want to be here? Like kind of thing. But I do enjoy the interaction. That's the whole thing with this. It's an interaction. It's like a conversation kind of thing. But very few people can have a conversation. So, yeah. Sorry to get derailed. That was a little derailment there. But
well, we have
Hey.
Brooke and Billy. What's Billy going as for Halloween?
Brooke.
Hey, Brooke.
Billy's on here. Sorry, I just had to leave because I couldn't.
No, I was gonna say Brooke did the right. Brooke is a perfect example of how you handle drama. She's like, "Ope, drama. I'll come back when it's over. Done. Seconds."
And Brooke,
and then
Brooke,
I decided, okay, I'll see if it's. Hang on a minute. Sorry, hang on.
You're good.
Oops. I guess for me, like, I came back to see if it was over. Thank God it's over. But like, I just gotta leave when it's happening.
Yeah.
Yes. You don't need that. You don't need that energy, and that's a good thing. And I can tell you, Brooke, we've been on panel before. We had a fun time. Where's that big old cat?
Yeah, where's Billy?
Hang on. Dude, ow.
We have a rat and a cat tonight.
He's chasing him around.
Billy. Look at Billy.
Meow.
Hey, Billy.
Is that a cat or is that a jaguar? That cat is huge.
And hey, Spike.
Hey, Spike. Are you happy that the Dodgers won?
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. I knew they would. I mean, it'd be impossible for the Yankees to come back, but I can't believe that catastrophic inning, Spike. That was freaking crazy.
Dodgers is LA Dodgers.
Yes.
Who did they play?
The Yankees. They played my Yankees.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'd have a hard time picking that one.
I couldn't believe they lost the game.
This happens all the time, but whenever LA wins a championship, which is every other year, on one sport or another, the city goes nuts. There's vandalism, graffiti, fires going off. I'm so I'm so disappointed in my neighbors.
Was this a championship tonight?
Yes.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
won
yeah,
the
it was
World
Oh,
Series.
okay.
I'm originally from Anaheim, and like there's a huge rivalry against, even though Angels or American League, Dodgers are National League, but I will always root for a California team if they play anybody in the World Series. But if if anyone plays the Yankees, then they're automatically a fan of any team the Yankees play against because I hate the
Hey,
Yankees.
that's not cool.
Hey, sorry.
You're not alone though. A lot of people feel that way about the
I've
Yankees.
so when I've been to games at Angel Stadium, I've had Yankee fans throw shit at me, and I was a minor then. When I've been to Safeco Field, T-Mobile Park, whatever the hell the Mariners Stadium is called now, and I've worn Mariners gear, Yankees stuff. Fans would throw stuff at me. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I saw a video of this week of like a fan was trying to take the ball out of the guy's glove. Was that?
Didn't take.
Oh,
He took it. He took it out. You
yeah.
got it.
He
Yeah.
was all
So, yeah,
excited. He's
well,
like, he grabbed it.
I'm a Yankee fan because I grew up in New York, and we've always been Yankee fans. But Yankee fans can be real assholes. They can. They can be. They can be real a-holes.
Unlike the
and
Dodger fans.
I mean,
Spike
Dodgers-
seems pretty chill. I can't imagine Spike acting like that at a Dodger game.
I do have to say, having been to this is before interleague play. I remember going to the Freeway Series before the season would start, and whether was at Dodger Stadium or Angel Stadium, the rivalry against Angel fans and Dodger fans, I wonder who's the worst fans, because it can be a tie because we're so invested in our teams. But I am even though I'm an Angel fan, I am so happy the Dodgers won. Because the Dodgers are my favorite NL team.
So the Dodgers originally were the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Yes, I know that.
So my grandfather was a big Brooklyn Dodger fan, and they would go to the games, a little small park. So he was a Brooklyn Dodger fan. But the thing with the catch, so Mookie Betts went up to catch the ball, and they held his arm and ripped the ball out of his glove. That's what we're talking about, the catch. One guy held his arm, another guy held his other arm, and they pulled it out. And then they ruled it an out. But that is the most egregious thing I've ever seen. And as a Yankee fan, that makes me sick to my stomach that they would do something like that. You don't ever touch a player, especially pull on a player, especially pull something out of his glove. You don't do that.
Especially in the middle of a freaking play.
What did they call it? Like fan interference?
Yes, yeah. But it's also assault. It's actually assault.
But it messes up the play too. Like it impacts the game. It throws the game off from what it would normally have played out.
No, it's still an out. It's still an out. They still ruled it an out.
Oh, it would have still been out even though he caught it?
Yeah. But they could have hurt him. They could have actually hurt his arm or hurt his wrist, But the thing is that number one, they're both going to get a criminal charge. I don't think so.
Really?
Celebrated.
Yes. They're going to get a criminal charge.
And don't mess with sports people. They take this seriously.
They're allowed to come back to the next game. They have season tickets.
Number two.
But the MLB, so the Yankees were going to allow them back, but MLB stepped in and said they were banned from that particular game. In my opinion, I personally think they should be banned from all stadiums for at least a decade, if not.
That was what? That was the first inning, and they got kicked out of the game. You know that their tickets were over $1,700 each.
Oh yeah, all the tickets.
Here, I have the clip. I'll play it so everybody else will know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
This was at the game, the recent game.
Disgusting. Yeah.
Right by Torres. Betts in the corner. Does he have room? Fights with the fan.
Oh wait, we didn't get the close up. Are they going to give us the
say
close
that
up?
it's an out and fan interference. So
You got to see it in slow motion. It's different in slow motion.
It's the guy in the black. It's the guy in the black pants. He looks pissed.
That's one of their best players.
Yeah, look this.
And yeah, Betts has that ball in his glove, and his fan
Look at the
literally
joy in his face.
tries to take it.
Wow, dang, that's aggressive. And he wasn't trying to get the ball. He was just trying to get it out of the glove.
Much longer.
Even though it was already out. You're right.
But that's assault. That's assault.
I like that glove. Look how his arm is. He's just bouncing, and his arm is resting on it.
Because they're pulling him.
Wow.
Yeah.
They were pulling him.
Well, they're instant celebrities. They're on Barstool Sports and everything now, Mike. I didn't hear anything about assault charges, but
they're trying. I mean, they'll probably just dismiss it because it's New York, But I mean, they were pulling on his arm. I mean, they were pulling.
Yeah, it's like they were dangling him from the thing.
Yeah. And people are calling for an assault charge, a simple assault charge. What people are calling for. So depends
let me see. It said they were ejected from the game. Let me see if I can find out an update.
It's different if someone like cheats the guy and grabs the ball before the glove. People do that all the time, But like they were yanking on his arm. They were yanking on.
Banned from World Series game.
Yeah. So they were banned from the whole series.
Ejected and then banned from the World Series. But is that it?
Yeah.
2 fans were ejected in a blatant and bizarre case of fan interference. I wonder if, like, in this day of content, they were like, "This is content."
I mean, yeah, but I mean, you're yanking on a player's arm. I mean, you can't.
It looked to me like they got caught up in a very exciting moment for them.
They look drunk too.
Yeah,
they look intoxicated. Yeah. But the thing is that when they were pulling his arm, that's the problem I have. Like, and I'm not even a Dodgers fan. I'm just saying I'm a Yankee fan. But like, you don't do that. You don't. If you touch a player, that's one thing. If you touch a player, but you don't like yank on his arm. I mean, and on his wrist, and his glove wrist too, where he can get injured. You can injure somebody. Imagine if I'm 50 pounds heavier than you and I'm yanking on your arm up in the air. I mean, you can get hurt. You can sprain your wrist.
It's going to space.
But that World Series is great. So what was his name? Freeman? Freeman had the first Grand Slam in World Series history on the Dodgers. Wasn't that the first one ever? I think it was ever. And then the Yankee got the one the other night. He got a Grand Slam as well. This will be the second one. But I think Freeman got the first Grand Slam in World Series history. So that's pretty cool. I think they were saying that online. I think.
Back to the point of the Yankees being hated so much. Did you see that the Patriots let the Dodgers borrow their jet to fly back home?
No, I didn't see that. That's cool.
Because what's his name? The owner of the Patriots just hates New York so much they don't want any championships in New York. They're like, here, take on your jet.
Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots. Yeah. Do you know why he hates us so much? Because the Giants kicked the Patriots' ass two Super Bowls. Oh, it's a Giants thing. That's what it is.
Totally.
The Patriots were 16-0 back in 2011. The Giants beat them at what? 9-7. And yeah, it was crazy. Yeah.
Hey, Brooke, did you do anything for Halloween?
Not really. I finished just it. again today. The book It by Stephen King.
Finish what?
The book
It.
It by Stephen
Oh
King.
yeah, okay.
I've read that book so many times, but I
Mm.
love it, and so it's like one of a handful of books I will read during the month. I mean, I will read any Stephen King book any time of year, but I pick at the beginning of each year. I pick a particular Stephen King book that I will read during October for Halloween.
Oh wow, cool.
Did you like the movies? It.
The movie was good. I
Which
found
one?
the one from the 80s, the only one that I'm
With
aware of.
Tim Curry?
I don't know.
I think he was the
Yeah.
clown.
But I find the book was scarier.
Mm.
But then
You know, that's
again, I read it in 4th grade as a part of a book report.
You know, it's funny because people don't really read anymore. I'm a reader. I like to read. I love to read. And, you know, it encapsulates something different when you read versus watching a movie. It is scarier. It does change the difference, the balance. So I love reading books.
And
But
that's why I try to read the book before a movie comes out or before I watch a movie. People think I'm weird. They're like, "Why don't you just go see why don't you just watch the movie and then read the book?" I'm like, but then I have what the movie,
Yeah.
you know, like I want to use my imagination when I read.
Yeah.
Because that's what books give you, is that imagination part. Like I ended up reading Harry Potter and then watching the movies.
it's almost like a movie gives you like their narrative versus when you read the book, you decipher what you think it is. If that makes sense, like you decipher it differently when you read it. When you read it on paper and you're watching something visually, your brain reacts differently to it. I
Yeah.
really do believe that. You know, the second it with the Swedish guy,
Sarsgaard?
yeah, it was spooky, but I think the first one is so much better. I think Tim Curry killed it. You know, he just, we all float down here, Georgie. You know, like, you know, and the guy, when he puts his hand in and he grabs the kid, and it's like, whoa! It's like, yo. And then, like, in the old Nightmare on Elm Street movies, oh my
Freddy
gosh, they were
Krueger.
so scary. Yeah, they were
I
so.
never watched any of those.
And then they were so scary, you know. But I never read the It book, but I will definitely read it. I won't buy it. I'll probably just get it from the library, but I'll definitely read it. I like reading a lot of military books and like military history and stuff like that.
Okay. Were
But
you in the military?
I was not military. I work with the military. I'm a contractor, but no, I work with them, but I was never in the military. Yeah.
Bye, Amanda.
But it's interesting. It's an interesting life. It really is. Yeah, horror is pretty cool.
I tried joining the military, but out of the branches that I tried, I was not able to get in due to a disability.
It happens. And then it could be, I had a friend of mine where he tried to go in and he was physically fit. And this is back in, we were like 19 or something like that, physically fit. I mean, we were, you know, running in, and he had a flat foot. Like one of his arches was flat. And they wouldn't let him in because he had a flat arch. It's the weirdest thing. But now they'll let in people that are overweight and obese and didn't even graduate high school. But like back then, the military, we're talking about like over 30 years ago. But back then, the military was very strict to get in. Super
I
strict.
tried. Hey, Amanda, thank you for your service.
Yeah.
Anyway,
But
like I tried getting into. I didn't even try getting into the Marines because I knew I wouldn't be able to. But I tried getting into the Navy, the Army, and the Air Force. They declined me, but I mean, I'm a horrible test taker, but my ASVAB scores were in the 98th percentile, which I guess
That's
is like a good thing to get into the military.
Yeah, it's like it's weird because now, like now the military, they'll take anybody they can get because the recruiting numbers are so down. I ran into some recruiters actually yesterday. I was talking to them, and they're like, "Yeah, but you know anybody? Like trying to like network to me." I'm like, "Okay, I'll let them know." Because they're dying. The Army is dying for people. The Navy is usually pretty good. The Navy's pretty solid. But like the Army really needs people bad. They're
Maybe I could
really
join the
looking.
Army.
Yeah, the Army is the only branch that will let you in with.
I'd love to do their obstacle course. That's the only reason I ever wanted to join.
Yeah, remember the Army would let you in back in the day if you had like a criminal record or if you were facing criminal charges. They gave you the option to go to jail or go into the military. They gave you the option. This is back like in the 70s and stuff like that, 80s. So in other words, if a judge said, "All right, you're going to go to jail for a couple of years," and you're like, "Well, I'm going to go," and then you'd have the recruiter come in. He's going to join with us, and then they would waive the fee. They would waive the charges. That's like a long time ago. But yeah,
They
they would
tried
let
to
you go.
recruit me.
Did they? Oh, they tried hard.
Because I took I was in town with a friend and his car kept breaking down. And one time it broke down in front of the Army recruiting station, so we went in to use the phone. And they talked us into taking this test on this computer. And my score was so high, they're like getting on the phone with their higher ups and like, "We have a guy in here, he has almost a perfect score." They're like, "Recruit him, we want him, get him in." And I'm like, "No, I'm just with my friend, we're just here to use the phone, his car broke down." And they took me to an office and they started showing me all these pamphlets and what the Army could do for me. Like, no, I don't. We were just shopping. I don't want to join the Army.
Yeah, they would promise you all these things. It was funny, man. And it is what it's what you make it. And
I can't have the people yelling at me, telling me what to do. I mean, you see how I act here when they tell me to calm down. Imagine a
One of
drill
my-
sergeant telling me to calm down.
One of my best. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, as much as I wanted to be in the military, I'm kind of glad the Air Force, Army, and Navy said no because of my disabilities. Because looking at it, I'm like, it probably wouldn't have been the best bet for me, if that makes sense. But so I think it was just the universe trying to protect me from whatever.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Because I turned 22 in so I graduated high school at 19, so I would have joined at 19. So I would have still been in the military during 9/11. So
Oh.
so I think it was just a lot of like as disappointing as it was, I'm also kind of glad that like I hate using this term because like I hate this phrase, everything happens for a reason. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I think me being declined from the military happened for a reason.
Yeah, I believe that. That's one thing that I believe very highly is that everything happens for a reason. And then I'm not trying to
We were
reiterate,
talking
but
about that earlier. If there was such a thing as coincidence or randomness, or if there's a cause behind everything, and the state of mind of the different psychologies of people that believe one way or the other, and how they interpret things.
Yeah, definitely.
Freak,
And I
what you
remember
confused about? Come up.
I remember when I was 17 years old in high school. I was a senior in high school, and this is back when they used to let the recruiters come into the school. Do you guys remember that? The
Wait, they don't do
recruiters.
that anymore? Yeah, I remember that.
No, I don't think they do. I don't think they let them come
Wow,
into the.
that's weird.
I
That was
don't.
so
I don't think
normal. Like every year they'd come and
they'd come in and
set
dude.
up a state. You could go talk to them. It was a way for people to get out of. I never wanted to, but the people that wanted to get out of class could go talk to
I
the
was
recruiters.
I was a stud. They're like, oh, what?
And they were in
And
the lunchroom.
he
They were in
put
the gym.
he's so he's like talking to me. He's like, oh, blah 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 blah. You know, you're gonna do great. And I'm like, I don't know. You know, and
Sent to Desert Storm, probably.
yeah, it was way back in the day. So then he goes, well, come to the office and talk to me about it, right? So I went to the office to talk to him, and his selling point was pulling out Polaroids of women. This is what you can. This is what you're going to see when you go overseas. I'm like, I'm not really interested,
That
sir.
you
I'm
can't
not.
see in America.
Yeah, like, dude, look at me.
Did
I'm
they have BB
fucking,
what big booty Iraqis, big
like,
booty
dude, I'm
Afghans?
a handsome fucking guy. It's like, well, you know, I'm 17 years old. It's like, dude, I don't need. I have a girlfriend. Like, what do
You
you?
don't have to live with
And
all these flat asses anymore.
yeah, I'm like, what the
Hey
fuck?
Nova.
Yeah, but it was funny. But that was their. They would try to like trick you in with like false promises back then. You know, shit. 17. That was what? Crap. That was 91. That was 1991.
The high school I went to my freshman year, recruiters were there 4 times, and then at the high school I graduated from, each year the recruiters would come twice, and I think they, because the school district I was in as a freshman was kind of a poor I mean, it wasn't a poor district, but there were a lot of low income folks. So I think recruiters in the military know if you go to such and such schools at the school in the school district, then you're gonna probably get more people interested, because the school that I went to or graduated from, granted, was like known to be like like the poverty school. It was in the Bellevue school district, which meant it was a very rich
I thought
school
that's where all
district.
the rich people live.
Yeah, yeah. So like, if you're gonna have mama and daddy pay for your college, why go to military? Why go into the military?
Yeah,
So
that's for the poor kids.
yeah.
So the army, usually the army, the Navy does sometimes, but usually the army will target the lower income areas, because these are people that are desolate and they have nowhere to go. They're going to work at McDonald's or Burger King or something like that. So, but the army is a good way out. I'll give you an example. I grew up with a guy, and he really was going nowhere, and he actually went into the army, and I think he retired staff sergeant or something like that. Like, you know, he was, you know, E6, E7, and you know, he had a good career. But if it wasn't for the army, he really wouldn't really have anything, you know. So it does benefit, but they do target low income areas. They do. Recruiting is much higher in
We
lower
need
income
more
areas.
options like that, more pathways to success
And
for
then
low income, working class males, any gender
and
really.
and the rich kids that really get the bug to go into the military usually go to the military academy to become officers. Usually, they're officers. So it's funny. It's funny how that works. But recruiting, it's a funny thing. We have recruiters all over here. You know, we have a recruiting station not too far, and they're out and they go to the mall. They'll just walk around and they're just
Oh
like,
yeah, I
hey,
remember the recruiters at the mall.
yeah, they'll just walk around. Hey, you
The
know,
one
and it's like,
place we never saw them was at the gay bars. And now they're probably there.
I'm telling you, gays for the army. That's it.
I
Yeah,
was heavily recruited in high school.
were you?
Oh yeah, I was scared. Sergeant
Yeah.
Murphy. would make visits to my home just because he met me at school.
What? Did you like give him permission, like here, or he just showed up without you knowing?
He did surprise show ups. I remember one time I ran to the back of the house like, "Mom, I'm not home."
That's kind of invasive.
I actually went to they come to your school. I don't even know if that should be a thing anymore, but they'd come to your school, they'd meet certain people, and I had conversations with Sergeant Murphy. And I actually even went down to the recruiting office and tested. And after my test, they liked me even more.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, the Navy recruiters, because they all share an office, they tried to, when they saw what my score was, I guess they all talked smack, or in a good way. Then the Navy tried recruiting me. And then it was like a little friendly battle between Sergeant Murphy and the naval recruiting officer. And I was already like, I'm out of here. I'm just a kid. I'm not 18. But after that, I gave them a little bit too much flirting, I guess. So Sergeant Murphy come to my house in his Jeep, in full garb. It was, yeah. But a lot of my older friends, like a lot of people who were seniors when I was just getting to high school, like they went to the military and they were in Desert Storm. So I think that's partly why I was freaked out.
Oh.
I was 10 or 11 when Desert Storm.
Is that the Kuwait War back in what 91? So yeah.
But I actually, pardon me, I actually came up here because I have a bone to pick with Mike, Jeff, if that's okay.
Well,
if this around. What's up?
Let's do a little. Let's do like Hansel and Gretel. Just stick one piece of the bone out the cage and see what happens.
Dude, what's up? Why do you never mention oregano when you talk about tomato sauce?
I do the blend. I do the blend where it has all of it in there.
What's the blend? Like dry herbs?
That was a fake beef I just had with Mike. Sorry, guys. Yeah. No, but you always mentioned rosemary.
Because he said basil. I remember from earlier. It was basil. You crush the tomatoes with your gloves.
No, I'm always basil. Oregano. What basil is to Mike, oregano might be to me. And every time he talks about sauce, he forgets to mention oregano. And I'm always sitting in the chat like, "What the hell, dude? What's your discrepancies with oregano?"
Well, I do. I use the Italian blend, and it actually has oregano in it.
Yeah, of course.
You're talking about the dried. You don't put the fresh basil.
I don't have the fresh. I don't have a oregano plant. No.
Wait, you go out and you get the tomatoes and you crush them with your glove, but then you use powdered basil. I mean, dry basil.
I use the same, Mike.
I'm not even Italian. I don't even cook, and I know not to use the dried stuff over the fresh.
No, I have basil plants. I have
you should never have told me. Now I don't know if your spaghetti's gonna taste the same.
I actually like dried Italian herbs. They're more practical for me to use than the fresh stuff. If you got the fresh stuff, use it.
Why would you not have the fresh stuff if you're that
because
into
the plants, if it's actually fresh plants, it's meant for curing. You're supposed to put it in a jar and let it sit. So the powdered stuff, it's actuated quicker, I think, right? The flavor is quicker. So when you can tomatoes, you're gonna put fresh basil in there. But I use basil. I can't keep fucking talking about basil all the time.
See, dude, that was called a soft troll, and I'm sorry, but I had to talk about oregano.
Yeah, it's always basil. But I have 5 big basil plants, and I cut them up really thin, and I put them in the meatballs. Like when I make the meatball, I put the basil and I roll. So I make the meatball fresh.
Oh my god! Hey fools, is this your costume? Happy Halloween! You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Hang on a second.
He's probably restreaming. He's talking to his audience.
No. I'm not restreaming. I never did it to people unless I ask them. Actually, I've never done nobody restreaming over anything else. But thanks for having me on, though. I really do appreciate you having me on. I just want to say that y'all have done a great job over here, and really do appreciate you. So keep on.
I've been watching your trivia. Here, let me drop Fool's channel. He does. Do you do it on regular nights?
Sunday nights, 10:30 Eastern.
You could win
Standard
prizes.
Time over there, win some cool prizes.
So wait. You said 10:30 Eastern. So for those of us in Pacific time, that would be 7:30.
Yes. Yes. Three hours difference. 10 minus 3, 7. Yes. 100%.
Did you do anything for Halloween?
Yeah, we did a stream. We mainly do it. It goes out on X and goes out on Rumble and shit like that. And it went out on YouTube as well. But yeah, it was mainly our viewers are over there. But yeah, we did that one tonight. Call-in show. People calling in, almost like a coast to coast with Art Bell. Mixed in.
Yes, I know.
I
lived in Vegas.
Yeah, there we go. Midnight in the Desert wasn't quite as good, but coast to coast, was.
no.
I grew up on that right there. So.
Bell, man, that's Art Bell's a throwback, dude.
I got an email from him.
Art Bell's my hero. See, actually, I dressed up as I love Art Bell. Art Bell's my hero. See, actually, I wasn't Elvis. I was a punk rocker tonight. We went out sporting a misfits shirt with the we
the hair, like
baby, we are 138.
You obviously you did not have access to a gay if they let you go out with that hair.
No, if you do my eyeliner, like everyone said, you're not really good at doing eyeliner. I said, that's not great. And so I called myself Iggy Knot. Like instead of Iggy Pop, I was Iggy Knot.
Iggy Knot.
Yeah, exactly.
Iggy Snot.
Yeah. So that was my costume. But anyway, just wanted to jump up here for a minute, man. Appreciate you, brother. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, yeah.
Just
I
wanted
always
to jump
enjoy
up here. I'm in costume. It's Halloween. So I was like, I always support your channel. So, just wanted to make sure you knew I was watching you and all that shit. So.
Oh, it means a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so. This made my night. Thanks.
Yeah, let me put my glasses back on say thank you very much. So, I want to say, everybody, make sure you do get out there and buy that new album I got coming out. Me and the captain, or the colonel. The album's called The Captain. That means might fire me for that, not to save a lot of money. So, y'all have a great night. Catch me at the Alabama State Fair next weekend. And thank you very much.
You are the traveling fool. I love him.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can this count as the costume?
Yes, I was going to tell you. What is that? Like just a hoodie to?
No, it's not a hoodie. Like I got it for Christmas a few years back, and it's like.
Is it a slanky?
It's like a nightgown that goes to my knees, and it's like It's like a fleece type of thing, but So I usually wear this in pajama pants during.
You look like something out of Zelda or Lord of the Rings. It's definitely a costume.
With the hood, you look like a witch, like a witch hat or something.
I would be wearing mine except for these headphones.
Do you think? Talking about Art Bell, do you think?
Garb.
Yeah, right. It does. Looks like have a ritual going on.
Cultist.
Do you think if Trump gets in office, they're going to release all the UFO stuff?
No.
This is one of the best Halloweens I've had, honestly.
Well, I definitely wanted to thank
Definitely probably the best one since COVID.
For letting me come up and share company. I appreciate you guys too, especially on panel, for tolerating
all right, Rick.
hanging out with me. I'm not going anywhere just yet. I'm just letting you guys know how much it's appreciated at the moment.
Well, I sure enjoyed your presence today.
I didn't know your situation, so I apologize about earlier. But man, I hope you get better, man. I hope you keep keeping on, man. Just keep going.
You were the perfect guest for Halloween.
What's going on with you, Axis? If you don't mind sharing.
I've been having problems with my in-home nursing, and they're changing my team around, and my son's trial starts Monday. I'm going through massive benzo withdrawals, and it's just a nasty situation all the way around. And, Jeff was kind enough to let me come up here and just kind of hang out with you guys, and I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Of course. That's Jeff. No problem.
Yeah, he just needs to be around people.
You need company. You need company and just chill and talk and have fun.
I'm glad he came here. That's one of the purposes of this channel. So Thank you.
Axis, I'm the only one that gets attacked, so you're safe. I'm it.
You're not the only one.
Well, Mike, you seem all right to me, man. I don't have
Yeah.
I don't see what the
I
problem
appreciate
is.
it, Dana.
Kane, thank you so much. Kane just sent me a little bit for the drama court tonight. I sure appreciate it. It was good seeing you. Here, let me give you some fanfare. Thank you very, very much. I hope you have a great rest of your night at work, too. Thank you, my brother.
I don't have a problem with anybody. I just
cool.
Good Axis. I don't have a problem with anybody. I just
What kind of
if I'm
candy you got? Oh, you can see. I fell for it.
Yeah. If someone attacks me, I attack back, and I should not be that way, but it is what it is.
Well,
So, yeah.
You got
I'm just
kind of
saying-
surprise confronted.
Yeah, it's okay, and I think I handle it well. I just I can overtalk people if I have to, but like I said, I did get attacked for no reason, and it should have been handled differently, and it is what it is. And then people, like I said, Jeff, people just move on, and they just go different places. That's all. That's it. That's all it is. And I wish everybody the best. I'm not sitting here talking anything negative. Just hey, it is what it is.
It's sometimes it's one of those things. There's
but just don't
a breakdown, and sometimes
Yeah.
people don't recover from it.
It's never fun to get dropped off a panel. I've even been dropped off Jeff's panel even if I'm not doing it, but when he just needs to clear the floor for a second.
Yeah.
But just
That pinches a little bit.
My
But
2
Spike-
cents, and I won't even
Yeah.
give 3 cents, but you did have some good conversations over there, Mike. So maybe you guys can high five it out eventually, because you did have good talk over there.
For me though, it's a trust. Like if it happens once, it's like when is it? It's waiting for that other foot that you never feel quite as secure from that when
It's
you're on
like-
again from that point forward.
Spike, what happened was AC got Spike. I'm sorry. go
Wait,
ahead.
hang on. Let Brooke.
I was gonna say I gotta go because I gotta do a couple things before I go to bed. Happy
I'm glad you stopped by.
Halloween.
It was good to see you and
She's
have
gonna
a
go
good rest.
steal
I love your
candy.
costume. I think you win.
Is it a snuggie? It's a snuggie, right? Is that what they call those
It's
things?
not a Snuggie, I can guarantee you. It's
And I like the
not.
color. I think the color is what I really like about it.
It's
Kind of an
great.
emerald teal.
I would have loved purple, but whatever. I hope everyone has a good rest of their Halloween if it's still Halloween in your time zone. So because it's now 11 o'clock Seattle, LA time. Anyway,
Alright.
bye you guys. I will see you guys next
you
month,
later.
literally, which is only an hour away.
Stay.
Take care, Brooke.
Bye.
Great to
Stay,
see you.
stay spooky. Stay spooky. Spooky. Spooky.
Stay spooky. Yep.
That's it. But Spike, I'm sorry, Jeff. Spike, to answer your question, hug it out. Someone got in his ear. AC got AC. Yeah, I'm giving you an example.
Oh, no,
AC
I
got,
didn't know anything about that. Go ahead.
yeah, AC got in his ear the day before, and then convinced him that I'm a bad person, and then he started getting all negative. And then when I came up the next day, he's like, "I don't know about you." But we were having great conversations, and then Rabbit comes up and just starts cursing me out, saying all kinds of gay stuff, and nothing wrong with gay stuff. I'm just saying, but like calling me all. I'm
I
like,
was there for that. I was there for that. I didn't know what happened there
Yeah.
before. But I was
yeah,
there.
AC got in his, he's a bad guy. Don't have him up. He's a piece of trash.
But everybody says that about you.
But I mean, I'm not. I mean, we have great
Like
conversations.
I mean, I think Kane probably heard it from like way before that, just from the grapevine, just the general gossip.
No, AC was up there like preaching to the choir, like all this. And look at AC now. AC is in a world of shit right now.
What
But
happened
anyway,
with
that's-
AC?
Oh man, dude.
I have no idea.
Oh man.
I haven't been on
I don't know.
YouTube this week, so
Maybe I'll email you, Jeff. I mean, it's
okay.
it's
Yeah, I
it's
haven't
bad.
really seen much of the drama people since.
Yeah,
they
it's
left.
bad. It's. I mean, it's like an implosion. Like it's yeah.
Right,
Like,
that's
they're
what I
all-
was saying. Like that's just kind of the general scuttlebutt
Yeah.
about you.
But the thing is that, you know, if we're just talking, we have a good conversation. Like even today, we were having a good conversation. But anyway, and then, you know, the Rabbit stuff. Rabbit is extremely vile and disgusting. The stuff he says. He can't
And
have
I don't know this Rabbit person. I don't think
Oh,
he's
man.
come here.
It's
Or he
rough.
might have been one of the ones that got himself banned early. Who knows?
Yeah, it's really rough. But anyway, that aside, I wish Kane nothing but success. Good luck. I'm not going to be accused of something I didn't start. You know, I just attacked back, and that was all that happened. So
I was actually really impressed how much he didn't listen. I think he was, because you know you're an old pro, Mike, and he is so new to YouTube and to running panels. I think he was trying to sort of copycat how Jeff runs a panel. Like he was trying to be fair, judge and jury, not prior crimes. You know, he wanted to judge people based on what they did on his panels. So I was impressed how good some of those conversations were going. So it's always smart to never say never, not to quote the great James Bond or whatever. Never say
die.
But yeah, like if the panels are open, I mean, I don't know. I think it sounded like he would have you back. I don't think he was asking.
I don't know if after tonight, but
maybe not.
There was at least attempt made at reconciliation.
Yeah, I mean, if he would have came up and said, "Look, you know, it got out of hand, and you know, it is what it is." You know,
well, I think he tried, but then there was the stuff he was hearing you say on Hand Banana's channel.
Well,
so I think that's what kind of tipped it over into something.
I was pissed off. He let someone call me all kinds of horrible names, disgusting stuff, and then just kicks me off. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, okay. You're supposed to kick that person off. If someone comes up on your panel and starts cursing you out.
Well, he kicked both, from what I understand.
No, but I didn't do anything. I'm just sitting there. We're having a conversation.
I know, but I know just from my experience, sometimes you make a judgment call in the moment and you don't always get it right. But in the moment, it's what you need for the panel to continue from that point at that time.
And that's cool. Totally cool. That's their decision.
I know he's a grown man, but in YouTube years,
yeah.
No disrespect to Kane out there, but he's like a toddler. Like everything about, and I'm meaning that in the most respectful way I can, but you have to admit, even before that day, everything that he was doing, it's like, what are you doing, bro? He like just jumped into the fire and he's like, it's okay, I got good shoes on. Like he just jumped into the drama fires of everything. Yeah. So I think, I mean, just my third party perspective is like, it was like before that day, it was already sort of like a helicopter crash in slow motion or a truck crash or whatever metaphor. But it was already like, but he can take it well. I mean, he's a grown man. He keeps his chin up, you know, he does his thing. But it was like, I've never seen somebody just hop into YouTube and literally within a week or two, like, give me all the drama, throw it all at me, throw all the tomatoes at me. And that's kind of what happened. I think if you've ever seen my streams, I've not had a lot of open panels, but the few times I have, I sort of hit a panic button and drop everyone and like go back to just being me on panel.
I've seen that. And sometimes that's the right call.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm just saying, Mike, you're an old pro, so maybe you guys will probably meet again on some panel, but you know, just maybe take the high road on this one. And you're right about the people, like the things that are said to you when other people come on panels. That's when it gets chaotic. That's even what happened with me when Jeff was not on my panel, but he was watching. I let a couple people on my panel, and then a couple people who didn't get along, and next thing I know, it was chaos. I didn't know what to do. I just want to play music and chill. You know?
But Mike, Spike, you moderated very well that day. Like you stepped in, you did the right thing.
Well, when I get emotional, sometimes I do get it.
Yeah, you do. And Spike, you're always a bastion for like evenness. Like, you know, you do evenly keel everything, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate what you're telling me right now. I appreciate that. But the problem is that like tonight, like he came up disrespectfully again, and I'm like, yo. But you know, I didn't appreciate what happened, and I was mad. I said 2 comments on another panel. 2 comments. That was it. And it's like, it's not World War III, dude. It's not. I just said it, I'm not going back, and it was, it sucked. And that was it. It's the only thing I said, because he was in chat talking shit. So I'm going to react. And Banana's a fucking asshole sometimes.
I don't even know why you fuck with Banana.
It's entertaining. It's entertainment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's
entertaining.
His reputation is not something I would associate. I don't associate myself with.
Yeah, it's just entertainment, and I it's just fun, I know maybe I should reevaluate, but like I said, it's just have a good time, and I know you guys don't get along, but I get along with both of you.
I don't fool with Chomo people. That's all. That's pretty much it. He didn't do anything to me personally. Well, he's in bed with all those trolls that keep doing hateful stuff against me, but I don't expect any less from somebody like that anyway. So
remember, there's different kinds of channels, and when I come here, I always try to have a good conversation with you. I always show you respect. When I come on your panel, I'm always respectful, and I enjoy conversation. You have to admit, we've never really had a tiff. I've been mad at other people, and you've put me backstage before, but I'm never yelling at you. I always respect it.
Yeah, I don't remember us having a tiff.
Never. The only time
you
ever
never told me to calm down.
No, never. I'm always respectful. But when I was like, yeah, he's boring. I was trolling, and I wanted to see what he was. I wanted to see what he was going to say. And that was all it was. But saying someone's boring is not really, bad.
Well, I don't. He could take it how he wants. It's
It was a troll. I call it a troll poke. Like, I have these terms that people that like the circular troll. People talk about it all over the internet. The circular troll. And it's just like taking people around and around and around. But and when you do that, you get information. You figure out who the trolls are. You figure out what their real intentions are. And you don't have to always do that. And sometimes you just want to have a conversation. But sometimes
I don't think Kane's a troll, honestly.
No, I don't think he is. I'm talking about other channels. I'm talking about the other channels.
Yeah.
Sometimes to take people around in circles to see what their intentions are. But with Kane, I think Kane made a mistake. I'll give you a quick synopsis. I think Kane made a mistake. He let the wrong people get in his ear. He let AC get in his ear. And that I watched it. Don't have him up. He's a piece of shit, blah, blah, blah. And then he's like, well, I don't know about him now. And then the next day, I'm on there and we're talking just fine. And then Rabbit, you fucking motherfucking piece of shit. I'm like, whoa. So I would expect someone who I'm on good terms with. I'm just giving you my example. Like Spike said, he's new to this. I would expect someone with, a YouTube experience to get that person off the panel, not put both off, because it's disrespectful to the person that was getting attacked. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, if someone's getting attacked, I would expect the channel owner to protect the person that, is being attacked. And it's not because they're afraid. It's because it's just the way they run a panel. If someone comes on your panel and is out of control, you kick them. They're gone. You don't let them yell and curse and all kinds of stuff. But I think there's a lot of mental illness on these panels, and we talk about that before. There's a lot of mental illness in this sector, and some people can have mental illness and still function and still have a great conversation and still be kind to each other. They can, but some people can't. They can't hold themselves together, and those are people that should not be on YouTube or even on.
Come on, what world do you come from?
Well, because all they do is they come up and they yell and curse and scream, and who wants that on their panel other than people that are looking for that? So I don't know, man.
Well, I think part of being in the panelverse is learning which panels are for you and which ones are not. And
exactly.
As long as you do that, you don't have to worry about how somebody else runs their panel. Just go to the ones that run it in a way that
The Scottish cuss a lot.
What's that, Spike?
The Scottish panels, they cuss a fucking lot. For fuck's sake, I'm fucking Scottish.
No, I don't mean
I know
Spike.
who
I
you're
don't
talking
mean
about, though.
Spike. I don't mean cursing. I don't mean like cursing or stuff like that, or cursing at somebody, but like saying like derogatory stuff to them, like
I know what you
sexual
mean.
stuff.
I'm just
Like,
being
what
spiky.
the hell is this? You know, it's
Yeah,
like,
but
what is?
Mike, you act so innocent. You've been on the receiving end of that for years, and you do it yourself. So like this, oh my God, I was on a panel and somebody said cursed at me.
Well,
We
we don't
not
go.
buying it.
Jeff, I don't go like this, but no, but I don't. Like I said, once again, you've admitted it. I don't attack first. I don't. When I go up on a panel, I don't attack first. I'm just chill.
I've seen you instigate from the chat,
Well,
like people in the chat, or even people on the panel. But hang on, I want to answer Shift's question. Let me find it. Damn it. An update on what the robot has learned from me. I realized that when I talk to the AI, it builds up a picture of me because I thought it was just like answering each question fresh, but it's not. And so I asked it the other day. I said, "How much do you know about me?" And this is what it told me. So here's your update, Shift. It says, "I know that you're building a men's self-help and mental health community with several components, including a drop-in space, educational workshops, and support groups, both online and in person. You focus on men's issues, mental health, and neurodivergence. You host a daily podcast with open panel discussions, and you have a YouTube channel related to the same subject." See, it thinks the podcast and the channel is a different thing, so it got that wrong. You also started an LLC to offer one-on-one sessions outside of your YouTube platform, and a little bit of other stuff that I haven't rolled out yet, so I'm going to leave that alone. But because sometimes when I have channel ideas, I'll workshop it with the AI. So that is what the AI knows about me so far from just our conversations. We had a bunch of Australians that used to come here. There's a guy in Australia. Let me put his channel, Just Us, and he has like a little men's group over in Australia, and he was trying to find other panels that were doing the same thing.
He's cool as
So
shit.
they were hanging. We had a lot of Australians hanging out here for a while.
The only problem is that they're on such a different time zone. You know, it's like
Yeah.
hard to touch them. You know, like you'll
And
be
he
finishing.
does like long. He goes live like once or twice a week and does big long 8-hour, 12-hour panels too.
Yeah, I've been on
Man,
his
why can't I
panels.
find his channel?
I think it's like just, and then it's like a underscore us.
It's Chris and Mel, but let's see. I know how to find it. Anyway, I'll drop the link as soon as I get it.
He's been going live a lot more frequently.
Yeah. He was he's cool. He was Australian Army, and
Yeah. Oh, he was Special Forces. He actually served in Afghanistan and some other battles, and each time he served, he was at a different rank, so he got to lead men, and the stories he has to tell from those experiences are just mind blowing.
Yeah.
Hey, happy Halloween.
We were talking about like his service and stuff, and then people come up that also serve, and it's like a whole bunch of dudes. It's a dude panel. I've never really seen a woman there, but it's like a dude panel. But it's cool because it's like talking about relative stuff.
Fuck. How do I find this damn channel? It's not showing up in my search, my history, anything. Does anybody have Just Us's channel? Oh, I'll get it from my subscriptions. All right, here we go.
Got it?
I should. No, why is it? Oh, here it is. All right, finally. All right, here's the Australians.
Is he Australian or from New Zealand? I can't remember which one it was. I think he's Australian.
I think he's Australian, but there might be some New Zealanders that are part of that. How's it going, AA? How was your Halloween? I feel like I should be wrapping up, but I'm not really tired. I still have momentum. Are you thinking about doing music show at all?
I was thinking about it earlier, but at this point, probably not.
Okay. You could do some spooky Halloween music. Oh yeah, we have an Australian right here. Amateur aquatic addiction. Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy.
Oi, oi, oi. Oh, itchy.
Well,
Yeah,
we can maybe. I tell you what, I'll go to 10 hours. I'll go 8 more minutes, and then that way I could say I did a 10-hour Halloween stream. Yeah, synchronicity.
Well, before you shut it down, Jeff, I want to say thank you very much for hanging out with me and allowing me some space tonight, and especially the panel. I mean, that makes the
course,
show
man.
and the cat. I appreciate everyone that extended a
It's all good,
courteous
dude. I think
and warm welcome.
Jeff would let you hang anytime you want. Come up
Well,
anytime and
this
hang out.
this is a satanic holiday. This is a special day for us, and I wanted to do a Halloween stream, and I'm glad that something positive and good came out of it, even above and beyond just the Halloween stuff I was trying to do. So I thank you for being here too, Axis.
Not a problem, Jeff. You guys have a wonderful evening, safe travels, and cat, thank you.
Take care, and check in with us, and let us know how you're doing and everything.
Yeah, he's dealing with a lot.
See, Australians are weird. They don't even do Halloween.
Yeah, with social media, I've noticed that Halloween is becoming more popular in different countries.
Good.
Isn't it Hallow Eve? Is that what the
Yeah,
original?
All Hallows Eve or so. And tomorrow's All Souls Day, or tonight, today actually in some places. So remember your dead, remember your loved ones that have passed on. Supposedly the veil between the worlds is thinnest today, and tomorrow is when you remember all the people that have gone before.
Isn't that big in New Orleans, like the Day of the Dead or something like that?
Well, they have the Spanish Los Dios de Muertos, but I think it's a different day. Isn't that in May? Let me see.
The Day of the Dead. Yeah.
Maybe I'm getting confused with that other fake holiday. Cinco de Mayo.
That was in
Day of the Dead, November 1st and 2nd. Although other days, such as October 31st or November 6th, may be included. So yes, tomorrow is the Day of the Dead. Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool. We can watch, I love the, all the face painting that they do for that holiday.
Spike.
Maybe we can watch some videos tomorrow.
Spike.
Yo.
You remember the movie Blood In, Blood Out?
Vaguely. I don't know if I saw it though.
It's the California prison movie. I think it's San Quentin. They're all Mexican
I don't
mafia.
even want to know where the blood comes out from.
Oh.
Blood Out.
Is that like an 80s movie?
Yeah, with Miklo and the other guys.
Oh, that was
93.
Talked
a lot about on Vegas, right?
Yeah, dude. Blood In, Blood Out is a banging movie. If you haven't seen it, you gotta watch it.
I remember watching it back when I was a teenager. So.
It's got Benjamin Bratt in it when he was young. It's got the can't remember who it is.
You have an Australian inferiority complex. I get it now. Well,
you gotta watch that movie, dude. It is awesome. But they have, because they're Mexican, and they do the Day of the Dead. That's when the Day of the Dead is when they K-worded all their enemies on the Day of the Dead. It's like a Mexican holiday,
Yeah, Billy Bob Thornton was in that one.
Yeah, he was.
That was
Lightning.
mid-90s, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I
Lightning.
remember watching it.
Yeah. Great movie, man. Killer movie.
Well, good. That gives me something to do tomorrow. We will have a Day of the Dead.
Yeah, Day of the Dead, man. I knew it was coming up. I knew it was. But yeah, it's a real ritualistic day. You basically paying homage, to the passed away. And
My grandmother passed away on All Souls Day, and I just want to believe, I knew she held on till that day, so that could be the day that she left on, and we could remember her.
Yeah, that's crazy. And people, my grandson, his birthday was yesterday, Halloween, and which is today, but it's yesterday here, because I'm 3 hours ahead. But yeah, people that are born on Halloween are just different. They're just different. Yeah, it's like
They call it what they call Aspie supremacy.
Yeah.
Actually, I hate those. My ex was one of those. I hate Aspie supremacist. I probably have some kind of superiority complex, but it's not necessarily related to the author. I am a Cajun supremacist. I think Cajun culture is far superior to American culture. And Australian culture, probably. Definitely Canadian culture.
I remember growing up. I just always remember growing up, and that guy with the red suspenders. I guarantee.
Oh, Justin Will, the cook. I guarantee.
Oh, young.
Yeah, look at who wouldn't want to be like him? Come on.
And then you have your famous chef Emerald. Bang!
He is from Boston, sir. He is not Louisiana. Don't let that man fool you. He might cook good food, but he is not one of us.
Why did he say that he's Cajun then? Or Louisiana?
He doesn't. He better not be. There's too many people that could call him out. He's not Cajun. He might cook Cajun. He might have mastered our cuisine. He ain't Cajun. Let me look him up on Wikipedia and verify.
He's Italian. He's Italian.
Yeah.
Sorry to troll you about oregano, Mike, but you guys know who the best chef ever is?
Quebec and Portugal.
Okay, the best chef ever. The best
Chef Tail.
It's here.
Oh, is that a troll from Spike?
He does that shit every time. He goes, you know something, and then he just drops.
And let me balance it out with something. Australia has, Survivor's one of my favorite shows. Australia has hands down the best Survivor series of any in the franchise. There's no topping Australian Survivor. If you want the true Survivor experience, Australia is the way to go. So there you go. You do have your strengths, and you have the cute little koalas. But aren't they catching chlamydia or something?
What?
Yeah, like gonorrhea. What's going on with the koalas?
What country has the emus? Is that?
We have those here in the States. There's people that
the really small, the slow moving things.
But it is native to Australia.
Not the emus. What the fuck are they called?
Yes, I like Aussie people. I do.
Sloths.
Besides, he started the trolling.
The sloth. Yeah, the.
Why the heck do so many koalas have chlamydia? Koalas are dying from chlamydia. They're trying to chase it to climate change.
The scariest shit ever is those kangaroos. Those things. You ever see the?
I know. Have you seen them? Like when they try to go bust into your house, like they go up against the window and they try to get in the house. That's They should make a horror movie of that stuff.
Did you see the muscular ones where they have like?
Yeah. Let me try to find a clip.
They look like fucking bodybuilding kangaroos. Like, how the hell does a kangaroo get that big? Like. And people fight them. They'll punch them in the face and stuff because they try to attack their animals.
Yeah, I saw a guy that his dog got snatched by a kangaroo, and he went up and he punched that kangaroo in the face to get his dog back.
And there's another one where a kangaroo was trying to drown his dog in the lake, and he ran up and punched it. There's a different video too. Kangaroo trying to drown a dog. There's another video, and it's wild. I was talking to Just Us about that. He's like, yeah, those things are fucking wicked. Bro.
And there's that video of that alligator that took that old man. The old man was like 80 years old, and the alligator took his dog. It was in a pond, and that old man went in the pond and grabbed that alligator and grabbed the dog out of the alligator's mouth.
Yeah. It's wild. It's crazy because even though a vicious animal, it's like when you punch a shark in the nose. Oh, wait. Yeah, look at that fucking thing. Look
at this. Tell me that's not a horror movie.
And you can't
Look at
K-word them.
that.
Look at those talons. Look at those nails.
Look at that chat. Look. Bump it up against
those talons would rip you to pieces.
That thing is not there to play. Look at that.
It doesn't even look real. Looks like an alien.
Wow. Damn.
Does that not look like it looks like an alien species?
Oh my god, he said that's not even big.
Yeah. So they have the ones that
Damn. Okay, you do yes. You've earned a little more respect. If that's what you'll have to contend with down there, that is worth some respect.
I can't imagine. And you can't K-word them because they're protected. So Just Us was saying that you can hit them with a stick or something like that, or punch them, but you can't K-word them because you have to have a permit to K-word one of them. You have special permit. Like if they're harassing your sheep or dog, you have to get a government permit to take one out. That's what he was saying like a while back, because you can't just go and just K-word one. You just can't. They're a protected species, and you can look it up and verify that. But that's what he told me. But yeah, because if that thing was at my door, I would just K-word it and be done. I mean, that thing's trying to break into your house. It's a wild animal. What's the difference? What's the difference? I mean, you see those? Did you just see those freaking talons? Those claws? That thing gets a hold of you, you're done. Those are like knives. Yeah, and they have the ones that are huge. They're big, and they stand up, and they're like my height. They're like over 6 foot tall. They're freaking big. What do they call them? The super kangaroos or something like that? It's like they look like bodybuilders.
Here's that man and his dog. He's in the lake getting it out of an alligator's mouth.
Yeah. Jumps in and punches him. Yeah.
Oh, it's a little out. Oh. Look, he still has his cigar. Oh, he didn't even drop his cigar. Look at that.
Instinct just took over. Adrenaline kicked in, and I just
got my dog. I gotta get in there. Just get my dog back.
And he had the dog.
Poor
and
little
he
dog.
is covered in blood, not the dog. So I was just like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
Wow.
Everything's going through my mind.
Was that his
He's shooting an
backyard?
alligator, and I was like,
Maybe he's used to having to do this.
Are you kidding me? I mean, I really did not grasp.
We understand how to deal with them, how to interact with them.
Wow.
So out in Croatan, Sandbridge and Croatan is an extension of Virginia Beach, right? And they have a lot of lakes and stuff, and they have snakes, and they have like poisonous snakes, and they'll come into your yard. They'll come up into your yard, and you're allowed to shoot them. And so people will actually have like little rifles, and because snakes will come, copperheads will come into your yard out of the lake, So yeah, it's something else, man. Alligators, and in Florida, I have family in Florida. You'll see them walking down the street. They're just walking down, out there like in the Everglades areas. These things are wild.
They have them in Louisiana. They're like on the golf courses because they're doing development, and as they clear out the surrounding woods, the coyotes and the alligators move into the city. And they had a video. Hang on, I gotta find this one.
It's terrifying.
They had this giant. Oh, I gotta find it. It's this huge alligator. It's crossing the interstate. Oh, and it's the narration is hilarious. The person that filmed it.
Can you imagine seeing that? Just like driving by. What the hell? Like if you're not used to it.
Oh, I hope I can find it. Well, they do have one. Oh, that's in South Carolina.
We had a black bear. Not too far from here, running around. Came out of the Dismal Swamp. They ended up tranquilizing it, though.
Yeah, this is the town where I'm from, where my people live.
Holy crap,
Oh,
dude.
they don't have the narration.
Look how big that is.
That's on the interstate. It's so that's what I'm saying. They have these things walking all over around the city.
And look how nonchalant it is. It's like it's not even trying to run or anything. It's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna
I wish I
make
could
it.
find the narration because the person that
It's funny.
filmed
It's
it is
like
hilarious as she's commenting on this alligator.
usually a wild animal must be like running, running to the next brush. This thing's like, doo, 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 doo. It's like, I don't care, whatever. Oh man, you gotta chop that tail off, man. That's some good meat right there. Mm-mm-mm.
Oh, I guess I can't find it. They took the narration out.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's like, I have family in Florida and I have family in upstate New York. In upstate New York, of course, they have like bears and stuff like that. So you have to be careful,
We
These
do have Australians. Any Australians welcome to come up. Like,
yeah.
we love our Aussie friends.
Good day, mate. Yeah, the scariest thing I've ever seen was a bear. It was a black bear. That's the scariest thing I've ever seen.
Like camping or something, or just crossing the road. Because up in Tennessee in the Smokies, when we went camping, they were everywhere. They would cross the road.
Everywhere.
They were in the campgrounds.
We opened, so we were in the Poconos in Pennsylvania. We were in the Poconos, and we had not a time, we'd work like a timeshare, kind of like, and I was like probably maybe 15, like 14, 15 years old. So we rent the house for a week, right? And it had like where the blinds move, you go, and then the blinds move. And I did that, and there was a bear in the backyard, and it came right up to the glass. And I was scared shitless because that thing could come right through if it wanted to. But it just ended up walking off. But it was because the trash cans were out back. The trash cans, I guess they were trying to get, whatever food they can get. And I told my parents, and they're like, yeah, we're just not going to go outside. Like no going in the backyard or anything like that. But dude, this thing was enormous. It was a black bear. It was huge. It was a black or brown. I think it was a black. It was black. It was a black bear. But that was the scariest thing I've ever seen up close, like literally like a couple feet away. But I was behind the door, glass. But still, you're looking at this thing, and it's just like rummaging around. Dude, bears are scary, man. They are scary.
Isn't it the brown ones that are most dangerous? What's the ones they said you really have to worry about?
I think the brown bears.
I think it is because the black bears in Tennessee seemed pretty harmless.
Still a bear though.
They were walking all around the people, and the people were just doing their thing.
You know the most vicious bear in the world is?
The polar bear.
That's it.
Ah.
It's the only bear that'll hunt humans. It'll hunt you. Like they will rip you apart. So yeah, so people think polar bears are all cute, like with the whole Coca-Cola, polar bear. It's the most vicious bear ever. Because there's all kinds of bears. There's Asian bears too. There's like the little red bears. There's all kinds of different bear breeds. But I know that the polar bear is the most vicious. And they have that white fur. So when they hunt and they eat, they're covered in blood. They look gnarly, dude. They look like, like crime scene bear. It's like, whoa. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Joe Cool is very discerning, and that's a credit to his intellect. Because I think any fair-minded, objective person that watched the debate could see the complete breakdown in logic on the other side, and the continuous straw manning and rhetorical manipulation.
Would you debate somebody?
I debated Andrew Wilson like a year and a half ago, and Easy went over it on his channel last night. So I got to rewatch it and relive it and revisit it, and it was on gay marriage, and the Christian community, or at least their communities, which are largely Christian, see it completely differently than everybody else that knows logic and debate sees it, and so they just completely missed my points and accused me of not understanding what Andrew's trying to. I'm the one that needs to be educated because I don't understand Andrew. I'm not intelligent enough to grasp his points. When he didn't grasp a single one of mine, and I caught every one of his and tried to get more information, and he would never answer my questions or give me information. So it was just complete manipulative bullshit.
He led you in a circle. So he basically was just trying
Well,
to.
he tried to, but
Yeah, taking you round and round.
I mean, if I know something, nobody's going to convince me otherwise. Like, you're not going to make me think 2 + 2 is not 4 if I know that it's 4. So I don't care how much tactics you use, it's not going to work.
There's different kinds of panels. There's panels that actually have conversations that have open dialogue. Like we're having an open dialogue right now, right? That's a different kind of panel. And then they placate and they take you around and around.
It was for content and bloods. And the one thing I noticed that I didn't notice at the time, because that was one of my first appearances in the whole panelverse, was how calm I was. Andrew was the one spurging out and getting worked up and spurging the whole time, and I'm just sitting there like having a conversation, asking questions, stating my point, and I'm like, wow, I can't believe I was that calm. I don't remember it that way at all.
Well, you held up. You knew that you were right in your thoughts, and it didn't bother you.
Well, the whole thing, I was there to argue why I thought gay marriage was a benefit for society, and I knew exactly why I thought that, and I kept saying the reasons why I thought that, and they kept trying to run it all over the other place in all these crazy directions, and he would get worked up and frustrated when I didn't take the bait or fall for any of that. So he constantly kept himself in a state of agitation, and I just sat there and kept calmly reiterating the points that I was there to make, which they were ignoring the whole time anyway. So I didn't have to really get into them because they weren't paying attention to them in the first place.
Yeah, which means they didn't value you as a guest at all. They were just trying to, like I said, they were just trying to use you as.
And then the comment he made to P.F. Jung after it was over, because that was the first time we met, was that he found me belligerent. Andrew, I guess he would know. He's a good person to know belligerence. But the funny thing is, when I went on Verbal Combat, somebody paid for us to do like a 101 for 5 or 10 minutes, and the whole time, this was Andrew's one-on-one debate with me. Stop spurging, Jeff. Jeff, stop spurging. Stop spurging. Jeff, you're spurging. You're spurging. Stop spurging, Jeff. Stop spurging. Stop spurging. The whole time, he didn't argue. He didn't debate. He didn't try to make. He just kept continuously telling me to stop spurging.
When you weren't.
So this is the guy that teaches the master debating class or something. So I hope y'all get y'all's money worth.
You're right. Yeah, and that's classic. I have nothing to talk about, so let me try to irritate my guests to get more content. That's what he, That's
and I honestly, I like Andrew. I respect him as a, believe it or not, as a thinker, as a content creator. I was part of the Crucible community for many months. I still am part of it. I just don't go there anymore. I moved on to other things. But the Crucible was my entry into the panelverse. So like I would not even be here probably doing this if not for my experience with the Crucible. So the debate itself was kind of the gateway to a lot of positive experiences.
Just like we said before, everything happens for a reason. Everything leads to something else, So yeah. It may not have been a pleasurable experience, but at least it led you to other better experiences. Like you've learned how to adapt, and things like that. But
and also because I did debating in high school, and
yes.
I thought I was going into one kind of debate. I didn't know about the blood sports stuff, and I didn't really know the type of channel the Crucible was. So I was not going into the kind of debate I thought I was going into.
Yeah, it's crazy because like if you were being judged by Christians,
I was being misunderstood and judged by Christians.
But like I'm a diehard Christian. I don't judge you. I've never judged you. Like, how you live your life is
I mean, you can it doesn't matter if you judge. I don't mind being judged. I judge all the time.
There's different types. There's different types of Christians. I think a true Christian or a true Catholic. I mean, if you want to call it the same thing, I like to say Christian, but if you are true, you have no right to judge anybody. Like you have no right, like only God can judge or
my best friend after high school was this Pentecostal girl, like hardcore, like they wore the skirts, the long hair down to their butt, all that stuff. Her and her whole family. And she was one of the most loving, caring people I've ever met. She was very Christian. Her religion was very important to her. And her position was, it is not my place to judge. That is God's place to judge. I'm just here to love you and be your friend and all that stuff. And she would come to the gay bars with me. I would go to the Pentecostal meetings with her. Like, we were quite a pair. And her whole family was just, they were some of the most warmest, loving people. And they all felt that way. Like, it's God's job to judge, not ours. And I thought that was one of the most based Christian positions I'd ever come across.
And that's how I feel. That's why, like, I'm not supposed to be up here. I'm not supposed to be up with somebody who has a different religion than me. I'm not supposed to be up here with someone that has a different orientation than me. But I'm here, and I'll stay here because I care about you. And I have a good time talking to you, and I enjoy your company, and the reason being is because it's not my job to judge you. That's the difference. Other people have said to me, why are you up there? Why do you hang with that? Because I like hanging out with them. I like
That's
talking
funny
to
because
them.
people have said the same thing to me about you.
Yeah. I like hanging with them. I like talking to them, and maybe Jeff, it's opposites attract. Or maybe it's we just both have a good soul. I don't know what it is, but I enjoy it, that's just. But I mean, yeah, a true Christian will not judge you, and the fake ones will because
I mean, I don't mind if they do. Like, I know I'm going to hell, and I've been told that my whole life. It doesn't bother me. If someone thinks I'm going to hell, it affects my life none at all. But the quality of my life is not going to change one bit because somebody out there thinks I'm going to hell.
Well, who knows if we all going to go? I may go. You never know. I've had a bad past. I've done things in my early years that weren't good. So you never know. But it's up to the creator to decide. You can only live your life and just keep going. But it's not up to a mortal man or woman to judge you. That's not their place. That's all. And I'm not yelling at you. I'm just saying, but it's just, it pisses me off when people, oh, blah, blah, blah. Well, why don't you look at yourself? Why don't you inner reflect on yourself? These people that will want to judge you are the most shittiest people in the world.
You know what? When I first moved to Seattle, the God hates fags people were coming to Seattle. And there was this specific corner they were going to stand on. And there was a protest organized, and a group of us went out there to, like, counter-protest the God hates fags people. And they actually never showed up. I think there was one or two people from their side that showed up and tried to finger wag. And it was so sad and so pathetic. Like, we just pretty much looked at them and went home. Like, it was just laughable, their attempt to come and shame and judge us.
I think really what shaped me, Jeff, in my balance of Christianity and alternative lifestyles is that I have people that I love that are of other lifestyles. And how can I hate someone that lives life like they do? And that sounds like I'm alienating, but I'm not. I'm just saying, how can I love them but not love this person? Or care about this person, but not. That doesn't work that way. I just think you have to live your life the best way you can. I think you have to be as happy as you can. And if you're different than me, so be it. So be it. I mean,
And I'm not the type of person that has to be liked by everybody. If there's people that want to not like me or hate me, I'm fine with that. There's people I don't like, so it's
but to
don't make me any.
But to dislike someone that's really cool just because they have a different lifestyle, that to me is ridiculous. I'm just saying, if that person's an a-hole, don't like them because they're an a-hole. Just don't like them because they have a bad personality. Don't dislike them just because they have a different outlook on what they like and what they enjoy. Because if they're still a good person, they're still a good person. I'm just saying, I wish the world got more back to that,
I think social media makes that harder. It puts so much noise into the signal.
Separation, yeah. And I think religion, it really confuses a lot of people. They don't know what to believe, what to think, and it's to me, it's confusing. But I know what I believe. I know what I feel in my heart. But I remember growing up and having friends. F that F. I'm not going to say the word. But it's just like I didn't understand why they were so angry at someone they don't even know just because they have a different lifestyle. But like I said, it's not for me. You know that. You know that I'm not that way. But I have no problem talking to you and you talking about your life, me talking about my life. But why can't more people just get along and not focus on that? I don't get it. I don't get it. I think it's fear. Jeff, I think a lot of straight people are afraid of gay people. I do. There's a fear
I
there.
think way much less. Like even growing up, I didn't like. Probably 90% of my people in my life had no problem. There was a. My mom is probably the one that struggled the most out of everybody around me. She had the hardest time with it because she was
But
Catholic
maybe,
and
yeah.
she thought I was going to hell. And I told her one day, I said, you know, it's got to be really, really hard as a parent to have a kid that you're convinced is going to hell. Like that's got to be hard to have, like to
Yeah.
carry around with you. And I don't know what to say about it or do about it, but I guess I empathize that with her pain in some way. But I'm not gonna change. It's not gonna do any. I'm not gonna do anything different. But if she legitimately thinks I'm going to hell, that's got to be hard on a parent.
Sure. But I mean, you can go to hell for a lot of things. You can go to hell for, taking a life. You can go to hell for adultery. You can go to hell for so many different things. So like nobody's perfect, and when you flip it back on people, people talk about, oh, you're going to burn in hell for this and this. Well, didn't you do this and this? Following the 10 Commandments? Oh, well, so when you flip it back on them. So like I said, if you ask my opinion, and I'm a mortal man. I don't think you're going to go to hell. I think you have a great heart.
Well, don't tell me that, because I sure don't want to end up in the other
I think
place.
you're a good person. So I don't know, but I mean, you don't want to go down
Heaven
there.
sounds like a really boring panel that you can't drop off of.
No,
You're just stuck on.
Maybe you could be a ghost and just float around for 1,000 years. Who
I'll
knows?
take ghost.
Yeah. Who knows? But yeah, it's a fascinating subject. It is, and I think it's important to talk about it because a lot of people will shy away from religion. I don't want to talk about it. It's taboo. But when you talk
It's
about
just
it,
so personal. Like it's
It
I
is.
don't know that it leads to anything. It's just each person's sharing their own beliefs, their own subjective sense of reality. But beyond that, even as an atheist, I was part of an atheist group for a while, and all we did was sit around and talk about how we didn't think there was a God. There was nothing. There was nothing to base a community on. Like after a while, what else do we talk about? We all agree about the same thing. Like how much conversation can you wring out of that?
Yeah. You run out of topics. Yeah, but I mean, it's a good conversation to have because I think to get to your point, I think when you talk about religion, you talk about beliefs. I think it does teach you something about yourself. Where do you stand on things? What do you think? What do you theorize? What do you think you're going? I mean, I know that sounds mundane, but I really do think that you learn about yourself through religion. And maybe this entire religion thing is fake. Maybe it's all made up, but maybe it isn't.
But I think it still has value, and that's what I learned from the Satanism because I was an atheist most of my life, and when I converted to Satanism, I finally had a religion. And even though I know it's fake and made up or whatever, I can't go back to just plain atheism. There's something missing. Like religion gives me something that atheism did not, even if it's a made up fake religion. It still has a value that atheism was not able to provide.
Yes.
There was nothing wrong with atheism. It was just something missing. There's just something else I needed beyond that it just didn't have.
I understand. No, I totally understand. And it's funny because people will talk about they pray and stuff like that, and I will actually pray out loud. I'll just sitting pray, and ask for things, and I never get an answer, but at least I'm asking. So
I tried that. I did. In fact, I did it on. I did like a week or two where I would try to connect with Jesus and call him to my heart, and I would come on the stream and kind of report my results. I was reading in the Bible, but nothing ever really. I didn't feel the presence or the transformation or the change or anything. I did it as a kid. Like I used to talk to Jesus all the time as a kid. And I realized, like, as a kid, he was like a form of peer support. When I didn't have a healthy adult around that I could talk to when I needed to, I had this inner imaginary person that I knew as Jesus that I could talk to, and I would get comforted. Like it would work. Like it would restore my sense of mental health from just being able to have conversation at night. I could talk to him in bed before I went to sleep, and so if I didn't have another human around, Jesus worked as kind of somebody to talk to and bounce ideas off of, process, comfort, all that stuff.
There's a movie. It's called The Greatest Story Ever Told. You ever heard of that movie?
Yeah, I think I saw it. About the Bible?
Yes. So
there's also they have The Chosen too.
And so if it's the greatest story ever told,
I think it used to come on TV.
Is a story real? Facts, or is it just a made up story?
Exactly. Stories can have value as stories without needing to be correspondently true.
Is it a basis of, it's like laws. Laws are made up by mortal men. So you're telling me to follow this law, but what gives you the power to give me this direction? And if a story is factual or non-factual, like how do you know? You just don't know. So maybe we're all just banging around this thing called life, trying to figure out exactly what the heck is real and what's fake. You know, I do believe
we certainly are that.
Yeah,
that's why I don't understand the focus on did Jesus exist? Was he real? What's the evidence that? Because to me, Christianity is centered around the figure of Jesus Christ today, and what, like, it's the inner Jesus, what he brings. So the historical Jesus to me is not the point of Christianity, and the focus on that seems misplaced if your concern is like the central message of Christianity.
The reason why I wear a cross, the reason why is because I believe, even if I believe it's real. I believe Jesus is the Son of God. This is just what I believe. Not, you don't have to believe what I believe. But I believe he died for our sins. And that's why you wear a cross, because you're paying homage to somebody who died for your sins. But even if he wasn't real, it's a hell of a good story to guide you through life. You know, it's like,
I
basically,
think it still has meaning.
Yeah, so someone would actually
can have meaning for a lot of people, and I would not want to take that away from someone. He will reveal himself to you. Freaks like the God enforcer, making sure that Jesus and God are doing everything that they're supposed to be, that they said they're going to be doing.
I'm saying I do believe that's the difference. So I don't know, was it the freak? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
No, I do believe. But I'm saying if someone didn't, it'd be a hell of a good story. You know, I'm saying I'm just trying to.
It is a good. It is. It's what it.
Yeah.
The Bible is an amazing work of literature, whatever else it is. It is at least that. And so that alone, it has a lifetime of value.
That's it. And it's revered, and it gives comfort. If I read the Bible, it gives me comfort. It really does. It calms me down. It relaxes me. And how can this one book make you so relaxed? Because it taps into your soul. It really does. And I do believe that we all have a soul. And this book was written so perfectly, to kind of tap into you, religion is such a crazy topic. It really is. But me and you talking about this right now, look, we're not arguing. We're not like being confrontational, because people get all crazy and no, it's this. You know what I'm saying? But me and you don't talk like that. We're like, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. I believe this, I believe that. And these are the kind of conversations that people need to have about religion, not yelling at each other and being confrontational, because you never know. I mean, a couple years from now, maybe I'll change my direction. Maybe you will. I'm just saying, you never really know people's perspective on what they believe. And I think life just takes you where it's going to take you. That's just, all I know is I felt a presence a few times in my life. I did. I felt like something was there. Something helped me. I don't know what it was, but I like to believe that it was God. That's what I like to believe. But it sucks because you want to talk to him all the time, but he never really answers. You know, it's just
Yeah, he doesn't. He hasn't. He lately, as an
yeah.
adult. As a kid, I'm not sure if he answered or not, or if I just kind of imagined the conversation. But
Well,
I
when I
know as
had
an adult, I didn't get anything back.
my scare, it was about 2.5 years ago. I had my scare. I had a heart attack. I think I told you about this, right?
No.
I had a heart attack,
Oh my God, no, I
and
didn't know that.
yeah, I did, and I was, went to the freaking ambulance, rushing me, all the fixins, the 8 doctors putting all the shit on you and stuff like that, and this is I'm not lying. I would never lie about this, Jeff. I would never lie about this. I don't care if anybody in chat or anybody who records this thinks I'm lying. I am not lying about this, and I remember laying there, and my chest hurt so bad, and my arm was numb. So in other words, you're having a heart attack.
So
And
this was like in bed. You were just laying down in bed having it.
I fell. I came downstairs and I fell, and I was able to grab the phone and call 911 because I started feeling really weird, and I went to the hospital. Well, they took me ambulance, and I got there in time, and they IVs and the shit on your and then they fucking the paddle and shit like that. They give you the epinephrine and shit like that, all that stuff. And I remember all of a sudden, all the pain I was feeling, it stopped. Like I felt nothing, and it wasn't the medications. It was I just like felt nothing, and then I started crying. And I said, don't let me leave. Don't let me leave. Like I felt like I was going to pass. And then all of a sudden, boom, I was right back. Now I didn't pass away, but I was in the process. Now, I don't know how you process that, but
That's scary. Yes, that's
it
very
was
scary.
terrifying. And what I said was, God, please don't let me leave my son. That's exactly what I said. And my son came to the hospital. He picked me up because my son's grown. At the time, he was 22. But I begged to God. So now that could be God himself, or it could be just the doctors. That's the whole point, of what I'm trying to say. But no, I had a near-death experience. I didn't pass, but that is, I don't care what anybody says who's listening, that really did happen. And it was scary. I was terrified. I'm a big guy, and I was crying because I knew that I was like at the door, and it didn't happen. It did not happen. And the doctor was like, you need to lose some weight. And I lost like 40 something pounds because I was a lot bigger, dude. I was a lot bigger back then. And I did. And you need to cut back on all the, because I had a lot of buildup and stuff. They did a stint. They put a stint in you. And yeah, I mean, I'm so healthy now, totally healthy. But the whole point of my story is that, was it God or was it just the doctors? That's the whole point. And that's what I think about all the time. I think about it every day.
Yeah, that kind of stuff's hard to dismiss. I mean, you never know, but the
Yeah.
experience of it is hard to dismiss.
Dude,
Whatever it is.
It hurts so bad. My chest, it feels like you're someone squeezing the inside of your heart, and then your arm goes numb. And it's just like, dude, it's terrible. It feels
Is it always
horrible.
the right arm?
Yeah. Was the right arm? Yeah. Yep. And then your chest feels like it's squeezed, and you're just like, and then you're like, you just basically, you're
Because
like
that's what a panic attack feels like too.
No, this was
chest
way
part.
more than that, brother. Yeah, I wasn't. It's cool because you go into the ER. So if you go to the hospital, they put you in a room, right? And the doctor comes in, talks to you in time. You go into the ER with like cardiac arrest. They have like a doctor. They have like 4 nurses. They're putting shit on your chest. They're putting all the fucking things on you. They're fucking shooting shit in your arm. It's wild, man. And I was conscious the whole time. I was like, I could see what was going on. And because usually sometimes people pass out, but I was conscious. I was conscious the whole time.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it
It's
hurt though.
amazing that we have the technology to do all that
Yeah,
now today.
it was painful though, man. And then it went away. Yeah, it was fucking wild, man. And it was I have heart issues now, so I have to be careful and not overexert myself and stuff like that. But I'm still very active, very active. But I was able to lose weight and stuff like that, and be more healthy. I eat healthy and stuff like that. But the whole point of my story is, and that is a true story, Jeff. I'm not making it up. That is a true story. But the whole point is, was that God's intervening, or was that just the doctors doing their kick-ass job? So that's what I think about, when I think about religion. And I share a lot more than people share online, but that's what happened to me. And that was what, a little over 2.5 years ago. It was a while ago. But I mean, I feel great. I feel fantastic.
Freak, that's pretty based. Like, A, why would you have to hold somebody like God to their word? If you can't trust them, then who can you trust? But second of all, like, no, God, you're going to do what you said you're going to do, whether you like it or not. I'm here to make sure you do it.
Yeah. I'll come up there and give you a punch, and fly up into the air.
That's
yeah.
Holding God accountable.
God's the greatest mystery. He's the greatest mystery of all. I really, it's you get in the whole creation thing, who created God? And that was a great question. People were debating somebody.
I think humans created him, but
you think so?
That's just me. Yeah, I think he came. I think we came before God. We preceded God. God came after us, not before.
It's interesting. Then they talk about who created the angels and stuff like that, and there's so many different theories.
We created all that shit.
Could be. I mean, you could only.
I mean, look at all the mythologies all over the world, like in early history and still today. That all came from humans.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
It's the stories we tell ourselves. Powerful stories, but they come from us.
I didn't think I was going to tell you my whole heart story, but that's what happened. That's what happened. Scary as shit, man.
Oh, wow, Nova. I didn't even know you had a channel. Let me drop your channel. Yeah, we had a lot of good conversation tonight. I think I'm going to... Oh, wow. It's after... Whoa, I made it. It's All Souls Day. It's Day of the Dead right now. I made it all the way into the next day. I didn't plan for that. I knew I was going to do an all-day stream, but I did not plan to go into the next day, so I feel accomplished. Here, I'm going to drop Nova's channel and give her a like, subscribe. Let me get it here. Nova's another cool Gen Xer.
You wrapping it up?
I think I will. I'm going to go get me some rest so I can do Day of the Dead tomorrow. We might even do another. I don't know if it'll be a 10-hour and 40-minute stream, but I'll maybe try to do another long stream tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, it was fun, man. Other than my little attack, everything else was great. It's all good.
No, you even with your attack, considering your track record, I think you did pretty good. If that was the only little attack you got all night.
I'm good. They try. I think, yeah.
Oh, you are going live, Spike? Okay. Well, I might unwind with some Spike Radio. Let me drop his channel. The party's moving over to Spike's. Maybe he'll do spooky Halloween music or Day of the Dead music. If you have any good dark ambient mixes or
I don't
know, Monster Mash, whatever people do for Halloween. Thriller. I'm sure Spike got it.
I remember that song, Spooky, Scary Skeleton. It was like a little kid song, but my kids would always sing Spooky, Scary Skeletons. Oh, sending shivers down my spine. It was like an old timey song. The kids would sing it all the time.
Oh, it looks like Spike's live now. Here, let me put the actual link to the video. Is this just video footage, or are you actually driving around LA? Probably just video, right? Oh, it wasn't drama court. It was like 5 minutes of it.
Oh, you're telling me.
It wasn't formal court.
Someone had to attack me and get their frustrations out. It's all good.
I'm already enjoying the music. All right. I think I'm going to send you all to Spike's if you want to join the party there. He has some late night Halloween Day of the Dead jams for us.
All right, Jeff,
And I will be out tomorrow for the Day of the Dead, whatever time I get up. So
all right.
We'll take care, and I'll
Get some rest, man.
Yep. I think
All right.
we'll have no problem doing that.
All right, buddy.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Beak. You too, Nova. Ooh, he's playing a California mix. Is that you, Spike? Who's on this video? That's not you. That's way too young. Anyway, okay, I'm going to check out Spike. It was fun, guys. What best Halloween in years. I'm not kidding. I can't remember the last time I enjoyed myself this much on a Halloween, and this is one of Satan's favorite holidays. So thank you for making it so special. We'll do it again tomorrow with Day of the Dead. We'll keep the party going. So I will see you then. In the meantime, get some rest or go hang out at Spike's, and whatever you do, enjoy yourselves. It's been a hell of a time. Happy Halloween. Here, I can do my hood now.